Climb highs to kick things off once again this morning as we look towards yet another IPO coming to the NYSE today. It's been quite the exciting couple of months worth of IPOs. Crypto back in focus here again this morning as well. There's an IBIT now among the 20 largest ETFs, period. End of story. Pretty good note for IBIT and crypto in general this morning. We'll touch on that. That's how the overall market's shaping up here. That's the NASDAQ anyway. Another little gap to the upside here after a huge reversal yesterday off that better than expected CPI number. Brings in a lot of questions as to what is going to happen, not only in September, but will they go twice before the end of the year? More rumblings this morning, meanwhile, on the Fed chair front. There's more and more names being added to this list, and more people who have the opinion of, hey, we need a lot more cuts in a hurry.
Yeah, and expect an infographic from Adara later on today on Trader TV Research, so make sure to check that out. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, Brendo. I mean, I opened up my, I'm reviewing today Donald Trump's trying to sue the Fed for the overages on the build out there at the Fed. So there's lots to talk about today, guys. Cava in focus, missing expectations, really dropping here after that report. CoreWeave reported as well, Brendo, really did a lot better, but the stock dropped anyway. Good growth year over year. And then that's right, we got an IPO, and it's a crypto IPO. So we'll see if it's going to be met with the same kind of vigor that we got for Circle and Webull as well, which was well met as well, Brendo.
I mean, they're just straight up calling it bullish. So
yeah, it's fantastic.
How could you go wrong, possibly? Ethereum closing in on 6K. Circle with an offering here as well. It's worth noting, just starting to roll over here. Had a downtick note there. Looks like 160, 161, I guess. A bit of a trouble point here for Circle back to the downside after the close last night, if you missed it. Offering coming through. That was a bit of a sell the news event for Circle right out of the gate yesterday. Continues to the downside off of their report. So we'll keep an eye on that here in the pre-market. But so much to touch on, guys. Yet another IPO. Will it be before 2 p.m. this time around is the question.
Yes, it will. Well, the last one was 155, so...
Yeah, and that was like one of the latest ones.
Yeah. The odds are forever
we've ever had.
I think, in that particular case. But let's be real. If what happens on Figma and Circle and CoreWeave happens on Bullish today, then you won't care how long you waited for it to open, right? Like it'll be worth it. It's just a little frustrating, but it's called Bullish, so we'll try to be bullish on it. It actually, I was going to get to AMD, but it's already, it's went over $1 million. It was 800,000 to buy. It's 1 million to buy. This is at 8:30 in the morning when we're not expecting it to open till after 1 o'clock because that's what usually happens. So they up the price multiple times. That auction price is meaningless until you're not even remotely close until that auction price starts moving around from the actual issue price. So, everyone that's going to be asking us, hey, when does Bullish open up? Be patient. We got a lot of market to get to. And unfortunately, for all the earnings names, or most of the earnings names last night, it was to the downside. But AMD got some positive news. They're up today. And this with AMD with NVIDIA being flat, the market's looking strong once again. Bunch of things breaking towards some all-time highs. Alphabet with a chance after that fun little Perplexity story that I don't think too many people are taking too seriously with that unsolicited bid. But hey, Google's on the mind as well. Lots to get to before we're all getting bullish.
I know this is, we'll be getting bullish for sure. I was just looking at this actually right here from Bespoke. This is the U.S. trends right here by sectors, right? And I mean, just look at the year to date on a lot of these. So there's the communication services sector, up 14%, extreme overbought. Oversold healthcare, we've talked about Eli Lilly, and there's some Novo news and things like that into healthcare technologies, but the healthcare sector in general with UNH, downside real estate, hopefully that gets bumped up a little bit. Just looking to see maybe where there might be some opportunities here. Biopharma is what we were talking about down there with healthcare as well. Consumer staples, 5%, 1%, 13.9% right there on utilities. It's the technology and industrials right now that are really leading the way, up 15 and 15.29. This is only the 8th month, and we're already up these massive numbers. So yeah, just in the last 5 days alone has been pretty good for many of these companies. And we're missing AMD, we're missing Walmart earnings. They're going to be coming. So 451 of the S&P 500 companies have reported. So, you know, you're getting through it all, but you have Walmart still to come, you have Target still to come, and then of course you have Nvidia, what's left. So, you know, we'll see what's going on with some of the, and it's not this week, it's 2 weeks from now. We've got Nvidia, so we'll wait to see what they're doing. They got a price target upgrade today as well, looking to break through 184. That should be a trade there. That's 183.50, but higher 184, the all-time highs for Nvidia. So we'll watch out for that. And then of course we have CoreWeave, as Neil mentioned. They're not great. I was saying that all three big names that we were looking at yesterday, all three disappointed. Rigetti downside, Cava downside, CoreWeave downside. So yeah, not great, but yeah, we'll trade these names for all of you, and we'll talk all about them as well. Cava, another name that reported last night, of course, joined Darren and myself on the recap. We had Brian Shannon, was absolutely huge. So yeah, we had a great show, great talk about a bunch of different names on here as well. So, oh, the name that Brian liked. This is why you got to join every Tuesday. You got to join us every night. But I always ask Brian right at the end of the segment, so 4:30 or so. I say, you know, give me a play that you like. And he was talking about Dutch Bros. So, yeah, holding the 50-period moving average, strong off the 200, and, you know, looking to think about breaking out. So shout out to Brian Shannon here, who described his Dutch Bros trade and why he liked it. And I was just like, you know, Starbucks, pretty strong name. Not strong, but up to that $100 mark, and definitely battling off of their earnings call as well. So, and I was like, they're looking not similar, but you're still looking to break out from levels higher. So there's a few names in there. We'll talk. We haven't talked too much about the China story lately. I don't know. I think that helps for Starbucks as well. But yeah.
You know what's close?
Bullish?
$160 away from an all-time high in ETH. Approximately.
Right.
47,000 just hit.
4,700.
4,700. 47,000 hits. Forget about 4,700 just hit. Looks like so. Yeah, just about 100. I don't know. It's I think 48.66 by most accounts is the high, or close enough to it. So your BMNRs of the world are still looking pretty bullish. As look, it's going to be a crypto kind of themed day. In terms of earnings, like you said, like it was a little bit of a disappointment. That being said, what's interesting about Circle is with their they dropped an offering and they were down too. But I guess because maybe it has to do with the crypto rally, they get at least a little bit of a bump. Like you're seeing CoreWeave hold its lows, but Circle not too bad. It almost filled the entire gap back up with the run that we've seen in ETH. Obviously, the stablecoin play going to be good. There's going to be sympathy plays to bullish when they open up, but keep an eye on ETH. That one. It feels like all-time high today.
Yeah. How much you say away from it?
160. It's like, how could it not? Like, did we come all this way not to on the day of the Bullish IPO? I mean,
that's a drop. Oh, that's right. I'm going to call the top in it then. Because I remember that's what happened with Coinbase.
It's like, as you say it, that's exactly what happened.
So right now the top is 37. I mean, I said that we were here for Figma, and we were looking at Figma IPO, and it was supposed to be 33 or something, and then it wound up going up to 111 or something on the tap, or something like that, or 106, or
I think it was,
whatever it was, and then it IPO'd at, it came back down with 80. I was going to say in the 80s. So we'll see what winds up happening. I'll be sitting glued to this desk all day. So I brought the gym bag. I said to Neil, there's no way I'll be able to use it.
You get your snacks, like, well, make sure to
wait for Randy to
This
bring
time I'm going to
I
eat my lunch. I
First,
didn't eat
yeah,
lunch. I sat there, like, ready for it to open up and didn't even eat my lunch last time. I'll not make that mistake again. I'm going to eat my fruit salad, too, as we go back to the desk.
All right, a couple things. Market, speaking of all-time highs, market's at all-time highs right now. We just took out pre-market levels right now. Sharif and I were just discussing this. If you go back to yesterday, this sends Google stock. I mean, it was kind of volatile, but at the end of the day, we were up anyways with the overall market. $34.5 billion as a potential purchase of Chrome. And again, this goes back to the simple fact whether or not they will be forced, Google will be forced to divest this asset. But Perplexity is, I mean, it's going to be tough.
Bold.
I think it's going to be tough.
So a couple of important dates this month, Brendo, may shed some light on what's going to happen next. So the judge in the antitrust case, he's going to render a remedies decision at the end of this month. I think his name is Judge Amit Mehta, and he was the judge in the case. So he's going to give the verdict. Now, why does this all matter? Because, well, Google's just not going to stop here. This is a court of first instance, meaning it's like the first level court. They're going to push this thing as far as it'll go, which is the Supreme Court. That's probably a 3-4 year runway if you believe some of these analysts. So the question is, do you sell now when it's an unsolicited offer and you can sell at a higher price, right? Because you don't want to sell, somebody's asking to buy what you have. Or do you wait until you're forced to sell and then you can't get the premium that you may be looking for? And I think $34.5 billion all cash offer backed by NVIDIA, SoftBank, and some unnamed funds, Brendo, are apparently putting up some of the money. The question is, though, is it even worth $34 billion? Because you got DuckDuckGo chiming in. They're like, no, this is at least worth $50 billion.
Yeah, it's probably more. But
it's going to be super interesting.
I mean, we'll see. And remember, this comes on the back of Perplexity coming out with their own browser.
Exactly.
I mean, I feel like it was 2 weeks ago or so. So, I mean, a wild day yesterday anyways, guys, for Google shares were set to open here basically right at the highs.
Look it up to remind.
that daily chart.
Oh, Comet, that's what it's called. Yeah, Comet.
I mean,
not that anyone knows.
Let's think about, like, why would a competitor of Chrome believe that Chrome is worth more?
Of course it's not worth 30. It's worth more and it's not going to happen, so it doesn't matter.
No, it's just like, it's just like, if yours is worth something and let's think it's worth 1.2x, so therefore mine would be worth, add that extra 20% on top of it as well. But Google's just been working. I mean, there's nothing else to say about it. Like, just as Brendan started that sort of segment with about how we're at all-time highs, I mean, this is not all-time highs for Google, though, I do not believe. I thought Google was in the 220s, or maybe this is. Yeah, no, this is right now, 209. So here's a monthly chart on Google right now. He's got to go back a little bit. 207.50, 204, 205. I mean, it's whatever, distinction without a difference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. This is a monthly chart, straight upside. Like, this is the thing. People are like, oh, Google's lost its way or something like that, like back into here, right? And I fell to that as well a little bit and got some out. But, at the end of the day, these best companies keep on winning. I was listening to something the other day, and it's like, we keep talking about the Mag 7, all right? But the thing about this whole Mag 7 business is, the Mag 7 is like 500, 300 different companies wrapped into these 7 companies. Like Microsoft owns Activision Blizzard. They own LinkedIn.
Yep.
Amazon owns Whole Foods, for crying out loud. MGM Studios. Google owns YouTube. We've got Waymo going on now. Like, all these different projects. Meta owns Instagram.
It's really Apple that is the...
Yeah, they're the ones that haven't gone out and bought. Yeah, they haven't gone out and bought these companies.
I mean,
but it's just like,
do we even count Tesla anymore?
So many things that we use have wrapped up or ties with these Mag 7 companies. So yeah, it's no surprise to me that Google continues to rip up. And then we already know the NVIDIA and AMD story. Like, you might as well start adding some of these names to there too, is because you're not going to be able to live without them.
But here's the thing.
Gmail.
Antitrust issues, lawsuits, breakup stories, potential sales. What ends up happening almost every single time is somebody gets a fine, you pay the fine, or you get some concessions, you change slightly the way that you do business. And so I don't think they're selling Chrome. I just think that this is, it's just it's an interesting story that probably maybe gets some attention for, what did I say, Comet. Right, so people will talk about Comet for a little bit, which is their browser potentially. I like Google here, and I think we had Mitch on, and I was like, when we were talking about the chart, he's like, he didn't necessarily love it. Maybe it was the overhead resistance, but this stock is breaking away in, like, what I love about it. Palantir did this and went ham, had an upward channel that it held for a long time, and it broke this channel and is now trending above it into the highs. I think it's actually even a breakout going in here today. 204.5 is the local top. I like that breakout today on Alphabet. That way you're in before it gets to 05. And I'm liking this even better. Like, I think a lot of times, like recently, if breakouts are going to go in this market, they've been going right away. So why wait for the even dollar? Because if you get in and the actual high in this case is, like, yesterday's high is 204.50, that way if it fails at 205, I'm in at 204.5, and a failed 205 break isn't necessarily a losing trade. You're just already in, you have some inventory going into it, to steal a line from Ovi. But yeah, not really sure that's going to happen, that deal, but it doesn't really matter. Google's winning. And thank you for the super chat. This won't be the first time that we get questions about Bullish. Appreciate you here, Wells. IPO, any advice? All I can tell you is the trade that happens here, for the most part, 90 whatever % of the time when it's a big IPO, which has a lot of, let's say, it's oversubscribed, it's got a lot of hype to it, it's in the right sector, all of those things. Essentially just looking to take the opening print, make sure I cover myself underneath that right at the open and look for that first push. After that, it just goes into pure momentum trading, right? Like if this opens at $80, I don't necessarily think that that's a good value for Bullish. It just means that I'm willing to play the momentum for the first few minutes and hopefully longer than that. It has nothing to do with evaluation. As a matter of fact, when we saw CoreWeave and Circle and those go absolutely nuts, and Figma, skeptical of those moves after a while. But for the open, for the first day, just play the momentum is the way that we're going to look at it here.
All right, and what was we're going to talk about it, but the news on AMD is that NVIDIA had to, we got a super chat here, not a super chat, we want to say thank you to the Juice right here, the Juice not OJ, so the Juice is not loose. Jen said, any news on AMD today, about to break? Yeah, well, yeah, actually, we're right here right now, it's actually a good question. Up now 3% in the pre-market, looking to break through 180. It was NVIDIA.
I can read it here.
Yeah,
it's a Fubon research report that indicated that NVIDIA delayed Rubin to match AMD's MI450 spec. So that was, I don't know, Fubon. Again, that was just a piece of news that came this morning. And seeing as NVIDIA is doing nothing, as a matter of fact, slightly down, and AMD's to the upside, I would presume that's the only story that I saw that will explain.
And the NASDAQ is ripping here. It just broke 180 right now. I just checked like the account, and it's just like, it's just booming. Like, this is such a bull market. We've been talking about what this NASDAQ's been doing for many, many weeks, months, years now, and it's just like, oh my gosh. Like everybody, not everybody, I mean, some people doubt, the buy and hold strategy, but when you're looking at something like the NASDAQ here, and we just go into the Qs, and we just go into like a monthly, or I don't know, it's like, it's not rocket science. This is just an insane, like, you want to talk about wealth creation. We've been looking at this market pretty much my whole life, and it's just like, it's just doing this, like, oh, thanks, COVID, just like, boom, this is so great. Like that bottom of COVID is 260, man, it's 580 right now.
That's not even the COVID.
No, this is, that's
the COVID bottom.
This is the COVID right here. This is 2020. Well, yeah, but I mean, this is just the hangover from inflation and all that kind of stuff, and the unwinding a little bit. But no, it's just like that's the move up there. And yeah, in here you're going to have housing crisis. I mean, we have 2008 is in here. The NASDAQ this is the Qs just being born. I mean, unfortunately, I can't go all the way back. If I talked about the SPY, you'd maybe get a little bit of a bigger look in here. And it's not cherry picking. I mean, SPY is the top 500 companies. So it's just, there's 2008. There's the flush, initially that flush there on COVID, of course, as Neil was mentioning here, and here, 2019, 2020, then the 2022 fall, and then it's just straight recovery. This is the 50-period moving average. We haven't been at the 200-period moving average in 13 years. So that's why we say, like, when good quality companies for some reason hit the 200-period moving average, it's kind of like a little bit of a buying opportunity there. This is monthly though.
Well, but I love a monthly chart though for buying.
You're just so far away from it. I mean, we're talking longer distances. To look at a daily chart, of course, you'd have much more swing, but that's why I talk about the buy and the hold. It's great. I don't know what else to tell you. And plus, if you hold some companies that'll give you some dividends, it can be even better. But of course, you won't get the same kind of growth. But I mean, it's similar to Bitcoin. I sit here and think, like, I shouldn't even be sitting here right now because, we've been watching Bitcoin since $0, and now it's 120,000. Same thing with Ethereum. I remember sending 2, 3, 4 Ethereum over to some company I didn't even know about just to get, random NFTs and stuff like that, and now you see where that market is and where the actual coin market is. Most of these Solana, Cardano, Ripple, Ethereum, they're all up 30% in a week. Like this
You know what's
this is for real.
You say years ago there's a charity that I give to. It's called GiveWell.
Yeah,
and,
this is 1 week.
I messaged them like, you guys should really look into accepting crypto, and they're like, oh, thank you for consideration. I went back and at the time, like I don't know, a couple months later, and like followed up. No, they didn't bother.
Yeah, I know.
And I almost. I was going to, if they'd have done it, I was going to actually donate. I've never done it before. I was going to donate in Bitcoin. Yeah. And now I'm like, I'm kind of glad I didn't. They lost.
I mean, I told the story. I asked for my pay in Bitcoin over 10 years ago and was refused. So, yeah. All right, there it goes, man. Breaking through 180 is AMD, and AMD just went for a little bit of a dip there. But all right, we are waiting for the imbalances to come out. Of course, they'll be out at like 9:25, and those should start affecting the market a little bit. But it's 8:50 right now. We're working on some sticky note. Let me know if there's anything you guys want us to look at. Put it in the chat. Some trades that you guys might be thinking about, and we'll see if they fill in the gap for us over here.
Some of the banks with an uptick here as well. Back to session highs for Goldman. Some interesting comments from President Trump surrounding the CEO of Goldman Sachs, telling him to essentially concentrate on being a DJ, and that's about it. So we'll keep an eye on banks. I mean, super strong yesterday, basically most of the session. There's XLF, if you want to have a look at the entire thing. We're up here again this morning. Not a heck of a lot of trading action so far in the pre-market here, but banks still look good. Yeah,
I still feel that we're going to get a nice tailwind going into the fall, Brendo, as Donald Trump and his administration have made very clear. They're looking at deregulation in the second half of this year, especially for some of these Biden-era regulatory pushes that they had on the banks, as well as the Obama era as well. So we'll see exactly how much deregulation there is. We already saw it with Wells Fargo, removing the asset cap there, so allowing the bank to grow. So I feel like we're going to get more of this. I've been in the XLF for a couple of years now. I'm just going to hold on to that bad boy, Brendo, into long term.
Here's Citigroup. Didn't get to that one, but Citigroup just taking out the highs, guys, probably looking among the best, if not the best at this point. JP Morgan as well, all trying to tick higher here once again, 2 days in a row.
Yeah, Citigroup's the one that's there's so many breakout. This is the thing, when the market's at all-time highs, there's going to be a lot of breakout plays because you'll have so many stocks that are sort of playing catch-up and approaching their highs, or just maybe they've consolidated, pulled back. But Citigroup, as you said, Brennan, that kind of would be the one here today. I'm not as jazzed. I've said this before. I'm not as jazzed about XLF in the general sense, load. But this is nice. It's finally, see what was happening the last little bit? Hold that 50 period and ride that 50 period moving average. Now you're finally getting a little bit of breakaway. So I think this can play catch up. It's just accumulation at the 50 period is the best way to think about it on XLF. And now it looks like it's going to join the party of the all-time high breaks.
Yeah, I put a decent play on JP Morgan, and it's been working out, and we'll wait to see if it breaks 300. I mean, the Citigroup chart's at the highs, and this whole Goldman Sachs, like Donald Trump is just a funny guy at the end of the day. But DJ David there has been absolutely ripping this stock. I mean, this is also at all-time highs. So if I'm a shareholder, man, let this man take out his turntables and just start spinning the shit out of it, because this is like, when did he even come in? When was, again, I could just ask, when did Solomon become Goldman Sachs CEO? And we can find out exactly when that was here. We'll asking Perplexity here. Nice. Okay, so here we go. All right, became CEO of Goldman Sachs in October 1st, 2018, succeeding Lloyd Blankfein. All right, so 2018. So if you're going to go all the way back here, we have to, oh God, this is going to take a second to do this. Oh no, oh boy. Anyways, it looks like, all right. I can't really, our charts don't let you to zoom in that much over here. 2018, oh boy. Okay, hold on a second. I'm just going to do it on a different chart here right now. But let's just see what exactly.
2018?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, 2018. Here's the
25 to 210.
Yeah, so 25 to 210. Oh no, what 210? Hold on a second. What do you mean 210?
Well, the highs.
Oh, the highs.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's. Oh, you're looking at Pan W for some reason.
Oh, my bad.
That's what I was like. What are you talking about? 210? It's a $700 stock. Yeah. So right here, 2018. So right into here, he took over $240 right there. So it's a triple, up to $750. But I mean, other bank stocks have been great as well. Citigroup not as much because I think they had the hangover. Well, obviously, okay, yeah. This is what I'm talking about when you're looking at some of these charts from 2008. But yeah, so if you look and compare it to J.P. Morgan, so Jamie Dimon has underperformed. He was 118 or so, now 300, so close, but not a triple. So Goldman Sachs again, you know, Jamie Dimon, David Solomon. Have definitely steered these in the right direction. Morgan, yeah, I think they're all very, very close to that. But.
In my head, I always crap on Morgan Stanley, but it's actually done pretty well. That's the funny thing. Like sometimes what'll happen is you'll get like comparison. Whatever happens in the short term, like if JP Morgan's doing better than Morgan for a while, you forget that over the long haul they've been both very, very good. But what's also very good is to get to the green screen, see what the upgrades and downgrades are telling us.
Funny we've been talking about banks so much because actually the first one here is a bank, TD Bank to be specific, with an upgrade from Desjardins. Palo Alto Networks getting its second upgrade this week, this one from Deutsche Bank. They actually report earnings coming through next Monday. Novo Nordisk here getting upgraded by BNP Paribas Exane. And then we have Lemonade getting an upgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald. On the downgrade side of things, C3AI started this week with a pretty nasty gap to the downside on some negative preliminary earnings. Oppenheimer, though, adding here with a downgrade for the stock. Then we've got ON or On Holding here. ONON is the ticker. Jefferies downgrading this one after their earnings yesterday. Artivion getting a downgrade here from Ladenburg Thalmann. And then we've got Open Door, one of a recent meme favorite, we'll put it that way, getting a downgrade today from Keefe Bruyette, but it's still up pre-market. Back to you.
The price target of $1 on Open Door. Yeah, tell me you didn't put. It was like, tell me you didn't put thought into it without telling me. You're just like, I just throw a number out there, lower than where it is right now. $1. There's no methodology there. PanW, this is why I had PanW up, because it was on the board and I wanted to mention it. And we talk about buying quality companies on a monthly chart of PanW. If we're sitting down looking at those, looking at these, they're going into earnings after a pretty rough month. Like this is the worst. Well, not this month, but last month was the worst month PanW has seen in quite some time, notionally. I mean, percentage-wise, maybe there's something else that's going to be bigger, because obviously if the stock goes up, you know how it works. But I think this is a good opportunity here. They need to get through the earnings, but buying the earnings dip is going to make sense to me. Because it could even dip further, and I still think you're laughing. Like this could pull back 20%, and I just think that will provide you with a good opportunity. With that whole notion of quality companies rise higher, that's what's happening. I like the cybersecurity space. This is one that'll be on watch. Next week, I believe, we get the report for Palo Alto. So yeah, one to watch, but certainly an opportunity after a massive down month last month.
For me, I was expecting to see Big Bear AI on that board somewhere, because we had C3AI and we knew that they were going to come with a downgrade because they got smoked. And Big Bear AI yesterday got smoked on earnings, but then it smoked everybody who was going short throughout the whole day. And this is what Big Bear AI looked like throughout the whole day. Just kept on ripping up, and we basically closed near or at the highs. Obviously, there was a little bit of a dump down. I think there was a market on close and balance to the sell side, but you're at risk here. That's 580 right here on Big Bear AI. So I would like to see that come into play and hold. I mean, we held it yesterday at 2 o'clock, then 2:30 we tried it, and that's sort of where we closed, and then we're trying to get a little higher than that. The breakout here on Big Bear AI, 610. So I think I'll be involved in that break long there on Big Bear AI at 610. I'm not sure, like the report was horrible. I talked about that with Brian Shannon yesterday. We talked about it here live on the show. No more backlog, a horrible miss. It was 71 cents versus minus 6 cents. Like it was just bad. They didn't talk very positively about too much. I'm actually extremely surprised about this move here on Big Bear AI, but then I look over here and I realize, and not realize, we always realize this is part of the story why we're in it anyways. You still got 31% of a short flow. Now this gets updated every 2 weeks or so we'll have to wait for the more updated version of that. But yeah, I like it breaking through 610. Just to try. And then the thing is, if you take 500 shares or whatever you're going to take, if it comes back into $6, you can sort of hold that accountable. So I think that's well worth it. The risk is well here for Big Bear AI this morning, and I like it as a breakout long.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here. Busy morning, lots to understand. We'll kick things off with a look at, hey, we're at all-time highs again for the market.
Ridiculous, Brenda. We're knocking on the door of 6,500 here on the ES September contract, having closed out yesterday at 64, high 60s. It looks like 68, 69, with the overnight high, Brenda, being 64.88. So we are literally knocking on the door of that 100-point area at 6,500. So we'll use the 50-point area, 64.50, as support if we start selling off, as resistance, that 100-point area, 6,500.
If you haven't done so already, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page, as always, for the watch list. Absolutely free. We put it together every single morning as what you need to know in the pre-market daily on it. CRWV included in that list today. CoreWeave with earnings this morning. Back to the downside we go through to 134. There's a lot of interesting notes in this. One of them on the power side, they're projected to double in the second quarter. The active AI powered that they're offering, so 470 megawatts and 900 megawatts by the end of 2025. New deals coming through as well, or expanded deals as well, but still, market doesn't like it.
Yeah, look, Brendo, they're adding the power they need at 250 megawatts in New Jersey. We'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, decent report, sold off, as you mentioned. Let's talk about how they did. EPS came in at 21 penny loss. It's not really directly comparable to estimates, so I don't have a comp to give you. On revenue of 1.21 billion, the street was looking for 1.08, so an easy beat there. And guys, they tripled their revenue year over year on the quarter. They printed a little bit less than $400 million last year on the quarter, so a good loss. Good look there. They continue to lose money though. $290 million net loss, narrower than the $323 million they lost last year. Their operating margins fell to 2% from 20% due to a one-time $145 million stock-based compensation. The debt also rising as they take on more obviously debt to buy some of these the infrastructures. 11.1 billion. Demand for NVIDIA-powered AI infrastructure remains above supply, the company said. They're also expanding their relationship with the OpenAI. They added Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley as new customers, and they acquired Weights and Biases for $1.4 billion to enhance their AI modeling capabilities. So good acquisition there. Their guide here is not bad. Q3 revenue forecast 1.26 to 1.3, above the 1.25 expected, with their full year 2025 revenue guidance also raising here 5.15 billion to 5.35. Up nicely from the 4.9 to 5.1 the street was looking for. And last but not least here, as you were mentioning, 250 megawatt New Jersey data centers scheduled for 2026, and they plan to offer spot GPU rentals. So if you don't want to, take a month's worth of their supply and you just kind of want to train your LLM or do some inferencing, they're going to give you that one-off opportunity.
It seems like they're going to need some other offering along the way here. It's interesting on the analyst side of things this morning, for the most part, kind of shoulder shrugs, everyone just maintaining where they were anyways. For the most part, the market's still pricing this thing well above where they are. However, price targets lower, guys.
Yeah, look, the revenue growth year over year was obviously huge, almost 300 times. But they trade, I think we're saying 13 or 14 times sales, right? So it's a recent IPO, so those metrics don't necessarily hold too much weight. That being said, it doesn't look very good. There was no way, we even said this yesterday before the earnings, that candle was never going to look good. You failed exactly the 50 period and exactly $150 on a wraparound. It's a pretty decent reversal looking candle. So if it's not going to get above, and then you look at it on the 15-minute, if we can't get back above 140, it's like the 140 to 142 range. So I wrote on my iPad 141, but it's the 40 to 42 range, kind of like this prior high. And then after the opening rush, you had some support there at 141.5. If we're not getting above that, I'm sitting bearish on CoreWeave. And ultimately, there's a lot of, today, everyone in the chat, a lot of people are going to be looking at crypto, ETH. We're going to be talking about Bullish in here. You've got a lot of other places that you can look, especially, day two after what was a fantastic run off 100 to 150, and day one after earnings is a big rejection. So if we get up into that 140, 141, I think it's a short. I might even look to a breakdown trade if some volume can come in on the open. I did pay for locates on CoreWeave today. I'm just not feeling bullish unless it's over 142.
So, I mean, all you did was come back to where you were yesterday. Like, it's almost like just yesterday's move didn't happen. So, you know, the fact that we're falling back into 134, 135 here actually makes me more comfortable about the long. Like, I like this long between 130 to 133, 30 billion in backlog hit. I don't know, underscoring robust demand, visibility and expansion, hyperscale. Like they have a lot of business ready to go. And they just talked about the expansion. You know, it sucks that they losing money yesterday. Net loss widened to 290 million right there, but it's the heavy investment, right, that they're making. So I think this is a long, and I think if you can get in between 130 and 131, I like CoreWeave here. I think it battles back today. The story of AI is, I don't know, what inning were we in? Third, fourth? I don't know what inning we're in right now, but we're definitely not in the first and we're not in the ninth. So I like CoreWeave. I still think it can perform quite well. Obviously, you want to talk about IPOs. I mean, what a great one this one's been. And this just goes to show you, no matter what happens off the IPO on the IPO day, there's going to be days after that you can still trade these stocks. So CoreWeave, had this huge move up, and then we just stopped on a dime at 100 and then ripped back up. Like, as we said, we are already up. We can't expect that much from that number. We were up 47% in 7 trading days. So, I mean, I like CoreWeave. I think you get an opportunity to buy this thing down in the low 130s. I think it is a buy. And yeah, full steam ahead with CoreWeave. I like the business. I think you get a little bit more explanation of what exactly it is. Full year revenue guidance, $5 billion. I mean, come on. This is a company that's making money and has customers. So just like that sort of chart that we showed you upside, I think there's more upside here with CoreWeave.
Circle back to the downside right now. If you missed it, after the close yesterday, they come out with this public offering of 10 million shares, Class A stock. So a nice, what is that, $4 or $5 move to the downside, I guess, after the close yesterday. We're kind of back in the middle of that range, however. We are trying to get back above some support levels right now. So maybe just a liquidity event. We'll see how it opens.
We'll see, Brendo. I mean, it's not a bad look, especially if they're going to buy or they're going to expand their offerings here. So we'll have to see what they do with the money. Usually they're general corporate purposes. But here are the details. So 2 million shares are going to be offered by Circle, and then an additional 8 million shares are going to be offered from existing shareholders. Underwriters will also have a 30-day option to purchase an additional 1.5 million shares. So we'll keep an eye out on that. I think the underwriters are JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs in this case. In case you're wondering what Circle's been doing, it's soared 450% since its IPO on June 5th. It did close down yesterday, and they did report a Q2 loss of about $4.48 per share, really driven by IPO-related charges. In their last earnings report, revenue was up 53% year over year, fueled by strong stablecoin growth. That infographic is wrong. It says Q2 2024. Mind that, it means 2025, boys.
Do we get a little bit of follow through here? Is the question today, guys, after that sell the news yesterday?
It's crypto day today. So, I mean, this has been doing, you know what? It's been effectively doing nothing if you look at the daily chart for a week now. Right? Like, it's been chilling out, holding effectively 149, 150 at the bottom. Now, it's made some moves. It's made some big moves, obviously yesterday reversing a huge one, but that's where to look. If it gets down there, there's, like, where else are you supposed to buy this thing? It's showing you this last week where the floor is on Circle. And it's been right there at the 150 level. It's down 3 points today. Obviously, if you want to go squeezing, if ETH takes out that high, I think it would be a heck of a lot better if you could be squeezing through some tops here, like taking out 170 or the 168 area. But looks to me like a test of those lows where you've had support before can make some sense here on Circle. But I don't know if we're going to get another chance to talk about this. I think having a look and trying to join ETH, if ETH makes the all-time high breakout today, you'll want to be there. Yesterday, it was right away off the open, like it just started going ham. But there was, I'll show you, like there was one little dip into the prior high, and then it ran trend up on ETH. Given the move that we've seen, like the prior high is a much bigger dip. So if I see ETH dipping before it makes it to the all-time high, I'd look for that kind of bounce off the prior day highs, like yesterday's tops here, about 42.7 on this bad boy. So look, I'm going to be interested for sure. whether you're looking at ETHA, ETH, sort of the same looking charts there. I think you've got to pay attention to them. Circle, of course, that 150. If we get there, I like it, but I'm not even sure we're going to get to that bottom. Probably just start blasting.
Yeah, I just put the link to the sticky note in the chat. Shout out to Thomas, all at you here, because he's looking for it. Yeah, look, Circle, we saw this live on air last night when it happened. We talked about, it's dropped through there at whatever time it was, 4:15 or whatever. Nice move back in, hits that 152 mark. And then that 152 mark right into here, or 150, 152. I mean, that's, again, just goes back a couple of days into some decent support down there. So, you fall back into some of these levels. I think you want to buy it. I don't know if I love Circle. I'm not sure about the USDC, and it's already worth so much, this company here on market value. I'm not sure if it's right here at this price, but yeah, I'd like to see it get a little lower before I actually bought some Circle in my account, but we were waiting for Reddit. We didn't take that, and then that started to rip up. So maybe this is a decent level right here. 150, 155 goes all the way back to, all the way back. It's a relatively new company, but back there into a new IPO, not new company, but right there, 148, 150 goes back to June, mid-June. So 2 months of sort of data to remember these levels. So any sort of a dip down in Circle, if they don't really like this offering or the market retraces, I think you got to buy it at 152. I'm not sure you're going to get that dip, though. So that move might be over. So then you just go breakout 162. But yeah, there's a few bigger names to look at today. But yeah, Circle down 3%. I want to go long today with markets at all-time highs. I know maybe that sounds silly because sometimes we do get pullbacks from all-time highs, but I want to be long the name today. Bigger names, bigger NASDAQ names, Google, NVIDIAs, the TQs. I actually have a TQQ trade that I'm going to get ready to put on. It's only 9:11 right now, so we have tons of time left here. But yeah, Ethereum, I really like that call as well. We're going to wait for the IPO. We've got some other actionable trades coming through, and we're going to talk. Yeah,
already 3 million. It was 800,000 buying balance when we started.
It's just going to get the price through the roof.
That's what I'm saying. And that hasn't even moved the auction price yet. So I actually don't think the auction price moved last time until like 10 o'clock or something. When we're talking about Figma or CoreWeave, but that just continues to grow, and we'll talk about it right now.
Yeah.
All right, let's get you the details here. If you missed it early on, we were discussing in the first 30 minutes of the show. Here we go, $37 up pricing. The initial was between 32 and 33, the range anyways, but $5.5 billion raised here for this company. Set to debut at some point today on the NYSE.
Yeah, so you gave the shares, you gave the details there, Brendo, about the share pricing above the initial offering, how much they're going to raise, $5.4 billion. They're going to expand, the offering expanded to 30 million shares, up from the initial 20.3 million planned. We're obviously reflecting stronger demand. They're raising about $1.1 billion from the IPO, with underwriters granted about a 30-day option to buy more. That's typical for these cases. It's going to trade on the New York Stock Exchange under ticker BLSH, guys. So make sure you're choosing the right exchange there. If you have to, choose your gateway. BlackRock, Cathie Wood's ARK Invest all expressed interest in buying up to $200 million in shares in the IBO bookrunners, JP Morgan, Jefferies, and Citigroup's all underrating this. And now, if you're wondering what this company is all about, it's founded back in 2021. They target institutional crypto trading, combining DeFi protocols with centralized security. Those are two things that you don't usually see together. It's led by Tom Farley, Brendo, who's a former New York Stock Exchange president. It's headquartered in the Cayman Islands, so not in the United States. Total platform trading volume exceeded $1.25 trillion last year, so really obviously quite big, actually as of March 31st, not last year. And they also own CoinDesk, providing crypto indexes, data analytics. And just to give you an idea here, backers include billionaire Peter Thiel, as well as others. And this is Bullish's second IPO attempt since it's launched, and we know how well some of these crypto IPOs have done with Bull and Circle.
I mean, I think in general, the appetite for IPOs of late has just been off the charts. So definitely will be exciting. I was just reading a note on Amazon there. It's not really moving. They were talking about expanding their grocery offerings throughout a whole bunch more cities in the U.S. So just keep an eye on Amazon if anyone was looking at that. Thoughts here, guys, for BLSH?
So before we get to this, and it's going to be standard sort of thoughts on bullish, because you can leave the higher time frame stuff for a little bit later. The trade is going to be the trade. We got a super chat, and it's in the space. 55 guy here asked about how do we feel about Robinhood today. And then Carolina Text, we missed this one, I believe. How do you guys feel about Apple 230 break? Apple broke 230 already. Just let me do the app. Like Apple broke 230 multiple times yesterday and couldn't break 231. So Apple, yeah, it's not really a breakout at that price because it's gone through back and forth multiple times in the afternoon yesterday. But 231 would look to be the breakout price on Apple. As far as Robinhood goes, my feelings on it are, not this one today. Somebody seems in control at 117 on Robinhood. Maybe this is a breakout. I feel like if this is broken out, then hopefully already into ETH. And that's sort of my thing. Like I think I want to be looking directly at ETH today. That said, the last 3 sessions, you've seen very clearly a seller at the 117 area. So it gets in there and it comes out the wrong way, unfortunately. Until that stops and you can maybe break away 118, I think you got to go dip buying where 113 has been pretty good that entire range. So those are my thoughts there. As far as bullish goes, we mentioned it's 3 million on the buy and balance. Still, 3.2 million on the buy and balance. Don't know where it's going to open up, but we'll look to take the opening print. And when you look at what happened what was the last one? I'll just pull up. It doesn't really matter. You can pull up Circle, you can pull up CoreWeave. For the first 2 days, it was bullish, and then it settled down a bit, and then it went again. So I'm just going to look bullish on the first day on a momentum basis. It has nothing to do with its valuation to me, as far as I'm concerned. All about the hype when it comes to bullish. So when it opens, we'll go for the long, put the stop under, scalp some out. If it goes into one of those crazy halts to the upside, great. My guess is it doesn't because 3 in a row seems a little crazy. After Figma did it, I think those are the outliers when you go into a halt 30 seconds after. I don't anticipate that, but if it happens, fantastic. Ultimately, these are binary type plays if you just take it off of the open. After the fact, VWAP held well on Figma if memory serves. That could be something to look at after.
Look, on Figma, we had the biggest trade in the show's history, and we'll see if we can do it again here today with Bullish. I have no idea what's going to happen, and we got everybody all horned up about it around here, so you're going to see Joe, Adara, Sharif, everybody wants to take it now, and that's sort of a crowded trade when everybody else is doing what everybody else is telling them to do. It does become a little bit of an issue, but I'll still take it, whatever. But yeah, Coinbase up 1.65%. I think you got to look at other names today in the space because this could be, if it doesn't go well, which is possible, it could IPO and go down. We saw Fly went down, IPO'd 68. I think it went down to 60 within the first minute or so. So, you take 500 shares or something, you lose $10. You're not loving IPO time anymore either. But I just want to see what happens. So Coinbase, again, trying to break out, on momentum here. If Bullish gets a great valuation, which they're going to today, I could see Coinbase going. Remember, it's that whole thing, like if you're worth this, then what am I worth? So 340 and change, I think for Coinbase is definitely possible today. That's not even that big of a move, really. 327. You get other names, might people confuse Bullish with Webull, maybe, and that name continues to climb as well off of they had an offering and not that great either, but nice bounce off at 13 off of the 50-period moving average. I think this is ready to break out as well. You got a little bit of work to go up to 1650, so I don't think that's going to be happening right away. And then another name like we talked about SoFi, we got some out at 24, now it's above 24, so there goes SoFi again, huge move to the upside. One more time for SoFi after falling about 10 to 15% there after earnings. They really, really respected that $20 level like crazy, and now they're up 2.5%. So, a lot of these names that continue, and then Neil started with Robinhood, so we don't need to talk about that too much, but all of these crypto and sort of account-related names where you're holding money on account, obviously they're going to continue to work here with a big day for the space. So that's sort of why I think Circle could be along, Coinbase, Robinhood, SoFi, like a whole basket, right? You're waiting for that new fintech ETF, but there has to be. But I just
couldn't find a good one, but this has to be something.
Well, they won't put these new companies in until they have more data, so we'll wait for that. But yeah, anyways, blast off on all of them. I feel like SoFi would be the one that I'd want to look at the most. And we get all excited about this, and I know Neil said all eyes will be on Bullish and this and that, but that's not till 2 o'clock. So the market's going to have 6 hours of other trading. So these stocks will continue to move. And with SoFi breaking out right here today, I think this is going to be a fantastic long, at least until 132 when we finally get that IPO, and that's just a guess. The last couple IPOs have been between 1 and 2 o'clock. So if the same thing holds there, they're both been Nasdaq in New York, doesn't really matter. 24.40, a nice little topside play there for SoFi. So I like that play. I think it's a win today, going long some of these related names. So all right. What's not along is probably Cava, and we saw from Chipotle, what happens here to some of these names, and it's a tough business, and we're going to go find out more about the quarter from the guys at the desk.
Trying to bounce right now, but yeah, pretty ugly overall following the earnings. 64 seems to be long term. If you zoom out a lot, I'll pull up a weekly chart here, but I mean right across the board, man.
Yeah.
Here.
It was not good, Brendo. EPS of 16 pennies. That's the only thing that beat, guys. The street was looking for 13. Revenue missed. $280.6 million is what they generated. The street wanted 285.6. Net income as well also fell year over year, down to 18.4 million from 19.7. So at least they're still profitable. Their net restaurant sales rose 20% up to 278, really driven here by new openings. Joseph will cover some of that on the midday show when we do the news. Make sure to check out that with us. They lowered their full year guidance as well here, down 4 to 6%. Same store sales growth year over year. The street was looking for 6 to 8%. Their shares plunged about 20% after hours, and the stock is now down about 40% year to date. Their same store sales traffic is up 2.1%, but that misses the 6.1% expectations. Traffic was also flat versus last year when they grew at about 14.5% year over year on that. The weakness mirrors the broader fast casual slump. We saw this with Chipotle, Brendo, who had weak Q2 same store sales, and Sweet Garden as well. They cut their guidance, sending shares lower.
115 started the year, 115-ish, got all the way to 140, 145. Yeah, we blew through all of these levels. This is a weekly chart. We blew through all of these levels on the higher time frame. We're all the way down here. Got to go back to April of last year to find anything, guys, for Cava.
This analysis on Cava, and we'll talk about some Chipotle as well, brought to you by VinFast, everybody. VinFast delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS, or get more information from the QR code below. What I hope doesn't, for anyone that's in Cava, I hope it doesn't do what CMG did, because Chipotle had a very, very similar look on earnings, bounced for a day and then continued to flush. So the encouraging spot is that it bounced for a day and then continued to flush, at least for now, because Cava is attempting to bounce. Usually I'd be looking for, it's down over 10%, obviously down 22%. I'd be looking for like that SSR bounce, but it's already held the low and made a move. So it seems less likely that that's the case. So I'm probably sitting this, let's go back to the daily chart. I'm probably sitting this out unless we get somewhere close to prior lows, and that's in the 70 to 71 range. If we don't get a shot to play the long reversal off the bottom, then you got to wait patiently for the short. As long as it's under 70 to 71, it's a breakdown on the daily, which means mean reversion shorts for me on Cava. And if it bounces today, I'm going to remember the Chipotle pattern. Just because it got a bit of a salvo to catch a bid on the day one, Chipotle was down for 2 weeks after that. So continuation after this, after the disappointment. You get used to, like, when this was going great for a very long time, everyone got used to double-digit same-store sales growth, and it's like you could do no wrong, and the valuation was high because they kept growing at such a fantastic rate. But when you start missing out on things like Well, look, when the expectations are mid-single digits and you're missing those, or mid to high single digits and you're missing those with the same-store sales growth, that's what's going to happen. The valuation catches up with you. There's other places people can choose. Tech obviously giving us everything we want. So it's falling out of favor a little bit. I'm sure there will be a bottom at some point, but it seems it hasn't found it yet.
Yeah, look, we talk about this all the time, and that is that valuation only matters when you miss. When you're beating, valuation goes higher because nobody's downgrading you, no one's even looking at your PE, right? I mean, look at Palantir as an example. But the problem with Cava is quite simple. There's no more office anymore, okay? Like, their big thing with CMG and all this is that, you know, you go to the store, you order it on the app, you pay your $20 for a bowl of who knows what, and you eat it with all your bros sitting there on Wall Street or wherever you are, and you feel good about eating healthy and Cava and Chipotle and all this kind of stuff, and you have a good old time. Well, right now, no one's coming back to work, okay? I mean, you can even look around here. It's 2-3 days a week instead of 5 days a week. You know, they used to get just the straight fact of customers are gone now. They're not around. And you know, what people are doing now is chilling at home, ordering food at home, working from home. You know, not coming into the office, not going to these, you know, high rent spaces where Cava could sit there and charge, you know, like I said, that much money for, I mean, whatever. We don't have Cava here, and I love eating it. We have Freshie, I love Chipotle and all that kind of stuff. But look what Cava's doing, and look what DoorDash is doing. So, you know, this is where the money's going right now. It's the sit-at-home crew doing what they're doing, and Cava and Chipotle, even I'm surprised. I mean, McDonald's is much more than that. I mean, bigger drive-through business. Obviously, McDonald's does excel with Uber Eats and DoorDash and things like that, especially around here anyways. But CMG is the same fate. So I think all of these names that, you know, used to be in high rent districts that right now don't have as many people walking around the streets. It's just not the same thing, not the same environment that we used to be in. So for me, I think you stay away until you learn more about it, and I just don't know enough about the business to say that I'm right or wrong with that analysis, but it seems to be pretty close to me. So we just got those imbalances out, and there's really nothing on here at all. I don't really know. There's no big names. Alibaba's been busting out another 3% today, it looks like, so that could be one on there. Big Bear AI, we're going to watch that for 610. We talked about that level right there into the close. But there's no major NASDAQ names on here that I can see, so we'll wait to see what happens. I was hoping that, Goggle, G-O-O-G-L, how many more do we? Oh, we have Google next. Okay, so we'll talk about that in a minute. I was thinking that this could be on the imbalance, but yeah, nothing's been happening here so far. So not much going on. Quick check on NVIDIA, then we'll go back to the boys. Yeah, so again, like no major moves off of any of these imbalances there today. So yeah, it's summertime, remember. I don't want, people have to remember, like it's middle of August right now. With like everybody waiting for Labor Day, you know, kids back to school over here. Rob going crazy over here with all the tech. You know, there's lots of stuff happening, and a lot of it does not relate to trading at this very moment. So it's very, very quiet around here right now in the market. It's gonna spike up in just a couple seconds, but for right now, limited moves in the pre-market other than some of these big names that we've talked about. So, all right, let's go back over the desk and wrap this up with Google.
Minutes ago here, let's touch on Google. If you missed it, in the first 30 minutes, we were discussing this Perplexity angle. I mean, it's a long shot at best. If you missed it yesterday, $34.5 billion. I don't even want to call it an offer, just an idea maybe for Perplexity to acquire Chrome, which is weird because they just came out with their own Comet browser a couple weeks ago. So this is going to take a long time minimum to get any sort of resolution, I think. For
sure. It feels like this is going to be dragged out, Brendo. How Google responds to this offer will be interesting. Let's talk about the details. So they made Perplexity, that is an unsolicited $34.5 billion all-cash offer for Alphabet's Chrome browser, over twice its own valuation. I got to caveat this, though, guys, because Perplexity did raise money in July in a secondary offering, and they raised that $18 billion valuation. So the article says 14, but the latest value is 18. The startup has previously made headline offers, including a January bid to merge with TikTok US, so not the first time they've thrown things out there. Google has not put Chrome up for sale and intends to appeal a prior U.S. court ruling finding it held an unlawful search monopoly. And the Department of Justice is seeking a Chrome divestiture here by Google, but you feel like Google's going to take this to the Supreme Court. So the Chrome divestiture is part of the remedies in the search antitrust case. Legal experts say, though, a sale order could be delayed for years due to appeals up to the Supreme Court, and the judge, as I mentioned, is expected to issue remedies ruling this month. Perplexity has raised about $1 billion from backers. This is how they're going to pay for it, like Nvidia, SoftBank, and they claim multiple unnamed funds have also offered full deal financing. The offer excludes any equity and pledges to keep Chromium, which is the platform off which Chrome is built, open source, and they're going to invest, in addition to that, $3 billion over 2 years to keep Chrome the default search engine in Chrome. So we'll keep an eye out on that, Brendo. But yeah, lots of unresolved issues.
Yeah, much more to come on that front. Big day yesterday, meanwhile, guys, for Alphabet shares. Do we get some follow through?
I hope so, because I like the long end of the all-time. I mean, yeah, I like the long end of the all-time high. If we could dip into 200, fair enough. That's that trend bottom that we're looking at. But yesterday's top was 204.50. I like that for a breakout at the open. Here on Alphabet. Don't sleep on AMD, which also had that news. A positive note from Fubar? But the opening bell brought to you by VinFast. Scan that QR code, get some more information on them as Bullish Day has arrived, and we can ring that bell in 2 and 1. Get it, Adara.
All right, thanks, Adara, for that. Oh, we're into something right now. Oh, Google. So Google, for some reason, just breaks.
It didn't break.
No, it didn't, but I got in, so I don't know. We'll wait for it to happen now. So I was going to go long on a break of 204.20, and it did break it, but it must have just been a print, and it gets me long down here at 204 and change. So, okay, first trade is now in. That's going to be Google. We'll watch out for it. Let's see if it wants to rip up to the high side. Hopefully it does, but we got to let this
AMD
settle down. Yeah, okay, so AMD's going. Let it settle down just a little bit. We're into Google, first trade so far. The other trade that I liked here on the note, so we have Google's on the sticky note. That's trade one. The other one was NVIDIA 184 break. That's nowhere near. That's going the other way right now. So we'll wait for NVIDIA to try to make a bottom here of some sort. We're only in Google, and it's only doing this. So right now, not much going on here as we sort of thought, but we'll wait for some more trades. Intel was maybe a day two play. We can look at that. You're not into anything yet, so let me just go over here.
AMD is going ham up.
By the way, the position board is not working because I am long.
Yeah, you can, yes. Yeah, the position board again.
Go ahead, yeah.
No, I was going to say, NVIDIA not tanking, but heading to the downside. AMD going a little bit ham to the upside there. Like, it's up 182. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, we didn't mention Rigetti.
182, wow.
Rigetti didn't move much on the earnings, but it's moving now. Rigetti just went to $17 in one shot.
Wow, it went right back, huh?
Oh, my goodness. That's absolutely insane. So this was down at 15, then flat. 16, now back into 17, Rigetti. I'd assume there's going to be some sympathy plays that are rocking and rolling. I like BBAI long yesterday, and look, it's going to be SS load. Anyways, there was someone holding at 596. It looks like this one wants to go. I'm playing over under at $6. If it holds this $6 level for a couple of candles, I'm taking the shot to hold at that 6 level. AMD's completely gone. Google hasn't broken 204.5 for me yet, so not much of a setup for anything yet. For myself, Circle might get to 150. At least that could happen. Like Circle, that support's been at 150 all week, and it is dropping heavy here off of the open. Yikes, Circle, 5%. It had come so far back.
We got a little bit more. Did we just get 27s? Oh, no, we didn't. We were at 27. So we got 20s and then waiting for 27s here on Google just because that's been the high. I mean, I don't know. Hopefully it can come in. I'm going to stop out. We're not going to do what we did yesterday and just chase these names because I thought I liked them. We're going to wait. If this breaks the low of the day, then we're going to be gone. But look at the NASDAQ right now. It's absolutely blasting. And, of course, the stock we're in is not. Yesterday we were long on Apple. And today, yeah, it prints like crazy. Great super chat that we got right there early about this breakout there through 230. Yeah, it started the day above it, and now it keeps on continuing. Right now, Nvidia is finally starting to pop or go down.
Nvidia is about to break.
Okay, so it's about to break our level here of 184.
Yeah.
We're going to go long into 184 if and when this does wind up happening. But for right now, I'm only into Google, and it's not doing anything. So that kind of sucks for me. But we'll go on something else. We will check out on Big Bear AI. I do want you guys to start putting. Yeah, so nothing's going on there. Here, I'm going to restart.
Seriously.
I'm going to restart this Fabian thing here.
Tesla's trying to. I mean, the market's absolutely blasting here. It's AMD that's gone. If Nvidia doesn't play catch up, there's not going to be. My backup plan was Nvidia. AMD just
Fabian, your thing is
took
down.
absolutely no prisoners there. 183 now. If Nvidia can't break 184 when AMD is doing this, I will be absolutely shocked. So I'm pretty sure it's going to happen any second now. But AMD is really the story. OKLO on earnings. Sorry, it wasn't earnings. I believe they got it wasn't an upgrade either.
What is Palantir $5,000 yet?
OKLO up 6%, broke that $82 mark. That's also continuing to go higher. Pretty much everything except for Circle is blasting at this moment.
Yeah, no, not everything, man. The only stock that any of us are in is not doing anything right now. Google is.
But it's not moving. It's not going down.
Yeah, it's not blasting, which I wish it was blasting right now, as we'll wait to see if it will blast or not. Also, another name not blasting as well, Palantir. We were just talking about that. That's going down right now. So as the market continues to rip higher, what is leading this market right now? You guys in the chat, let us know, because obviously it's nothing that we're looking at. Let's go over to JP Morgan and have a quick little look there. Yes, so maybe it is a little bit here from the financials, as it's not up that much, 0.4. It's a nice move. Is it just the same old stocks as always? Is it Meta going right now? No. Is it Mike? I mean, I know it's Apple. We've already looked at Apple a little bit there into today, but Microsoft up 0.4.
Oh, that happened.
Yeah, Cava started to rip back up again.
All right, Cava's at that 70. This not the thing that I expected to be at a key level first, because I thought Cava had almost no chance to get there that quickly. $70, 70 to 71 was the fade zone.
It's just AMD, I guess.
AMD's going absolutely ham. Broadcom's having a strong day.
Yeah, okay.
At least when I looked at it maybe like a minute or two ago. It's just, and NVIDIA's having a good day. It just got back to green as we speak. That's the chat right there. Nice, that distracted me for a second.
Let me know if that thing is up, because I want to get it
Yeah, refresh
going.
to see what you guys are talking about. I see Amazon is in there. Tesla's having a bit of a moment as well. I just took my first shot at the Cava one, which we don't have to pay for locates on, which I guess is going to be good. But that's one heck of an opening rush. I should have a 1 minute chart up for you guys instead of a 3. You can see it a little bit better. Back in through 69.
Okay, here we go. Yes, Neil. Finally. Let's go, Google, man. We waited very, very patient, man, for this name, and boom, there it goes. Finally, we did not get out. We didn't do anything other than watch this thing go to the upside. So there it goes. Thank you so much, Google, for that. We just took some out in the 40s, so that was good. I'll take another bid here, just in case, or an offer, just in case this was temporary rip up right there. We're only out of a third of this. I mean, I have no idea where we go from here. I was just trying to try to make it. Yeah, it's still not going up. So just trying to make a little bit of money here. Back from yesterday, and then we'll see what we can do with the rest of this market. SMR, I mean, there's always new scale with earnings, I think 2 weeks ago maybe, trying to do something here, nothing looks like. Oh, Open Door got downgraded. So, but they were, see, there goes, so Google just blasted up to the 50s, now it's back to 204 again. So I have a feeling like this could be a losing trade after all of this. The market actually is kind of feeling a little bit weak, because everything I'm looking at is not blasting. Open Door, kind of not doing too much there, up 5% right now on a downgrade, so that's a little interesting. Breaking through that 266 would be 268, sorry, would be that top level right there. We still obviously wait for BLSH. I'll just show you what that looks like. Nothing right now. HAP hasn't changed, still $37 and nothing going on. But for me, it's a story told by Google, so we'll have to wait to see if that does anything. It's the only stock that I'm in, and we're in it pretty good. So let's wait to see where it goes right now for Google. We can start to put our orders in on BLSA.
Oh, you can? Oh, wait, thanks for letting me know. Because I'm not going to short it, but I'm going to pay for locates. I always do just in case. It allows you to, it's more flexibility in order flow. This is why we use a prior bar high when I take a trend break. Because when this broke the trend, the prior bar high just saved me about 70 pennies on Cava. When it hit this prior bar high,
were you short? Oh, you were short.
It went from 69.5 to basically 70 and change almost instantly. Still no break. What's happening on Google? This is the trade I love. It's right through this top. I gotta go back to my 3 minute. I used the 1 minute so you guys could see the trend break on Cava, but 204.5, this is where I want this breaking out. I'm crossing pretty far. Probably don't need to cross all the way up into almost 80, but I want to make sure we get that fill if Google can get there. Nvidia's still not breaking out, 184, same thing. I had a breakout trade set for that, and it's not going anywhere. BBAI, the over-under at $6, well, it picked the under. So that's a fail for not actually, I guess I was too married to the long yesterday and really wanted it to hold above $6. You can see it just never held above $6, so no reason to get in. It might just turn into a short under 6. That was going to be the plan of action. And I'm going to go pay for locates and get my locates on Blush. Unless NVIDIA got to 9 before, it feels like it's going to be the one to break out here after AMD already went ham. And I did see a lot of people talking about Circle and Tesla. Circle never got to 150, where support's been all week. Not necessarily good news that they got an offering, but remember, as crypto goes, Circle has some juice to the upside as well, just being in the right space. So the fact that it's holding out is pretty good, but market's blasting, and this is down 4% under VWAP.
Yeah, Robinhood right now going oppo. It's heading to the downside right now, 115.20 right now. It's not going that bad, but it's starting to head a little lower right now. There goes Robinhood breaking lower. So this can kind of happen, right? As we talked about waiting for the IPO here, and I was like, let's wait to see what happens, to see the valuation type of thing, and then we'll move from there. But right now, Robinhood, nice downside play in the name right now for Robinhood, and that probably has something to do with SoFi. So let's go over and have a quick look to see what SoFi's been up to right now. Yeah, downside as well now for SoFi, as the market's still up, still doing pretty well. The S&P 500 right now up 0.39, and again, it's a CoreWeave kind of day maybe. Let's have a look over there. All right, so CoreWeave's still downside. We looked at maybe a 130, 131 area, so you're kind of coming into that as well. Amazon expanding same-day grocery delivery, we just heard. So an earlier report, but just giving you that, as there goes Amazon again. We had Kathy Wood and ARK come in and buy some Amazon yesterday, so we'll have to wait to see if Kathy is indeed, Sharif, getting it or not, because right now it has been a nice move to the downside for Amazon, and right there, we'll see if it can break through. Right now, I mean, it's at a great level, 225 or so. Like, that'd be nice if we can hold that and then break through and see what winds up happening. So that's all not too far away. I'm only in the one name, man, and it's Google, and we're gonna wait. I mean, we're still hoping for a breakout on Google. I'm out of half of this trade already, and we're gonna have another offer here in the 30s. If we can get that, we're at 34. There it is, we got it. And now we'll wait to see if that 204.50 breaks, and we can try to hold on to the rest of them here today for Google.
Yeah, Google it looks like that is now going to break over NVIDIA. AMD just got to 185. CoreWeave is now 12% to the downside and still falling. The price for our locates on Bullish are very pricey. It's the highest cost I've seen for an IPO at real trading. It's like 26 cents a share. That's about 4 times the last couple of IPOs. That's absolutely wild. So I don't know. I'll probably still pay for them, but I'm not going short anyway, so I'm not going to pay for the full load. I don't need it. I'm not going to use them. Wow, immediately we break. I think we went like 1 cent above that breakout on Google, and then we're right back in. I want to give it the 420 because that's where support is on the prior bar, but this breakout just not going anywhere. It's like exactly what happened off of the open, but let's get my stop in and be ready to go. NVIDIA is about 25 cents away from it breaking out as well. So we'll see if that one can get going. And wow, AMD 185. 185 about to go on advanced micro devices. I guess that story by Fubor, I believe it was Fubor. Yeah,
Fubor.
I'd never heard of them until this morning, and obviously they know something and they like it, and they like it a lot, and it's working. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
Fubon is the name of the firm, just to clarify. And I want to talk about Plug Power. This is a day 2 earnings play. It is rocketing to the upside. PLUG, no other news on it. Their price target decreased to $1 yesterday, but clearly not minding pushing higher. It's worth noting, I saw a Goldman Sachs note this morning apparently saying that meme stocks are back. This could be benefiting from that, but either way, great look here for PLUG. Just so you guys know as well, no economic data at 9:45 or 10 a.m. to worry about. Back to you.
All right, so I know Neil pushed the long there at 204.50. I was getting out over there. We got some more outs. This is 204.45. That's 43s. And now we only have a third left. But we're still going to wait to see what winds up happening. Pretty good day for me there on Google as we just wait for it. But now it's trying to break a little bit lower. Let me get out of another piece here at O's just because we're dancing. There we go. We're dancing at this level. So now we'll get under that third left and make sure that we can try to run something here, hopefully on Google. Hopefully it gets back up to the upside, but hope is not something I want to trade on. We're just trading on price action, and there it was, man. The break early off in the morning. We like that trade. There it is there, 204.50. Let's just see if it breaks through it. I mean, I've liked DraftKings for a while. You guys have known that. So we're going to have to wait to see here on a pullback for DraftKings. I mean, I think that recent high was 43 or 44 or something like that on DraftKings. Sorry, that's where it is. Sorry, 46.48, right? So that is where it was. And you're getting into a comfortable zone, I think, where you can look to buy some DraftKings. My only problem is with NFL season just starting, I think might be a little bit late. The time might have been a couple months ago, obviously, to buy these things. But down low in April, we're not like up that double or triple like a lot of these names are. So I still think DraftKings has a good runway in this market, right? Not as many states. I think there's 30-something states right now have accepted online gambling to this extent. So once that gets going, I think DraftKings will hold fort. There's a lot of advertising that I'm expecting them to be doing with, Amazon. Amazon has the Christmas game, Netflix and all that. So I feel like DraftKings is going to get more viewership and more playability because of the fact that sports, and especially the NFL, exists primarily due to gambling. And that's why a lot of these accounts are so huge right now, right? I mean, people watch more NFL now than ever, and most of that reason is, pretty much the only reason is because of online.
Let's be real. People use Sunday, whether it's Sunday Ticket or Red Zone. Most of that's because you want to see if your fantasy guy scored,
that's
or
what
if
it
your
is.
parlay
It's
hit,
just gambling,
or whatever. Yet they crack down on those guys when athletes gamble on sports.
Well, they shouldn't be gambling.
No, I'm just joking. They shouldn't be. I think but although we talk about this a little bit, I think it's a little bit weird that like a college athlete can't, if you're an adult and it's legal in your state, you can't bet on another sport. It's just a little strange to me. Like the restrictions get a little bit much. Even the NFL, like you're not allowed to bet on. It's like you should be able to bet on something that's not involving your sport if it's legal in your state.
Yeah,
you guys are advertising it everywhere. Yeah. That being said, I've taken two quick ones, and look, I said 204.20. I said 420, but I meant 204.20. Break, wait. But you're getting bottoming tails. I want to see this hold up. What's weird to me is, and I'm close to canceling the breakout on NVIDIA, what's weird to me is NVIDIA just completely flubbed the 184 again, and AMD has shown no signs of stopping. So we've rejected 184 on NVIDIA. I can't see a way in which the market holds some of these highs and NVIDIA doesn't participate if this rally continues. But you're getting a bit of a topping tail over there on the NQ. And as we're starting to pull back, ETH has done the dip. Remember yesterday, kind of dipped and then ripped. And we've seen crypto do this before. It hasn't pulled back anything crazy into prior highs, but it is holding now the pre-market low on Ethereum. There was no all-time high or anything challenge, but when you break this trend breaks, breakouts, pretty much all I'm really looking for. So we're going to get ourselves into ETHA. I haven't looked at ATNF, but I would suggest if ETH is starting to catch a bid, probably ATNF is catching a bid as well, the treasury names.
All right. I don't know if you guys remember this, but I'm just telling Brendan right now, these are the kind of things that I think we should be putting on social media when Neil and I actually make a call that works. Like we were talking about Bullish and everything like that. Here it is, man, 328 break. I said Coinbase today is probably the name, and I was like, we could probably get to 340. You're at 340 right now, so I don't have the trade on. We were mentioning it and talking about it, so to me that's, it's easy to talk about something, hard to trade it sometimes, but there it goes. And I don't know what the spread looked like. It's probably 40 or 50 cents, but congratulations anybody that has Coinbase. The thing about it is I think you're getting into some levels now. So 350 right into here, and you're still a ways away from 350, but something like this in and around there could be a trade here for Coinbase. So I think there's some opportunity there to get going on COIN. We could watch out for that. We also did mention, other names as well, like a SoFi here today. That's come back down in, so this could be a good dip opportunity. We mentioned Webull, as people will start to confuse the names. That's not doing anything today. Neither is Robinhood was actually going the other way as well. So, you know, in some of these tech names, it looks like Coinbase is the one right here that really seems to be kicking out. So, excuse me, nice move higher. Let's see what winds up happening now with Robinhood, with Coinbase. Google makes a little bit of a low down there. We didn't do anything about it because I was going to stop out at 203.50. So we'll put another bid down there just to get a little bit more shares in this name, just in case we do that dip again. But yeah, so BMNR, I know that you're in Ethereum right now. So let's have a quick, oopsies. Let's have a quick look to see what's going on with BMNR right now. I hit enter, but it still looks at that Blue Ocean name right there. BMNR right now up 9.5%, so another big one there. Looking to take down 69.50. It looks like you might want to do that ASAP right here for BMNR. So long Ethereum, long Google, and that's it for now.
Although we have some exciting news for sophisticated Canadian traders, Beta Pro by Globex Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3x bull and bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st. 2025, end of this year. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca, 3x daily to learn more. Shout out to them. As like you were mentioning, like a lot of crypto adjacent names haven't been doing too much there, but I would suspect with the bid that just happened, like ETH just caught a little bit of a bottom in there. I don't know if Robinhood's going to catch a bottom, but certainly, I don't know why SBET's the one that comes to mind first, but SBET's trying to blow out the high of the day, and then BMNR would be the other. That's getting to the high of the day, so you're getting a nice little curl in some of these crypto adjacent names. Oh, AMD sort of failed, 185 there. AMD just tagged 185 and is pulling back. Might be able to get this to pull back into the volume weighted average price here, as it was just gone right away. Yeah, AMD, there's just some days that AMD has it and NVIDIA doesn't. There's no other way to be able to put it. And yeah, Bitcoin 121 as well. I know not to ignore Bitcoin, but Ethereum's been making a bitter move. I don't know if anyone's noticed this over the last 6 or 7 weeks, that Ethereum is up like 100% in the last couple of months, but Bitcoin is not. So we're talking a little bit more about ETH in these days. That one's trying to bust through VWAP. I will respect the fact that we're close to these all-time highs and we get to the top, I want to jump out. If we hold the volume weighted average price, then great. I don't mind getting back in. And I see Robin in the chat mentioning a favorite, not of mine, but of Nancy Pelosi's, Tempest. Tempest AI up 5-6%. I don't really know what the story is on Tempest. I know that it's been on a bit of a rally since it bounced where? The 200-period moving average. See, Nancy Pelosi likes the 200-period moving average as well, everybody. I'm just saying. Everybody likes it too. If you like the company, you buy it at that price. I don't know if she bought there. I'm just guessing. But strong move for them. Just in ETH, still waiting to catch some kind of a move in NVIDIA if it's going to play catch up. But the way AMD's going, either I get NVIDIA off the lows, which you're waiting all the way down to close to 182, if not even further than that, holding the volume weighted average price, which it's trying to do now, or still breaking out the top 184. Nothing too much has changed there.
Yeah, no, here's a quick little look here on a graphic for ETHA. You can't really, let me see if I can here. The volumes here. So in the last 12 months, 12 months, this is 8, 12, 10, 12, 12, yeah, just the dates. So you can see here just the volumes really starting to rip up now on ETHA over the last couple weeks. So obviously since the start of August, we've seen a really big move higher rate here. Millions of shares going through on ETHA. So as Neil just mentioned there, this from Bespoke. So there it is. Volume in Ethereum has surged during Q3. First half of 2025, average daily volume was 12 million shares. Since July 1st, it's 3.5 that. So 44 million shares right there on Ethereum. ETF there, so ETHA. And then BMNR obviously has gone on its own little run as well, and we'll talk about that coming through a bit as well. But yeah, the crypto space just continues to kill it right now. You know, including we're talking about Solana, Ripple, all these names, XRP, Binance Coin, Cardano, Dogecoin's up 25% as well. All right, so Google just lost the bid, so it's fine. We tried it there at 67. There it goes to the downside. It's funny because we were talking about the Mag 7 before. All of these names seem to be going one way or the other. XXRP, is that?
Do we have that?
Yeah, that is daily. Yeah, we can trade this. So this is actually something that we could trade here. Thanks for putting that in the chat there. What's up to the Jameson B? Make sure you guys do hit us here in the chat, because I didn't even know this existed. This is an Ethereum, XRP play. So XXRP right there. So that's cool to know. Now I know that. I didn't even know that before. What's up, Dingleberg? It's Wednesday, but I'm feeling like Uncle Fester buying Monday. Okay, at these lows. Can you check the chart? Also, shout out to my wife, Nashly. A pretty cool name, Nashly.
Yeah.
Nashly. Cool. What's up, Nashly? Thank you for watching. And yeah, we all had case in the Mondays, right? I mean, they came out with an earnings report that was not great, and they got crushed to the downside, I believe, unless I'm not.
Oh, there was 27?
Mistaken there, yeah, down to 175 and change. So now you're up over 2% right now. And just barcode nation, right? Nashly, if you scan this barcode, you will get a free bull at Cava. So you could scan that right now and grab it. But yeah, you know, nice downside play there, breaking through. Honestly, I can't, what's up, Barry Dingle? I can't really support this name until we get at least above, you know, this 210 area, but you are, as we zoom back out, as we always say that, this is 2023 levels back into here of 175. So if you're in this name and you like the space, I think this, which the space is hot, data, I think 171, a breakthrough 170, and you can get out of this. So if you've bought the dip, you know, you're probably buying it against these levels. And when these levels break, you want to get out. I mean, look at UNH, look at some other names. When key levels broke, especially they all have memory. There goes my screen, which I don't have anymore. Okay, now it's back. You know, you got to be careful with some of those plays. So thank you so much for the super chat, and shout out to your wife. You know, bring as many viewers as possible. Maybe she's seeing Sharif on TikTok.
Share with the family.
Yeah, share with everybody.
And speaking of sharing, you guys have shared with us the symbols that you're interested in.
Oh, good.
AMD is probably unsurprisingly leading the way. You know what? I actually thought maybe BMNR would be on there. Bullish isn't even trading yet. It actually makes the list. Coinbase number 2. So it's AMD, and then we're thinking about crypto, which makes some sense to me. Tesla's starting to rear its head there, but really AMD 5% to the upside today, up $9. And remember, these guys sold off on that China deal. The pay for play 15%, that sold off the other day, and it's filled in the gap. And then kept going,
Now the market's coming.
and going and going. So obviously, if I look at a daily chart, you guys can see here 185 is resistance on AMD, and it's having some trouble with that price as we speak. It just pulled back into 84. This could give it a chance if it can hold 183 in the volume weighted average price. That would at least interest me. Obviously, this is a strong one and not NVIDIA going through. Bullish, for everyone out there, we will 100%. The second that stock is open later today, we'll be all over it. Yeah. But it's very likely to be in the mid. I can look at it now. It's now 9 million shares to buy. It was 800,000 when we sat down. It was 2 million shortly after that. Now it's 9 million shares to buy. This is reminiscent of what Figma looked like. This is what it looked like on CoreWeave and Circle, just ridiculous buy action. ETH bounced the VWAP the first time, but can it do it a second time? I'm not so sure. We might be breaking out that low. If we lose the low, then I'm waiting until at least 34.8 on ETHA, trading the ETF, guys, so the actual price that it is on ETH, I can't tell you what it is versus spot, because I just want to work off the chart here. So the first salvo good, the second no, now we're headed downside. Be careful if you're in BMNR, because you're now trending down on Ethereum. And the last time I saw you take a little bit of a bid to the downside, that other thing flushed big time.
All right, just looking for some content for all of you right now. Palantir just made a move down in a little bit here into 187. So we went long into here. I'm just trying to see about a hold into yesterday's close. I mean, the way this market's coming back, we saw yesterday actually, something about the market that was pretty interesting. We almost got to zeros, and this is what I wrote down here on the note today, on the sticky note, is that if we were able to get TQs down, and I'm going to load them up soon, but it's not near there yet. But just right into here for the TQQs. Yesterday we bounced here. Maybe I wrote it in here better. Near break even. Yeah, that'll be yesterday's near closing price. Yesterday we bounced virtually at zeros. So let's see if that can happen again here today. And then yesterday we wound up having a great day in the Nasdaq, up over 1%. So all right. So here we go. There's a nice little fill for us on the on Palantir. As it gets back up to the upside, we want to try to be as patient as we can with this. We're going to be green on the day right now, which is better than we were yesterday. So here goes here goes Palantir. Let's take another piece out here at 88.89. So there it goes. Yes, sir. That's going to be a good trade. I know it's been a tough one here today, but we'll hold for it, man, and see where this goes now. So Palantir off of a dip buy opportunity, still going a little bit lower today. Obviously, it was opening up around that 189 marker. I still feel like there's 200 there. I put an offer at 195 in the long-term account. I feel like we need to probably do better than that and see if we can get a little bit more out even now. So we'll review that during lunchtime, since I'll be sitting here because the Bullish IPO would not have happened yet. 564, 565 there for BBAI. We're looking at 610. I'm going to cancel that now. Because I'll be sitting here watching. If it does break through, we should be able to get that. But right now, Big Bear AI off of, again, I'm really surprised yesterday in where we went with Big Bear AI. I was not expecting that move up, but right there did nothing all pre-market for some strange reason, and then all of a sudden opens up, breaks that level, and now going a little bit lower. So yeah, that's Big Bear AI. We'll wait to see what winds up happening with that one. We do have right here, the only trade that I have on is Palantir. We'll wait for it and see what winds up happening. And then the TQs trade as well. 95.60. I'm bidding 95.25, so we didn't get quite down to there. The 200 period holding right now on that one as well. And I think I just heard in my ear something about Robinhood. Wow, Robinhood is getting smoked today, as I guess there is some attention obviously being put and money being allocated.
Competition, right?
Yeah, I think it's just money being allocated over to BLSH. I think people are just waiting for that. They probably put some cash into that, waiting to get that
Coinbase too,
those funding as well. But yeah, Coinbase has been hot fire.
Coinbase just dropped $7.
Yeah, okay, so there you go. So it goes up $20 and down $7 or whatever it was. So all right, let's go find out some more here with Adara.
I didn't see any news on Robinhood. It's likely, much like what's happening with Coinbase here, as people get very excited for the Bullish IPO, priced at $37 currently compared to the expected price of $32 to $33. This could be a huge one. Right now, the Nasdaq actually trying to push a little bit lower. We get a bit of a topping tail candle into that 583 level right now, trading just around 582. S&P 500 we'll take a look at as well. Looking pretty similar to the Nasdaq, though unlike the Nasdaq, we actually get the topping tail candle a little bit later in the day. So SPY getting a little bit of a push up before right now we're trying to decide what we want to do a bit. Tons of earnings on watch, including Cava, Cava Group. They actually did beat here on EPS, but sales were a bit lower than expected, and their same-store sales growth was really disappointing for investors. CoreWeave on watch as well with earnings. They had a sales beat, but a larger than expected loss per share. CRWV on watch there. Enrigetti, another earnings name today. RGTI trying to push a little bit higher here. Their earnings were a bit disappointing, but we know this quantum space is very closely watched. Today, after the close, we'll have Cisco earnings as well. But of course, the thing that's really everyone's really waiting for is for Bullish to open up. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, we're waiting for it to open up. But I guess if you're a holder of Robinhood, maybe you're like, oh goodness, don't do it because you've made a little bit of a top. Who knows? And again, sometimes it's just there's more places for money to go. And if you think about it, let's just say you're invested in a particular space and you don't want to be over-invested, you want to allocate some shares. When we talk about allocation, we're just talking about if you want to be in bullish, maybe you're going to sell something else. It wasn't Coinbase early. It certainly looks like Robinhood's taking it on the chin. All right, AMD, I want to see this 184 here. We finally bounced off the volume-weighted average price. We missed AMD. It had already broken 179, all that stuff really early. But I'm seeing a battle here at 184. Ooh, wow, big seller. Big seller at 184 on AMD. So we just talk in and out for a quick little scalp trade. We said we'd get VWAP. That's pretty much when I see this kind of a trend go. If you don't get any of the dips, as we're trying to grab at the moment, obviously Google didn't work out, but you got to get away from these when they don't. Like Alphabet, nothing to do with in my opinion, nothing to do with the Perplexity news, but fails the top and just trending down. So unfortunately, with the market strong off the open, this didn't go. But what happens when the NASDAQ starts going red, well, not red, but starts turning trend down, is if you're failing the break, you've trapped a lot, and it just gets a lot nastier. So you just get out, lose that 30 cents or whatever your stop is going to be, and make sure you don't fight it too much. Advanced Micro Devices got a good note today. I do question, with the market turning red, that's why I'm looking scalp long. You had that fail break of the open, and whenever you lose that kind of momentum, it can be a bit troublesome when you have these early runners. The money starts to think, okay, well, how strong are we going to be? If the market trends down, do you really want to be buying something off of those highs? But let's be real, there's a few things that we haven't talked too much about. One of them was CoreWeave on earnings. It's not like it was all bad, but these guys trade 13, 14 times sales, which is hefty. And on a day where you've seen like NVIDIA not really have that great of a day, NVIDIA's still trying to hold on to the lows, I'd say the bounce is pretty solid. So the fact that it's only down 12% now, that's with a $4 bounce here for CoreWeave. So they're trying to figure out the valuation on this company. It lost that 50 period that we were talking about here. Never gained, it didn't get anywhere close to the short level. I was saying short 141, so it's really no close to that. But not a good look for them. Down
Randy's
12
not
points.
here, so
and
I pushed coffee for you, but I don't know. I pushed the cafe barista. It didn't really fill it up.
Hey, that'll work. No, I usually only.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Randy fills it all the way. I only do it one at a time because it gets.
Yeah, I know.
It gets too cold too fast.
Yeah, so there.
If you fill the entire cup, it's cold. And before I finish it, then I'm throwing coffee out, and yeah, I don't like to waste stuff.
Oh wow, Palantir went up to 1. Okay, so while we were gone, we got out of some Palantir up there at 188. So we got another price at 83, then we got another 88 there. So we're just sitting in this trade, waiting to see it work itself out. CoreWeave, of course, on earnings yesterday. So, nice bounce. And again, it bounced a little bit lower than where I was thinking for CoreWeave. Again, I like the business. I think the bounce is probably short-lived. I mean, you're underneath VWAP now. We didn't quite take it out, so maybe there is now some downside pressures. I mean, if we're going to even draw, just simple kind of trend line, like there's the top there, and we sort of made it. So you're looking for it to continue to the south side here on CoreWeave, not making those levels, like we thought they would. All right, Palantir trying to fade out. I mean, look at this market. We must be getting close to a TQQ trade coming through here. Don't I have a Palantir stop out? Where is that going to be at? Right, let me go over to that right now because we are getting close. I remember I'm sitting at 95.25. All right, Palantir. Oh, it's just 187. So it's a pretty simple trade. That's what we were waiting for. Okay, so we get the fill down there near the lows for Palantir, or sorry, not near the lows, at the lows of Palantir, temporary lows. Anyways, so there it is. There's the bid right there. We grab that right at those levels, as we were just saying, at those lows. Let's see if it wants to sort of graduate back to the upside there. There's a 45 fill, so we'll take that. Average price 32s, so not too bad there on the reload. Let's see if it wants, sorry, we got 42s there, not 45s. Here's the move, trying to get a little bit higher here for PLTR. I'm gonna take another piece at 50, why not? Right now, 53s. There it goes, 63s, all right, let's put an offer at 65. We get that, okay, let's put an offer at 80s, see if we get that. So nice little move. Yeah, buddy, there it is, man. We're cooking that one up right there for Palantir. So yeah, man, as Ezekiel Elliott, he's not still in, I don't think, the NFL. Is he? He's probably trying to find it somewhere.
Maybe, yeah.
But yeah, there it goes, man. Palantir, nice move higher right now. So let's see if we can get some spikes here in the market and get back to the upside. Remember, we thought the market could turn around Greensville. We're not quite there yet, but that might have been the turn.
The ES is still very strong.
ES is still very strong. Okay, yeah, so that's what I mean. It's like, it's these NASDAQ names, right?
It's the NASDAQ, yeah. It's more the NASDAQ that's weak here. There's a couple people mentioned it in the chat. Look, you're still reversing off the highs on the ES too. Like you made a high, you're pulling back. It's just not as bad as the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ lost the volume weighted average price here for comparison. Suffer with my black chart for a second. The NASDAQ losing the bid a little bit, and the ES still holding up on strength. And one name that's actually doing pretty well is, well, it was UNH. Very quickly. Oh, there's a trend break. See, that's where you get distracted, showing you guys the ES. There's a trend break happening on ETH. We took the first time it did a trend break, kind of missed this low one, but the all-day trend just broke here. So it will be on the prior bar of ETH. I heard Joe say IBIT, so I don't know.
Well, no, just because, I mean, it's Bitcoin's 122.
Bitcoin, that's a better, look at the trend break on Bitcoin. Wow. Yeah, that'll play. 122, hunting for all-time highs as well is Bitcoin. But if you look over, it was like UNH was a name that a lot of people have been paying attention to for catching a bottom. It's, again, looks like just a buy program on UNH. This is not the first time it's happened. No, the second day in a row that there is a buyer on UNH. Is it Uncle Warren? I don't know. Everyone knows that he likes the stock and getting involved into it. Although I guess, is it even him anymore? I know he's still steering the ship.
It is not him.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's sort of the thing. Well,
from what we've been told, I mean, he's gone.
Yeah, I'm sure he has some say as to what's going on, but at the end of the day, they have a lot of cash to be deployed, and maybe half of the reason why was the new direction.
I thought there was supposed to be an announcement from Berkshire that they did put some of
There was. We're supposed to get something
today. I thought it was.
For sure this week.
Okay, so we'll wait.
Because there's like a mystery stock or something.
Yeah, there's something that apparently that they've been buying up. I don't know, but that would make sense if it was UNH, of course, as we see some of the reactions.
I mean, looking at the last few days.
Right, exactly.
If it was this stock, I don't think anybody's surprised, but we don't know. That's all just speculation. We're just guessing here.
Yeah, we don't know anything. If we did, then I would be buying that stock.
Oh, I'd be in that sucker.
I think. But that's why I'm trying to buy some Berkshire anyways, right? We talked about that. Okay, so just laying my head with Palantir today, that's all. We tried Google there, but Google lost its way pretty early. It was a great trade off the open because it was holding. And all these bottom wicks just kept on holding until eventually they didn't and they broke a lot lower. Okay, we have a decent position on. Oh, shoot, man, this just keeps on stopping upside on Palantir. It won't go through. Like, I just keep getting 40s. Is this reminiscent of yesterday? We're going to stop out here just a little bit below 187. We don't need to put that much damage on the board when a stock is clearly not wanting to go up again. So it just keeps on fighting it. We keep getting outs. So we're surviving, but eventually the trade will turn into a loss if it doesn't break, because we're long at 25s right now. So getting out at 40s, because we've noticed that it's not going anywhere, is not going to give you. That's only 15 cents. So a break lower, we automatically lose 25 cents, right? And then I'm not going to stop out right on the dime. So we're going to get out, probably lose about 50 cents on this trade. So the ratio right now for Palantir long, here it goes, doesn't seem to want to work. Let's see if we get a little bit of a bounce here off of 187, failed break down. But no, normally you'll get that recovery on that break, and it doesn't look like it wants to do it. Like sometimes it'll fake break and then start to rip up. So that doesn't seem to be happening right now. So we'll see if we can get some out. If it does, now it should go. See, so the pressure here is too much. The buyers aren't stepping in here at 187 like I sort of thought they would. As you can see, clearly has no chance of going up now. Or does it? I'm going to get out 186.85. So if that breaks, we'll give this one 15 cents. I think we told you that. 25 cents plus 15, that's 40. There it goes. Give us a little bit of slippage, and we are almost out. But okay, so that's the trade there. I'm not going to keep it on.
They just said Robinhood's still.
That's what I was going to say. Robinhood bleeding right now, 109 and change, down 4.5. So there goes Robinhood. I mean, and there goes Palantir. Palantir finally breaks as well. So we got to slap a fail on that last little move there. I think maybe just the future's trying to go long. Like, I don't want to battle this. Yesterday or whatever, you get back in. I don't believe this, but today we're going to wait for it and then just try to see about these TQs. And again, why don't we just play the momentum? I mean, right now it's short, right? So hopefully not in Ethereum, as the market seems to be doing well in crypto land. But
Bitcoin's doing better. But speaking of Robinhood, we got a super chat about PayPal. It's this is a bit of a change because PayPal's going up. The floppy disk, I remember those. PayPal looking like a possible double bottom after earnings gap down. Break of 70.20 would be nice. Love the show. Shout out to you. If you're in this space, if you're in fintech today and you're not cratering like Robinhood is, then I think you're doing okay. That said, like this is just a bit of guesswork. Like I don't love PayPal. I don't own it. I'm going to get that one out of the way. But this has been languishing while pretty much everything else in fintech has been good. So I don't wonder if it just catches a little bit of relative strength. Here some money comes out of other places. But you're right. 70, is that really 70.20? It doesn't look like it to me. You're right. Yeah, it's 70.20. That looks like a good breakup price. My concern would be the market's going red as you're pushing into resistance. That kind of scares me as a day trade. Because then, but at least you're looking at a strong stock, right? Like that's, at the end of the day, you've got yourself a strong stock. As I said, I'm not a huge fan of it, but if the market continues this pullback, as this goes into the high, that doesn't usually seem like the best time to be taking a breakout trade. PayPal, I haven't looked to see what, say like Block is doing here, XYZ. Yeah, that's basically the same chart. I'd almost argue, well, yeah, I mean, it's at a good level for a breakout too, but the same caveat, you're taking a breakout trade as the market's trying to pull back. Don't know if it's going to be the best, but good luck out there. You've definitely got a good one if you're in that long. And oh, there was another super chat. Fat was $3, now 11, 18% short. Why not? I do not know the company. What is this? Fat? It's not fat.
That fat.
Oh, Fat Pharmaceuticals? This thing?
They had some sort of a
was there news
not a
on this?
collab, but yeah, some trials.
Okay, yeah, I don't necessarily know the story.
Someone
but,
messaged me about this one.
oh, this
I don't
looks
remember.
legit.
Yeah, I know it's starting to go.
That looks legit. You got it at $3? Oh, right at the 50-period moving average breakout.
Someone must have known something.
Maybe you knew something. When you know something, take advantage of it. Or you could just have played it technically. I don't know. But that looks pretty good going into this $11 area. But resistance, resistance, resistance. Let me know what the story is. A lot of times it's yada, yada, yada pharma when I read those. And so if I don't trade it that day, that a news comes out on a pharmaceutical name, I tend not to look too far or look again. Because at the end of the day, these go for a few days sometimes and you don't have a lot of continuation depending on the catalyst. I know sometimes these can be difference makers. Actually, the last pharmaceutical I bought was Viking Therapeutics just last week. But that's for a very different reason. I want them to get bought out. Still think that there's going to be some consolidation in the space. So let's go up to the desk with Adara.
I looked into Fathom. It's worth noting they actually are on the Russell 2000. They've got a Russell 2000, $752 million market cap, 26.2% of the float is sold short. Couldn't find any catalyst on them, though they did report earnings on Thursday. So it looks like this is like a day 4 or 5 earnings play also for FHAT. I couldn't find any news beyond the earnings, though. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, as well. Fathom, I read it wrong. It was, I'll say fat because the ticker is PHAT.
Right.
Thank you very much.
I thought that's what it. That's how you pronounce it, right? So.
No, but it's not really fat if it's fathom.
Oh, Fathom. Oh.
Because it's, yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah, nice name. Sometimes you can catch those lightnings in a little bit of a bottle, and it looks like that's exactly what's happened there. And Eli Lilly's been good. We've been buying the dip. We did buy the dip on Eli Lilly, just kind of like these prices here. You know, 639, and we wound up getting in. That was the day that I was trying to get 650, and then we canceled in the pre-market and wound up buying it later on. But Eli Lilly hopefully on a move back up, as they didn't have the greatest trial data themselves there off their oral. I don't know if they have Wegovy or Ozempic or what the product is exactly, but you know, it's this wonder drug that apparently they've lost billions and billions of dollars in market cap. I mean, this name was $960. You know, now that it's down, like, why are we not talking about this as being destroyed? Like, this has been an absolute dumpster fire as well. I mean, you're up to $940, $960. Now you're down to $640. Like, you've lost 35% on this name, and it's been a pretty orchestrated to the downside right there, and then it comes with earnings, and then we drop through that level, and now we're waiting to see if we can hold. It's been a couple good days there back up to the upside. If you believe in science, I think Eli Lilly will eventually be a winner, but for right now, it doesn't look like it. The other name would be Moderna. I mean, some of these names getting hit. I don't know if RFK has anything to do with Eli Lilly or not, but we do know that the negative talk about some of the vaccines and whatnot have hit this space for sure, this name, and that is Moderna. You know, ever since, I guess when Trump came through, it would have been in October. We'll look at that data back over here. Moderna, I mean, maybe this is the RFK announcement, $48 that's January 6th. So I don't know, nice move down there as it continues lower. So the 200 period Moderna right now at a pretty sweet spot if you like the business and you like the space, down here near $25. All right, we've got a decent move here in the futures. Again, the position board is off. As I am long only one name right now, the TQQs. So we got up to 95.50. Okay, let's put an offer up there and then see if we can get some more shares as Andre and Fabian will reset the board. But I'm going to put an offer up there into the 50s, and we're going to go to Adara and see what's up.
I'm going to mention there with regards to the vaccine risks with RFK Jr. Eli Lilly, Regeneron, and Pfizer actually seem to be the best poised to maybe deal with those risks or mitigate them, because we know that those CEOs actually met with Trump prior to his inauguration. Furthermore, they're the only CEOs that Trump addressed by their first name in their tariff letters that came out the end of last month. So there are some companies, Lilly is one of them, as is Pfizer, that are actually better poised to potentially mitigate some of those risks. Just as a reminder, back to you.
Right.
Yeah, well, I think most of the reason why, if I'm guessing, why it literally doesn't get talked about is if you compare it to Novo did an SMCI over the last year or so, and that's the biggest difference. Like, it's like Novo lost. I'll get to the chart in a quick second. Let me talk about ETH, and then I'll get to the chart, because it's nasty what happened to Novo, certainly. But ETH cannot hold on to that trend break. You're still headed down. What's crazy is, Bitcoin's actually having a good day. First bounce good, second bounce no good. Still hasn't broken that trend. But just to go back to that conversation, I still have CRM up. Man, CRM looks pretty interesting. CRM looks real interesting on the monthly chart there. But if you look at Novo and VO, we'll let it load up. This was $150 effectively, and all the way back into 50. So when you compare the two, vast difference. And I'm sure this will get a bounce as well, but it's almost at the 200 period. And a lot of times this is the risk in Farmerland, is you've got to make all the money you can, right? Because you have a short window before, say, something goes generic. And I think Lilly's, here's my 2 cents on Eli Lilly. They came out with their oral, and it was disappointing in terms of the number. It was only about 12% in average weight loss. And they compared that to 15% to the competitors, but their competitors were the injectables. And everyone else is behind Eli Lilly by a couple of years on the oral. Seems like an unfair comparison, but they still got jabbed for it, for lack of a better term, and it's still trying to figure out where the bottom is on that news. So I actually think it's a bit overdone. It doesn't make sense to me that you're comparing apples to oranges and then punishing them for that, but they're doing better than their competitors in the least. I still think you have to wait on Lilly, though, because that's the thing. Like, it doesn't really matter what you think in the analysis-wise. The market's saying since those earnings and since those results were headed lower, and the 50 period on the monthly chart, which is what I'm waiting for, is about $550. That's another $130 down. So I'm looking for a bounce in here on Eli Lilly. But that's what's happening. It doesn't really matter. They looked at that result and said, we don't like it. And they've been selling it off ever since. And when pharma companies sell off, they can sell off fast and hard.
And Jesus Cristo here with AMD. AMD up 7% right now and just ripping. Yeah, like whoopsies.
Remember
we knew about this. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say we knew about this story off the open, and there it goes, man. We actually took a super chat about 180 there, and I was like, yeah, 180 looks great, and then it broke, and now it's breaking higher and higher and higher. So there goes AMD, and I guess we could put that story to bed.
What's the all-time high?
Which 240 or 220 all-time highs on that one. But right now it's leaving that price comparison a little bit separated here from NVIDIA now and AMD. We said, well, it was going to hit 200 first. It looks pretty easy now that answer there will be everyone's friend, the advanced money destroyer, AMD, which right now is creating a lot of money and a lot of wealth for those traders that did believe in it. But yeah, we believe in this, and there goes the futures right now. Upside play, baby. So we're in this one, obviously, as the TQs are trying to get going there, and part of that was responsible for it is AMD. So again, a nice move higher there for AMD, a nice move higher here for the market, and yeah, pretty happy with this pickup near the lows. And this is what we wrote down. We did like this play here for AMD. For the TQs as we suffer through some of those downside moves in Palantir and Google, but then again, something that we listed up on our sticky note actually printing out for us right now. So good trading there on the TQQs. Adara, yeah, someone bought Hood Dip. Okay, that might be good there. I hope you got some dips, some guacamole or something, because right here, Robinhood, yeah, nice move. Yeah, you got the 108s. Great call there. Someone in the chat, shout out to who you were. Let me just get you before we go to Adara. There it is. What's up, Willis Addison there? Nice little move there. Bought the 110 calls. What is those, 0-day expiry? If so, you've probably done pretty well. Up to 111 and change right now. goes. Robinhood and Laser and Oust, we can talk about that. Thanks for those super chats as well. People want to look at that. Laser's going off right now.
Laser?
Yeah.
I haven't looked at that.
I don't know. Yeah, we'll check that stock out for you.
That's Luminar.
Yeah, exactly, in a couple minutes. Right now, we're going to go back over to Adair and see what she's up to.
Compared to the rest of the market here, specifically these major indices, the IWM is actually holding up remarkably well. Now, we are running into a bit of resistance, a bit of a double top here at that 229.25 level. But other than that, nice push to the upside for the IWM. And if you look at this 15-minute chart, we're really just following and extending that beautiful move we had on Tuesday. All of these small caps are actually going to be earnings day one plays. Let's start here with BSLK, Bolt Project Holdings. This is actually on our watch list this morning. Nice improvement on a year-over-year basis for both their losses per share and their sales. They also have a pretty notable float. It's about 1.4 million shares, pretty small. 13% of that float is sold short. So certainly significant here. APSI has a 24% short float. They did actually have a double miss here, but pushing higher nonetheless, despite that pretty nasty miss here on sales. Last but not least, EDIT, missing on EPS, beating on sales here for Editas Medicine. This one, much like the other two we just saw, it's rallied in the past. They've got about a 9.5% short float. Back to you.
Left.
Okay, it's back up now. Okay, good.
It's been on and off,
right.
actually. If you,
I just want to make sure it's on there, as I know a lot of people are asking sometimes, like, what positions we're in and stuff like that. So it's all good. Right now, yeah, shout out to Fabian, Andre, Ramin, everybody behind the scenes, working hard to get this all done. But yeah, so there goes Robinhood. Again, I'll just be careful about those. I won't be careful about those options. I mean, you guys are trading options, you know what you're doing, picking some of these up. But just watch out, you're still underneath VWAP. And you may want to hold it to wait until we get BLSH. Just to see some of those moves that happen over here. Still tapping 37, but we're not getting any idea that we're going to open up anytime soon. I don't really know how to tell.
Anecdotally, it's no chance to open up with a buy and balance this big and the auction price still showing the actual IPO price.
You're going to have to up that just a little bit.
Like until you actually change this, and we saw this with Figma, like, it went from, immediately went to 60 something from 30 something, I think 33, and then it just kept on going higher and higher. And when you start to see updates, we'll give them the alive, but even after that, you're still going to be waiting, and there's just nothing you can do about it. But 11 million to buy, yeah, that's what we're looking for, no questions asked. 11 million to the buy side already, and it's not going to open for a couple hours. This could be another massive, massive IPO in terms of volume at the open.
Yeah, it could be huge. We'll be there for it as well. But if you've seen Trade the Pool, they've created something there for you, and you can scan that QR code right in front of the screen for a free ebook featuring 4 proven, apparently, swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on the screen or hitting the link in the description below. So yeah, thanks Trade the Pool. Again, we've had Mitch on, Steve Tileman coming through again. So just different ideas, hopefully you're able to find one that works for you. And that's why I was saying about, that these swing trade ideas, there's always going to be examples of what's worked in the past, but you're going to have to make sure that, it fits your risk profile. I just don't want people to have winners and then they're like, okay, we're waiting for the 50-period moving average. But if there's certain moves that happen, try to make sure you do capture a little bit of profit on them so that at least you cover some of your costs and buy yourself that bowl of salad from Cava.
Or maybe ramen because you're a fan of the teenage, what are the whatever K-pop Demon Hunters.
Oh my God, we listened to that on the radio yesterday.
It's catchy.
Up, and something else. Yeah, my kids are going crazy. That's another huge thing that Netflix, they could put that movie in theaters, by the way, and break records. So they're gonna, I think they're gonna do that.
We'd have to watch it multiple times.
Right. I mean, I just think it's going to be one of those things where they could. I don't know what's up with that K-pop Demon Hunter.
My daughter is doing when dinner finishes, she's like, put it on. She's like, hey Google, play whatever one of the songs, and she starts dancing in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's hot.
Every day. You have any idea how much? Where's the merchandising? It's a good thing I don't see any of that nonsense.
Well, the songs are out there. So on Apple Music, we're playing it like crazy. So
no, what I wanted to say was with your point about taking profit on swing trades. This is a good one because I took no profit on UNH, looking for a home run, personally. And I mentioned this. Everyone wants to catch a bottom. Well, UNH made a bottom. Made a bottom in May. Oh, look at that. It was the day after my dad's birthday. Forgot about that. But it made a good bottom, and it was a good buy at that 280 level. And it went up 10%. Did it go further? Nope, did not. And then when it went right back to 10% of the money, again, didn't take any profit. And then got out essentially break even. But that's not break even. Why is it not break even? Because, I mean, I don't know off the top of my head what the market was up between May and here, but whatever, it's a swing amount. But it doesn't really matter what it was up because anything is better than nothing. So if you only look at something like, oh, but I didn't lose money on the trade, so it wasn't a bad trade. Well, I do, because I could have literally had 10% in 2 days and didn't take it. And sometimes, you look back and it's like, oh, hindsight's going to be 20/20, but you should refine your strategy at least using hindsight when it comes to swing trading. BBAI, just going to quickly show you. I mentioned it in the chat. This one's finally back above VWAP. Oh, if you don't break out, it's pretty simple to me. I'm going to want the volume. If you pull back, I want VWAP. Think AMD. If you fail a breakout and I'm looking long, then I don't want it till it reclaims VWAP. It reclaimed VWAP. My stop is underneath volume weighted average price. I don't know if it can get back to $6, but yesterday it was all buy and no break on BBAI. And if it can even do a fraction of that to be able to get back to 680, I would be happy with the result. But going back to a name that was maybe not talked about a lot, that was already, oh no, I got this bad wick. Yesterday, Amazon dumped. Today, Amazon looked like it was going ham with everything else. Right back in. Amazon just cannot seem to sustain any kind of a bid. As we keep talking about all-time highs, it's not lifting all ships the same way. They bounced its earnings, but it's been struggling a little bit here. And that's the thing about the Mag 7, is they're all doing their own thing right now. There's nothing, we're in a world now where you can't just sit back and buy all the chips together. You can't sit back and you can't buy all of the Mag 7 together. NVIDIA's at the low of the day, down 1%. AMD's up 6% today. Broadcom, for all I know, could be flat. What is Broadcom doing? Let me just check before I say that. No, down. Broadcom's getting smoke. Well, not smoke, but down 0.7%. So, there you go. We're not living in this super hyper correlated world anymore. It's all about that stock picking, and that's more of the reason I think when you have successful swing trades or whatever they might be, you might want to take those profits because things are flipping around so quickly. And that can happen because of time of year as well, right? It's August, lower volumes. Historically, you want to take your money and run sometimes on those August trades. But yeah, I'm surprised to see Broadcom down this 0.8%. Why?
Yeah, like you said, maybe some rotation right now into some other plays. The Nasdaq is getting to zeros again, so this is what we talked about. The ES also falling, so they're both falling together. We do have crude coming out right now, crude inventory, so we'll get that to you. A build of 3.036 barrels. Gas, waiting to hear that. Okay, we'll get those for you in a minute. But okay, the only trade that we're working on right now is this one. The NASDAQ came right into our level again. So here we go, man. This is close enough. We'd like to get to zero before we put on a little bit bigger, but for right now, this is what the TQs are doing. Nice little fall back in. We'll wait to see if we can turn green now on the market. Well, we're on the market, but if this trade can turn back up, 95.20 or so would be good. We're long at 95.09 right now. I think we did pretty good trying to buy the dip right here. This is the NASDAQ. This is yesterday's close, so it have to be 94.70 or so, some kind of a break. Well, yesterday's closing candle exactly is 94.75. We can almost use that little move down 65. We break back down below 60. I think we can wind up getting out of this one. So we'll give it a little bit of room, but 94.60, as our route. Let's just put that in right now in case we get some kind of a move down. I don't think there's anything wrong with putting out stop orders ahead of where you want to get out. So that's what we're going to do right now with this. We're going to put it out there. Watch out for the TQs. Hopefully we can get back to the upside. We've got about 1 unit on this one, so we'll let it go. Mom Spaghetti last night, good report from Rigetti. Well, not a great report from Rigetti. Heads of the downside, but good action today. Nice move up to 17, and now it's falling back down. This is now in danger of breaking its pre-market lows with RGTI. And, we had the note up there from yesterday as all three of these names yesterday, Cava, Rigetti, and CoreWeave, all got hit to the downside. Cava, huge recovery on the day, 66 up to 70, so that's been doing great right there. CoreWeave on possible recovery early, but then, now near the lows. So CoreWeave is the one that's getting punished the most, which makes sense. With the NASDAQ, like I just said, down into the dumps right now, stocks like NVIDIA, Apple, Google, so like it's just, we are just again, Apple's actually holding, so I'm wrong on that one. It's Google that I thought was going to go, and that was the one that went to the downside, so we actually are fine trading that. You know, the one we wound up losing the most on was going to be Palantir, only because we put the most shares on this one at 187, and we got out once it broke, so we were pretty happy with that, but that goes all the way to 185.50. Wow. Some great dip buy opportunities in this market, that's for sure. You just got to find them.
You know what's moving and could go green? I guess all you got to do is meet with the prez.
Yeah, it was the best trade yesterday, but...
yeah, you meet with the president, and I'm talking about Intel, right? Lip Boo meets with the president, goes ham yesterday in reaction, and is also trending up. And this is sort of thing. Maybe look for a little bit of relative strength. That's where you might find it. We keep getting asked, and I don't mind showing it, but trust me, this is not moving anywhere. 12 million to buy, 37 price on Bullish. Nothing has really changed. It's more or less the same thing that I see here on this bad boy. What is crazy is Newegg. Whoops, that's Blue Ocean, which, by the way, hey, Blue Ocean.
Yeah, check them out.
The opportunity to be able to trade right now, you can trade overnight. But next year, sometime next year, I forget exactly when, we're going to 24.5 anyways. So you can get your practice in with Blue Ocean. But Newegg, super strong day, up 27%. I didn't see any stories at all on this one. I don't think Adara was able to find anything, but strong move here for Newegg. We'll dig deeper and see if we can't figure out what's going on with this runner. You want to find that relative strength. Looks like you found it in Newegg. Let's go to Adara.
I mean, Newegg ran on Friday. It could just be continuation. I'll mention the builds here. I have Boyle up here, the chart for BOIL. Yeah, crude oil inventories, as Sean mentioned, actually a build, so 3.036 million compared to a forecast here of negative 0.912 million. Then we've got the gasoline inventories, negative 0.792 million. Distillate inventories, 0.714 million. That's the oil and gas inventories here, guys. Back to you.
Bullish still looking at 37 with no indicated open or anything like that. So thanks to Dara for that little look there on oil. But there it is right there. Bullish, 12.2 million shares still to buy. So we'll wait for that one. We can go over CL, which is the crude contract. I think we want to look at, is it September now is the one that's moving around a little bit? All right, well, 62 and change here. So not much reaction right now to crude. Is it the September contract? Hold on a second. Let me just see what the other one is. This is 116,000 so far on this one. The August contract is, so it is September, of course. So, all right, so CL forward U, I believe was September. So not much happening with crude right now. We'll wait to see if it does hold. And this is right back to some of those levels again that we had talked about, $62, $63 that have held in the past. We'll see if it can hold one more time here today. It's trying to. That, of course, is crude oil on that number. So thanks, Dara, for the inventory look there on that. And then, Randy's not here today, so I hope Randy's enjoying his time off. XOM, not much going on there. Like I said, don't chase yield on this name. I would not. I don't love the energy space at all. I haven't been buying any more XLE or anything. I actually don't even know what XLE is doing. Like, it's such a small, I am so overweighted on tech names. It's really stupid, but XLE, all right, so still kind of the same as oil there, right? I mean, they should move close to the same, but 84 and change. This is XLE Oil Services ETF that I've been buying, and it's at a good level. I haven't bought this, I'm going to say probably maybe in a year, but up and down. I used to just try to get a little diversified, but now I don't really. I talked about my diversification is just buying the indexes, but then, like I said the other day, it's like 30 38 cents or so like that of every
You're all
dollar
tech
you
in
put
these
into
days.
the SPY is tech anyways.
That's most of the reason why I have some energy stuff, because I've been buying the indexes for a while. It's like you just get more and more tech and more tech. And it's like I need some things to balance it out. I don't know a lot of Enbridge, I suppose, would be the biggest one by far for me, but that's a Canadian thing.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you're looking for opportunities, maybe you want to see what's the best ETF moving in a particular space. What's the hottest stock right now? CoreWeave is one of the top. Tesla, Nvidia leading one of my scanners for a hot list. You can find these things over at eSignal, where you, for 1 month free, you have the ability to reliably chart the markets, test your strategies, trade through 50. Yesterday I said 30 plus, 50 plus brokers you can trade directly through. A very intuitive platform, easy to use with great support. You have level 2 if you want to be able to trade and look at the book. You have the imbalance locator if you want to look at that tool. You have the API access so you can automate your trades through there. It's a fantastic platform, first month free. If you're looking to step up your game, I was just sort of reading what was at the top here. Ooh, SOXL just popped to the top of the list.
There you go.
There, so big moves there in SOXL, and this is what eSignal is about. So scan the QR code in front of you. If you're interested, 1 month free over at eSignal. Let's go to Adair. We've got some news.
Yeah, we have comments coming from the chief economist the U.S. chief economist there at Goldman Sachs, saying that apparently they will continue to publish their research reports. This comes after Donald Trump basically had some issues with The Economist and then also went after CEO David Solomon. So yeah, Goldman Sachs apparently standing firm. They said they're going to continue publishing research reports regardless. Goldman Sachs is basically at low of days here, guys, but I thought I wanted to let you guys know about that tidbit. Roughly 24 hours after Trump initially made this Truth Social post. Back to you.
Yeah, GS, they're going to do them. It's only so much. Like telling them, don't publish your reports.
Right.
Your analysts are wrong about this and that. That's just par for the course, man. Like it's interesting because I had economics professors and then a mentor, one of my dad's friend who studied economics. He tells me, he goes, look, the reality is things are so incredibly complex. It's like anything else, everything is best guess. It's not an actual science. So you can understand how things can work and it can help you to make decisions, but prediction in something as complicated as the world economy it's ridiculously hard to do. I mean, come on, what are we even talking about? And that pullback on Goldman Sachs is going to be all right. Pulling back into prior highs at best. So it might be down 0.3%, but that's a heck of a move for the last, what are we calling this, April to August, A to A, $200, $300. So that's about 65% or something, whatever that works out to. Absolute beast here. So just going to jump over. The only thing I'm still in is BBAI. I'd say disappointing day 2 play because BBAI, which I keep on putting NASDAQ on, is a New York stock. It's barely moving off the volume weighted average price. Since it got there, it's moved 5 pennies a couple times. No big push into $6 just yet, so a bit of a disappointment there for BBAI. Yesterday, by this time, it was well within an upward trend after, look, it wasn't a good quarter. They missed on multiple time frames. Let me put a 3-minute back up so you can see. It wasn't a very good quarter at all. And when you have a sky-high valuation, you can get beat up for it. But it was a big time relief rally, maybe some shorts covering. You get some momentum because it was SSR. A lot of those things can maybe not be there the second day, right? Like you just be the short sells covering on the first day and they're like, yeah, we're good. Now we'll look for a place to jump back in maybe on BBAI. So flat for now. Let's see if it can hold that VWAP. The market's struggling to do so. So we'll see how much strength can come into a name like this. I do believe we're going to go to Adair in a quick little second, but I did want to jump back over to, we said Intel's strong. Intel just broke the high of the day. So this chip name, and that's AMD just pulled back $2, $2.50, and Intel's still going higher. I suppose it's a long once again. Once you're in the good books or no longer in the crosshairs of the president, apparently you just buy the stock and hold it for a bit. That's how it works. Let's go to Adair.
As Neil and Sean were talking about earlier, tech does make up a lot of this market, and that's why you can see that even though a lot of these other sectors are green, the market is still pushing a little bit lower today, though, of course, it's still up on the day. I want to talk about this tech sector first because, sure, we have strength in Apple and AMD, the latter of which is up 5%, but we also have Broadcom, NVIDIA, GE, Arista Networks, Dell, all sharply to the downside. Technology services, in contrast, is a bit more muted. Google, Microsoft and Meta relatively flat, but Netflix and Palantir are dragging a little bit lower. Finance pretty much green across the board. Retail trade, with the exception of Walmart and Costco, pretty strong here. Health technologies really strong. Consumer durables strong. Consumer services pretty strong. Consumer non-durables a bit mixed, but PG and Pepsi and Nike all trying to buoy it higher. Health services looking good. Commercial services looking good, right? So even though tech is struggling a little bit here, we still have enough names that theoretically this market could be a bit higher, but as we know, tech really does control the market. You can kind of see that in the way the indices have moved today, guys.
Oh, no question.
Yeah, I wanted to, thanks, Adira. I wanted to also look at some banks today. Yeah, so JP Morgan started off the day pretty good. You know, we've seen Robinhood, we've seen SoFi, we've seen some of those. Oh, and by the way, Citigroup was the one that was near all-time highs. We had a lot of talk about Citigroup. Yeah, so again, nice move once this daily chart loads. Nice move recently, but right back up to some key levels. And that key level, again, the market's going lower right now. So we're going to take our last little shot here, I guess, is probably the best way of putting it, by the way, SoFi 24, that's where we last stopped out at. And you can see that if you go back into a daily chart on SoFi. What I was going to say is we're taking a shot on the futures. Comes in. I'm bidding 80s with a bigger position. Yeah, there's SoFi on the daily. If you go over to a weekly, you might probably be able to see this pretty good there as well. But here it comes right into there, $24, $25 one more time for SoFi. So comes right up into these spaces, and now just getting hit just a little bit today. It's not a dramatic move or anything. You're just flat, but it did make that move up to 24. So that could have been something that was looked at for a short. But yeah, I mean, the VIX here as well today starting to go a little bit in the right direction if you've bought some protection. Again, you know, with earnings season, like I said, 451, maybe a little bit more than that, now reported. We have Walmart, we have Target. I think that they're going to avoid, you know, too much negative tariff talk and things like that there. I think that's already been baked into some of their numbers. And then we have Nvidia coming in 2 weeks today. But right now, the VIX at some of these lows, definitely able to buy some protection down there if you do think this market's going to go for a little bit of a dump. I don't think it's going to. It's just when you're at all-time highs, like we opened up today on all-time highs, and you could see what happens right now. Nice little fade right there down. So yeah, we'll try to catch that bottom. We're going to wait here for the TQs and then get going on that one. So that's the sort of what I'm looking at. CoreWeave hasn't really recovered yet today.
First update.
Cava did, and we got an update now.
It's a first update on Bullish.
$55.
And it's $55. So from 37 IPO issue price, it's now an auction price of $55 indicated. So I want to say let the party start, but it's 10:44. Historically, my guess is we're still a ways away. There's still a 2.5 million share buy imbalance, which I'm pretty sure I have never seen an IPO open with that big of an imbalance. They usually will wait until it's paired off some, until they can get it. A lot of times what you'll see is when you come to that locator, it'll go from like millions to the buy, and then it'll be more paired off, maybe even flip to a sell for a bit and go back and forth for a while, and then settle down. And oftentimes we'll see the indicated open reach a high, and even that pulls back a couple times, and then you can open up. So Bullish, $55 indicated open. I still suspect we're waiting until after you eat your lunch. Well, we'll eat our lunch anyways. I'll be eating mine. I think this time I'm just going to eat my lunch right away. That's the way to go. But let's be real. Some of what was going on today in the space was a dump out in some competitors. Robinhood down 3%. Now, admittedly, Robinhood, context matters. Robinhood just made an all-time high 2 days ago and has been making all-time highs pretty frequently, realistically. So it's probably a healthy pullback here, but there's alternatives. Coinbase, I think, fared pretty well. Much more of a direct competitor here. Fared pretty well. But I think the difference with Coinbase, why I think it's up 2.7, is I would imagine if Coinbase had been up at 420, it hadn't already dropped $100 from their high, then Coinbase would probably be treated a little bit worse than it is. But this already failed off their earnings, which was a disappointment. You have to remember, Coinbase disappointed on multiple metrics. Like they missed across the board when they recently reported, and they're only now trying to get back to the 50 period and failing it. So maybe not the best timing for them. If Bullish were to flush a little bit, I'm still going to be bullish on it at that open. But if they were to flush, I'd watch out for Coinbase and a little bit of a sympathy play to the downside. more directly related than Robinhood, obviously. But I think you mentioned SoFi. I think everything in fintech would be at risk if Bullish would have flushed today.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's maybe sort of what's happening right now. But the tap down to 55 or up to 55 from 37. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I appreciate that. Reread Jordan in there. Yeah, we try to go to the gym a little bit. But I think I've been going now for maybe like 8 months or something. I'm down like 10 pounds. So it's not like it's a huge amount or anything, but it's still pretty good. It's better than nothing, I guess. You know, I should just be taking that little injection and I probably lose 10 pounds in a month. But right here, yeah, it's good.
I had to find it.
No, that's good. So right here.
That's huge though. What are you talking about?
10 is not that. Yeah, it's okay. All right. So yeah, no, I'm happy. Thanks, Neil, for that.
It's hard with hard work though. It's only.
Plus, the thing is,
people take an injection so they can do it
after you turn 30, like me and you just did, things become harder.
Well, that's true. A lot of things become harder.
Shut up, Joe.
I'm
all right. Yeah. So I was just.
It's true.
I was just. I don't know why. Joe didn't say anything.
Healing from small things. When you roll an ankle.
Oh man, it's too much. Too. But he didn't say anything. That's the funny part about it.
No, but he's chuckling over there. Like,
yeah, because I'm just saying, like Joe, the youngest here out of the four of us was Sharif, of course. Adara, like I said, Adara is young enough to be 3 of our kids.
Yeah,
you know, right there. I have a kid older than Adara, I think. I'm not sure how old Adara is.
I think I've done the math on this. I am slightly older than that kid.
23. He's born in April. Yeah, okay. So I have a kid that could date Adara. Right? You know, similar age there as well. So that's why, you know, it's a very, very odd way of putting it. Yes, as well. But yeah. No. My son goes through. My son runs the gauntlet. Yeah, so yeah, I don't. No, I'm serious. I don't recommend that. Well, his lifestyle is what it is.
Did I say
he's at university, so
he's in school. He's a player.
He's doing his best. You know, to figure it out. So all right.
What, young men in the 20s too.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not. That's a great move, man. Great move, my guy, over there. So yeah, living vicariously. All right.
Get
so
it, Baxter.
yeah. Okay. We just just quickly because it's the only trade I'm in, and we might as well just do this right now. We have 10:48. I just bought that dip in the Qs. This is what we wanted. We said we were going to go long if it breaks O's. So that's what we're doing right now. It's at O's. We're long. We got a decent price right here. This is the price we're long at. So let's see if it wants to hold out, and then we'll get up to the upside on that one, and we will go from there. But here we go, TQ's nice trade. Let's figure it out.
We got multiple super chats. Boba plays.
Bob blah blah.
ELV is pumping. We got Megdan. Thoughts on Webull. Ross about. Neil, can you give me a small class on how to place orders for an IPO as market of limit order at different? Oh, you want to do limit orders at different amounts? Okay, that's really easy. But let's do ELV absolutely pumping. And then thoughts on Webull. Look, everything we just said about SoFi and competition and Coinbase in the play, just anchor that with Webull. It's more or less the same story. They're selling off a little bit because maybe they're seeing the IPOs at the top. Maybe it's money allocated to go into Bullish. It's coming out of other things that are adjacent to the space or directly involved, like Coinbase. As competition. I think that's what's happening. Shout out to ELV for pumping Boba plays. And Rossabelt, we'll certainly talk about that, but we got to go to the desk with Adara, come back, and we can talk about limit orders.
Finally.
We are going to talk about this increasingly large list of potential Fed chair picks, but first we're going to look at the US dollar. This uptrend that I mentioned we were kind of in looks like it's becoming more and more of a nice stream or a nice passing moment. We've decisively made a lower high here from our most recent, relative high on August 1st of that 100.3 level. Since then, we've really not even been above what the 100 level. We didn't even close above 100 the day that we last touched it. Then we have this little pop here on Monday, just above 99. Today, we are on our second straight red day, and we're back below recent support of 97. What is this? 97.90s. So again, not a great look here for the DXY. Now let's talk about the Fed chair. I'm currently working on an infographic for this. It's worth noting a lot of these individuals that have been named in the CNBC report, it's really hard to find info on them. There's just not a lot to see. But I will read through the names here. David Zervos is one of them. He is the chief market strategist for Jefferies. He also briefly served as an advisor to the Federal Reserve in the year 2009. There's also Larry Lindsey, who was a Fed governor, and he actually correctly called out the tech bubble. He is also, though, about 70 years old, so he's a bit older. We have Rick Reeder as well, chief investment officer for global fixed income within BlackRock. Then we have, vice chair for supervision, Michelle Bowman is now being named as well, even though she was just nominated as vice chair by Donald Trump, the U.S. president. Fed Vice Chair Philip Jefferson is also still in the running here. He was mentioned a bit last week. Mark Summerlin is in the running. Dallas Fed President Lori Logan is now apparently in the running. And then James Bullard, former St. Louis Fed president, is apparently now also in talks. So tons of people now. We're going from that four-man list that featured the two Kevins, which Trump seemed to favor for a while. We're continuously expanding this. We actually had Scott Bessent saying that they're doing the interview process, and now they're leaning away from the Fed, the shadow chair model. Now, the shadow chair model was likely going to cause a lot of ruckus at the Fed, as far as people were saying. So maybe a good thing they're moving away from the shadow Fed chair, but because they're moving away from that, it seems like this pool of potential Fed chairs is only going to expand further. Back to you.
Thank you for the update there. And a lot is going to change in the next little bit at the Fed. Of course, like Miran's going to be temporary, so we'll have, it won't just be the Fed chair. You also have an open appointment that you have to fill for the temporary move that they just made. But just to quickly answer the question on, I think it was using multiple limit orders. Like, I'll give you in theory. Like, let's imagine a scenario where you want to get 300. Like, if Bullish opens here, you like it at 55, and you want to have, say, 300 shares. But if it opens at 70, you only want, say, 200. And if it opens at 90 or 100, you only want 100 shares. Like, all you would have to do, just put 3 separate limit orders in. You could have one that's at like $100 for 100 shares. You could have one that's at 70, and you can have one that's at like 56, above this 55 indicated open. If it opens at 55, you'll get all 3 will fill. And that's why you use limit on open orders. It's the price you're willing to pay and prices you're not willing to pay. You know, if it opens up, but if it opens up above, let's say, like, I don't know, like that 70, then great, your 55 is not going to fill, but your 70 is going to, and you'll get 200 shares. And if it opens at 100, you'll get 100 shares because the 70 and the 55 will not fill. That's why you would use limit orders as opposed to market orders. And a lot of brokers won't allow you to use market orders on an IPO because you don't know exactly the price it could open at. And so therefore there's buying power issues for a lot of accounts because you don't have infinite buying power and you don't necessarily know where that market order could fill. So hopefully I hope that answers your question there. And if it was something more than that, then just let us know in the chat. We appreciate the super chat so much. Just the only thing I'm in, like I said, is BBAI. Someone said, can it retrace? What do you think about the retracement off the lows? Well, I mean, I wasn't looking at it at the lows. That wasn't a key price. I'm just looking at it at VWAP. It got 58 or 580 to 590. Still looking for it to get back to the $6 level. Not the kind of juice that it had yesterday. The volume's way down. The day after earnings, I believe we did 250 million shares, if memory serves, somewhere around that range, like 250, maybe more. Million in shares. It's done 35 this morning. So the relative volume is way down. Got to start thinking it's not going to move the same way that it was before.
All right, let's go find out who's making money and where. Yesterday, this is here at Real Trading. This isn't Vicente J or anything like that. This is right here. These are USDs made yesterday in one day here at Real Trading, the best prop firm around. All right, so we had Canada. You go find it, realtrading.com. That's the platform that Neil, myself, everybody uses here, realtrading.com. The best prop firm available. All right, 15,942 made yesterday on Chicago, TSX, and the NASDAQ. So these are just different exchanges that they were made on, and these are the totals in US dollars. Oh boy. All right, so 12.75 there in Canada. Amex Canada, New York, NASDAQ 10. More Canada. There, and then the numbers get a little sloppy down here. We get 3,600 from Amex, Nasdaq in New York, and so on and so forth. So yeah, we would have made this list a couple times in the last week or 2 weeks or so, but right now not huge coming through. These are some individual. There's the Canada TSX there as well. But yeah, so far so good. All right, the Nasdaq. This would be the TQs. So this is the last thing that I'm doing right now. This is really the only trade. The Google trade broke out through 204. We have NVIDIA that didn't really make the move there either. So here's NVIDIA right there, 184 long. We didn't get through there. The Google 204 long did break. We are long now. We're long underneath 95, but that's where we want to start the trade, and that's pretty much, we started it even earlier, that 95.25. It pulls back down. We're long 94.80. Big Bear AI did not break. So right now, the only trade that we're supposed to have been in were these two. And then we did trade also Palantir a little bit to the downside. Let's just go figure out. We'll be here all afternoon this time as we wait for what's for lunch. We are expecting Nimit is coming in. We're going to be going out for dinner with Nimit tomorrow. That should be a lot of fun. So we shout out to him if and when he ever gets back to the email. Okay, Wednesday, August the 13th. My kids, well, one of my kids is at golf camp. One is at Wonderland today. Okay, nice. Chipotle glazed chicken. I mean, I think, you know,
that'll play.
Yeah, I mean, a little chicken for lunch, you know, maybe get some, put in a bun, I don't know. Roast with roasted sweet potatoes, good, like that. With the word roasted again, carrots and red peppers with a side salad. So yeah, I'll be sitting here. Cool. Will not be going to the gym because we wait for BLSH today. The last time was when we had Kevin O'Leary on, and that was Figma Day. And he said that I'm going to hell if I did not go to the gym, but we went the very next day, and we made a hell of a trade on Figma. So he was definitely right about that one. We did go to hell, but in a different way that day. This is what it looks like here for Bullish, right there, $55 right now, the tap. So that's the theoretical auction price. So if it were to open right now, that price should be around $55 or exactly $55. So we'll wait to see where that comes through. But here it is, man. It's going to be, you know, for me, my biggest trade right now is on the TQQ. So we'll get another piece out right here. Every time it bumps up, we're starting to get out. Let's hold the rest. We still have about 60%. We'll see if we can get going here. And maybe the market recovers off of O's like we did yesterday to wind up 1%. So yeah, only 2 minutes to go. So far, so good. And we're going to figure it out. So.
Apple just did a really big.
Apple's been a beast, eh?
But that's a heavy candle off the highs here on Apple. About a $1 candle on the 3-minute here. Apple has been a beast, riding the volume weighted average price. I mean, riding the trend to the upside. So we've seen this before, where Apple will lag and then other things reverse, and then it starts leading, or it'll lead, and something else, like maybe the chip space will take the lead after that. But yeah, a bit of a pullback here. Watch out for VWAP here on Apple. Obviously, bullish is going to be a big deal. I don't want people to forget about, like, don't forget about all the connections to be made here, right? This is a crypto play. So if you're not even trading bullish, but let's just say maybe you have a position in Coinbase, maybe you have a position in Robinhood, maybe you have a position in fintech, maybe you got a position in Bitcoin or BMNR or any of these adjacent names. Remember, there is some sympathy to be played here. If that goes southbound or goes blasting to the upside, you could see some big moves in either direct competitors or some names that are adjacent. Coinbase is probably the most direct here. And that's given up the entirety of the move. This actually is pretty interesting. This is a full circle. Some people call it a Christmas tree setup. You know, I don't know. I don't have a better name for it, so I don't really.
Wow, up and down, yeah.
Yeah, right back to where it was. Like, it's
reverse
crazy.
V shape.
It's a reverse V or an A, but there's not really an A because there's no.
All right, well, no, let's not go to Adair yet. Let's just say thank you to everybody because it's 12 o'clock, it's 11 o'clock. So we'll go to Adair. Thanks, Neil. Good show, obviously, as per usual. Get ready for the midday show. Yeah, we can turn those both into bulls. Great idea.
It's bullish.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we should do it. All right, thank you so much to everybody for watching. We've got these two positions on. We'll hold them. We'll talk about them in the chat as we go. Let's go over to Adair, then we'll go to the midday show. And good luck on everybody trading the IPO.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, Donald Trump is set to take the podium. It's set 11:15 in the schedule. The stream is already live, but he's going to be at the Kennedy Center announcing some honorees. Again, this is very likely not maybe going to be a market-moving event, but he can always be asked questions, and we never know what can or will be said. Just keep an eye here on the market as Donald Trump is set to begin speaking. I'll let you guys know once he officially takes the podium. He has not yet. Back to you.
Oh, we're here. We're live. And we're doing it right.
Boom! That was sick. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there, that guy right there in the black is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. Do we even have a video, Joey? Because I didn't have an opportunity to load up the chat.
Brother.
You know, I mean, because your friend Ram there taking liberties with some of these things. I'm not seeing the video, or here it is. Possibly this is it. Let's load this up over here since it's the only one available. All right, let's shout out everybody. Hey,
yo.
The Bicep Gang is back, says a hangry wife. Okay. Get some food, girl.
Ooh.
All right, we got Mike Milton. I don't text. 9783. We got JT Tiger and Little Raz. I like that. Tyler Verse. Shout out to Yannick. King Clutch. MF Dangerous. He is so dangerous. We got Unconquered. Mary Smith. Ichiro. We got Katamandu. All right. We got Lil Raz again. Shout out to Gary Worm. We got Drew Farrell in the house. Ebb Flow Portfolio. Bills Champs. Why not? Why not? All right. I see you. Mike Zemis. I'm trying to look for some new names here. All right, I'll skip that one. Right. Routine Controller, Switzerler Sniper, Mary Smith, and Nubian Rack. Get it, girl. Hope everybody's having a fantastic morning today. It's been a really interesting one in case you don't know. The big boys were talking about it all morning long. We have an IPO today, and yes, it is a crypto IPO. We've seen all the AI IPOs get hyped up. We've seen the crypto IPOs get hyped up. And the other non-crypto AIPOs, well, a little you know what I mean? So I'm down for this one.
Timing is everything, brother, I think. And we're in a perfect time.
Yeah, you and I are taking this. Yeah. So Joey Options and myself, at least for the moment, you know, it depends on really what we see going forward. But him and I do plan on taking this live on the show. Hopefully it opens up during our show and we do it live again.
Do it again, man. That would be absolutely awesome, man. I'll be honest. I was like, I woke up. First thing I say to Sharif this morning, man, I got a good sleep. But for some reason I wasn't feeling 100%. I don't know what it is. But as soon as I hop on here with you guys, all of that goes out the window. I get to talk with you. We get to put on some trades. And yeah, that's what we're up to. So feeling live, the adrenaline starting to kick in. But the issue is your boy crashes pretty heavy. But that's all right. We'll worry about that later. That's a different instance. Let's talk a little bit about some trading. Let's go over our first one. Okay. All right, we'll go over some losses first. Small loss on QBTS. Small potatoes, as Dooley likes to say. All right, for those who know who Dooley is. Anyways, we tried this one, Compton Space, QBTS, D-Wave moving higher in the pre-market, looking for a continuation in strength. I did like the initial selling in just after the open, but then I'm like, all right, we have an indecision print. Let's see if we can get this continuation to the top side, and that necessarily wasn't the case. As soon as it broke my level, we got out of dodge, all right? So we're not too worried about that one. Now let's take a look at RGTI as well here, guys. This is going to be our second attempt on this one off of those lows. This is Devin Haney right here. Yeah, so we get in and then we hop out because I was focusing on something else. But then as I noticed, we continuously held this base around that 1580 level. The rest of the market was selling off. RGTI holding up relatively well. So I'm like, let's get involved into this one more time. And sure enough, we take about 20% off right there, guys. And then we're going to hold a little bit for the break of this pivot, or it's going to construct a lower high as the market is taking an additional leg lower. Now, is that all you've traded today, Joseph? Absolutely not, Sharif.
Okay.
We've been trading Bitcoin this morning. And Bitcoin, we get that break all the way up into about 122,000. I believe, roughly. But anyways, on IBIT, we enter our position right here, and then I'm going for the break of that pre-market high. And one thing to note, you know exactly what I'm keeping my eye on. Sharif, what is it?
Sir.
The volume profile.
Bang.
And look at it start to accelerate, and you're going to see the genuity within those prints. That's going to give me the confirmation to add into it and double up the position. And sure enough, there we go. Bang. We take a little bit off, and then we just piece it out. And then sure enough, I'm going to be patient on this one. Last time I traded IBIT, I had my ad slightly prematurely. But now I'm like, market selling, let me be more patient because these pullbacks are a little bit more deep. So now that we're south of the volume weighted average price, I'm looking for any forms of indecision to add into this position. And then sure enough, I get confirmation. Is it going to work? We don't know that just yet, but you have to go off of those signals and you have to take those shots because guess what, guys?
What?
You miss 100% of them that you don't take, all right? So that's exactly why now we've added into this position. I've already taken out 90% of this one, but we'll just add a little bit. I'm not going to be using my free rolled method. I'm going to classify this as a whole secondary trade. But that's what we got going on. IBIT treating us half decently well this morning.
Nice, man.
Sharif, how about you? What do you got going on?
All right, man. We're just in one position at the moment, GBIO. Let's go through this one. We just took one print on it. Let's see what is going on. I've got a dip trade here at 6 to defend that $6 level as well as the 10 EMA on the 5. As you know, I've been keeping my eye on the 10 EMA mostly here for the pullbacks. We'll see if we can get filled at around there. That's my order right there. Did it fill? No, it didn't cross. Showing me 4s, but it's got to dip down a little bit deeper for us to get the fill. Showing me 4 here on the level 1, 5 on the level 2 for whatever reason. We'll keep an eye out on that, and we'll report back to you guys about the progress of that. But let's talk about what we've got on here. For the small cap gappers moving on the day, top of your screen, top left anyway, BLSK up 144%, really going. This one really started taking off in the aftermarket, 440. I'm not sure if this was an earnings play or a news headline or whatever it was. It continues on 4 a.m. and we continue on into the bell, 581 high. It looks like it does generally have support at the 10 EMA on the 5. I'll be putting a dip trade closer to that $5 area on BSLK. Let's load that up right now, BSLK, and then we'll go on with the others because I just want to put a dip trade on this one. So let's go ahead right there, and we're just going to sit at 511 for a dip trade in and around there, and we'll get stopped out through the break of 475. So we got to give this one a little bit of room into that level, and we'll give it just like that. All right, so let's bring back in the side chart and go on with what we have got covered today. Another one, WBTN. This is number 2 on my scanner above there, up about 81%. This thing looks like a dang buy program. Very similar kind of price action. We start moving in the aftermarket yesterday, and we continue in the pre-market as well as at the bell today. Look at these volume bars here. Each one has about 250,000 shares per pop per 5-minute candle. We were a little bit higher than that earlier on during power or the beginning hour of trading. We had about 500,000 shares. So it's plenty of shares to go around there. Another one, LGVN. Is this Longeveron? LGVN, or is that a different one? It is Longeveron. This thing is back. Oh my goodness. It is south of $1 now, 94 penny high. It's trading very, very spready for a sub-dollar name. It's popping from 85 to 88 like that. It's crazy, Adair. I mean, you think this thing would be under $1, it would be a tighter spread. Nuh-uh. Get it, spread, she says. So LGVN looking good over here, holding the 10 or VWAP. It's kind of one of those ones where VWAP's ahead of the 10 because of the aggressive move up. So let's keep an eye out on that. Certainly interested in that. We got more though. EDIT, EDIT. I remember trading this one, I think a few weeks ago, maybe late last or early last week, something like that. Anyway, pulls into that 286, finds VWAP, already making a first 5-minute candle, make a new high. Let's see if this one can test and stay above 3. It's got a 310 high. I'm talking about EDIT, as well as this one, PSKY, another former runner that I've been trading lately. This one is putting in lower highs, though. It does feel like it is destined to pull back into the volume weighted average price, which is give or take around that $13 area. Currently showing me 1305, 1303. Let's see if it finds support there. I'm not interested in it below VWAP. I got one more here before we send it back to your Joey options. Fate. I wonder what kind of fate we'll have if we'll trade this one. Bad pun, but the price action is quite good. $1.21 high, putting in higher lows as well as higher highs. So if you're looking for the bull flag pattern like I am here, I see a bit of a bullish twist to this bull flag where you don't have a downward channel with lower highs and lower lows. In fact, it's quite the opposite. You have higher highs and higher lows above that volume weighted average price. So we'll see what fate has to offer us. I'm certainly interested in punching into one of these over here. So 7 good small cap gappers, all above VWAP right now. But I'm going to say this again, and I don't care if I sound like a broken record. Trade them carefully. They are not good to you. They do not care about you, and they will not spend that much time in any one price area, Joey.
Yeah.
They're at 535. In a second, it can be at 490.
Absolutely. And I mean, to add to your point there, Sharif, there isn't a single stock out there that cares about you at the end of the day. So yeah, small cap, mega cap, it does not matter. It's irrelevant. They'll take your money, and you know what? The market will sleep just fine while you're out there losing hair, stressing out. It does not care how much money you lost, what you lost. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even know you exist. So at the end of the day, hold no extreme bias, as Adara likes to say. She does not like to hold one, which is smart, right? And that's what I tell a lot of my friends. At the end of the day, I don't even really care. And to be honest with you, throughout my adventure of trading and kind of just the journey that you've been going through, you come to the realization that it's like, if it's not working for you, then get out. And Sharif and I, we joke about, hey, Joe will flip the switch on you real quick.
Right away.
But I will, right, because at the end of the day, if you're not doing what I want, you don't care about me, so I'm not going to care unless you're working in my favor. I could care less on what you are doing. So it's either we're friends and we're working out, or we're not working out, and that's fair enough for me to say.
Joey changes, baby.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we switch up quick, and I think that's I think it's a pretty good trait to have. It's just like, you're not working, okay, see you later, AC Slater to that one, and then sure enough, you find something else that works. Adara,
get it, Adara.
Are you ready?
Okay, I know Sharif is a fan of this show. So, Sharif, I'm going to out Joe right here. On Monday, while you were, resting sick, totally unaware, Joe said, in all honesty, that he did not know where AC Slater was from. I think he thought it was an actor. And he said, in a questioning voice, The Breakfast Club? And I was quick to correct him because I know you are a fan of Saved by the Bell, which features Mario Lopez as the fictional character
I know it.
Slater.
It's just me now on this one. So there it is. I'm done. It's just me solo riding here. He's coming back. Yeah, I got that one wrong, man. I never watched the show. I never watched either one of them. I know it's going to grind a lot of people's gears, and I apologize for that. But
no, but you were using it with confidence, bro. I got to give you a lot of credit for that, bro. You had me fooled, Joey.
Well,
I knew it was from one of the two. It was either Saved by the Bell, and thank you, Adara, for that one, or The Breakfast Club, right? Relatively close stuff, right? We're not going to get too much into the
Not important details.
No, exactly. Right? But anyways, guys, RGTI working out pretty good for us. We take a little bit more off the top. This is choppy, so it may take some time to really, really get going. But I like that it's holding up against the rest of the market, because this can give it some room to run. And then if we do get buyers stepping back in, then sure enough, maybe we get that movement into RGTI reporting. Was it this morning? I believe they reported. Was it this morning or last night?
Pardon me, Reddit?
RGTI.
Oh, this morning, I believe.
This morning, yeah, exactly.
Was it this morning or yesterday? Were you guys covering Rigetti on the market recap, Patina Man? Last night.
Okay, so last night. So there you go. Yeah. We're coming into earnings day one, and that's what we're looking for, just a continuation and somewhat of the strength. Even though it did sell, it is holding up relatively well compared to what the rest of the market is doing, Sharif.
All right, Joey, we're still involved in this GBIO. It's showing me 9s. I got 11s. I got a position on over here. Let's see if it starts printing some higher side moves. We did get that ad at 6. We still have one dip trade here at 92 to defend the volume weighted average price, which has not filled. And I didn't get my dip trade either on BSLK, which is now rocketing up yet again. So this one does defend 5. It doesn't even make its way down to the 10 EMA on the 5. It's just so strong. It's letting really, it's taking out that $0.50. Now, it's been above the $0.50 before. The high of the day is 81. It's had a lot of trouble closing above the $0.50. In fact, if this current candle actually closes above the $0.50, it'll be the first one to do so on the day. So a lot of prints, wicks that is, above that 550 area, but very few closing prints. So I'm monitoring this one. I'm looking at getting in. I just don't want to punch in at highs. I think maybe that I need to be a bit more aggressive with my dip trade. So I'm going to go ahead and set that up at 25s now, okay? So we're going to go 525. Let's see if we can get a dip trade into there. It's already showing me 40s here and it keeps flashing 40s. I'll leave the other dip trade active at 511 just because I still feel that this is a good level because it is that $5 area. We'll see if we can get anything in and around there. But this is breaking out. Here we go. Into the low 60s we go. The buyers are in control here, but there is a seller at 60, a staunchy little bugger. Let's see if he's able to kind of push this one down a little bit so we can get that $0.25 fill. So the $0.25 would be technically about 10 pennies higher than the 10 EMA on the 5. I'm talking about BSLK, guys. It's up 150%. It's a $5 name, having done about 102.33 million shares of volume on the day. Let's pack our patience and see what we get there. GBIO just came into one of my beak wetters but didn't cross, so we're not going to get filled. This one's done about 5.33 million shares here on GBIO, but it is a wider spread. 6 pennies currently showing me, well, now 2, but it was 6 pennies at times. Let's see if this one's able to work back above and hold above that $6 area. So those are the only 2 that I've got on at the moment. I see WBTN is making moves. Let's load that up and have a look and see what it looks like on the trading screen. And there it is into the high of the day. WBTN, $17.27. And there it is, 35, 38, 40. This is breaking out, 42. Here we go. This is another one that's up almost triple digits on the day, 85, 86%. It's got a lot of volume behind it now, almost 10 million shares traded. And this one only started doing volume, guys, right at 9:30. It barely traded in the pre-market. I mean, it had some price action, but barely relative to what we're doing now. So keep an eye out on that. Those are the four that I'm keeping my eye on, including Longeveron. Longeveron is coming back into VWAP, but I'd rather avoid LGVN if I can until it clears that dollar. I realize it's up 30%, this, that, and the other, but I'm just going to steer clear of it until it clears that dollar. I'll feel a lot more comfortable there, Joey. So that's what I'm doing, keeping my focus on these small cap gappers. Let's see if GBIO will pop back up or BSLK will let me in.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Yeah, my guy Charlie Taff, I talked to you guys about my relationship with Charlie. He's either talking smack or asking me about what stock we like. Anyways, all fun and games. Anyway, yeah, so Charlie, this is, I like that you did that yesterday. So Charlie was just telling me, hey man, I was trying to short the market yesterday. It wasn't working out. Instead of him getting tilted or hulking out, as we like to use that phrase, he just stepped away and he came back, tried the same thesis again today, and that's working out really, really well for him. So that's what trading's all about, guys. If you're not feeling it, market's not doing what you want, and that comes with experience, right? When you just know something isn't going to work, don't continuously try to force it, because we were just talking about this not too long ago. It doesn't care about what you think or what your opinion is at the end of the day. But there it is. TQQ's nice short off those highs, guys, looking really, really well. So we won't complain about that. Continuous selling, we want to find some indecision and isolated volume for any form of a pullback and a buyers to step in. But we did get stopped out of this Bitcoin trade, the secondary one. So we're not worried about that whatsoever. Looking for the continuation in strength, and it's just saying, we're gonna just go right back to opening price, and then sure enough, we're gonna hang around here. If I do get one more indecision, I'll take another stab at it. But again, you don't want to give away too much of the profits that you made throughout the day. So again, precision. Once you're up on the day, look to kind of risk X amount of that realized gain, and then base trades off of that. If you make more, congratulations. If you end up losing on them, well, guess what? You're still profitable on the session. And do exactly what Charlie did. You come back the next day, because the markets are going to be open bright and early. 4 a.m. if you're that type of guy. Early bird gets the worm, but 9:30 sharp. You know that bell's going to ring, and there's going to be plenty of opportunities to get involved. So don't get attached to one specific session. Don't get attached to one specific thesis, because it's a continuous, never-ending game, my friend. Adara, what do you got for us?
Trump has yet to appear here on the stage at this Kennedy Center event. There is a lovely band playing music, but no Donald Trump quite yet. This is supposed to start at 11:15, so at this point, he could show up at any time, and I will let you know when he makes his entrance. In the meantime, I want to let you guys know here to check out Our TTV research actually have the wrong infographic up, so give me a second. This was our infographic for last year's S&P 500 inclusions and how they performed, I guess, since they joined the index. Now we have the 2025 inclusions. It's worth noting half of these, so 4 of the 8 companies that have been added to the SPY so far this year, were actually not part of quarterly imbalances. 4 of them, so Coinbase, Datadog, Trade Desk, and Block, were added because other companies were being acquired. So it's an interesting look here. Half the companies are up since their first day trading with the SPY, and the other half are down. Now, it is worth noting Datadog, Trade Desk, and Block, I calculated all of these after their earnings report, so they are maybe a little bit lower than they would be otherwise, but to make it fair, I just had all of these basically from their performance when they joined the index to the close on August 8th. I will update this once we get more S&P additions, so not to worry, this will eventually balance itself out. But great look for DoorDash since they joined the index at the end of March. Back to the guys.
Great look there, Adair. Thank you, as always, for the infographics. There it is, Joey. Why is it not filling me? Thank you. There we go. Right at the high. Okay, we're long BLSK. This thing just absolutely broke out into the high. We punched in at 5. What do we got? 79s. It's taking out 40. Go BLSLK, go. I'm going to take out a little bit more over here. Let's leave a little bit for the dream. So I'm going to set up some at 49s, knowing that the high of the day is 45. Let's see if we can get that big move here on BLSK. I had several orders, as you can see, that went unfilled as it did not drop down far enough to pick them up. Now I'm trying to think, do I look to get more in at $6 if we do retrace? BSLK, it's up 187%, really going, really breaking out here. There's a seller at 30. Let's keep an eye out on that seller. There he goes. He got taken out. So now we're selling a little bit down now. We've out of about 2/3 of the position, looking at getting more in, just unsure about where to get some in. So the breakout level to me was 580 to 575. But obviously that whole dollar level at 6 is important as well. So unsure how to square this circle. I'm going to put a dip trade, a small dip trade for 605, okay? So it's going to be smaller than the position that I obviously got into initially. We're going to put that there to defend $6. But that 30 seller just got shellacked, and here we go into 40s. Boom, Joseph, into the high there. There we go. Now we're setting up at 75. Let's go, Mr. BSLK. High of the day, 63. So now we're looking for continuation, and there it is, Joseph, right into 75. Big move up for BSLK. Keep your eye out on this one. 205%, still going right now. Big move here into that $7 area. Look for 94s. What are you doing?
Ice in the veins, brother. Ice in
Man,
the
you were
veins.
making me laugh because your arm was extended out the whole time. I didn't know what was going on.
Ice in the veins.
Hey. All right, Joey, we're doing it live on this one as well. Boom into GBIO into the high side. We got 10s on. We just took out 28s. Let's keep going here, Mr. GBIO. Go, Joe.
Oh, no.
Go.
I was saying, yeah, let's go, Mr. GEIO. I'm back into some IBI.
Get it, Joe.
Let's go. We're going to see if we can get a pop on this one. RGTI, we're all out of this trade. We got that pop. The volume stepped in exactly how we were looking for. Did I add to it? No. Why didn't I? I don't know. That's all right. We'll figure that out later. But we're not going to cry home about that one. But this is looking pretty good. I did miss that TQ's bounce, right? So that's unfortunate because we did have some key signals at the lows. But RGTI is going insane right now, heading right back into that $17 high of the day. A little bit north of that is the high of the day. But nice move on RGTI. There's multiple opportunities to add at VWAP, but Devin,
Don't say that, man. I don't want to hear that, bro.
Yeah,
That's not. No.
I'm not Devin. I'm not Devin.
Yeah, you're not even close, bro.
I'm not even close.
You're not
to
even
Devin.
Don't bicep on him, bro.
Jose Benavidez, man.
I like the guy that you were pumped up about. What's his name? Barlaga?
Oh, Edgar Berlanga?
Yeah, Berlanga. Yeah, I know.
And then, but that's my guy. He's hard, man.
Shiraz whooped. Bro, I can't tell you how impressed I was with this guy.
Yeah.
How is he so Tall and able to fight in so compact? Hazma Shiraz, Hazma or Hazma Shiraz or whatever.
You play that distance as well too, touch.
Crazy.
Pop. Anyways, yeah, pillow hands, Mr. EJ. Nah, man, we're not that anymore. We're not Devin Haney. We're Edgar Berlinga, baby. Even though he did get beat up the other day, but he still got great knockout power. Watching that guy's come up. So shout out to those guys with the heavy hands. But there goes RGTI to the absolute moon here. Wish we had a little bit more shares, but that's okay. We can't complain. We'll take what we got from it and then be satisfied and just learn to get a little bit better. As I mentioned, when we document these trades, we're going to look at how we can get a little bit better, and this is what I'm talking about. I knew I should have added here, and there's another opportunity to add at the volume weighted average price. Market selling, RGT holding up, RGTI holding up, market gets a little bit of a rebound, RGTI go boom. So it's that simple, essentially. It's not truly, but at the end of the day, that's exactly what we're building that thesis off of. So good look there in RGTI. We're back into some Bitcoin. I almost called it something else, but
were you going to say ETH?
No, I was going to go Bitcoin.
Bitcoin?
Yeah. You see what I was getting at.
Of course I did.
But no, we love this name. We love Bitcoin, obviously. There's no question. A lot of money going into it. What did Brendo say, that a top 20 ETF of all time now?
Something like that. Yeah, he was saying that. Yeah.
And I mean, it was the best ETF IPO of all time as well. So, yeah, let's get this continuously rolling. ETHA, absolutely monstrous. We like that. I'm expecting somewhat of a pullback because we've just been going parabolic. I open my eyes and I have to restrain myself from messaging Sharif. Be like, yeah, bro. 3,700, 3,800. So I'm like, don't do it.
He didn't restrain himself Saturday morning, though. I got that message right and early,
and
bro.
I felt like doing it too yesterday when I woke up and I seen that we were at 3,700. I'm like, I was just like, ah! But then you got to keep it cool, right? Because things can obviously turn on a dime and it can flip the switch on you. So you don't want to get too excited, but we obviously like to celebrate as well because we put in the work. We go home, we do the due diligence, and sure enough, you gotta reward yourself. And if that's with a little bit of excitement, we're not gonna complain. But let's go Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. And by the way, bro, I just want to put that out there. Message me at any time of the day about your gains. You're always going to have the receptive audience in me, bro.
So do you wake up in the middle of the night?
I do. Yeah. A couple of times. Check the phone.
So when I do that,
You check the phone? DJ. I love it. I love it.
This is all I got to do now. Shout out to iOS 26.
Yeah.
So all I got to do is just go like, you got
it right there.
Yeah, you got it right there.
But yo, by the way, I always had this because TradingView has these. So you can put the widgets. So I have all my positions, multiple ones on these bad boys. Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that. We got to update that widget. So anyways, we got a $20 super chat.
Jeez.
Everything's funny when you are winning big money. Got a nice win on SMF this morning. Buy yourself some energy drinks, guys, or some beers. We're going to go with the latter half. We want those beers. We don't want those energy drinks. Cheers to you. But yeah, I mean, it's all fun and games when you're winning. And then when you're losing, it's just like, So have fun when you're winning because those losing times, it's inevitable. They're going to come. That's the one thing about trading. It's going to come. So enjoy it. Reap the benefits. Have fun with it. Say, what did I do right on this? And then try to do it again because chances are within a couple of trades, you're going to be wrong and you're going to be like, oh my.
That will happen, man. I mean, just the way it is, like part of trading. On the spot, what music does Sharif listen to when he's in the gym? Pumping beef. Also, people are saying it'd be really cool if you did push-ups for us. Absolutely. We have a push-up comp. Joey, I did push-ups this morning. I just want to say something.
Every day, man.
I'm doing them in groups of 50s now.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing them in groups of 50s.
I'm in trouble now.
I'm getting up there a little bit in terms of, but I got to tell you, the form, it's not military form. I'm really trying to isolate the chest component rather than the arm component.
You're going like pulses almost?
A little bit. It's not full up. No, it's not. Just be honest about it.
Sure.
So, guys, I got to mention this position that I'm in, and then I'm going to mention BSLK. So we're printing up several storms here in GBIO. There's a seller at the $0.50. We got the whole dollar on right now. I've got several more beak wetters. My next profit taker is above that $0.50. I pegged it at 55s, but 50 is the seller. I'm talking about GBIO. But the rage is this one. BSLK is the rage. It cannot stop printing. It's an 847 high, 848 high, excuse me. And here we go. We're pumping back into the 30s. Could we see a halt parameter weasel its way into this somewhere? I don't know where the halt levels are. Oh my goodness. Look at BSLK. There it goes. It is now 300%. 881 high. This thing is all freaking gas, no brakes. The squeeze is on. I got to look at the short interest on this. I'll check it with Perplexity in a second. False halt at 888 right now. 886 high. It showed me the halt parameter momentarily. The sellers came in, it dipped down a little bit. Let's see if it reinstitutes that halt parameter. But for the moment, there's a seller at 50. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. The rave in small cap gapper world, Adara, is BSLK.
Before we get to crypto, I just want to let you guys know that actually keep an eye here on Oracle. Oracle reportedly cutting some jobs in their cloud infrastructure unit amid some AI spending. Interesting look there. Let's talk here about Ethereum. We'll switch to the daily chart because this has really been the star of the show, the belle of the ball when it comes to crypto. We do have Standard Chartered today announcing that they're actually raising their price target for Ethereum to $7,500 by the end of 2025. Currently trading around this 4,600 level. Let's see if it can actually work a little bit higher because right now this looks like a topping tail candle on Ethereum on the daily chart. We know Ethereum has been the biggest crypto I think that a lot of people are watching right now. Bitcoin, of course, still the gold standard, but we do have Joe's talking about Ethereum a lot. And so even on our show, Ethereum has really taken off. We also have these treasury plays like BMNR backed by Tom Lee, and we've got SPCE as well. So whether you're looking at even personalities here on this show, personalities out in the world, or even Standard Chartered and these crypto treasury strategies, Ethereum right now is certainly one of the leaders. Bullish on watch today with a different crypto story. They are a crypto exchange backed by PayPal co-founder and billionaire Peter Thiel. Right now, I'm seeing the theoretical auction price of $70. So let's see what happens. This is actually almost double its IPO indicated price initially at $37, and it's more than double compared to the initially indicated range of $32 to $33. Let's see if Bullish ends up being as bullish as its name. Back to you.
Is it Circle the one that we're?
I think so. Yeah. CRCL. Is it on New York? CRCL. Joey, it is on New York, so we did do it. All right. So what Joseph and I are doing? So Joseph and I are going to take the IPO, the Bullish IPO. Currently, I know Neil's been keeping you guys apprised there in the chat of the theoretical auction price, the TAP. So Assassino, if we can, brother, can we zoom in on that number right there so we can show everybody where to look? I know you were able to do that. So what you see right there, Assassino will zoom in on it momentarily, but that says TAP. And that stands for theoretical auction price. And the theoretical auction price is important in an IPO. So it would be the same thing we would be looking at if we were trading one of these small cap gappers that was halted either to the upside or the downside. During the halt, we would get a TAP number, and that number typically changes as the buy-sell imbalance changes at the exchange, and that's what we're getting right here. So currently, the TAP, this one is slated to open at $70. Now that changes, right? It moves, up a little bit, down a little bit. The point is to see how oversubscribed this is at any point in the day. Why do I say oversubscribed, Joey?
It's at 70.
It's at 70. And because the reason I say oversubscribed, let's show them this. We're going to get to it on the news, obviously. But the actual price per share is $37 for the people buying this from the underwriters, from the actual IPO buyers. They're paying $37. But that was already above what the previous range was. They were talking about a $32 to $33 range, and now we're talking about $37, and the TAP is showing $70. In addition to that, there's more. They're offering 30 million shares now on the IPO when they previously had been talking about 20. So the liquidity is increasing, price is increasing. I don't know, man, but this seems like a good, setup for me. None of this ever is guaranteed in any way, shape, or form, and you can still lose money quicker than you can say, how do you do? But the point is to put the odds on our side, Joey, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, the odds forever in our favor, hopefully. That's what we're aiming to do. But yeah, I mean, we were talking a little bit about this morning. I think it's just a green light for a lot of cryptocurrencies, especially Ethereum. Obviously, for those who are familiar with Ethereum, you have those gas fees, part of the burn rate, and then also that helps generate the yield that people can get from staking and validating certain transactions. And that's why people are grabbing this hand over fist. 3 to 5% in yield we talked about BMNR having about over $4 billion in Ethereum. That's going to generate over $100 million per year in net income. So that's why Tom Lee is grabbing this stuff hand over fist. And with the SEC and Project Crypto wanting Wall Street to move the whole financial system into the blockchain, Ethereum's, because it's the most regulated one, has the most clarity, that's going to benefit Ethereum, and people want to buy it. They want to provide all that stability to the chain, and sure enough, they have the ability to profit from it and generate a yield, and that's why we love Ethereum right now. Again, I want to have a larger picture time frame on this because I think for the foreseeable future, until we've got into what we would like to call fair value, which I don't think we are because we are still away from those previous all-time highs, I think that we can still climb drastically here in Ethereum, and that's why we're seeing these continuous days of just massive moves, 7%, 10%, etc. And that's why I really like what we're experiencing here in the crypto space. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Get it, Adara.
You have President Trump stepping onto the podium right now at the Kennedy Center, so just be aware he's talking. Keep an eye on Applied Materials. They're reporting earnings on Thursday, and we have a Bloomberg report about this name right now. Apparently, this company is facing a lawsuit here from a rival company in China alleging trade secret theft. This came out about 15 minutes ago, but is just being circulated here on X now. And again, very interesting ahead of Applied Materials earnings report. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara.
Did you put your
No, let's do it. Are we going to do it live?
You want to do it live?
Let's do it live.
I'm going to set it up as well, too.
All right, so here's what we're doing.
Rocking and rolling.
Rocking on a rolling, bump and bump, 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 You know that one, Joey?
I don't, but I like to dance to that old stuff because, you know...
My old man used to put on the oldies all the time, 1050 chump. Great fun, great oldies, 1050 chump.
Yeah. I always like Elvis because my grandpa loved Elvis.
Oh, yeah. My mom loves Elvis, bro. All right, Joey, we're doing it live. Let's do this. So we're going to go ahead, and here's what we're going to do.
Hey, old friend.
All right, so... I'm gonna converse with the Katina man here for a sec. Katina man, brother, so you're losing a limit on open. What price did you put?
95 for now.
Okay, so can I say it? Yeah. So the Katina man put 95 limit on open for now. Now the beautiful thing about the limit on open is you can cancel it, unlike the market on open, which you can't cancel. So why is that important? Because if the tap all of a sudden is at like 105, well then my $90, $95 order likely, well, I mean it's not 100%, but it likely will go unfilled. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna put $100. Okay, we're gonna go $100, and we're gonna go for that amount of shares. And come what may. So there it is. It's submitted, Joey. Come what may. Let's see what we do here. The tap showing me 70.
It?
Oh yeah. Well, the Lou is cancelable though.
Is it?
Limit on order is cancelable. Market on open or not. Right?
So, my brother, we don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, we don't need to worry about that, Joey. So
okay, let me see what we got here.
So that's what I did right now. I put that in there, and we'll see how Bullish does. So for those thinking, Sharif, you're flying blind here, brother. I mean, you have no price action on the chart. You have no support and resistance. How the hell do you know this is not going to tank? I don't know. But I'm trying to put the odds on my side. And what I've perceived as of late, number one, IPOs, they're back in vogue. We know that, okay? The SEC is fundamentally different. The FTC is fundamentally different under the new administration. Everybody's chiming in, looking to get their IPO to market. Now, that's number one. Number two, the IPOs who have done well right off the bat, to me, have been the crypto adjacent or the AI adjacent ones. We didn't really see that with Figma, even though I know Figma obviously uses some AI, I get that, but it really isn't AI specific. And so I want to stick with the themes that are working. The ones that are working, again, crypto, AI. So that's why I feel good about this one. It's got Peter Thiel behind it. It's got a good, interesting moat. So they're doing DeFi as well as certain elements of traditional centralized finance. So we'll see. We'll see if the market likes it. If it doesn't, the risk is on, and we're doing it freaking live.
Is it ever on, brother?
Oh, yeah?
Is it on?
What are you doing? How many shares? Oh, this guy's an animal, bro. This guy's an animal over there.
Let's do it, man.
I love it. I love it.
Baby.
I love it. All right, guys, let's get back to BSLK Assassino because this one's not really giving up $8. A little above $8, a little bit below. I see you, Tisha. Tisha's all over BSLK as well. She should be, because this is the #1 gapper right now in the market, up 226%. And looking to go more here, man. So let's see how this one sets up, and definitely be interested in getting involved in this one. It does look like it's forming the second bull flag over here, perhaps one of many. I perceive a bull flag to have started right around 945 or so, 940. There's your big move up, your consolidation sideways with that flat top break coming at 560. That's where I get involved, scalp, 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 all the way up into 7-ish. And now we've got another bull flag forming here on our hands. What the shape will be and what the range will be on the flag component of the bull flag, we'll see. But right now, definitely off the highs, Joey, about $1 and change off the highs.
Absolutely. All right. So, yeah, we're locked in with that limit on open with Bullish, guys. So we're going to see when that comes out. I mean, praise to the trading gods that everything works out. But at the end of the day,
it is what it is, bro.
it is what it is.
It is what it
you
is,
got to
man.
accept the fate that you decided to do. But anyways, here it is. We're starting to work out on Bitcoin as well. It took another entry to get it really working for us here. So we enter here small. Get that stop out. Now we just punch right back in off of this specific hammer candle right there on the lower time frames, and on the 1 minute we can see that displayed. VWAP going to be one of the primary targets, but we're looking pretty good on BTC right now, and this is what I wanted to see: a nice continuation within the strength. And then sure enough, we're getting a bounce back heading towards, or we did break that downtrend. Let's pull up our 5-minute time frame. I think this is really important to note. So this was aggressive, and I was waiting. Considering our opening drives were so strong, at some point I had a feeling that, hey, buyers are going to step right back in. And sure enough, once that downtrend is cracked, we're now sitting on the backside of that trend on a 5-minute print, and then sure enough, we're heading into the volume-weighted average price right now. So not too bad of a look on IBIT. VWAP is going to be the dream, and then anything north of that, positive. Also, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the volume profile, and then as I mentioned this, watch out, because if we don't start to pick up, this could be just a shallow pullback or roughly a pullback into VWAP, and then the opposite party can step in and start to push price down once again. So keep an eye on the volume profile. Stair-stepping down, not the best case scenario for our breakout trade through that specific indicator, VWAP I'm referring to. So we want to be patient. If we can get the volume to kick back in, that might give us an add opportunity, especially if we consolidate at VWAP, and then that's going to give us the ability to add into this one. I'll take a little bit more off here as we get an indecision print, but nothing substantial, because that is a new high, so we'll lock in a little bit more. Nothing crazy, but I want to get involved into this a little bit more. I want to add more size, but I need confirmation at VWAP that says, hey, we're going to continue in this direction and bridge through that 69.60. And Sharif,
yes, sir.
Today, the break of the all-time highs can most definitely be in the works for Bitcoin.
Okay. Hey, dirty.
Hey.
Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. Because you said, hey.
Dirty.
That's all I needed to remember.
You give me your number, I'll call you up.
yeah. So good. All right, man. We're
don't
doing
do drugs.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do it. All right, GBIO, baby. It keeps going and going. There's a new high a day on GBIO, $6.62. We take it out at 555s. We're in at 4 pennies. I know the position board's restarting, all good. But keep your eye here on GBIO. It is one of the good ones. But I neglected to mention WBTN. But this thing's over almost 100%. We're knocking on the door of 95. We've cleared 95%. It's just a bit more expensive. So you're going to have to ante up a little bit more over here. $18.30 right now is the price. But there goes the high of the day again. On WBTN, it prints another high, 39s, now 40s. That's probably going to change every second as we're breaking out. We are in the process of breaking out right now on WBTN. It's up almost now 99%. Fantastic look and good strength on 3 small cap gappers today, if not more. The 3 that we got on the trading screens, GBIO looking good, 60% in the clear. BSLK forming yet another bull flag above $8, looking real freaking good, up 275%. And then the one that I just finished talking about, WBTN, into the area highs, looking to clear 100% on the day. But if you're not interested in these fast ones, let me tell you about some other slower ones that are moving as well. Edit, Assassino. This one found a lot of support at VWAP, pops back up. You get, 15, 20 pennies at the wide range there, which is not bad. That's nothing to disparage. Also, Pesky, PSKY. It's a pesky little bugger with a buyer here at 13.15. There was a buyer there multiple times, once, twice. Obi, he is the one thrice, right? How many times did we get that 13.15 buyer? And look, since that 13.15 buyer stepped in last, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 candles in a row on the 5-minute chart of pure greenery as we work back into that $14 area, Dara, where the 14.16 high is there. So we won't be far from that level. So Pesky, another good one, and it's not as quick as some of these other ones. And then if you want to test your fate with FATE, go ahead, put that order on there. Sorry. Put that order at the 10 exponential moving average, because fate really loves the 10 EMA. Every single closing print on FATE above that green line on that 10 EMA. So that's one to look at. So there's plenty going, guys. Trade them carefully. I don't care how annoying or boring I sound. I'm going to keep saying it because they're risky.
Yeah, exactly. They're not. Say it for me one more time.
Trade them carefully.
Trade carefully. They're not here for a long time.
They're here for a good time.
Just a good time, baby. Let the good times roll. Anyways, let's take a look at MSTR Bitcoin here. We can pull up my chart just for a second. Pull, and then we take that up. So that's working out really nice bounce off the lows, looking for the continuation in strength there. I got my bullish IPO that we need to keep an eye out on. But as for MSTR, remind you, it is not Bitcoin, but it is another leveraged way that you can utilize it. This is kind of alarming to me and slightly scary, to be honest with you. I don't like seeing that shelf. For me, it's the price action. Let me pull out my trusty tool that I haven't done in a while, Sharif.
Okay.
So let's take a look at what we got going on here.
What do you got?
For me, this is what I want to see, right? Like, you get this move up, you get that pullback, you get this move up, you get that pullback.
I'm seeing a pattern here.
You get it. You're getting the gist of it, right? And then you get that move higher, right? And for me, it's just a consistent base right here that I'm not in love with. Because once you head towards these specific lows, I feel like the support level it's almost I shouldn't say inevitable, but there's a high probability that the chances of it breaking are there. So for me personally, what I would do is just with that shelf, I would just be looking on the at south. Where did my mouse go?
Get it, Adara.
Oh, there it is. So let me get this back here. So what I would be looking for, once you breach this, is when you want to see any forms of indecision south of that support level, and that can give you a good indication that, hey, we're ready to climb higher. We absorbed enough liquidity. That's enough. We've breached the shelf. We've done our pullback, and then now we can take that second leg or that stair step higher. But right now, you can see that we're curling over, and if you run into this base again, just watch out. But if it does construct a higher low, that's something positive for you as well too. So just keep in mind, it is not Bitcoin, and it's not necessarily meant to track Bitcoin. It's not an ETF. Just mind you, Michael Saylor is just buying this stuff. It's essentially a leverage product for Bitcoin. So what he wants to do is you're going to get the appreciation of Bitcoin, but then you get the appreciation of the actual equity itself, the stock itself. So Tom Lee, shout out to our guy, we love Tom Lee. He says some major companies and even countries, Sharif, are leading towards the way of just buying MSTR, because buying $1 million worth of MSTR can benefit you more than just buying $1 million of flat out Bitcoin.
It's leverage, absolutely, because it doesn't move in proportion to Bitcoin. Exactly. When Bitcoin breaks out, MSTR, I don't know, what is it like? What I know it's not technically a leveraged ETF, but what do you think the proportions are? 2 to 3 times the movement, something like that?
Like, I mean, if you go off of these April lows, right, which we tend to do so, and that peak, you're up almost 90%. So you're almost get at 100% gain. Bitcoin has not done that since those April lows. So that's what we'll call it, a 2 to 1 roughly, a little bit less, 1.5 to 1, but it's still essentially a leverage product.
I like it. and he's generating money. Now, you may not like the way he's generating money because he's really leveraging himself by, he's like issuing these basically bonds. They're kind of similar. They're like corporate bonds with no yield.
Yeah.
Just basically that you can cash them back for cash. So the whole hedge on the play is that Bitcoin continues to appreciate at a certain rate. So whether you like what he's doing or not, I mean, the company is
Yeah.
It's doing okay.
Someone said until Saylor rug pulls. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think he, like, we talked over the report, how much unrealized gains he has. I don't think he has, that's not in the game plan. He just wants to buy more and buy a little bit more. So at the end, I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to kind of get to that $1 million Bitcoin, $1 million, like total million Bitcoin.
I wonder if he has like a certain percent of the Bitcoins in circulation that he wants to have on his balance sheet, but he's not telling anybody. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to disclose that to people. That's probably a tactical disadvantage.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure. I agree with you on that point.
I wonder what he's got in the back of his mind there, but it's going to be really interesting to see.
He thinks his target, I don't even know if he has a target on which he's going to sell any. I'm sure at some point he'll have to realize some form of gains, but this guy's thinking $1 million. He wants Bitcoin to go to $1 million. Obviously, we all do.
Absolutely. All right, still holding GBIO here from 04s. It did pop back into 60s. I've put my last profit taker at 69, but I got to tell you, even though we're trading this and we're positive on it, I don't feel I've traded it well. And let me explain why. There were several retracements all into the 10 EMA on the 5 where I should have been waiting with resting orders to add, and I didn't. There were several. There was this one over here. I just had another attempt over here. Basically wicks. So they basically spent no time at that level. So in order to get that price, you had to have a resting order in order to get filled, or be super quick with the hotkeys, and you probably wouldn't have been in the highest priority for that fill. But in any event, it's still putting in higher highs and higher lows and respecting the 10 EMA on the 5. But BSLK is coming down into 7. Is this a buy here? The 10 EMA is at 7. So you got the psychological support as well as the moving average support. Do we get a hold here at 7? I was looking for something like this, maybe a 750 bull flag range between 750 and maybe to 825, 850 at the outliers. But if this is going to be a bull flag, it's going to either have a breach of the range or it's going to be one of these skewed bull flags. And we've spoken about this. No two bull flags are created equal. They all look a little bit different. But anyway, BSLK coming back down into that $7 area. Let's go ahead and load it up on the trading screen so we can get a gander of what the spread looks like over here. And it is at 7, and it just momentarily lost 7. But the buyers stepped in quite aggressively, pushing this back above into the teens, now into the 20s. Seller at 19 here, a large seller who's posting on the gateway at 19s. Can we shake them? So for the moment, we do get that bounce off 7, a clean bounce off 7, might I add, but we can't really ascend any higher than 19s, at least for the moment, because that pesky little bugger is standing in our way. I have no issue with him. I'm not even in the trade, but we'll keep an eye on BSLK, to the upside over here. I don't want to remind you guys, WBTN. I want to say there's some selling here into 40s, not even into the $0.50. So 18, 40s, I want to say the sellers are starting to step in. And now you have 3 candles in a row on the 5-minute chart, all with lower highs. I don't think that's exactly the end-all and be-all of the analysis, but something to be on the lookout here, especially since we're getting a little extended. The 10 EMA on the 5 has been all the rave, as it typically is with these small-cap gappers. Don't ask me why. That's just what it is. But we're getting a little extended. Oh, wow. What a drop there by WBTN from that 18 to 3rd all the way down to 1790, man. All right, these ones are around for a good time, guys. Here we go. So now we're talking about that 1750. Do we pick it up off here? That's the 10 EMA on the 5. We are literally at it right now. So do we pick it up? I'm going to pick it up here, Joey. I'm going to pick up small share size. We're going to give this one a little bit of room. Where is the 10 EMA? I just have to be able to see this quickly. 1750. So we got 61s on. We're going to give this to low 40s. And then we're going to have to give it a nice little spread there. And then we're going to post at 75er. We're going to post at 75er, and then we'll post into the double 8s as well. See if we can get something in and around there, and then maybe even a move back up into 18. So this will be a 10 EMA on the 5 pullback. I won't give it that much room. We get stopped out. That's fine. We're having a good day. And we already got stopped out. Joey just broke down pretty aggressively there.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Just like that, right away.
Right away. Straight to jail.
Jail right away. right?
Yeah, it didn't hold.
No, it didn't hold. But yeah, we added a little bit here on Bitcoin. This is the consolidation at VWAP that I was referring to. Now let's see if that level holds up again. Just essentially free rolling 68.83 is my average price. So I'm only going to give this around 10 cents or so, a little bit less because we obviously don't want to take a losing trade considering that we just put this on here. So now, boom, it's starting to pull back a little bit. Maybe it's going to take a little bit more time, but that's okay. We'll figure that out here momentarily. We got about 10 cents until we do get stopped out. And as long as this base holds, then we might be chefing up. Volume starting to cool off. That's something positive, especially on the, oh, okay, there you go. Eat those words real quick. Liquidity grab, maybe, hopefully. Ooh, no, look at the tape there, guys. Oh. Really, really, really weak. Okay, so you get some defense stepping back in, but not reactionary on the tape, and there it is. Just like that, trade over, unfortunately, guys. So yeah, I was looking for that continuation. It had other plans, didn't want to do so right at VWAP, and the rejection came right in. So it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, the G's aren't even full out. They're not even full, brother.
I can't believe you're going to go there. We're not having this discussion on camera.
But
I just won't have it.
They're not even
I won't
full,
have
brother.
it.
There's a lot of room back there.
I'm not having this. You're not luring me into this discussion.
There's a lot of room back there. That's all I can say. That wasn't as full as I was expecting.
But you've seen how these jeans are lately. Yeah. You float in those bad boys, bro. You float in those bad boys.
No, you gotta.
That's the new style
tighter.
now, Joey.
Man, what is this nonsense? So there it is. It essentially just lick grabbed me, and then now it's continuing to climb higher. So that's a little bit of BS. But I mean, we can try continuously milking this trade, or I shouldn't say milking it, but just essentially keep running at the same thesis until we're just like, oh, 100%, this is not going to work out anymore. So yeah, that's what we got going on. TQ's bounce as well, Sharif, starting to pull back in towards that low of the day. So that might have added some selling towards Bitcoin.
What's going on with the mag, man? Why is everything negative all of a sudden?
Well, brother, we've been up ridiculous over the past since April, right? It's been just on a non-stop run, and we know that August, obviously, the dog days of summer, things cool off, right? We want things to sell off a little bit leading into the Christmas rally during Christmas time.
Boom. Yeah, because you and I were talking about, like, we're looking at the chart the last 4 years. We've had a midsummer sell-off for the last 4 years, but we never had the kind of pull-forward sell-off like we did in April. Yeah. So did we pull forward, that midsummer sell-off? Like, I'll never forget this. It was, I think, August 2022. I was like 3 months deep here on the floor. I started in May. And there is this event that always takes place in August. It's called Jackson Hole. It's like this symposium where, Jerome Powell, some other Fed bankers, some, economic speakers, they all go, they all, shoot the breeze. And that's when Jerome Powell said higher for longer. And I'll never forget the mid-August sell-off that we had that basically went all the way till October. We were selling from August till October. And that's when Meta hit $88. And then we know where it's at right now. It's knocking on the door of 800. So I don't know if we've had that kind of mid-year sell-off like that to kind of pull forward things. All right, I just heard Neil say the top is $75. So being the skeptic that I am, I weaseled on over to my own level too. And in fact, it has increased up another $5. The theoretical auction price for Bullish now $75, Joseph. We're talking about an IPO that had a range of like 30 to 32, $37. I think it's 37.
Do we think Jim Cramer cried on TV during that time? I don't know if you would have seen that. Katina Man might know that.
Did he? I have no idea. Did Jim Cramer cry on TV? Yeah. I didn't see it either.
No.
Yeah, I have no idea if he cried. We can check with, what's it called? One of these AIs. I'm sure they can tell us, right? All right, quickly here, back to BSLK. I've been keeping my eye on this one because it's been dancing in and around the 10 EMA on the 5 here for a little while. So I'm trying to think about whether I should weasel in, but the selling hasn't stopped yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for the breakout, and then I'll just participate in the breakout. So I'm flipping to the 5-second chart here on my top screen to kind of see when the breakout starts manifesting. And here's what you're looking for. I mean, you probably already know this, but you're looking for an aggressive uptrend like that. This is the 5-second chart on BSLK. So just look for that aggressive uptrend, then you're picking it up and you're riding the momentum. But trying to pick it up on the downtrend, look, you're going to get a great price, but you're going to have to be super accurate with your levels. And I'm not saying $7 is a bad level, but I'm just saying that I'd rather participate in the aggressive up move. We'll see if BSLK has another aggressive up move up its sleeve, because, I mean, that was already aggressive to begin with. So that's what I'm looking at right now. But GBIO is losing the 10 EMA on the 5. So if it breaks down, I want to say below the 20, which is 15s, that's where I'm going to end it. So we're long at 4s. I'll get out if it loses the 10 EMA. I'll set up again at VWAP if it does move back into VWAP. So let me go ahead and put my out right now. Put my out at 612. We'll give it to 605 just in case. And that's what we're set up or sell order there. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on, guys. GBIO, BSLK, WBTN, they're all in my on my focus right now. And we'll see what we can do with these bad boys. All right, John Del Segno, Sharif, we also have inflation reports tomorrow, so probably a lot of selling in case the bad number. Not a bad assessment there for sure. And now you have a lot of questioning about whether or not, you know, some of these numbers. Well, who's reporting the inflation tomorrow? Is it Jolts or what is it? Adara? PPI? Okay, we're going to, okay. You couldn't just come in over here. Go to Adara.
Yeah, it was going to be PPI. I can just do happening now, whenever. Actually.
Sure, let's go to happening now.
Little that clip.
Let's find out what's happening now. The market is near day's lows. We did bounce nicely off that 579 level, though, on the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the S&P 500. Looking pretty similar. This one a little bit closer to its low of day here at 643. Interesting that both of them right now finding a little bit of support at the whole dollar level, which has always usually been found to be a bit of a source of support and resistance. Donald Trump is still talking. Nothing he's really said has been market related. Not a lot of it has been related to the Kennedy Center either, though he did spend quite a lot of time talking about the Rocky movies because Sylvester Stallone was being honored. So if there's anything market related there, I will, of course, let you know. Bullish IPO is really what we're watching. I can't show you guys a chart for that yet, but I can tell you currently the theoretical auction price, as Neil just mentioned, $75. So that is now here. We are almost double that $37 initial IPO price. Let's find out what happens. I guess now we're more than double, so good look there. CoreWeave, trying to find a little bit of a base. This is an earnings day one mover. Same with Cava here, CAVA, both of these names trying to bounce a little bit off of their lows. But a lot of these earnings reports yesterday were just not well received, even though both of those beat on one metric, missed on the other major metric. Interesting look here. Tonight for earnings, we do have Cisco. You can catch those with Neil and myself. We'll have to see if it dumps like a truck. But way before Cisco earnings and before that bullish IPO, we have Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, Neil, give him what you got.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Yeah, lesson of the day here. I'm gonna make it twofold because we're waiting right now for bullish, and you're sitting there, and if you get like too antsy or work yourself up or just stare at the charts and all that kind of stuff, you can get messed up. You just sit in the wrong head frame. I'm going over some fantasy stuff to keep the brain going. Sean and I were literally talking some fantasy football just to keep the brain loose and not get yourself too worked up, because when it happens, it happens. But there's one simple thing I wanted to mention, just because looking at Circle and CoreWeave, a couple of recent earnings names, right, the one before, one after the bell, the last couple of sessions. It's the rejection candle. When you have, like, earnings matter a lot, obviously, but price action on earnings when you get increased volume sometimes can be very, very telling. And I want to point out something that you saw yesterday in Circle that could have maybe helped you with CoreWeave today. You see the ridiculous topping tail candle in Circle? Pull up a daily chart. On the daily chart, what does that look like? Yeah, that looks like a pretty nasty rejection higher above 170 bucks on Circle. So what happens today? The next day, it tries to spike, runs into first resistance, and you get another rejection candle. That's just simple continuation. Selling on big volume begets some selling on continuation in Circle. And things can be fractals, another way to look at it. Higher time frame goes to smaller time frame. But it's not even about this happening on Circle or looking at that in particular. It's more when you see that pattern somewhere else. Because CoreWeave was very similar action. Big time rejection candle, Daily chart tells you there's your rejection candle on the daily. I think we all know what it means. Topping tail, clearly a big level gets rejected. Right at the open, the other way this can play out for continuation is not the pop, which I was looking for into 141. Like you want the pop into prior resistance. It can also be the simple breakdown. Continuation happens in two ways, right? Like either it finds a lower high resistance if it's a down move, or it simply breaks out the low of the day. But it's the initial rejection candle that tells you something. A lot of times people look at a reversal and say, that's where you take out profit on the long. Well, if you think it's going down, you can also short the thing. Short the stock, whatever it might be. CoreWeave down 17% today was obviously a good opportunity. If you were bullish, not going to be any good. But it gave you a reason to be biased. Both CoreWeave and Circle gave you a reason to at least have the short bias, which was the topping tail candle on the daily, and then any kind of a follow-up setup. Now, not a huge move in Circle, but obviously if you shorted the pop, it would have worked out. It doesn't end up breaking that low. Keep an eye on that 150. Seems to still want to hold it. But CoreWeave, lots of continuation. In a bull market, obviously we want to be long, in a general sense. But when you get these big topping tail reversal candles where a lot of people start thinking, hey, that's not a bad place to trail out of a long or get out of a position or take some profit. Not a bad place to be biased to the short side, at least on that individual name. So pretty simple lesson. While we're here, because why not, for anybody that doesn't have access to this, we're still looking at $75 on Bullish. The paired volume has been at 2 million for a while now, so that, I don't know, I'm just a guess, but that suggests to me that we're not close, because you'd think that number, like the paired, would be moving around a little bit more. That wouldn't be surprised if it, you know, that 75 turns to 85 or 95 before we settle down. And it's only noon. Last time it was 2 o'clock by the time that we opened up. So yeah, be very patient with this. Good luck to everyone out there that plans on trading it. Good luck with the rest of your trade. But simple lesson of the day. Best of luck to everybody.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Informative as always. Catch Neil every day around 7 or around 12:30. But guys, I know you want to do Razor Roof, but I got to cover this, Joey, because this thing is really going here. BSLK is breaking out again, guys. Here we go. Zigging and zagging right now. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Let's see if it's got the juice to take out that $8 area. Now, we know that there was a whole bunch of selling in and around 8, even though it's an 886 high. But we're breaking out again. Good look right now on BSLK. Keep your eye out on this one if you're into the small cap gappers. Looking for support on this bad boy over here at around the $0.75 to 2/3. So a bunch of topping tail candles on the 5 into that 790 area. So let's see if we got some juice over here, dipping back down into that 10 EMA on the 5-second chart. Let's see if it continues to lose that area or whether it continues to make a move back up. So BSLK definitely getting some selling here, at least locally. Can we kind of recover, make new highs? Let's give this one the old college try, so to speak. Set up some here. What do we got? 71. So let's just give this to 55s. We'll give it tight amount of room up on that bad boy. So seller at 72s now. So you got a staunchy little bugger who's kind of preventing us from ascending right at that 70 area. Look at that staunchy seller at 70. Can't shake him. Now he's selling at 69s. Let's see if we can shake that seller at 70. There he is again. Yeah, so that's annoying kind of seller there. So Joey, I'll send this to you while I keep my eye out on BSLK.
Absolutely, guys. All right, so there goes Bitcoin right back to our add point right there. So there goes Bitcoin right back to our add point right there. And then sure enough, it's starting to climb higher. So for me, this is essentially... Anything
guys, we're getting active sounds in our ear. There's a mic triggering back at the production desk so we can hear the boys talk from the back.
Just make sure you guys aren't hitting that button, please, and thank you, because we're hearing everything there. Very loud and clear. There's no questioning that. All right, so yeah, we're right back into this ad, but sure enough, I think at this point, considering we just turned around, we will breach this key pivot. And then also, as for Ethereum, we're riding right into that downtrend line. So keep an eye out on this for this to be snapped. So you can see we have multiple points that we can touch on this. And then now if we open up on a 5-minute time frame on the back side of this, maybe we'll get a move for that continuation higher. But I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not expecting too much from Ether today, considering like boom, boom, boom. Look at these moves that we're experiencing. Excuse me. So yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if it's going to be an inside day. One thing that we don't want is this to close as an inverted hammer, right? So if sellers step in and then we get that close anywhere around this $4,500 level, it's just going to be watch out because you might get that aggressive pull. Uh-oh, I got the hiccups now. To 4,000.
To cover?
Yeah, for a second, please.
Yeah, no problem, guys. All right, let's give Joey some time over here. Still keeping my eye here on BSLK. Scalped up into 75. It lost the $0.50, so we gave this one not enough room, but I feel like it's not really in breakout mode right now. It's
there so you can focus on what you got going on. And here goes Ether, right? Starting to crack this trend. Let's see if that can hold. And then I just mentioned as well, too, Bitcoin going to break through this pivot. And there it goes. So a nice look, pull back a little deeper than what I was expecting. And that's what I was saying earlier. I gave myself patience on this ad here. We're going to call it a secondary trade anyways. But then I got stopped out, get right back in. But you can see the depth within the pullback. So for me to think that we're going to experience this shallow 10, 15 cent pullback is where I went wrong, all right? So just keep that in mind. You want to wait, be a little bit more patient because you got to think about this. This underlying fluctuates quite a bit. It can go from 20,000 to 23,000 in a span of a couple of minutes. So just keep that in mind. More patient on the deeper pullbacks. And then if this ad was right here, then boy, we would have been having a good old time. Even though we still are, it would have been a lot more fun because I'm like, hey guys, look at what we're doing, look what we can present to you, and I know that everyone in the chat has the ability to put on these style of trades as well too. So keep that in mind. Tap on BLSH still at 75. I like that, not too bad. We're not going to complain. And RGTI starting to pull back in as well too. We'll put this up to the 5-minute time frame. We can see this a little bit clearly now that the rain is gone. And then sure enough, boom. We take a little break, even though it was a small win here. We hop right back in, and I mentioned you got to document these trades because you got to go back and look and say, hey, how can I make them significantly better? Obviously, no one trade is the same, but there's similarities within a system. And here it is. You have a definitive base being held right around this 1590 level. We'll call it 80s. To be fair, holds it. We're in a little bit early, but then there's multiple ad opportunities, and that's what we got to do to get a little bit better is just go back, take a look at what we did, and then sure enough, next time it's our job to execute and just attempt it. The chances of you being wrong are high, but then also you just got to continuously take those stabs. Go back, redefine everything. Hey, this is where I went wrong. This is where I went wrong. What can I do to get a little bit better? And then the next day, it's your job to go and execute there, Sri.
Well said, Joey. I do agree with that. Yeah, still hearing it, guys. All right, TNON. I want to shout out Nilraj for calling this out. Not a bad one here, Nilraj. I think that we're up. Where are we up here? Sorry, just let me update my screen to see what the percentage up on the day is. 16.33%. We're at the day high here. Look, there's not too much volume though, so you have to be careful here with Tenon Medical. TNON is the ticker. 1.42 million shares traded on a $1.71 name, so which is light, but it's got a very respectable chart pattern. Yeah, Assassino, it's not continuous. It comes in, comes out, comes in, comes out. So it's not like always.
It's just a button being hit. Or something.
Yeah, it feels like it's a button getting triggered or something like that, Assassino, so let me know. TNON anyway. So going to keep my eye on this one. This has been very respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. As you can see, only one print. What? Oh, I thought it was like it was open. Only one print has actually been below the 10 EMA, and it ended up closing above it. So it just wicked below the 10 EMA, but for the most part, TNON has found respect with that 10 exponential moving average. I'm still holding a piece here on GBIO. My thought here has been that we're going to clear that $0.50, right? But before we were putting in higher lows. So that kept me kind of more optimistic. Now, even though we're still holding above the 10 EMA, we're putting in a bunch of lower highs, and we have been essentially since 1140. It's almost 1215. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles here, part of this lower high series that we've been putting in on GBIO. So we're well away from my entry, which is kind of why I've been able to give it room, but that doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do to hold on. Pesky continues to make moves. I have taken nothing on Pesky. PSKY is the ticker. But this one's giving you all sorts of opportunities. Bless you, Adara. From 1320 area low into 1423, and area low here, I mean the pullback at least closer to the volume weighted average price. This thing opened up yesterday, or closed yesterday, excuse me, below $11. Now it's taking out 14.25. So Pesky certainly has a good bid under its belt right now, but you know how high we really get. So that's what I'm looking at. GBIO just lost the 10 EMA on the 5, so we'll have to pull that one out. I put my order to stop out at 15s. So if it loses 20, we'll get stopped out of that one. So that's my look right now, guys. I've been trying to trade BSLK as a breakout while it's still kind of forming a bull flag. So taking some prints, getting stopped out. Taking some prints, getting stopped out. So gonna wait for this one to decisively take out some area highs, and then maybe we'll punch back into this one. Joey, just the tap, still $75 showing here on BLSH. Still waiting for that IPO to open up.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Are we ever waiting for that one there? Sharif, looking forward to that for sure. Can we get a poll out maybe here? I know you guys are busy, but can we get a poll out? Will Bitcoin break through its previous all-time high today? Yes or no? That's as simple as it goes. I might go with yes. I think I'm in the yes camp for sure. I'm in the yes camp. Maybe not during the intraday session, but we have until midnight, right?
What's the question?
Will Bitcoin break through its all-time high today?
Oh.
What camp you in?
Today.
Yeah.
Can I have a look, see where it's at?
Absolutely.
All right. I want like that. 121.5.
Yeah.
All right. Where were we high at the day? We were knocking on the door of 122.750.
Yeah.
This is interesting here, Joey. I'm going to say no.
You're going no, eh? You're in the no.
When's the cutoff?
Midnight.
11:59:59?
Yeah, 11:59:59. Exactly.
I'm going to say no.
Oh,
hold on. What is it? The all-time high is when 123 on the dot?
Yeah, 123 is.
Find out exactly what it is, Joey. Hold on, man. Okay, so it was July 14th.
Yeah.
We hit 123.414. Do you have the same number?
Yeah, I got something around
123.414. That's all-time highs on my list. And then today, we got 122.610. I see that as the high.
Yeah.
From the 11th, I see 122.610 as well.
Yeah.
Okay, dang.
Well, you gotta vote. Get your votes in.
All right, I want to see what this one's going to do.
Great pool, Havana, yes. Let's
Get it,
go.
Havana.
I don't know. I think it can do it, right?
I want it to do it. Don't get me wrong.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's no questioning that. I love what ETHA is doing as well. We're on the backside of that trend, Sharif. So maybe we'll get involved in this one. Small size, maybe small potatoes, as my guy Dooley likes to say. All right, backside, start small. Just south of VWAP, we're going to use as our stop loss, because why not? There it goes. Look at the strength start to pick up in this thing, Sharif. And I mean, as we head towards the high of the day, we might be Ponyboy golden on this poll here. So let's see what the votes are. 254, guys. Make sure you get those votes in. And also, meanwhile, while you're at it, you may as well go $ and then your ticker to choose for the rundown. I already did mine. I'll do it again. And I'm still absolutely shocked in the fact that Bitcoin or Ether has not made it in the top ones. I don't know if it's available or whatever it may be, but come on, $, get those tickers in. Bitcoin, let's go up about 1.7% on the day. So I think there's plenty of room to climb. And also, we're now in Ethereum because it is on the backside of this trend. I think that we have the ability to go and test that high of the day. Let's wait and see. Time's cooking.
Absolutely, man. I do agree with that. I'd be very pumped if Bitcoin broke all-time highs today. No question about it. All right, guys, I don't have too much to update you on because some of these small caps have really slowed down, but we'll bring in the side chart and talk about what's moving. It's really Pesky and TNON. PSKY and TNON, these ones are trading at highs. You still have a lot of opportunities, I think, in WBTN and BSLK if they can get off the schneid, but this downtrend here on BSLK is kind of uninterrupted. So yeah, sure, you're finding some support at that $7 area, at least initially, but these lower highs and this downtrend over here makes you feel like the short sellers, the profit takers, they're in control for the moment. So I wouldn't be going too gung-ho into this. Stuart D saying RSLS is popping. Say less, man. Let's go. I look at my Bitcoin chart. I hear your voice. And I know exactly what you're getting pumped out about. That's so funny. Shout out to Yannick, who's saying the same same thing. RSLS. Everybody's yelling about RSLS. Oh, baby, look at that breakout on RSLS. And it's a trade de novo. This is a new trade, guys. The volume just started coming in about 20 minutes ago. 11.50 pop up there from that $2 and change where we're trading at. And now it's $3.75. We're up big, guys. 77% and quicker than you can say Katina, man. Ooh. So keep your eye out on this one. We're going to have to take somebody off over here. Longeveron just lost its spot. So it's RSLS. Get it, Adara.
Sharif, would you like the catalyst on this?
Absolutely.
So there's, I guess, a new company trading as Viome Therapeutics under the ticker HIND on the NASDAQ as of August 15th. This follows their merger with RSLS. So it's, I guess, maybe this is a SPAC type situation. I would like more details. But either way, apparently RSLS merging with Viome Therapeutics. They're going to be trading as HIND again. If I get clarification whether or not this is a SPAC, I'll let you know. But that's kind of the vibe I'm getting. The sticker's rallied in the past. We've got a $5.79 million market cap.
Love it.
2.19 million share float, 9.5% short float.
Thank you very much for that, Adara, especially that short float. And the float definitely helps. Knowing it's a former runner, its price levels, all this kind of information you got to have before you weasel on in. Seller at 60, seller at 60. Can't shake them. It's a hidden order there because there's like only a few hundred lots. Here we go, 60 again, rejects again. The high of the day is 73. So we already know we can get up to 73, but now it's a short selling, the profit taking at specific levels that we need to be careful of. So a few ways you can do this. One, you can have an eidetic memory like that person at the big desk, get it, Adara, or you can use another tool. I use the 5-second chart. You can also use Bookmap just to be able to spot where the sellers are on a recurring basis. You can go back, refer to it. Oh, that's right. There was a seller. There was a buyer here. There was a buyer there. You can see that on the level too, but you got to be able to remember it. If you don't remember it, then it's kind of useless there. So that's why I recommend a visual aid. Whatever visual aid assists you, have at it. Otherwise, don't have at it. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We're going to look for a breakout here on RSLS, Joey.
All right, cool. Are we ready? Are we ready for that there,
Get
Andre?
it, Casino.
No, okay, anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Ooh,
get back
Beta
to it.
Pro. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Okay, Beta Pro. Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETF offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and the TSX 60. Semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may now more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. And there goes Ethereum. Oh my days, oh my days, bro. Let's go. This is exactly what we want to see. Ethereum gone once again. Oh my days, Sharif, look at this thing just.
Oh my God.
There it is. Oh my days. There it is. Man, oh man, oh man. On the backside of the trend. And now it's put in a new, it's rejecting aggressively, put in a new high of the day, but the volume stepping in as well too. Man, when you're rolling, we're rolling. What do you got, Shreve?
Get it, Adara.
Trump is talking about Fed Chair Powell again. He was asked, what are your thoughts on the Fed with regards to suing Powell? And then Trump just said, too late. He's too late. And then said that he's now going on about the Fed building. So just so you guys know, that is very much still a thing. It sounds like he's at least still open to suing Powell over these reservations. He's talking about the pumps in the Fed building and the basement. So if we get more details, I'll let you know. But I just want to let you know, Federal Reserve currently being discussed by President Trump. He's been taking questions for like 20 minutes or so now. He started during Neil's lesson of the day. Also, guys, speaking of the potential Fed chair pick, I am currently working on an infographic with the updated picks as reported by CNBC. There are now 11 contenders or so, and I will be posting that very soon. Back to you.
That's my favorite song right now. That is my favorite song right now. Legit. Adara with that song.
Too Legit to Quit?
No.
MC Hammer?
Ever since I was legit. Yeah.
Love that song.
Cardi.
Yeah, that is my track right now. I'm running. That gets me amped up. Ever since I was legit.
Love that.
I was legit. Okay, Ether, this is not
Ever
good,
since
though.
I was a kid, I was legit.
Yeah, same.
Oh, I thought you said...
No, a JIT. A JIT.
Oh, I
is
thought
like
he was a
a
kid.
Yeah,
oh,
JIT.
okay.
Yeah, JIT is, I guess, I think a Florida term for maybe.
Is it actually?
For kid, yeah, JIT. Just a little one. So there it goes. A nice pop there in Ethereum, but we are getting a key rejection level. One thing that we haven't done today is taken a look at the chain. So let's see if there's anything definitive up there, considering what it's got going on. Sharif, I know you're cooking up, so anytime you want
okay, let's just cover this while you get ready. RSLS is breaking out, guys. Here we go. We're long at 69, my absolute favorite entry. We've just wet the beak there at 82s, and now we're waiting for a whole dollar touch and drop. So where am I setting up? I'm going to set up at 96. It's super random, but I'm looking to front run the size that I anticipate at that whole dollar. I'm talking about 4. Anything below 465, 365, excuse me, gets me out of that trade. So let's go ahead and throw that in now. And there we go. Now we're showing high day. 88's now high a day. So we're zigging, we're zagging. Here we go again. 88's getting tested. They just got taken out. 90's now. 95. Here we go. We're a little bit lower than my entry. I'm going to flatten out here. Boom. Into 93s. Don't mind this trade. I don't mind this trade. So I know that there's likely going to be a little zig and zag at 4. That's why I took it out a little bit early. But let's see what it does with 4. Does it hit 4, drop, and then we can pick it up again? Here's 98s, Joey. We're showing 98s now. So that's the high of the day. We're still below that $4. Seller there at 98s. Can't work up to 99s quite yet. So an aggressive seller, a hidden seller too, at 98. It's like nothing was posted there at the gateway, and down we go into the mid-80s. So there is a pesky little bugger right there. We'll see if we can shake him, but I'm looking for 4 rejection, and then maybe move back into a 350 VWAP, something like that. We'll pick up some more, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, I like that. Very good point there, James Dell. But yeah, we got to keep an eye out on this candle, right? We don't want this to close as an inverted hammer. So essentially what's happening, you get this opening, you push price all the way up to 35.87. And then sure enough, sellers have the ability to push price back down. So we want to see them continuously push this higher and close with as least wick as possible. The more wick, the less I like that. So I don't have much left on it anyway, so just keep that in mind. But right now, it's not looking too promising, and you might get that slow curl over. As for the TQs, I do like this for potential long as well. You can see that we have this hammer right here. And then also we're forming another one. So that's just another higher low, which is positive, positive, positive. We'll just do our basic trend line. Where are you wrong? At the break of that, get out of that trade, reassess the situation. Sharif, what do you got for us?
Joseph, I know you've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now. And now they're actually creating something very special just for you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside the book, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works in real life. So download it now by scanning that QR code on the screen or hitting the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool. Dara, you're laughing. I know something's going on up there. I want to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, Jerome Powell was just called a truly incompetent individual once again here by Donald Trump. He also said that apparently Powell's nickname of Too Late, which was given to him by Trump, will live on with him forever. And it'll be part of, I guess, his legacy. He also said, too, that he's excited now they have Stephen Moran taking over temporarily in the Fed for Adriana Kugler. Adriana Kugler, of course, stepped down. Now, Trump claimed that Adriana Kugler stepped down because she wanted to lower interest rates and Fed's Powell did not. Based on her public statements, that does not necessarily seem to be the case. But either way here, keep an eye on the NASDAQ. Trump just taking his last 1 or 2 questions. Back to you.
Sorry, we're just speaking to the Katina man about like the strategy of Bullet. No, but last time, hold on, Katina man, you put your order a little bit higher. So we all got printed at 85. I'm pretty sure the entire floor got 85s on that. No other choice. Yeah, there was no other choice. But you had your order substantially higher. Was it like 100, 105, something like that? That's what I remember.
Mine at like
right
300,
there.
I'm pretty sure.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah. No,
exactly.
I'm just. Unless it's a buying power issue, which is a good point, which is why I did the math. Before I did before I took the shares that I set on Bullish, I just wanted to make sure that I had the BP for it. Yeah, and it's all good there. So we'll see exactly how this ends up working. All right, so here we go, RSLS. I tried to tell you guys, these ones are around for a good time, not a long time, and I don't care how annoying I sound by saying that, but there it is, 405 rejection. As we said, that whole dollar was going to be a bit of a line in the sand. It doesn't mean that it's not going to get cleared later in the day, but we're going to sell off into the whole dollar, and here here we come into the $0.50. Now, this is important because the volume weighted average price and that $0.50, they're showing the same price. So we're already getting some support here at the $0.50. But this is one of those anomalies on RSLS where the volume weighted average price is very, very much higher than the 10 EMA on the 5, and that doesn't typically happen. I'm talking about a 10 exponential moving average, a 10-day exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. VWAP is at 350 and the 10 EMA is at 3, so almost a 50 penny separation. Now, why is that an anomaly? Because usually the 10 EMA is a little bit higher than VWAP. Not always, but most of the time. That doesn't happen when you get big breakouts like this. The volume weighted average price will track the price a little bit closer than the 10 EMA, at least in the short term. So keep your eye out on this one. I'm definitely interested here. If the $0.50 keeps defending, we got another 2 minutes left on this 5-minute candle. I want to see this candle close above the $0.50. And if it does, then I'm going to punch in here for another attempt at 4. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on right now, Joseph. RSLS, it is finding support at least momentarily at VWAP. Let's see how long that lasts for.
All right, guys. Yeah, so we're still sitting in this trade. We don't have too much out left. One to be exact. So we'll hold this one off. Again, only 20% or 10% of the position remaining. We'll take that off whenever we get that. Bitcoin, I think if we do test that high of the day, someone mentioned this earlier, that if we do go in toward that high of the day and we decide to break, I can see buyers stepping in and then just pushing it past that previous all-time high. But Adair, what do you got for us?
Got it, Adair.
I just want to let you guys know Trump has stepped off the podium at this Kennedy Center event. It's now over. The next time we're set to hear from him is at 4 p.m. when he'll be signing executive orders, but that is actually going to be closed press. So no press unless he makes some kind of interview or comments after the fact. Back to you.
Ram almost died over here, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, Ram it almost ended for Ram right now.
Would have been on workers'
You okay, Ram? Do you want to
with an
sue?
ankle.
Let me know if you want to sue. We can set something up over there.
Ice it. You need some milk.
Oh, goodness. She needs some milk. Yeah. All right. For real, Ram, you're good?
Yeah.
I think she's good, yeah.
But I didn't know it had wheels on it.
Yeah. You know why, Joey? Because...
Don't tell him, Sharif.
So right here, what you guys can't see, there's these platforms. Ram, come on the platform so everybody can see it again.
Platform again.
No, seriously. Right there's a platform and it slides. And the reason it slides, because Adara's desk is actually going to be back there now. So the desk where she's up there, it's actually going to be back there. And so we're going to be able to actually switch our chairs from looking at our screens, and we're going to be able to look at Adara like this so that we can all have that interactive view. So this is where we are right now. You saw Adara. Okay, Assassino, can you show Adara? There. So that's where she is. She's in front of us currently, but there's a whole bunch of monitors that we can't see her, like her desk, our desk, it all blocks that. So all of that, Assassino is going to go over here where Ram is, and we're going to be sitting right there, and Adara's desk is going to be behind Ramin, and that whole wall right there is going to be something very special. Especial.
Muy especial.
All right.
Mi amigo, muy especial.
I know how to say... you don't know how to speak Spanish and Mandarin now, Joseph.
And
I did it just specially for you.
You do that to me?
No. It literally taught me that yesterday. I'm definitely saying this to Joseph.
Okay, say it.
No, okay, so it's Nibu Hoi Shou. And then I forget how to say Spanish. It's Si Guayan, something like that. Yeah. Nibu Hoi Shou. You cannot speak. And then I forget how to say the word Spanish, but I'll get, it's a new word for me, Joey.
¿Tú no hablas español?
No habla español. I know what that one means, bro. I've been to Mexico. So we're having a good time over. Shiban Wai Hua. I don't know about that, Attic, because I think you're pulling my leg there, bro. That's Chinese. Yes, Tammy, I know. It's Mandarin. Yeah, but everybody thinks Chinese is like this ubiquitous language. There's two main ones, all right? There's Cantonese and there's Mandarin. If you're from Shenzhen or Hong Kong or Macau, you're likely speaking Cantonese. If you're literally from anywhere else in the mainland, most likely you're speaking Mandarin.
How big of a difference is there? Is it big?
Sound different. The words are different.
Very much.
And they make fun of each other
so
too.
It's not like a comparison for like our language to kind of the UK English a little bit.
No. So I have a buddy from. I always talk about him. Alfred. He's Cantonese. And so he's like, I can't even go figure my way around in China.
Oh, okay. Mandarin. Completely different.
Yeah, unless he's in Shenzhen. Shenzhen or Hong Kong. Again, some of these places that speak Cantonese, they're good, but otherwise. Fact check me, Chad. Am I wrong? Let me know if
Yeah.
What? Chinese is not a language? Oh my God. All right, bro. I didn't know that you knew. You don't have to be funny. But yes, that is the situation there. News to me. Okay. I thought you guys were being funny there, but no, I guess you guys didn't know that.
No
yeah,
funny,
man.
no
That's
funny.
that is the case. All right, Bullish. Tap is $80, guys. We're still keeping an eye on that one. Picky eater, I don't know, bro. I don't know if it's a dialect, brother. I'm pretty sure it's an entirely different language. That's what I'm made to understand. But you say it's a dialect. All right. Joey, what do you got?
Someone asked in the chat, what level are you guys looking to get into Bullish at? We have limit on opens, so as soon as it opens, we get whatever price that is at. So boom, whether it goes up or down, as soon as the stock opens up, we're involved in this name. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Let's go Ethereum. Let's see if we can break. Bitcoin taking a little bit of a breath, just keeping our eye on the crypto space because it's most definitely hot today. The way that it's looking, we might have the ability to breach this key level now, considering that I mentioned we want to see as little of a wick as possible and more body within that 5-minute print. But if we breach through this, then I like our chances of holding that high of the day, especially if the volume continues to accelerate and pick up. We're starting to move back aggressively. But also for IBIT, you can see that we've now been taking a breath off of these lows. That's where we were long. Took a position there, and then we added right here, and then this stopped us up. But then we take that additional leg lower. Let's see if we can get an additional move and another leg higher. Volume on the sell side is relatively aggressive. You can see that it's starting to pick up. That's not something that I would necessarily want to see. You want to see the inverse of that on a pullback. So you have a strong candle. The next one stair steps down. And then the other one stair steps down as well too. So just keep that in mind. Okay. Break up this 69.22, then I think we can be off the races up to that $70 level in IBIT. I was taking a look at the Ethereum options chain.
85.
Yeah, is it 85 now? Maybe we got to add a little
85.
bit more. We got to add a little bit more maybe on this one. Okay, let's take a look at the chain. Shout out to the gang. But yeah, for Ethereum, there is nothing substantial just yet, considering the pricing of this stock, right? So we have that $35 level, 10,900 contracts. We're already north of all of these strikes that were significantly longer from the OI standpoint. So I think that we can continue to climb. And if we go to this week's expiration cycle, there's no size, and I'm okay with that. We can go to the following one, 32,000 at 35. So that might be a little bit worrisome, but that's okay. Once this expires, then maybe we'll get to free rolling again on this one. And then I also wanted to mention the NVDA chain. Leading into the earnings, we're about 2 weeks away now. So look at the size at 185 start to substantially grow. When we were first talking about it, we were sitting at around 111,000 current open contracts. Now we're up to 142,000 open contracts. And then if we go a couple strikes higher at that 190, you're going to see 113,000 open contracts. So what essentially can happen is, yeah, the momentum can break us through 185, but then guess what? You have another wall following that. So you have to be able to breach both of those and then hold them in order for to get that squeeze and kind of that gamma effect that Havana Woody, my guy Pug Life, and all my other fellow options traders are necessarily looking for. But considering we have been now building a sample set and collecting data on what we've experienced on NVDA with past call walls, it has aggressively rejected them. So keep an eye out on for that, just in case it does. It will set you up with a good time fade on that name if it does reject those levels.
All right, I just want to remind everybody, guys, we have an IPO. It is It's the name of the company is Bullish. It's a crypto company. Peter Thiel's backing it. They do DeFi. They mix DeFi with a little bit of traditional centralized finance. We can go through it in a moment over here, but I want to let everybody know we don't know when it's going to open. That's kind of part of the nature of these IPOs. We have an idea that it'll be generally in the afternoon. Most of the time they open in our show, so take that for what it's worth. Our show is 3 hours, so between 11 and 2. Most of the time they're opening by the end of our show, if not before. So that's that. Then we also have a feel for how, this one is going to open based upon the theoretical auction price, the TAP. So essentially what's happening here is that buy and sell orders are coming into the exchanges before the actual stock has actually traded. on the exchange. And what the exchange is doing behind the scenes is it's pairing these buy and sell orders. And if there's a buy imbalance, more buy orders than sell orders, you'll get an increase in the theoretical auction price. On the contrary, if there were more sell orders to go than buy orders, you get a reduction in that theoretical auction price. So what we've been watching for the last, I want to say, hour and a half, if not more, is this number over here, the TAP, the theoretical auction price I just referenced, increasing little by little. My observation, I think Neil can back this up, is that it's been increasing in waves of $5. $70 it was initially at, then we saw 75, and it was 80. Now it's showing 85. So what do these numbers mean to us? Means that, you know, it's already continuing that hype, that oversubscription. If you were to look at the IPO just from, you know, the institutional phase, it's already oversubscribed. And here's why. It was already supposed to be sold to these institutional investors, these buyers for the IPO off exchange between $32 to $33. It ended up settling at $37. So we already know there was demand for it in the IPO stage. And in addition to that, they were only looking at making available 20.3 million shares available for trade on the exchanges. That also got bumped up to 30. So there has been demand for these. And so that's what we're talking about here when we're making these observations about the IPO. That's what we're referring to. So we have no idea when it's going to open up. We have no idea what the opening price is going to be, but we can make these educated guesses along the way. One thing I didn't mention as well is that the sector for this, it's a crypto-related IPO. Those have been very much in vogue. We saw what Circle did, right? We saw what Webull did. Now, I'm not saying Webull is only crypto, but it's crypto adjacent. These crypto-related and AI-related IPOs seem to have the best trading, not a hard and fast rule. Again, something that we can just kind of help to, you know, make our trading more efficient, Joey. So that's what I want to mention right now. I was thinking maybe we could do the news a little early.
Yeah, if that's
so we can actually trade the IPO and talk about the IPO when it does launch, right? So what I'm going to do, Joey, I'm just going to load this up on this screen over here so that I can basically exit it right away and then go into this screen and then be ready to trade the IPO. So here's what we're going to do. All right, we're going to start the news, guys, a little early today only because we've got that IPO and we just want to be ready for it. When it does load up, or launch, excuse me. So let's talk about Cava. We'll start with Cava first and foremost. They reported earnings. Where are they at right now? Let's find out where they're at in terms of price action. We're still down on the day, if I see that, CAVA. Yeah, we're down 14.75%, and here's why. So the only thing they did better on was to shore up their expenses. So they printed 16 pennies EPS. The street wanted 13, so they did better on the bottom line. That's the bottom line. But revenue missed. That top line number missed by about more, actually. No, actually, exactly $5 million. They printed $280.5 million. The street wanted $285.5. So a $5 million miss on that top line number, with income as well. That take-home money falling substantially year over year, about $1 million, if not more. They printed $19.7 million in profit last year. This time it dropped down to $18.4 million. Still printing profit, but less than last year. And their net restaurant sales did actually rise 20% year over year, but that was driven more by new openings rather than more in-store sales. I know you're going to focus on that, but I just want to mention it super quick, Joey. Now the company's actually expecting 4 to 6% same-store sales growth for 2025, but that's down. They were actually guiding 6 to 8%. So the same-store sales, a basic metric for some of these restaurants, down year over year, or sorry, they're guiding lower than they had previously. The shares plunged now. They're about down. I think they're 36% year to date, down on the year. I'll get to this same-store sales traffic in a second. I'll leave that for you. But there were obviously other comps that were weak as well. We saw this with CMG. Chipotle also said same-store sales were down year over year. It's basically this fast food casual slump. Sweet Garden as well cut their guidance, Joey. So it doesn't seem to be like a Cava thing. It seems to be like an industry thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, Sharif, they opened about 16 new restaurants in Q2, ending the quarter with nearly 400 locations. But the company is also also looking by 2032 to reach 1,000 restaurants. That's quite a bit. That's a lot. Do we have Cava? Do we have Cava?
We don't, bro. No,
we
I saw
don't.
him in New York.
I was thinking of Zoop. You know that? Remember that place, Zoop? I don't know how well that's been doing.
No.
But anyways, but as for menu launch headwinds, the prior year launch of grilled steak contributed to menu cost pressures, offsetting some margin gains. Nonetheless, restaurants' level profit rose nearly 20%, as Sharif mentioned, year over year, and held a steady 26.3% margin, confirming the efficiency of Cava's operating model. Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, so you guys know Roblox on Watch had a little bit of a spike up here, as you can see, that it's still near the low of day. Apparently, S&P is raising its credit rating for Roblox to investment grade. So good look here, potentially for RBLX, though, again, as I said, the stock not super reactive as of right now. Back to you. Oh, okay, cool, I'll stay here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think same-store sales growth that's a metric that matters, and we've seen that really move the needle with regards to, Starbucks, McDonald's. In fact, I think Sean might have mentioned this earlier today. McDonald's, that was basically the reason that we did well on earnings, was because they had better than expected same-store sales growth across all of their regions. So if not only are you missing same-store sales growth, this very important metric for your field, but then you're also lowering the guidance for same-store sales growth going forward. I think it's a yucky look. I don't have much more to say than that. The sales miss too was probably just like a.
Are you surprised by this number? Because I was kind of surprised. I'm figured, all right, maybe the consumer's tight. You're spending at some of these, fast food places, but that doesn't seem to be happening. Maybe people are actually cutting some of the fast food out and actually cooking at home. I mean,
that makes more sense to me. Groceries are expensive, fast food's expensive, everything's expensive. Honestly, I don't even know I'm not quite sure how it all balances, to be honest. And I don't know enough about the consumer at Cava either, because I have never been to a Cava, and I've only seen the outside of one Cava, because they're not here in Canada.
Yeah,
but I mean, I can't really provide a lot here.
As for fast food, it was supposed to be a cheaper alternative, right? So
supposed to be,
but that's not necessarily the case anymore, because you can see, considering what McDonald's was doing with the $10 meal deal, that's probably out the window now, I think. So,
all right, Joey, you want to hear something?
Yeah.
I went, you know Jimmy the Greek, obviously. Everybody knows Jimmy the Greek. It's Greek food in Canada. All right, what did I get? I got the chicken skewer dinner.
Yep.
All right, Joey?
Yep.
And then, I got to get an extra skewer. One skewer is not going to cut.
You're not eating the rice.
I
Did you? Oh, you did. Yes.
I ate the rice and the potatoes.
Oh.
Hold on.
Yeah.
But here's the deal, bro.
Man.
So I got two chicken skewers. You get a little potato, you get a little rice, and you get salad. And they throw the tzatziki on there. God bless them. They're liberal with the tzatziki. Mm-hmm. But I dropped $25 on that, Joey.
Right there.
$25. Because I wanted an extra skewer.
Right. That's crazy. And I mean, when I go to the grocery store, I spend $100 to $125 a week.
I mean, it's what it is, Katina, man. We don't have to tell you, because clearly you got a lot of mouths over there, He's times 4. He's speaking sense. All right, let's go on here. We'll stop being about how much we're paying at Jimmy the Greek at the groceries. We'll talk a little CoreWeave, guys. They reported as well. It was a decent report, but I think the stock did continue to sell off. Let me just check.
CoreWeave?
CoreWeave, Joey. Where are we down at? Yeah, we're still down 17 2/3. So it was a loss of 21 pennies per share, earnings per share, or loss per share. There was really no direct comps here because of the one-off item. So I don't have an expectation for what the EPS was supposed to be, except to tell you they lost 21 pennies per share on revenue of $1.21 billion, way ahead of that 1.08 expected by the street, and tripling from what they printed last year. 395 million and change was what they made in revenue last year on the quarter. They printed 1.21, so fantastic growth there year over year. They're continuing to lose money because they're spending hand over fist on these data center racks. They lost about $290.5 million, which was narrower than how much money they lost last year. You got to love that. They lost about $323 million last year. Again, a very CapEx heavy business, Joey, as we know. Now their margins, operating margins fell to 2% from 20. Due, though, according to the company, to a one-line item, which was $145 million they had to pay in stock-based compensation. So that's how they pay their employees through options, as well as giving them stock-based compensation. The debt rose to $11.1 billion. Demand for their NVIDIA-powered AI servers remains through the roof. They use it a little bit less of more of a technical term, remains above supply. I'm going to say through the roof. They did expand their relationships, most notably with OpenAI, which is now a major client and investor. So double whammy there. They also added Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley as new clients, and they acquired Weights and Biases for $1.4 billion, which is supposed to enhance their AI model monitoring capabilities. So we'll keep a lookout for that. Now their Q3 revenue guidance, they're guiding 1.26 billion up to 1.3. Easily beating the 1.25 expected by the street, with full year revenue guidance now for 2025 between 5.15 billion and 5.35 billion, again upping that number from the 4.9 to 5.1 that they had guided before. And Joseph, you got to add data centers in order to take on new clients, and that's what they're doing, my man. They're adding a 250 megawatt New Jersey data center scheduled to open next year. So another good look.
Absolutely. Just to add to that point, so backlog climbed to about $30 billion, signaling sustained demand for CoreWeave's AI infrastructure capabilities. But also to add to that debt part, Sharif, you can see interest expenses surge from $267 million from $67 million the previous year, reflecting elevated borrowing to scale infrastructure, a key margin drag. And that's why we're going to see that most likely that margin go down all the way down to 2% there on CoreWeave. From a technical standpoint, let's take a look at CoreWeave. It's really unfortunate that that put system didn't work, but that's okay. We're past that one now, my brother.
I know. Let me look at it right now.
Yeah,
I got Sim open. I'm still, Joey, I'm $2,300
it's done.
out of the money.
It's done, it's done. It's essentially,
that's crazy.
Think about it, it expires in September, right?
It does, September 19th.
Yeah.
We have a month.
It's done. It's just like you may as well just close it and
you were telling me to buy a closer one. I was the one that's saying September.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, further one, I was saying further.
You were saying further?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, further. September, we want to go further dated. True. So as for CoreWeave, you can see, guys, after that IPO, we're up substantial. Right, so 384%, but what we're currently trading at is still 215%.
Right.
But one thing to note is just do your basic TA. As Sharif would like to say, you don't got to be a chartered market technician to do this one because it's not that complicated, but still holding some of these key levels. Once this trend line is snapped, watch out. You might get some more downside in CoreWeave considering those operating margins are falling off a cliff.
Adara, this is one that I think you keep your eye on quite a bit. If you trade it during the day, don't you?
I traded a little bit. I did trade it today. I mean, maybe I can talk about it in the market recap if we have time. My first trade, I was like flat on it. I just moved my stop too early. Second trade actually worked out quite nicely.
Good.
But either way, I think right now CoreWeave actually wants to break lower. We've held support right now around that 120 level. Right now, we actually are kind of doing a bit of an intermediary flat bottom break. We're not at low of day, but we're close to low of day. I want to talk here about these big moves on these IPOs early in earnings. I talked about this yesterday in Circle, but I did do some statistical analysis on this. And so, again, this is just like 6 IPOs that reported that opened within the last 2 years. As you can see here, on average across their first 4 earnings reports, they are going to have these moves of greater than 10%. Most of them will have average moves of greater than 10%, right? So CoreWeave making a big move in terms of its pure earnings reaction is not that surprising. No, Circle didn't really do this. We ended up closing up 1%, but we did initially make a large move before giving it all back, right? So again, this is just analysis. It's all backward thinking. It's not necessarily predictive, but either way, I think it's pretty interesting. And I think in this case with CoreWeave, which is currently near day's low and very much in that SSR territory, down more than 10%, I think it is actually true. And it's unfortunate if you just miss like one metric, if you're just off a little bit, especially as you mentioned with a stock that's as maybe overvalued, you could argue as CoreWeave. It's not super surprising to see a sell-off. Let's see if we're able to hold that 120 though.
And Adara, we could get more of a sell-off in just a couple of days because I believe on the 15th is the expiry of the lockout period. So we could definitely get some selling going into that day. Thank you to Jacques in the chat for pointing that out to me.
I'm going to look at the expiry periods.
Thank you, Adara. Double check that. Appreciate that, Adara. All right, let's go on to the bullish IPO. This is what we're all waiting for. So let's review this now. So we've done this before, but we'll do it again because it's important. And a lot of people here are waiting for this IPO. So here's the information on it. It's priced at $37 per share. Currently, though, it's showing a top of 85. So that's just a number there that people participating in the IPO with these investment banks, that's what they bought it at. But that was above the initial range. They were looking for $32 to $33, valuing the company at $5.4 billion. The offer did expand. So they were actually looking at only making 20.3 million shares available for trade. They boosted that to 30 million, obviously reflecting stronger investment demand. They have, or they're looking to raise $1.1 billion from the IPO, with the underwriters granted a 30-day option to sell an extra 4.5 million shares. It will trade on the New York Stock Exchange, not the NASDAQ, under ticker BLSH, Joey.
Absolutely. VinFast delivered over 35,000 EVs in Q2 of 2025, making a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year. With strong sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to double 2024 with 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS.
Oh, that's very interesting. Joey.
Yeah. What do you got?
What does that number say right there, Joey?
89.
89.
Yeah.
We're going to have to move it up. We're going to have to move it up.
You think so?
I'm worried. So. I want to get the fill.
Absolutely. So then just put it. Then we could just put it at a ridiculous.
I'm just going to put 200.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Let's move it up.
There, yeah.
All right. We'll do it as soon as we're done here. I'm just gonna do it in a second.
Ooh,
so let's keep going.
It can open up any minute.
I know. Right? Well, so let's keep going on with the story here, guys. So. The institutions here are very much interested in picking this up. We got BlackRock and ARK Invest, Cathie Wood's ARK, that is, expressing interest to buy about $200 million worth of shares. The IPO book runners are going to include JP Morgan, Jefferies, Citigroup, so a who's who of some of the bigger institutional names. Now, here's a little background information on the company. They were founded not that long ago, 2021, and they target institutional crypto trading. They combine all the benefits of DeFi, decentralized finance, with the centralized security, so regular centralized finance. I don't really know how they walk both worlds, but that's what they do apparently. They're led by an individual named Tom Farley, who used to be the New York Stock Exchange president. The company is headquartered on the Cayman Islands. It's not an American company. The total platform trading volume exceeded $1.25 trillion as of March 31st. So probably substantially more now with crypto booming. The company, Bullish that is, also owns CoinDesk, which provides crypto indexes, data, analytics, et cetera, and some of the bigger names backing this bad boy. You may have heard of this guy. I may have heard of him as well. Peter Thiel. The IPO taps into the Trump administration's pro-crypto stance as well. And this is their second IPO attempt since they've launched. I don't really know when they tried to go to market, probably not last year or any time before that, maybe 21, 22. But there's also obviously been very strong demand for these crypto IPOs, with Circle raising $1 billion, Galaxy Digital, eToro debuted at $5.4 billion valuation. BitCo and Gemini, Joseph, as well, have confidential U.S. IPO filings. So they could be coming to market anytime.
Absolutely. And I think this is the green light, right? So we're seeing a lot of these crypto stablecoin IPOs coming out. And just with the regulatory clarity, I think this is a good, solid green light. And obviously, timing is extremely important. And this is the time, in my opinion. So Bullish, pretty good. I think it's going to look good. The top is now at $89. But yeah, as for that, I think just with everything that we have going on, just kind of a transition into tokenizing everything, and obviously transaction fees and another brokerage. Essentially, I like these IPOs. I love these crypto IPOs, Sharif.
All right, Dara, let's look over here on Bullish.
Actually, I was familiar with their previous IPO attempt, so I looked at it to make sure I got the dates right. They actually, as far as I'm seeing, they were founded in 2021, and that was the first time they tried to go public in 2021, guys, through a blank check merger or a special purpose acquisition corp, right, a SPAC. They tried to do that in 2021. They called it off in 2022 due to regulatory issues. But guys, it's worth noting, through that SPAC, they would have been valued at $9 billion. Right now, through this IPO, they're said to be valued at about $5.5 billion. So interesting look, they were going to be valued at a lot more through their initial SPAC attempt. Now, in terms of the IPOs, I think, like you said, I think a lot of people are just trying to hop into this excitement around the crypto space, for example, Circle with that IPO. And also, I was reading, apparently, since we've got all of this excitement with Bullish as well, in addition to Circle, apparently Gemini, which is, of course, the exchange that the Winklevoss twins, you might be familiar from the whole Facebook saga. Apparently, the Winklevoss twins are trying to get Gemini potentially IPOing as well through a confidential filing.
Yeah, we just mentioned it.
On CNBC, right? So yeah, as mentioned. So I think it'll be really interesting. Let's see what keeps rolling here.
Yeah, there seems to be again, you and I talk about this all the time. Crypto in vogue, AI in vogue. If you're really pegging your IPO to one of those, there's a good chance it really goes here. And I love the backlog of IPOs for crypto. So thanks for mentioning that. I mean, we'll have to wait and see exactly how they all pan out, Joey. But the fact that they all want to go to market kind of says something.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I'm talking about. When I say it's the green light, it's go time. It's go time. I think now is the best chance, considering we got the Genius Act and everything passing here.
See you coming with that orange shirt. How are you? He doesn't have a mic, so we'll just get the nod. Yeah. Everybody's everything. Any updates on any of the floor talk we had yesterday? Nothing new, huh? Yeah. Well, probably snail's pace by the time they get that bad boy done.
We will talk about the production.
We will talk about the production process, says Randy. So stay tuned for that kind of talk. Shout out to Randy. All right, Joey, let's go on to the next one over here. One that wasn't on the watch list, but this is a big company in China, so I think it has, larger implications for the Chinese market. It is tradable in North America, but you're going to have to go on to the OTC exchange to trade Tencent. I'm not talking about TME, Tencent Music. I'm talking about TCEHY. That's the ticker for Tencent, on the OTC exchange. So their revenue came in, Joey, at about $25.7 billion, or about 184.5 billion yuan. That was up 15% year over year, up from the 161 billion yuan they printed prior to that. Operating profit grew nicely as well, 63 billion yuan, up from the 57 and a third they printed last year. It was very, very diversified in how they were able to grow. Gaming success as well as AI-driven ad and transaction improvements. So advertising, transactions, and gaming. So 3 sources there. Let's talk about their domestic gaming revenue. We'll start with gaming first. 40.4 billion yuan in revenue, up 17% year over year, thanks to games like Delta Force, Honor Kings, Valorant, Peacekeeper Elite. Don't know any of these games. International gaming revenue was 18.8 billion yuan, up 35% year over year. PUBG Mobile and Dune Awakening, Joey, moving the needle for them. Advertising revenue. The marketing services revenue rose 20% year over year, up to almost 36 billion yuan, with AI-enhanced ad platform and improved Wexian transactions. Don't know what that is, but their CapEx as well, the capital expenditures, money that they're spending on investments, surged 119% year over year. But this we're seeing with a lot of these tech companies, AI upgrades in advertising, gaming as well, some of the reasons that they're spending so much. Their Tencent Music exceeded expectations. But, I mean, to me, the article said strong subscriber growth, but you only grew 1 million users year over year. I don't know. Am I lofty in my expectations? They had 123 million users last year. They have 124 this year. So Citi notes faster than expected full year potential, and they plan to expand, Joseph, into cloud and service. They're going to challenge Baba, Microsoft, Google.
It's like less than 1%.
Right? I don't know.
So anyway, but yeah, I mean, as for outlook and seasonal momentum, despite solid results, revenue growth is expected to cool modestly from 25% in Q1 to around 9%. All right, so just keep it. And then add to that gaming and monetization engagement, Sharif. The firm ramped up community events for titles like Clash Royale. That's another game that's involved with them as well too. So PUBG, kind of another version of Call of Duty. I know a lot of people live by Call of Duty, and then PUBG is an additional one of that. So I didn't know that that Tencent was behind PUBG. So that's very, very interesting. But other than that, I can't pull up the chart or anything along those lines.
All right, I just want to mention before we go to Adara, BSLK is halted to the upside, 1028. It is now up 371.5%. Shout out to Casey. Thank you very much, Casey, for that $50 super chat. Look at this. Unreal cash getting dropped there by Casey526 in the chat. Thank you very much. She reads as follows. BSLK, Boom! Thank you, $10 plus. What an absolute print storm she's got over there. So we're going to shout you out, Casey. Great trade on your part. Sorry, Adair, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Any comment here with respect to Tencent? I know it wasn't really on the watch list today.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'm going to talk more about China, which actually, ironically,
open.
Let's go. 94.
Boom!
No,
Wow!
I didn't catch a fill.
Dang it, man. I took out half.
I didn't even get the fill.
I got it at 90. This thing is really going. Why did I take it out all there?
Why didn't I catch that fill?
I did well on it. I took it out way too quick. Katina, you still in it? Katina's still in it. Neil, you still holding? Neil is holding. Wow, this thing's going. Go, Bullish, go. I got the fill. I did quite nicely on it.
I didn't catch it. Wow.
What a bro. Why'd I take it out there? Oh, nice, Katina.
How come I didn't catch that fill?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Why didn't you get that fill? Sorry, man. I don't know what to say.
What?
All right, guys. I got 90. I sold at 92. Just going to put it out there. Not that much. Not that much here. It's going to halt, guys. Here we go. 102.44 is the halt level.
No
here comes the halt
way.
parameter. It's okay, Joey. I mean, there's nothing you can do at this point, bro. You got to let it go. Here we go. A couple of more seconds. It's done. There's the halt. Good trade, Sean. Good trade, my man. Katina man's lit up. He's pumped up. He's all amped up. I know it's all good.
Yeah, well, I'm not like, but that's just BS.
I
shares have nowhere to go.
Oh, hold on. Did you allow? Oh, did you use the Lu key?
Yeah.
You're 100. Well, that's so
1,000%.
stupid. All right. I'm not sure what happened there, but yeah, that's kind of how that goes, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know why I sold so quickly, but anyway, we're up nicely on the day. We're gonna let that one go. It's all good, Joey. I mean, there's gonna be more. You see how many IPOs want to make it to market.
BS.
I'm sure you're gonna get a lot more better prints in the future, bro. What a move up, though. Makes my trade look like absolute crap, which it is, quite frankly, because my plan was to hit half the order and then to let the other half go, but that's just the way it is. So good job, Sean. Good trade there. All good. Neil got it. You know, it's all good. Adara, how'd you do on that bad boy?
I weirdly got hella slipped, pardon my language, I got a little slipped on it. So for some reason, even though I had the Lu, I only got filled at 94. Then I looked down, I was like, oh my gosh, it's at like 90s, 92s. So I punched out at 93s. I lost like one risk unit on it, but then of course it went up to like 103s. I mean, you learn from it. I was just really surprised by how delayed my print was on it.
Interesting.
That was kind of shocking. I think if I'd gotten filled right at 90s with the Lu, I would have been chilling like a villain. Unfortunately, I didn't. It's all good.
It's all good.
Next trade, and I mean, I learned from it. This is my first IPO lose.
Sounds good. Thank you, Adara, for being honest and very, very transparent about that whole thing. Look, man, we're going to keep saying it, guys. There's a tailwind right now for crypto IPOs, AI IPOs. Stack the deck by trading on that mentality, all right? So we're going to keep taking these ones. You saw Joseph and I didn't take Figma. Neither did the Katina, or Katina man got in for 1 second and then he was out. Neil didn't take it. We were all pumped up about the IPO today as a result of the sector. Crypto sector, AI sector, that's what's running. So we're going to continue to trade these. Now, here's the issue. This is a New York stock. So we're not going to get an accurate representation of the TAP, the theoretical auction price. We're going to have to fly blind. It's on the NASDAQ that we have the accurate theoretical auction price. So right now, the TAP Assassino, it's showing basically where we closed out at. So you see the last print there came in at a bit to the left Assassino. I could just show them the time in sales. 102.44 right there. That's the last print that came in. And as you can see over here, 102.44 is the theoretical auction price. So we're not going to get any updated looks on what the top is. But as soon as this bad boy opens, we will let you know. Now, here's the deal. They open up in waves of 5. So volatility halts will likely be halted in waves of 5 minutes, meaning the earliest that this can open is 107.34. And how do you know that? You look at the last print that came in on the time and sales, and you take that number and you add 5 minutes onto it. So 107.34, the earliest this can open. What time is it right now? It is 105.53. Here comes so about 106, a minute and a half we'd have before this opens up again. You still holding any, Katina Man? The Katina Man's still holding some into the high over here. So keep your eye out right now. BLSH halted to the high side. Say it again. The Katina Man is going to take some at the open. So he's throwing out orders right now. So get ready. We're going to open up in about, I want to say, 1 minute or so. Yes, just a little bit less than a minute. Okay, again, it may come in waves of 5. So the earliest it can be is 107.34. It doesn't mean it will open up at 107.34. It could be 10 minutes. Usually it's not, though. So we're going to wait and find out exactly what we get over here. I just got left by both these guys. We're doing the news. They're both leaving, and I'm the one with
on open too.
All right, sounds good. All good. We'll just do the news on my own. Let's go on to the next one. Circle shares. Katina Man, can you let me know when it's open, please? Because I'm going to be doing the news. All right, so Circle shares drop on a secondary offering. So what happened here? So Circle down after it announced, Assassino, that they were going to offer 10 million Class A shares, okay, for offering. 2 million of those shares are going to actually be offered by Circle, the company, and 8 million shares of that 10 million are actually going to be offered by existing shareholders. The underwriters were granted an option, a 30-day option, to purchase an additional 1.5 million shares. So keep on the lookout for that. The stock is up bigly lately, 450% since it IPO'd on June 5th. Oh, you scared me, bro. I thought I was open here. I'm like about to punch back in. But their their report wasn't that great. They lost about $4.48 per share. What they're saying is driven by IPO charges. Revenue was up 53% year over year, fueled by strong stablecoin demand. All right, thanks for letting me know it's open, Sean. All right, here we go. We're absolutely flying to the high side right now. Wow, what a move up, guys. This is a big move. There's a seller at 110, 111, 113. Here we go. So we're just going to punch in. I'm just going to hold this. All right, let's see if it lets me fill. It's not letting me fill. Ram, I can't get any fills. The price action is too crazy. I'm only asking for baby shares here. This thing is rocketing up. It is now 210% in Greensville. As it comes back down now into that 110 area, can we get some buying at 110? The book is all but useless here. Nobody's posting any size. You can tell everybody's just punching in as the price reacts. So keep your eye here on BLSH as it comes back right into the highs. I'm just going to put it on my side chart so I can get a better view of the 5-minute look right now. So I'm going to keep my eye here on BLSH as it zigs and zags, dropping aggressively, losing the 110 area into 107s. There's a 107.5 buyer. It's still holding above 107, and there it goes momentarily into 106. Zigging and zagging here, guys. This one's losing the bid a little bit, coming into that $100 area. Do we pick this up off $100? Does it even hold up at $100? Now the buyers are stepping in, moving this one back into 8s and 9s, and there's 10s again. So let's keep an eye out right now for BLSH. Great IPO open. And I'm going to keep my 5-second chart up over here so we can kind of get an idea of where the buyers and sellers are stepping in. So BLSH, good look right now. I've got a 109 area of support. I'm just trying to load this up here on the side chart, BLSH. Yes, so 106, there we go. Now we're actually putting in lower highs. So here's what I'm seeing on the 5-second chart. We're getting a lot of lower highs, which could be a move back into that area where we halted, the whole area, guys, which we always talk about as area support and resistance, 102.5. So we're putting in lower highs, and we're coming into that 103, 102.5 area low. Be on the lookout right now. BLSH coming back down into this area. Now, do we pick it up off that 100, or do we pick it up off that area where it halted? Again, 102.5 is the whole area. Oh, Katina, man, what's going on? Every time he prints up a storm, I know I'm going to get my traps decimated. Shout out to the Katina, man. I know he printed up a storm on that one. All right, we're having a good time over here, Joey Options. What do you got on that side, my man? My voice is starting to go, man.
Brother.
Oh, you're eating. Wow, this guy leaves me and he's eating up a storm. And he's got carbs.
What was the problem with your order?
It told him that it had nowhere to send the order, Katina, man. Something like that or another.
Which ECN did you use?
That's what I was trying to ask him. I'm like, you got to look all the way.
Help you for next time.
Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on that. All right, Katina Man's helping out Joey options. Shout out to Benton. Benton, I see it, brother. PSKY is rocketing up. We were talking about this pesky little bugger since we got on the show. It's really rocketing up here, Dara. It had support at VWAP, and then the buying really stepped up. PSKY, 1753 high, but it is kind of losing the bid a little bit here, dripping down into 1680. So we'll keep an eye out on pesky. Didn't have any trades on that one today, but we'll have another very good day, second biggest day we're going to have in a while. The biggest day, obviously, was the IPO that we took a few weeks ago. Today was another good one, but I took twice the amount of shares I took last time. So I'm just going to throw that out there. We don't usually talk about share size, but I'm going to tell you, took 50 shares on this one today, took 25 shares on the previous IPO. We're just getting our feet wet here. Hopefully we'll take more next time. Joey, I might have to ask for an increase on that BP, baby.
You know what that's comforting. That's comforting.
No, I don't. No, not for me. No. I don't know. It would have told him BP issues, though, wouldn't it?
He wouldn't have accepted the order.
It wouldn't have accepted the order. Exactly.
Accepted.
Yeah.
My order was accepted. Yeah. So that's comfort eating. As I was eating, is just so I don't lose my ish and just go buck wild. So I had to step away, eat a bagel, and then now I'm back and we're calm and cool like a cucumber. So
yeah, man. All right, so here we're going to hold down, guys. Here we go, 96, 97. This is going to hold down. Keep your eye on it. We're getting a few more seconds for the halt perimeter to kick in. Let's see if it's going to be that 96, 97 halt. Ooh, all right, that's okay. There we go. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. We'll definitely give you more updates, but it did lose that $100 area, so we'll definitely keep an eye out on that. So that's a good look there. Shout out to Jag. Yeah, you know, Brett, it's not even really anything about guts or anything like that. We're just putting the odds on our side. So that's a look. Joey, what do you got? Because I'm done talking for a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I'm just figuring out what went wrong here. So I had this 0, and that's exactly what I had. So at the end of the day, I had this, and then sure enough, right as it opens, it tells me shares have nowhere to go. Let me maximize that.
Copy that.
Yeah.
Right click copy it.
Yeah.
Send it to me.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I gotta copy this and send something to Neil. Copy cell, copy row to clipboard. Yeah, so I'm gonna send that to see what we got going on and why I didn't catch that fill. Everything was right. It was the exact same key that I used last time. But in this case, it just didn't want to give me. It didn't want me to hold it on for the dream. So yeah, it is what it is. We won't complain. That would have been a nice day. It's over now. You can't have it all, unfortunately, and that seems to be the case. The trading gods did not want me to have that one, so I got to send this over to my boy and see what we got going on. And there it is. Send that to Neil. So yeah, we'll figure that one out, and we'll obviously dissect that and see what we got going on from that standpoint. But as for now, guys, really good look. Hold down. That would have been so nice. Open up at 89 and then take that 10. Wow, that's $16 move. That is absolutely insane. That would have been a four figgy for your boy on that one, but that's all right. At the end of the day, we can't complain. We just got to wait for that next one, and hopefully it's even better. I'm sure there's always going to be a bigger and better one. Yeah, don't apologize, guys. It is what it is, right? At the end of the day, we can't complain. I just look at my Ethereum position, and that kind of lightens it up a little bit. So, again, patience, calm, cool. Already not too bad of a day, but that just would have amplified things to the extreme and to the max. But if you guys traded that, let me know. Just type it in the chat, yes or no. Did you take that IPO? You can retire now. I wish I could. That's not the case. We got to build this account up significantly higher. I think I more or less hit the lottery in order for me to retire, because that's what we're gonna need. I keep dreaming. Do you ever guys get that gut feeling? It's like when you walk past the lottery machine or whatever, the kiosk, and it's just like today's the day, and you just gotta buy one.
Damn it.
Yeah, that's what I do a lot of the time. So yeah, it is what it is. It halts down. Not too bad.
Right.
Bitcoin's still hovering around those areas. And then as for that, I'll pull it up on my chart here so you guys can see, and we'll take a look at the TAP, BLSH, TAP NY. And the TAP is now at 96.97. What a nice move. Was that a genuine print all the way up to 118, Sharif? I wasn't here.
Yes, sir. 118 on the dot.
Wow, what a move from Katina, man. That's $30 right there. Big time movement. And that's what you want to see, up 162% from where we're currently trading at. So BLSH, another, smoking hot IPO, that's for sure.
We'll keep bringing you these IPOs, man. Like I saw it yesterday, and I wanted to review it on the news, but we didn't get far down enough on the document to get to it because I wanted to kind of give everybody. Yesterday. Yesterday. So I was going to talk about it yesterday, but all good.
Yeah, it is what it is. We'll take it. Again, we can't cry home about it. Just wasn't meant to be, I guess, at the end of the day, Sharif.
All good, man.
Yeah, exactly. Ethereum heading back towards this key pivot high. Is this going to be a large enough liquidity grab in order for us to breach through these levels? Maybe, possibly. Let's find out. What's Bitcoin up to? Is it moving in that direction? Not just yet, 89.23, but I think this could be the move that we do breach that specific resistance zone. Was once acting as support, now resistance, and then maybe we can go and make that move towards this high of the day. And then in the post-market, anything can happen. I think in the post-market and overnight, we do make that push to the all-time high in BTC.
I'm gonna. Am I allowed to change my vote?
To yes?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, Judge Wilson. I love it. I'll allow it. All right, get it, Joey. No, but guys, I got to bring your attention to BLSK because this thing is rampaging up, guys. The IPO is rampaging. So is BLSK. It's up almost 600%. $14.99 high. There's a seller at $14.99 that we can't shake. There's a double top, 2 candles on the 5, both worked into $14.99. Can't shake them, but we got to go back to the IPO now as it is open and down it goes. Do we find buyers at 90? I mean, we didn't really, this is where I got printed. I got printed at 90 there, and now it is really coming down very aggressively. That is the low of the day, 90 on the dot. And here it comes. We're at 91. We're losing 91 right now. Let's see if we print anything below. We are, oh, wow. There's a bot. There it goes. See ya. Wouldn't want to freaking be ya. Isn't it nuts, bro? Ram's getting pumped. I never see Ram getting pumped about price action ever, bro.
That's crazy.
All right, here we go. We're going to hold down again, Joey.
That's
86.40. If we see this for a few more seconds, and we are halted. There is the gray out. We are halted.
You went so crazy on this.
Oh, I know, Katina, man. I get riled up over here. I do apologize about that. But that's the look right now. BLSH halted down at $86.40. Yes, throw me here. I'll throw them out after, yeah. $86.40. We are down now. We're still up 133%, but that is that $37 IPO price, not from where we opened up, obviously. So here we go. Be careful, guys. Trading these IPOs obviously goes without saying. Risk is involved. But going back here to BLSK, still zigging and zagging. Shout out to Tisha. I know, Tisha, you've been all over this bad boy, BLSK. Loving it because it is one of the definite good ones. I don't know. I don't think we've had a quadruple digit winner above $1 yet this year, Tisha, in all of 2025. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. Again, above $1, not below $1. So that is the situation right now, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely, my brother. See what he's got going on.
What do you got over there?
Yeah, so that's the one, Neil. Exactly. So I don't know what happened with that. So yeah, it is what it is, guys. We'll continue to monitor this name as it's halting down once again. Top at 86.40. All right. So that's continuing to climb lower and lower, but I mean it's still up 133% off of that. So yeah, not too bad, not too bad. What is the overall market up to here? Not much, right? So you can see that we have a lot of buying pressure stepping in, but these candles, you're not getting more of a program to continue this back into a curl into the volume weighted average price. So just keep in mind, 94.32, boom, you get this move higher and higher.
Oh, do you want me to take over? Sure. Yeah, Joey, let me take over for a sec because Neil's going to look at your level too.
Yeah.
All right, guys. All right, let's have a look at what everybody else is talking about over here. I mean, well, I got to go back. I got to go back to BLSK because here we go. We made another high SSE. This one broke $15. $15.05 is still, now it's a triple top into that $15 area. The two previous wicks that you're seeing there on the screen, those are $14.99 wicks. Now the current candle that we're on, the current candle on the 5 is a $15.05 high. It's up 570%. I'm not touching this thing until it comes into a key level, but I want to let you know This one is really breaking out. We don't see these triple-digit winners really go above that 500% all that often. So we got something here with this one, and you can kind of tell this one was really going. It's got a 321 low, 1505 high. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Going back quickly here to the IPO, BLSH, it's still halted at 86.40. The halt time there, 118.17. So you add 5 minutes onto that 118.17. That is the earliest time it can open there, Joey.
Yep.
So you just want to point that out. Yeah, drop whatever information you have, then we'll get back to the news.
Yeah, absolutely. No, so essentially what happened, maybe I clicked something and said that it changed price and put it under what it actually opened at, but I don't know if I did. But again, anything can happen, and sure enough, it just didn't go our way, Sharif. So that's as simple as it is. It's done and over with now, as you mentioned before. Yeah, exactly, and it's done, right?
Dang,
we ate half a bagel, and now we're cool.
It's like you had to get even with somebody there. Like, I'm eating carbs, damn it.
Bro, I had to.
Yeah.
I'm like, because I'm a little hungry too, so you don't want me hangry.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's actually a good point, bro. I don't want to see you angry, period.
Yeah.
Joey Hand.
It takes a while. It takes a lot to get
It does,
But
yeah.
as soon as I get hit in the face, then it's all.
Then
everything's on.
Yeah, eh? Your face just turned there. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I love it. At least I know what face you make there, so stay away from it.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk some Perplexity here,
right,
Joey,
let's go.
because for whatever reason, they're trying to buy Chrome. So, all right, angry wife. Get it, angry wife. All right. Perplexity AI, you may have heard of them. They made an unsolicited bid to buy Google's or Alphabet's Chrome, the browser, yes, for $34.5 billion. It's going to be an all-cash offer. It's twice, or really depending on their valuation. This article says their valuation is $14 billion. I'll submit to you it's $18 billion because they raised money in July at a valuation of $18 billion. So almost double their value. The startup has previously made headline offers, including a January bid to merge with TikTok US, which obviously didn't work out. Google hasn't actually put Chrome up for sale, hence the unsolicited offer, and it intends to appeal a prior U.S. court ruling finding it held an unlawful monopoly over search. So one of the remedies that we'll talk about in 1 second is the court could possibly force Google into divesting. All right, the IPO is open again, guys. It's still bleeding. Be careful with it, okay?
Absolutely.
So here's what's going to happen. So the Department of Justice is, Assassino, can we show this? Yeah. The Department of Justice, sorry, I'm not plugged in. Give me 1 second. I know you want me to plug in there because you're trying to talk to me. All right. So the Department of Justice actually wants to seek Chrome divest, the divestiture of Chrome as part of the remedies for the antitrust. I'll do this one more time because I know you're filming me. All right. So the Department of Justice wants to actually get Chrome divested away from Alphabet as a part of the remedies for the antitrust search case. So legal experts actually say a sale order could be delayed for years as Google appeals all the way to the Supreme Court. And the judge, the current judge in the case, Judge Amit Mehta, he's actually going to give a ruling about what the remedies are going to be at the end of this month. Now, he could actually order Google to divest Chrome, in which case it would make their bargaining position a little less good, obviously. So let's give some more information about how Perplexity wants to fund this. So they've raised, according to Perplexity, about $1 billion from backers like NVIDIA and SoftBank, and they're also claiming there are multiple unnamed funds have actually offered to fully fund the deal. I wouldn't be surprised by this. The offer excludes any equity and pledges to keep Chromium, which is the software upon which Chrome is built, open source, and they're going to throw $3 billion into Chrome to invest and to upgrade it over the next few years. And they will keep actually Google as a default search engine within Chrome. So they're promising to do all these things as a part of the deal with Google to kind of move the needle. So a little information on Chrome. It's got about 3 billion users. They're viewed as a key asset, obviously, in the AI race, as browsers are very, very important for data collection, right? That's what we're looking for. Search data, search traffic, user information. Perplexity already has its own browser called Comet, and they see Chrome as kind of a natural extension, a way to complete that browser, compete, I should say, directly with OpenAI, Joe.
Absolutely, and the likelihood of a sale is uncertain. Analysts see this more of a strategically timed publicity play than a deal that actually has legs. Google has shown absolutely no willingness to actually sell Chrome. But we also know that Perplexity was in talks with Apple at one point, and that deal does not seem to be going through just yet. But also from an Apple standpoint, there's talks of also Gemini and Apple teaming up, and we know that Google equals about 20 billion, so 20% of Apple's service revenue.
That's big.
With the Google Chrome deals, that is as well too.
Adara, what more light can you shed on this really interesting deal here, especially the unsolicited nature of it?
Yeah, I think, again, we talked about this a lot yesterday. I think one of the biggest things is just the fact that given the size of Perplexity, at least relatively, if they didn't have those backers, you'd be pretty shocked here by that $34.5 billion bid. But as I said to you yesterday as well, I think that the role of the backers is huge, because you really don't think that some of these companies that are involved aren't trying to weasel and get some of that Google Chrome for themselves. Like, imagine the possibilities you could do with ads. Could benefit from ads in that way. You know, you could try to big up your own products. I think it's honestly, it's a pretty crazy thing for some of these companies to have. And of course, if Perplexity has it, in and of itself, regardless of the backers, I want to know what they're going to do with it, because as you guys discussed this morning, they already have their own browser anyway. They announced that Comet thing.
Yeah,
right? So I'm curious. I want to see the implications, but I want to hear a little bit more about this potential bid first before we get too ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I know. I got to tell you, Dara, I'm not really concerned too much about the bid. I feel like if they want the money, they'll find the money somehow. What I'm really interested to see is Google willing to give up a lot of the important data that they use every day to target us through search, obviously, to a competitor. That's what I'm really interested to see, because that's a fundamental change right there in what Google's done. They've never really done that before. So that would be super interesting for me to see, because I know how that all works out, Joe.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised if the tables turn. What if Google says, hey, no, what if we want to buy Perplexity out for $16 billion instead of that offering of $34 billion? Could that not be a scenario as well, too?
I don't know, but do you think that the regulator jives with that, especially with the Department of Justice already?
With the antitrust?
Yeah.
But I think Google has a solid case here.
I know, but
they're losing share to GPT. They're losing share to these LLMs. So do they hold as much of a monopoly as they did previously before? No, I'm going to say no.
Yeah, but they already lost the case. Now we're going to get a remedy.
So it's a fine.
They're going to appeal it.
Yeah,
exactly. They're going to appeal it all the way to the Supreme Court. But the point is, I mean, the judge at the end of this month, in theory, could say to Google, divest Chrome. Obviously, it's not going to happen right away, because you know they're going to appeal. That's not the point.
In which the $34 billion deal doesn't look too bad.
It doesn't look too bad. And what you and I were talking about yesterday, do you want the government telling you you have to sell? Because what kind of a price are you going to get once you're told you're forced to sell, right? As opposed to when someone wants to buy something that you don't want to sell. Right? So that, to me, it seems like it might not be a bad of a deal right now. Let's go on. Let's just have a quick look here at Bullish. Still, zigging and zagging here, a little bit above that $90 area. It's having trouble getting right back above that opening price. So we'll keep an eye on Bullish for you guys. But we'll talk a little Piper Sandler boosting NVIDIA's price target on a strong outlook. So NVIDIA's down 1.2% today, but Piper doesn't really care about the micro. They're looking for more macro. So they raised the NVIDIA price target from 180 to 225, implying about a 23% upside from yesterday's close. They maintained that overweight rating and signaling here to the market continued bullishness ahead of that Q2 earnings, August 27th. Put that on your calendar. August 27th, NVIDIA reports. Obviously, it's going to be a hell of a market recap show. Here's why they're upgrading, or they're boosting the price target. They anticipate another positive quarter from NVIDIA with potential upside for both the July and October quarters. The base modeling here, though, is in line for July and possibly signaling a slightly below street for October, but upside is possible due to positive hyperscaler commentary as well as China revenue contributions. What do I mean by that? Well, they've got a nice tailwind here with the H20 back allowed for sale in China, and now Donald Trump making pronouncements yesterday that he would not be averse to a downgraded Blackwell chip also being made available for sale in China. The demand here obviously helps with the upgrade. Strong chip demand expected to continue, Joey, with the U.S. HPC, high-powered computing demand outstripping supply of the latest architecture. The situation intensified by rack model changes and the GB200 introduction delays. So we'll keep tabs on all that. But needless to say, Piper looking very bullish here on NVIDIA.
Yeah, rightfully so. I think that's going to be the case, guys. And I've been talking about this for quite some time. H20 now back on the table, but before that even happened, you got Donald going across the Gulf Coast and just striking billion-dollar deals across the table in some of those countries. But now, as for the earnings report, we've been on a pretty intense run here for the past little while since those April lows. Now let's pull up NVDA and see what we got going on from that specific area on when we were told to buy. And this name has just been going absolutely parabolic. So we do want to keep an eye out on some key resistance levels. 107% off of those April lows, April 7th to be exact. So the stock has doubled, right? It's looking really good, but we also want to keep an eye out on what the options chain is telling us, and that's going to say, hey, watch out for these specific call walls, 142,000, 113,000. That's now built up into over 55,000 or 255,000 current open contracts at that through those specific strike prices. For me personally, the stock might need some time to cool down, and that's being displayed here throughout that options activity, Sharif.
Adara, what do you make of this upgrade here by Piper? I mean, they see a lot of sunshine and rainbows in NVIDIA's future. Do you agree?
Well, it's funny that this comes the same day we were talking about that Fubon note actually saying that AMD might, as of right now with those chips could do a bit better than NVIDIA, right? So I think it's an interesting timing of it. I think the $225 price target, though, feels pretty fair, feels pretty accurate. I have no issue with that.
Yep.
This thing is continuing to run up, though right now, as mentioned today, at least AMD is sharply outperforming them.
Oh, yeah.
Again, that could also have to do with just the fact that we had this Fubon note today as well, right? Which is likely moving AMD more. I was surprised a bit that we weren't up pre-market on this upgrade from NVIDIA, or sorry, price target increase, because it's a pretty good look. I do want to spend some time now as well, Sharif, though, if you don't mind, debuting
Go for it.
most recent infographic here at X at TTV Research. Here are the 11 contenders that CNBC flagged for the potential Fed chair spot that we know is going to open up as of May 2026. Trump indicated today they're going to announce this individual a bit earlier. I apologize, it's a bit hard to read here. You can read it a lot better if you take it out on your own monitor at X at TTV Research. So just to kind of do a rundown, some of these individuals were already flagged as potential Fed chair nominees. We know Christopher Waller, Kevin Warsh, Kevin Hassett, or the Kevins, as Trump has been calling them. But there are some individuals in this morning's CNBC report that came a little bit out of left field. David Zervos, who was a chief market strategist for Jefferies, is now in the mix. We've got Rick Reeder, Mark Summerlin, who was, of all of these individuals, the hardest to find info on. We've also got some former Fed members as well, Larry Lindsay, James Bullard, and the aforementioned Kevin Warsh. So I have them kind of, as you can see, siphoned off here, grouped up. We have current Fed members, former Fed members, and economists. All of these individuals on watch as reported by CNBC. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. But I think this pool is certainly getting larger in terms of who could be the next chair of the Federal Reserve. Let's see if they're also deemed too late a couple of years ago.
I got to ask, who's your horse in that race?
My horse in that race is still Kevin Warsh. I'm voting for that horse, if you will. And that sounded a little weird out loud. The reason for that, though, is because we know Trump literally as early as 2020, during his first term, actually looked at Kevin Warsh apparently once and said, I should have picked you instead of Fed Chair Powell.
Really?
So that's the thing. Kevin Warsh has also been very, not vocal, I guess because he hasn't said it out loud, but he's written pretty repeatedly here that the Fed should be cutting rates. I think he's probably a good pick. I'm not really sure if you go with any of the current Fed members, and I will tell you, I think the least likely is going to be Fed's Bowman.
He's saying all the right things, though. He's saying all the things that Donald wants to hear, isn't he?
He's saying the right things, but Sharif, she was just picked as the vice chair of supervision by Trump. It'd be really weird to move her from that position then to the leader of the Fed. I don't know if they do that. I think Kevin Warsh just went back and.
All right. I love it. All right, let's go on to the next topic. Do you have any comments about this?
No. She asked you, who do you think is your runner-up?
I'm going to have to say the same thing, Adara. Bring Adara back in. Yeah, I'm going to have to say the same thing. I was thinking about Waller or Warsh, but I'm leaning, obviously, a lot more to Warsh lately. I feel like, I think he wants Waller for something else, but we'll see exactly.
I think Waller's going to be probably on reserve, pun intended, maybe for another project or something.
I got you. All right. Sorry, Adara, it's just having trouble hearing because we got all the construction behind. All right, let's go on to the next topic. Trump's pick for the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. He floats, the individual that is, you'll find out who he is in a second, the idea of suspending the monthly jobs report. Now, not permanently. So Donald Trump, as we know, named E.J. Antony, the chief economist at the Heritage Foundation, as his pick to lead the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, BLS for short. Anthony, has suggested that they should temporarily halt the monthly jobs report, citing accuracy concerns. And there's a lot of revisions, downward revisions mostly. So accuracy is a bit of an issue here. There's really no denying that. He advocates using more accurate but less timely quarterly data until the reporting methodology is improved for the monthly reporting. He kind of questioned how businesses and the Federal Reserve can make decisions if job figures are unreliable. And the catalyst here for him, doing all this was the firing of his predecessor, who Donald Trump did fire. I believe I forget her name. Erica, McAntrafar on August 1st. He accused her of rigging the data. Anyway, the July jobs report showed slower than expected job growth and downward revisions for May and June. While revisions are common, Trump cited them as evidence of political manipulation and data. But we know that the jobs report were coming in high during the Biden administration as well, and then they were being revised down month over month. So that's not something that just only happens now, Joey, even though, he could have a point. Go ahead.
Absolutely. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Adara, what do you got for us?
Pinterest is dropping here. TechCrunch reporting that apparently Meta is creating a competitor here for Pinterest. Apparently, it's going to be a feature on Instagram that helps users find shared interests. So with that report that apparently Meta's Instagram is creating a competitive product, PINS dropping here. Back to you.
That Adara.
Right on.
All right, Joey, any comments here about the Trump pick for BLS? You want to go on?
Yeah, we'll move forward here.
All right, Dara, any comment on the BLS pick by our good friend Donald Trump?
I don't know. We'll have to see. I think one thing that's interesting is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent himself said this morning he does not advocate for getting rid of labor reports. So that, I think, is, I don't know if necessarily everyone's going to agree with Mr. Antony. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. And again, I think he still has to be confirmed. I think the confirmation hearing will be super, super interesting. For those who don't know, I watch these religiously. I really enjoy them to the point where I've actually started watching old ones on my downtime after work. So I'm going to be following this. If there's anything of note that comes of that, I'll let you guys know. We'll have to wait and see when that happens. But I think, it's not a super shocking pick. He's someone who will generally, I think, agree with what Trump wants. And Trump even said it in a Truth Social post announcing his nomination of Antony that, we're going to get the job numbers back on track. So, I think what he has to do or what Trump wants him to do is pretty clear. We'll see if he follows.
All right.
Isn't it important to get those job numbers correct, considering the Fed's mandate is obviously maximum employment and price stability, and then you're basing cuts on a weaker labor market or not?
Absolutely. You got to get the jobs number right, but what methods do you use to kind of get those right? And is temporarily suspending them, part of the right move here? A lot of, I don't know what the repercussions would be or the corollary effects, but a lot of data relies on some of these job numbers.
Absolutely.
What are these data points how do they react when there's no jobs number coming out? So a lot more stuff has to be answered. Let's go on to the next headline. Trump threatens lawsuit against Fed Chair Powell amid rate cut push. That's what the headline is. So President Trump said he is considering allowing a major lawsuit against Fed Chair Jerome Powell over what he calls costly renovations at the central bank's Washington, D.C. headquarters. Trump criticized the project's $3 billion plus price tag, claiming it should have cost around $50 million. He's a real estate guy. Who knows? The Fed and Powell obviously have defended the project scope as well as the cost increases, citing preservation and modernization needs. But, you know, really what this comes down to is rate cuts. So Trump has intensified his calls, I believe even this morning, for Powell to immediately slash interest rates by multiple percentage points, arguing it would lower the borrowing costs for the U.S. government, who's paying $1 trillion a year in servicing their national debt. $1 trillion a year. Imagine paying the minimum balance on your credit card every month or on a yearly basis, and that minimum balance is $1 trillion. That's what they're doing. They're not even paying off the principal, just the interest. Okay, it's crazy. He's criticized Powell for being too late in policy moves, blaming him for unnecessary economic drag. But, you know, Trump mocked Powell's 2017 nomination, blaming the former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin for pushing him on the president, because obviously the president appointed him here, Joey. So we'll see how this all works out, but it looks like Trump's pulling out all the stops here.
Yeah, I think he said multiple percentage points. That's insane for me personally. I don't think that's you necessarily want that. I mentioned price stability, maximum employment. I think a multiple percentage point, not even bips, is just going to send inflation through the roof, because the consumer will just start spending and spending again, especially if it's cheaper to borrow money. Sharif, in my opinion, I just don't think that's logical. It just reignite inflation, and then what? You wait for a couple more jobs reports that they want to essentially discontinue, and then sure enough, things are through. CPI is elevated once again. I just don't think that's necessary, in my opinion.
So you're worried about the interest rates remaining high?
Yeah. Well, no, too low. I would prefer them not to be too low, because what would you rather do, right? At the end of the day, you're going to have. So if in September we get a 50 basis point cut,
right?
What if he goes to a full basis point and then another full percentage point as well too? Don't you think that has the ability to reignite inflation? And
absolutely,
right?
Of course, and that's what the Fed's been holding off on.
But
like we've been waiting for some of these tariff-related inflation prints to come in. They still haven't come in,
right?
Either.
So we still haven't felt the full effects of what's going on with tariffs.
So the question is, are we going to feel them? Because there's a bit of a lag here. I mean, we're talking from April. People said we're going to feel it in June. We didn't feel it in June. July. Still waiting. August, still waiting.
But with the consumer cooling down as well, too, I don't know how much of an effect can that possibly have.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. Adara, comments about this lawsuit, or more generally about the interest rate picture?
Oh, you know I have comments. So yeah, Trump said again that he thinks the too late nickname will live on forever, that he's going to be associated with him forever. I'm going to take a moment once again to plug X at TTV Research, because I have an entire series of infographics on Trump and Powell. This is like the second page. There's also a beautiful little title page. Again, you can check it out on X. But I mean, this kind of beef has been going on for a while. Trump actually first started calling out Powell in the first administration around 2019, right? So this is not new. Now, what's interesting as well here is the fact that Trump really wants that 1% interest rates right now. And it doesn't even seem like the Fed, that's even something they're really on board with. Now, we know that, of course, Bowman and Waller, who are both being tapped as potential Fed chair picks by the Trump administration, they both actually dissented with the general opinion, and they actually wanted to cut rates at the last meeting. But again, we don't even know if they view the proper rate as 1%, right? And I think it's just the Fed is really facing pressure. As they're facing pressure, we're starting to see their opinions diverge a lot. And that's beyond the Bowman and Waller comments. Even yesterday, we had Fed's Barkin being a little bit more dovish. Then we had Fed Schmidt half an hour later being a lot more hawkish. Fed's Goolsbee is being very hawkish right now. He's still speaking. So I think this divergence of opinions is not really a great look, because it makes it even harder to see what does the Fed even want to do, let alone with all the pressure they're getting. I don't know. It's an interesting picture. I don't have a clear answer, but I'm fascinated to see how this all turns out, because I think the waters are getting muddied across the board.
1% interest rate?
That's what Trump wants.
That's what he wants. I don't think that's what the Fed gives us.
How sustainable is a cut, or actually rates at 1%?
Cut.
Okay, yeah,
so
that's
bringing
different.
it down
like 1%
to
is not sustainable, because at what point are you going to start just hiking again? You go right back into QT.
Do you realize we stayed about a decade and a half at less than 1%, right?
Yeah, for a long time.
From like the financial GFC.
Less than 1%.
Yeah. It's like.
But then it was also COVID. North of like 12 before that, wasn't it? The higher
in the 80s.
Yeah, in the 80s.
Right? In the 80s. But yeah, like in the 90s, I think it was like around 4. Then the 9/11 happened. They dropped it down. the dot-com bubble didn't help things in 99 either. So there were some times. But basically from the GFC onward, from late 08, early 09, we basically had free money for like a decade and change.
Yeah, even post-COVID, essentially, right?
Yeah, we're literally right, because they kept the interest rates low. All right, let's go on to this next story. This is a really interesting story now. So the U.S. apparently, according to Financial Times, is embedding trackers in AI chip shipments. They're not in the AI chips themselves, but they're in the AI chip shipments. So the U.S. authorities have been placing hidden location tracking devices in select shipments of advanced AI chips to monitor potential illegal diversion to China. The targets include products from Dell, Supermicro, NVIDIA, AMD, and they're often embedded discreetly inside the packaging or even within the servers themselves. If you've seen these servers, they're like, they're pretty high. The tactic, oh boy. The tactic is part of efforts to enforce strict chip enforcement controls imposed under the previous administration since 22, aiming obviously to limit China's military modernization and their tech capabilities. Law enforcement agencies like the HSI, I don't even know what that is, the FBI, the Department of Commerce, they're all involved apparently in these operations, and the trackers are used only in shipments under active investigation, helping build criminal cases against violators. That's what's being said. So I guess maybe that warrant has to be issued there since they're under investigation. Server shipments from Dell and SMCI in containing AMD and NVIDIA chips have been targeted with some trackers as large as a smartphone here, Joey. So this is obviously something that the Chinese government summoned NVIDIA for. They summoned them. They're like, hey, come tell us about all this tracking stuff you're putting on the actual chips. That's not what this story is saying. The story is saying the shipments themselves and the packaging and the servers, they've got some tracking devices.
So the wrong chips don't lead their way into China, not necessarily tracking the chips that have already been shipped. Right?
There you go.
So at the end of the day, they're not necessarily doing it. They're just making sure they don't get into the wrong hands by tracking them.
So you're good with this?
I'm all right. That's fine, right? Yeah. Is that not okay?
Let me play devil's advocate.
Absolutely.
We're going to get into Adara in a second over here. But Joey, if I'm the Chinese government, if I'm a Chinese buyer, doesn't this dissuade me a little bit from wanting to buy these things because I know that they're going to be tracked 10 ways to Sunday?
Yeah, but it's not those chips. It's the chips that they're selling, if I stand corrected, to other countries that they don't want funneling into China.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not going to. That doesn't necessarily. They're going to be tracking the chips that are going to China.
Well said. But like the people who are really buying these chips that are ending up in China, we know the Singapore story. We know about where else? Vietnam. They're weaseling in through.
Well, it's as simple as.
So do you see it? What I'm trying to get at is there a currency headwind as a result of this story?
Absolutely,
yes or no?
Absolutely. At the end of the day, right?
Adara, how do you feel about this?
I don't know enough about the currency angle, but I agree with you that already China and the U.S. are having issues with this whole chip thing. We know companies like NVIDIA and AMD are really trying to get these chips into China, with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang even saying, we don't have a backdoor, we don't want a backdoor. The fact that they're adding these trackers, I don't know how good of a look that is. Quite honestly, I totally agree with what you said. I was clapping a little bit there when you said, if China knows about this, why will they want to buy any chips? That's going to hurt the revenue of these American companies, which we've heard a lot that's essentially what Trump and the administration want to build up, right? They want to build up these American companies. It's going to be hard for them to build, though, if they can't sell in China. And furthermore, Sharif, especially now with that 15%, I wanted to say tariff, but you know what I mean, the 15%. Revenue payments that companies like AMD and NVIDIA will have to make to sell to China, wouldn't the U.S. be even more incentivized to sell more chips to China? Pray tell. You would think. But I think these trackers are actually going to disincentivize China from buying the chips. So it's a whole quagmire, to use one of my favorite words, and I don't have a clear answer. But I want to see how it develops, and I think it's a wild story.
And we've seen, Adara, that it's not only NVIDIA that wants to grow their revenue. Donald's okay now that he's getting 15%, Adara, of that China. Exactly. So I got to agree completely with what you said there. The only thing that I really want, I want to support you on your argument there, Joey, is the fact that on paper, these shipments are not going to China.
Exactly.
But realistically, IRL, how many of these non-destined AI servers, AI chips will actually really end up in China? And if that was the case, taking that certain percentage, what kind of revenue headwind do we have coming out of China?
I mean, they're possibly couldn't. I'm going to stand on my side. At the end of the day, if you're not supposed to be buying those chips, that's fine. We're not saying we're going to track the H20 that we're now allowing back into China. You guys can do whatever you would like with those, but just don't be buying chips that you're not supposed to be buying. And I think that's fair enough to say.
We're doing it live over here. You know that, right? We're always doing it live. Assassino. This is it right now. This is actually starting to take shape. This handsome gentleman on the bottom right, that is Rob. We're not allowed to call him Robert. He gets very upset. And that is the even more handsome gentleman there, Neil. And that's just me and Joseph over there. And Adara is back there. So this is the set as it's currently happening. So these desks will be angled. This stage right here, guys, that you guys see, that green screen, it's all gone. Everything back there, that's all gone. This back side right there where Adara is, that's going to be the production team. That's where they're going to move. And we're going to be on this side, the non-stage side. So shout out to Brendo for sending that to me. That's the look right now. All the lights, the Chilean Nightmare is going to have to move all these lights, Joseph, and move them from this side to the other side. So the Chilean Nightmare will be doing things there. Shout out to him. Oh, boy. You guys should get the Oh My Days from Stan Collimore's live commentary on Ibrahimovic bicycle kick goal for the soundboard. I love it. Thank you so much for the 100 Swedish kroners. I happen to know exactly what goal that is. He was playing for Sweden, right? I think that's a Sweden goal. He wasn't actually playing for the club. Love that. Thank you for that. I'm going to have to actually screenshot that and get that so we can get the production team to help us out with that. Any other comments, Joey, before we move on to Rigetti?
No, let's move on, bro.
All right. Rigetti, Mom's Spaghetti, and Knees Are Heavy. How'd they do? They reported, I believe, in the aftermarket yesterday, and they reported about $1.8 million in revenue, which was up from the 1.5 they made last quarter, but down from the 3.1 million they printed last year in the quarter. Why are they making less money? I thought Quantum was supposed to be picking up. Their net loss also narrowed down from 21.6 last year to 19.9 this year, but above last quarter's $16.1 million loss that they printed last year on the quarter. That's it. The results include, though, a one-time $22.8 million non-cash loss related to company warrants. That won't recur again, according to the company. Their revenue is kind of dependent here on government contracts and milestone-based research and development awards, leading to kind of irregular bookings and patterns described as lumpiness, so to speak. The industry obviously is booming. Quantum is booming. Quantum computing remains very early on, very nascent, with long-term commercialization timelines well down the road. The CEO of the company emphasized a slow and steady approach to growth with expectations for 15 plus years. So a 15-year growth window there before large-scale commercialization, Joey. The near-term focus, he says, the company is focusing on remains on research and development, so very much still sort of a science experiment, despite obviously investor interest and the speculative market valuations that we've been seeing in some of these quantum names.
Yeah, I mean, as you just mentioned, 15 plus years. So when I talk about Tesla being forward-looking, you have to be extremely forward-looking in the quantum space as well, across all the boards. It doesn't matter how good whether it's D-Wave, whether it's RG, holding really, really well in these lows, and then we start to piece them out. But as I mentioned, guys, you can take a look from a daily standpoint to see kind of ever since everything became in play. So this was in late last year, November, and then sure enough, you go on this monster run, 1,400%. I almost said 140%. No, that's 1,400% from those lows, $1.36 up to $21. And then sure enough, you're slowly starting to climb higher and higher. But I mentioned, I'll say it one more time, sound like a broken record, you have to be forward looking in this space. They're going to continuously be losing money until they obviously turn a profit, as obvious as that may sound. But again, with a space that is going to take some time, Jensen mentioned that it's going to be 10 plus years until you get the full effect of quantum computing. They're saying 15 plus. Be patient on
who knows exactly, right? Man. I mean, it could happen. There could be breakthroughs, or it could take
some people say it's
forever,
a dream.
right?
Some people say it's a dream. It's essentially may never happen. So
it's kind of like mind-boggling to understand how this stuff works. It can be both in a positive and negative state at the same time.
Yeah.
How are you in this same state at the same? I don't know, bro. Who probably Mark knows. So maybe we'll ask Mark. Adara, any comment here on Rigetti? Knees are heavy.
I mean, I don't really know enough about the quantum space.
Neither do I, Daryl.
Fundamentals. So we'll just look at the number. I think the fact that their net loss actually narrowed a little bit is pretty good. That's always, nice if you're losing a little bit less. But the revenue being down that much year over year is really, really sketchy. But again, you could argue, well, this is a company that the revenue isn't going to matter as much. As you said, it's about what they're working towards, right? So you could make that argument as well. I don't know. I think these stocks are very hypey, for lack of a better term. They're going to run a lot on this retail excitement, this meme excitement, and a lot less on the fundamentals because, as we just mentioned, the fundamentals are still developing.
Exactly.
I would say that. Also, with regards to the fact that McKinsey is projecting the quantum computing market to grow, I want to talk about McKinsey for a second because they also told one of the major phone providers, I believe it was Verizon, but don't quote me on that, they told them back in, I think, the 80s or 90s not to get into the cell phone market because no one would have cell phones.
Interesting.
So predictions are not always going to be exactly accurate, right? That's what I want to say there. Not trying to diss McKinsey, but I always find that interesting. Sometimes, it's really hard to predict years and years into the future. That being said, I mean, the science seems to be good. Jensen Huang has actually walked back his initial comments that were like, oh, we're not going to have quantum for 15 to 30 years. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I trust Jensen. I don't know. My whole kind of thing for this is, we'll find out.
Yeah, and we never know. Like, we haven't heard a peep out of Jensen lately about quantum, but we know he's got a quantum division, does he not? Right? So we'll have to wait and see what he weasels into, or
Google's Willow.
Yeah, Google's Willow. Good point.
Willow,
there was that as well.
Obviously, like, if you're forward looking, you just, as Adair mentioned, people say that not everyone would have a cell phone. Well, we can just be looking at the quantum space saying, yeah, there's no chance, but anything can happen 10 or 15 years.
It's crazy. All right, guys, let's go over a couple of trades over here as we wind down the show as the big boys get ready. One of those ones that was really running midday, pesky, PSKY. Look at this. I mean, what is this? Why is there a buy program to the high side and the downside? Because that was an uninterrupted move up and an uninterrupted move down, right down into the volume-weighted average price. In fact, losing it for the moment. It's right at that VWAP area. It looks like it's going to hold maybe 14 and a quarter. Get it, Katina, man. I know. I showed the people. Brendo sent me a picture. Looks fantastic. I know, right? PSKY, guys. So at VWAP right now, if it ends up holding VWAP, this could be a buy here. PSKY was a good one, but really the one that everybody was looking at in small cap gapper world was this one, BSLK. Fantastic move up, guys. We closed out yesterday at $2.50. We got to 15.05, and this one kept going and going and going. We had a quick trade on this one. Not my biggest winner. Tried to kind of deal with it again, end up giving back a little bit. We're still positive on it, but it's still holding the 10 EMA, as you can see. So this one could have a second win going into Power Hour. Be on the lookout. What I'd be saying, what I'd be telling you guys to look for if I was here during Power Hour is the 10 EMA. It's been respectful, the 10 EMA all day long. If it loses it, I would be suspicious. VWAP is way, way far from where we're trading. We're trading at 13.5, 13 1/3. VWAP's at 6 3/4. So I would not base anything here on VWAP. That's just my personal opinion on BSLK. It's been a fantastic look, but trade it carefully, Joey, because it could flip the switch on you super quick.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we'll just do a same trade review as what Sharif's got going on. We traded 4 names today. Let's start off here with RGTI, as we were just talking about it, so you can see that we take this move. And then we get stopped out, break it. Well, I just cut it prematurely as I was focusing on something else, and then we get involved in it once again, and then sure enough, we didn't add to the position, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. Boom, 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 you take it off, and then eventually we just punch out at the highs there on RGTI. Now, as for Ethereum, we had one trade on this one. This is it right here. You can see once this downtrend on the 5-minute was broken, keep it simplistic, you have this downtrend right here. Once it cracked there, you can see displayed around that 35.45 level. You get involved, and then sure enough, you piece it out. Pull back slightly too deep. Sorry, I'm just kind of thinking in my head about something. Anyways, pull back too deep, climbs right back towards those highs right there. And then let's take a look at IBIT. That was our other name that we traded throughout today. Best trader of the session. Boom, boom. You get that move to the top side. You look for a couple continuations. Here, we get that move. Add to that position, just kind of free roll method. But sure enough, too tight. Pull back, and then now you're starting to climb back towards those previous highs. And then we also have D-Wave that we traded. QBTS. That is on the NY. And this is the only one where we took a full stop out on this trade. Once it pulls up, I'll be able to display it to you guys. And here it is. That was our only loss essentially on the day, was QBTS, as we play for the break and the continuation to the top side in the overall space, but the market had other plans and continued to sell off. So there's our 4 trades of the day, and we won't complain whatsoever about what's going on. Glad that the boys caught that opening on BLSH. That was really, really nice. Unfortunate that I didn't get to partake in it, but it is what it is, and there's always going to be another opportunity. Chances of it being bigger and better is there, and I'm glad.
No, absolutely. I bet you're going to smash the next one, bro.
Yeah. I plan on it. Considering that I've seen there, it's unfortunate that I didn't get to partake in it, but hey, I'm not going to cry home about it.
Joey, I just want to mention, that's Satea. Apparently, Satea's here sick, bro. No, seriously, though, I do want to mention, guys, that Tilray is running. Shout out to Jam Locky. I missed it earlier when you mentioned, but Assassino, if I can show the chart here on Tilray, TLRY is up 27%. It had a good day. Yeah, Katina, man, it's running because your boy Donald wants to he wants to change the scheduling there. Anyway, it had a good day. It looks like on Monday, kind of maybe a down day today, but we definitely held lows, and up we go again. So TLRY, hey, man, it's $1 stock. So if this thing runs, I'm not saying it's going to run, but, you could size it.
Is Aurora at 1,300 yet?
Let's check. It's at $5, Joey.
Ooh, all right, we're almost there.
It had a good day Monday as well, but it's not breaking out like Tilray for whatever reason. ACB not having the same kind of price action TLRY is having. So anyway, guys, it is 2:01. The big kahunas are locked and loaded. Joey's nice enough to cover for me on the rundown today. Got to take my old man up to the cardiologist, and hopefully it's all good there.
A new high here.
Another new high,
Yeah.
All right, Joey. All right. All right. See everybody tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Peace, guys.
So, welcome back, everybody. Oh, okay, my mic is on.
Did you turn it on this time? I've got mine on. No worries.
It's on. It's not muted.
Well, no one wants to hear it. No one wants to hear it.
But I just realized I had to double check to actually make sure that was true. So mic is back on. Bullish was insane and very different. As we have Bostic talking right now, I don't know what he's saying. It doesn't really matter. Learned some things using, and I got a shout out to, I think it was Obi that showed me the 5-second chart. Shout out to eSignal as well.
I showed you that chart on eSignal.
Well, I mean, the first person that ever actually used this in front of me was Obi.
Oh, okay.
But like, it was very interesting going back and looking at this on this time frame, because it kind of demonstrated a few things that were different about Bullish, which we'll get to for sure. As I said, don't know what Bostic is doing. You're going to see some stuff going on behind us. Why? Because we are way closer to moving to down here than I think I realized. We might be there in a couple of days, Sean.
No.
I don't know, they're moving fast.
No.
Like,
The Palantir hat on. Okay.
There. It's way too hot outside. I shouldn't have gone for a walk.
I went for a walk too, and I was like, oh my God, I went to go get a coffee. The coffee is like dripping in like just like ice moisture.
Like I came back and I didn't even feel good. Like the air conditioning hits you, and then you start to cool down, and it's like it's relief, but it's also like. Anyway, so make sure I'm in the right chat here. Yeah, Bullish was bullish. For a minute. Well, it was more than a minute.
It was enough time.
It halted. No, it's the only difference between Bullish and the other ones was that the other Figma CoreWeave Circle is that they bounced. Like when they pulled back, they bounced and then went again and then broke the low.
Yeah.
But it's the 5-second chart that was actually interesting, because it actually retested the open at 90. You got the open 90 price, it went to 97, and then it retested the open at 90 and almost broke, which none of them ever did. So I think that's the first sign that maybe also the fact that it broke the low and is under the low already. I think these aren't nearly as strong as they used to be, but who cares? Like the trade is still, I mean, it's still a good trade. It's just that maybe the exuberance is running out a little bit, because I kind of figured, like, you knew it might do a pullback. I didn't expect it to pull back within 10 seconds to the initial price. And almost, if it breaks that low, it could have halted down if it breaks this low, because that was 97. But it didn't, and that's all that matters. The other thing is, I found out that all of the information that we show you here at Real Trading, like pretty much everything that we show You can get it all at eSignal.
Yeah. I called it up. I've been talking about that for a while.
Well, I might not be entitled for one of the things you see. You'd have to look at Sean's.
Yeah, look,
I'll have to add the entitlement for it, but we have it here, so I don't really need it.
Yeah, no, Neil was sitting here, and I was like, you know what, man? We can get all this information on eSignal. All you have to do is open up this market depth, and you see where it is in here? So these are the taps right here. So 85, 83, and it starts to morph in. These are the paired off. These is what's remaining. It's not working now. But the next time there's a halted stock, I'll show you guys how that works. Because Neil, I had this up, Neil had our P-Pro indicator up, and we were just sitting here basically just shooting the shit, waiting for this thing to open up. And then when it did, oh man, when it did, it was something else. We took out way too many shares right into here. And again, I just got blinded by the P&L. Thank you, Joseph.
I got you, man.
Why'd you stop for?
Too much muscle up there.
Too much muscle up there. Okay, I appreciate that. I don't want to hurt your hands, you know. No, and then all these outs appear, 106, 108, 110. And by the way, I sent Joseph a message. I told him, what a great attitude, like to miss a trade maybe by a keystroke or something like that, and then to have the attitude that I'll just get it next time, like that's something, that's all that matters. Like that shows really, you know, strength in the mental game.
It happens.
The mental game, because I would have jumped off. I would have just gone to whatever. How high is this thing? 13 floors, and then I would have looked down and decided not to jump off. But that would have been my bad mentality there. So I wanted.
This building's not that tall, is it? Is it?
Well, it's more than 13, I would say.
You know what's? It's kind of weird. Like I walk past here every single day.
There's always another trade.
In the subway, and I never paid attention to it. But
no, I don't. I'm thinking it's more than 20, but.
But to your point, it's so true.
Yeah,
like yesterday I told the story of like one of a similar type of trade that got missed for what I thought was a kind of a bunk reason, and I was so mad that I literally revenge traded 3 months later. 3 months later, and I was still peeved about it and pissed off. I was pissed off about it and revenge traded. But like it teaches you something that you're just like whatever. You can't. Some things are binary, and when it's binary, there's no point getting emotional about it.
It's just like it rips the Band-Aid off on those IPOs. You know, it's like you get nervous. I think you're the one that said it. Well, it'll be over with soon or whatever. And it's like as soon as it opens, the trade really, Neil, I mean, because we have 2 halts in here, and those are each 5 minutes. Yeah. Or are they 10 minutes in this case? I think they're 5. But right there, so it opened up, and then it was really just active trading for maybe 30 or 40 seconds. And then all of a sudden there, I went long again at 92.50, just ahead of 90. Then it finally broke and we were able to get out actually a pretty good order there. So just so you know the slippage, my stop was 89.99. I got filled at 88.17. So I had $1.70 in slippage there.
Oh, so just another thing. I held on to a really, really small amount of shares through the low break because I wanted to see what the slippage would be like underneath the bottom. I was kind of in fact-checking mode because I wanted to see, but then it halted down underneath because I wanted to see what the 85 break was going to be like. And unfortunately, it just opened at the 85. I was very curious what the slippage would be underneath the price, so I held onto a very small amount of shares.
Yeah.
But I think getting information is important, but
people are saying BMNR is tanking, but it's not really. I mean,
no,
it is tanking. It's tanking, but over time. This is not super dramatic move. I mean, it sucks that you're down about 15% or more from the highs of $71. But again, like I think Neil and I and all of us, I'm not sure about the midday show, but we've talked about it. You could take your profits, and I talked about this with Brian Shannon, and Ethereum is going up, you see? So it's like take your profits in BMNR, and if you believe in ETH or the crypto game, you can hold it on USDC. That's part of the best part about crypto these days is Tether and USDC has become pretty stable and very cheap to hold on. And in fact, I believe on Coinbase, you even get some sort of a yield holding USDC if you opt into it. But at the end of the day, you can get out of one and into the other, or if you're in this for fun, because this is more what this is, you know, it's like a roller coaster more than Ethereum, I would say. Get out of half, get out of something for BMNR. But yeah, it is making a move down. If we do hear anything, I mean, people are saying that maybe there was an offering or something like that. So when there's an offering, I'll just go over to Circle and show you. It happens pretty immediate. Like this was yesterday's offering in the after hours for Circle. It went down $13 as they offered 10 million shares. So if that ever to happen to BMNR, you'd get a price that would satisfy 10 million shares to the downside. And that would be like...
That might not be good.
That'd be probably in the 40s or something. Yeah. So yeah, you don't want an offering to be dropped here. But I do think, though, if they do offer, Neil, then you should try to pick the bottom.
Well,
because they're just going to put that money back in.
That's the game. That's the game. Take the profits and make the next run. Actually, this is something that we talked about. My physio. Well, I'm not going to physio, and my physio guy likes MSTR, and I was like, well, you got to play the game then, because you've got to, like, maybe you have to find somewhere to take profit on these and then buy the dip. Otherwise, you're not really. Or you could just be in the buy and hold mode. But what I really don't like, though, is I didn't think BMNR would actually pull back to red like this without ETH falling. And ETH isn't really doing all that bad. The other side of the coin.
Base.
No, Coinbase.
What, you were going over there?
Yeah, I was going.
I always say that when you say coin, and this time you went there. That's hilarious.
Well, yeah, I think it's not surprising, but Coinbase, which is direct competition here, effectively similar chart. Like, it ran early, but when you didn't have the hold of the parabolic move, you were basically you were up for minutes, effectively on bullish. And ever since then, it's been rather bearish, for lack of a better term. And Coinbase just continued its bear rally because of that. It's still up on the day because of all the exuberance, but really, at the end of the day, you kind of can see that some of these IPOs can be, when you get to the point of like these IPOs finally getting to market, they're doing it for a reason. It starts to get a little bit top heavy. That's where the concern, like I said, the only concern I had with that bullish trade was the fact that it retested, before going to that halt up, it retested the open, which the other ones did not do. They just went straight up. Like, at no point were you like, oh, this actually could be bad. Like, there was a moment where it's like it popped, you're like, oh, take profit, and then it was right back, and I'm like, oh, if this breaks, but it didn't. Let's see what you guys want to talk about. I'm going to make a bold prediction. Bullish, ETH, bullish, BMNR, ETH and
no, I don't think all those will be on there. I think there'll be Tesla. Tesla seems to be popular. What I was going to say about this BMNR is they are, in order for them to raise capital, they are going to have to offer again at some point, I would guess, if they're going to try to buy more Ethereum, right? I mean, that's what's happened with MSTR. So I didn't want to throw shade on the fact that when they have an offering, and they have in the past, that's why I was saying as soon as the offering hits, if you're not in, is when you want to get in after that, once it bases out. Because, if they are putting the money in there and you do believe that Ethereum is going to 15,000 or whatever, I think that was one of the most recent predictions there by Piper or something today, then yeah, you do want to buy said dips. Okay, very, very excited for this next announcement, and that is that Joe is filling in for Sharif over at the screen. Neil, just look to your right. That's not Sharif.
That is not Sharif. You are correct.
To the right, guys. There we go. I can't see if we're on new screens here now, but guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the segment chose by you guys. So make sure you guys get in the chat, join Sharif and I, and put those $ and then the ticker. But we got a lot rocking and rolling today, and we're going to start this off with BLSH, Bullish, the IPO. Share price offering at around $33, $32 to $33, opening up and a tap as high as $89. The boys were trading this. We've been talking about it a lot. But with all the regulatory clarity, I think we got the green light to go in a lot of this crypto space. Boys, what do you think about it?
Bullish, never heard of this stock. We have to research this.
Well, on the long term,
I feel like we just talked about it.
I don't know. It feels like it's getting a little top heavy with some of this stuff.
Right? I mean, okay.
Like, that's sort of the thing. Like, Circle, like, you can't talk about this without talking about Circle. We can get to the nitty gritty of how it moved, but if you looked at what happened with Circle, and I'll throw you the daily chart up. Like, that was just a different beast. Because as big of a move as Circle was on day one, on day two, it effectively did the same thing. And then it consolidated, and then it did it again, and then it actually had its best day over a week later. I'm not sure I have that feeling about Bullish. As a matter of fact, I don't have that feeling about Bullish. Like, I'm not sure that we're going to get something like this, everybody. And speaking of Circle, I think that could be in a little bit of trouble at this shelf after earnings. But it's turned into, hey, the trade is good, and then the continuation was great. Like, part of what made Circle so good was the markets rallying into the highs. Like, everything was exuberant during its run. We're at the highs and feeling a little bit more top-ish.
We just broke 90 again.
And we just lost. Oh, upside?
No, but bullish.
Down again.
Yeah.
See, and this is the problem. And yet this, which a daily chart doesn't really matter, is continuously breaking down. Like I don't have the same feels here that we're going to get a multi-day run on bullish. As for just a quick note on the trade, as I was saying before, like the use of a sub-minute chart, like this is a
Apple's ripping.
This is a 5-second chart, is pretty useful in terms of finding out like what actually happened in the move, where support turned out to be, and where the key levels are. Like it is rejecting heavily. You can see it on 1 minute, but it's rejecting heavily that 90, and it really wants to test that 90. I'm not sure what would have happened if it broke on that retest of 90 even, but I can tell you that this move down in a 5-second, it was trending like it was going to go into the uphold. And then within a couple of seconds, it was right back $7 down. So if you weren't covering your butt behind, you get yourself in trouble. Obviously, the trade was fantastic. There's no question about it. Bullish was great. But going forward, I feel like we've got a temporary top here based on this.
All right. Yeah, just real quick. I just wanted to quickly just show you guys about Coinbase. There's Adara. Okay, so Apple readies robots, lifelike Siri, and security tech and AI push. So
yes.
Lifelike Siri and robots and security in AI push. So Apple is getting ready to do something right now. So we've been waiting for that kind of a play. Andre, can you please test my earpiece when you get a second? Because I do. Okay, perfect. It works. So there is no reporting on Benzinga about this. I just want to show you the only other example that I can think of right now, and I don't know the metrics. I don't know how many customers Bullish has as opposed to Coinbase when it IPO'd or anything like that, but this was Coinbase's IPO. It was a great one. This is a weekly chart, but you could just see what happened in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it was 6 straight down weeks until it finally caught a little bit of a bid where it made back almost everything. So I was just going to say, let it settle down there. That's what Coinbase looked like on its IPO. Robinhood IPO'd at a little bit of a different time, but still similarly, you had one. So the first week was actually red, then you had a huge move, and then this happened. So I don't know what to expect with Bullish, but if past is any indicator of present, then maybe we do go back in a little bit there on Bullish and get closer to the reasonable price of 37 that it was supposed to come out as. Remember, it was 33 to 37, price at the higher end, and then boom goes the dynamite right there on Bullish. And I was actually sad that I wasn't here. Like Neil said, I went for a walk, called the wife and everything. But once it ripped back up through $90 there, I think we got to watch out for that top of 95. That's probably going to play. Remember, the last IPO was Figma, and it had a huge move at the end of the day, closing at its highs. So if this name gets going here, $95, it just takes an ARK or somebody like that wants to buy shares to push this thing through. The liquidity is very, very light. And when algos start to see people buying this name, they will remove these offers and let this thing fly. So I'm just telling you guys, there could be another huge move in Bullish. I would wait for 95 to break long.
Before we go on, Havana Woody has
we have so much to say.
Havana Woody asked, how do we find locates on an IPO? We can tell you how we do it real trading. We go into Metro, we put in a request.
Which is our back end.
Which is our back end here at Real Trading, and we just put in a request on pay for locates because we know they're not going to be free. I can tell you they initially were 26 cents per share, and then eventually went down to about 3.5 cents a share. So you paid, I was
gonna say, I looked for 1,000 shares this morning, and it was $500 for 1,000 shares to go short. And then I did it just moments before the IPO, turns out. Like it was probably like, it was, I paid like to exactly what you're saying, 31 cents. So $31 for 1,000 shares. I didn't use them, but.
You have them in the back pocket.
Yeah, the benefit of having shares when it's an IPO is that in case you decide to go short, the play for us is long, but the shorts could have printed just as much.
Well, that's
today.
The thing.
The short might have been a better trade.
If you're a mean reversion trader, like I feel like maybe you would have.
Joe's like, shut up, guys.
Made everything. Let's go on talk about NVIDIA because NVIDIA did some things today. And they weren't good.
Ramble on, boys. It's all good. We love it anyways. All right, so next up we have NVDA. That was a song reference, by the way. We have NVDA. So Synopsys analyst taps NVIDIA's Omniverse to accelerate AI-driven engineering. We're in a nice rotation in what we're experiencing. It's very, very important. Now, we are reporting earnings in 2 weeks. A lot going on for NVIDIA. I'm curious to see what that report's going to bring, guys. What do you got about NVIDIA?
Well, I'm curious to see what the report brings, but the problem with NVIDIA is like the numbers. It's you know, like when the banks report their earnings and you're like, well, so what? JP Morgan prints money. I feel like NVIDIA is getting that way too. Yeah, their margins are ridiculous, and we're going to be. I think the average person that's never seen an NVIDIA report is probably going to lose their mind if you see the numbers the first time. But I think we're past the point where we get surprised. Interestingly enough, that news story that we got today, where apparently NVIDIA was pulling back a release to be able to compete with AMD, and AMD was strong this morning and NVIDIA was not, that actually followed through past the open. And some of it, I think, has to do with, I don't like that daily chart here, the 15-minute. Some of it has to do with the brick wall that is sitting here at $184 on NVIDIA. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is now 6 days, 5 in a row, but 6 days in total over the last 2 weeks that NVIDIA has rejected $184. I mean, it might mean that it's even more sweet when it finally does break, but there's some signs that, you know, we're kind of not as excited as we always should be with NVIDIA. I think it's still, the stock's going to be fine, but I'm not one of those, it's going to make some ridiculous rally off of the next earnings. I feel as each time you got to temper your expectations a little bit here. And I wouldn't be surprised after seeing this latest test of 184, at some point, if it keeps projecting 184, there's going to be a pullback into the low 170s, you'd have to think. So but watch out for that in the next couple of days for sure on NVIDIA. It needs to break this 84 soon. Otherwise, I think we're going to get a bit of a dip.
And if you're ready for that, you're ready for this. VinFast delivered over 35,000 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking an incredible 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales, usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up more than 400% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential here with VinFast looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under VFS. We'd like to thank VinFast for sponsoring this segment. All right, so yeah. I forget what I was even going to say. I was going to talk quickly about Apple here because it's not on the list. It's on the list after. But we just brought this to your attention that we did have a nice move higher here in Apple, and then it just gave it all back. So Apple, man, if you're readying these robots in Siri to get going, you could see the reaction that the market will have if and when you finally announce something. But for right now, it's a nice little pullback in. I'm still waiting for Apple to say, hey, we'll pay $30 billion for Perplexity. But I don't know if they're going to. Apple right now trying to hold VWAP. So yeah, let's just go on. BMNR, you know, Neil and I will be talking about NVIDIA probably till our faces are purple over the next couple months. All I want to tell you guys,
we got troubles with my
hopefully not purple. If so, I'll give you the Heimlich. The idea is 2 weeks from now. I think that's the big one. Obviously, it's going to be NVIDIA earnings. Yeah. We'll wait for that on next 2 weeks would be 14 days, the 27th. So the evening of the 27th when NVIDIA earnings come out. The thing about it is I'm not super excited about the earnings themselves because honestly, at this point, I think we already know what's baked in there. They should have that big backlog. We're going to hear about China. So I'm excited for NVIDIA. I don't think that 15% sort of tariff that they have to pay to the U.S. government is going to affect anything. Because if they don't pay, then the tariffs or the availability of shipping those may not exist. So I like it. You can see what AMD is doing. It's ripping on all kind of news these days. The chip space is healthy, it seems like for now. And those are some all-dressed chips. Canadian style.
Ketchup's better.
Wait a minute. In the United States, they don't have all-dressed or ketchup.
You don't have all-dressed in the U.S.?
I believe they do not.
Here.
Can somebody confirm that you do not have all-dressed chips?
You guys have all-dressed chips. Come on.
Ramina's saying no, apparently.
Come on, you guys have all-dressed chips.
They don't got ketchup. All right. That's fine. Ketchup. I don't think they have ketchup.
That's
Rob.
trash.
No.
Ketchup chips
people are saying no. People are saying yes.
Or maybe it's like a state-by-state thing.
Maybe
it's a state-by-state.
It's like one of those things like when we were in Boston, like McDonald's has like a lobster thing. You can oh, by the way, did you see this? My wife is going crazy. There's new Shania Twain things at McDonald's now. You can Shania Twain up your meal.
I have no idea what it means. She mentioned it to me, but Mark, I heard that. That was incredible. Mark said that don't impress me much. And so for that, that is awesome. There is always a spot on the show, although I don't suggest you take it, for you, because that was a great little pun there.
Mark does way too much around here to ever let him change roles.
No. The only person unreplaceable.
Like he does literally
is you, Neil.
A little bit of everything. No, it's Joseph at the top.
And Rob. I don't want to have any mixed feelings.
It's Joseph.
Around here. Joseph is...
Look at this guy's shoes, first of all.
Let me see what his shoes are.
Like, what are we doing here?
Cobbler shoes?
I haven't worn shoes. Like, if I'm dressed like Joe,
Italian, high-end Italian runway.
It's Joey Runway. Joey Runway.
It's Giuseppe Runway.
Oh my goodness.
All right, let's go. Joe, show everybody the shoes, man.
Giuseppe's here, boys. All right, so we're not gonna show. You want to take a step back here? We'll see you got the shoes on. Yeah, we like to stay fashionable, guys. But next on the list, we have BMNR and Tom Lee and Company looking to expand their share offering here to $24.5 billion, taking the Michael Saylor strategy route. But the difference is here, guys, the yield that Ethereum generates from staking. Really curious to think what the boys think of this one here.
If we had the Royale with cheese here, then, you know, we still got to find... I got to find...
Big Mac? You ever had McDonald's in Europe?
Well, when we were in Italy...
There's one by the Vatican.
We didn't. Oh, no, I know where there's one. And there's one right in that square that we were in, too, right by where we stayed. I think we had pistachio. I think my kids, it was hot. We went in there, and I think there was pistachio McFlurries.
They have, like, the flavors of stuff they have is just some,
it's wild.
Can't get it. Now, admittedly, you should never, like, we don't go to Europe to eat McDonald's.
No, like, if I'm in there eating a Big Mac, then please just hit me over the head with whatever wine bottle you find on the street.
The day at the Vatican, it was a long, you do the Vatican, it's a lot. And my daughter was just
it's a long walk.
It was a lot, and we're just like, look.
Were you one of those guys that had your phones out in the Sistine Chapel and taking pictures?
I actually,
because I see people doing that.
I got very lucky because I had my cane when we went into the Sistine Chapel. And so we get in there, and it's like, everyone's standing in the middle to look up, but there was nowhere to sit and just enjoy it. So I get in, and some guy comes right up to me, and he says, and he's like, just give this guy a seat. So I got to actually sit down and relax for it.
Nice, good.
It was a long day. My daughter was just like,
a huge day.
You can have whatever you want. She's like, I want to try McDonald's. And they had all kinds of, like, the pistachio, like you said, but everything is so fresh. Like the even
meatball Big Mac.
No, but even like the tomato in your burger is a fresh tomato, which is ridiculous. BMNR was fresh trash after this open of Bullish, because Bullish opened at 1 o'clock, right? I see. I actually
it was 101.
Okay, yeah, I have a 3-minute chart, so yeah, I can't really. It's hard to tell. But if you look at this, like, where's 1 o'clock? It's right about. So call it right here. So this is when Bullish opened. Remember this morning when we're saying this would be trouble, because a lot of times you signal a top. That was the moment that we got acceleration to the downside on BMNR, and this is your risk in this name. Like, I'm all about. Look, my ETH is staked on Coinbase. Well, at least what's on Coinbase. Most of my ETH is in ETFs, so I can hold it in my TFSA, so it's not actually ETH. But I think that's good. But as we were talking about before, you've got to know when to take your momentum plays. This is just giving you everything you wanted the last few days, double topped, and it's sort of an obvious area where you might see, hey, we got an IPO in the space that ran and then showed you weakness. Well, that's exactly when it accelerated to the downside. I don't think that's rocket science. And had I not wanted to get up and make the bullish trade and take a walk, maybe you would have thought about short. For this afternoon,
I'm gonna charge your phone, but I
think you might catch some kind of a bid. At least I'd hope so. But if it continues down, I think like the 56 to 58 level could be something for BMNR. But I think we made a temporary top here, at least.
Okay, I'm trying to give Adara my charger so she can charge her phone, but something's going on. Yeah, no. Oh, you got it?
It seems like that would be real easy.
Oh, she has lightning. Okay.
Check the one at my desk. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Chargers to the left of them, chargers to the right of them.
She asked me if I had USB-C, and I did, but she needs lightning cable. I'm happy to know my wife is changing to the 16 Pro. So my household is changing. All of us have lightning cables, but the USB-C is so much better. It just I find the lightning cables gives it up. Like, it doesn't, sometimes you plug it in and it's not like it's solid. Anyways, First world iPhone problems right there. So, all right, so BMNR, what's up? Rob is, these guys are real close right now. I like it. I mean, this is getting set up real quick. This is, whoa, there's, hey now. Watch out now. Randy's going to get jealous here. We got some more appearances.
Yeah, where is Randy?
On the show.
Notice how when all
Can you tell we made we made some kind of money here today because our moods are a little bit better.
Also, too,
yesterday I got absolutely smoked. Yesterday was a very, besides it being my daughter's birthday. Oh, we went to the hibachi. It was great. The guy was. It's funny though because we've been there twice, and both times for birthdays. And now when they set up that onion tower, they all know. So my daughter's like, okay, here comes the flames. Yeah. So.
The first time you go to one of those, it's a different experience. Yeah, so it's so cool.
That's actually what I told Marissa. I said we'll probably never go back unless it was somewhere not to the same kind of place. Like if we're out and it's like higher end or something like that, then maybe. But this place, you got the shrimp, the steak, the chicken, and it's very basic, and it was a lot of fun. At the end, we got a cheesecake. It was either mango cheesecake or green tea cheesecake. What one would you prefer?
I've had green tea cheesecake, and I'm just not a huge fan of it. Yeah. I like.
One of my kids went mango. One went green tea. Wife went mango.
Fruit, cherry, raspberry.
I went green tea.
Chocolate.
Okay.
Me? Joe just said he's never had cheesecake. It's just like
honestly. There's something.
I love this dude.
I need to do a deep dive into who this guy is exactly.
How have you never had cheesecake?
No pie.
Have you had rum cake?
Rum cake, of course. Rum cake? Why are you from the islands?
Why are you saying of course though? Why are you saying of course?
For the same reason why you asked it.
West Indians eat pie too.
I've never seen a pie in Jamaica.
West Indians eat pie.
He just said there's no pies in Jamaica, period.
I've never seen one. At the shops, buying any pie. I promise you that. I can promise you that one. Anyways,
okay,
guys,
let's go on.
Let's get on to Bolt here. Up over 600%, enough for the pie talk. But improving on that revenue, guys. $56,000 last year. That's correct. Yes, 56,000. Now up to 1.3 million, guys. What's the look on Bolt?
Something in here. Yeah, so what's up to Danny? Yesterday I had no problems telling you guys that I lost the whole month yesterday trading and went red. But I made 8 times that today. So I'm fine. And you know what? The thing is like, that's what trading is. And that's why I said I started the show off with like what I said about Joe, and Neil's the same way. It's just, you can't really get emotional too much and think about the trades that you made one day until the next. Yeah. Obviously, it's going to bother you, and when you're looking down, and especially when you eat what you kill. Like, if you have a couple, 3 or 4 bad days in a row, you could be in the hole quite significantly, but it's the mentality that you have to keep that I was showing you guys yesterday. All of the trades that I lost on yesterday were trades that, obviously, in hindsight, I wouldn't have made them again, but they all lined up to where I feel like I should have been making those trades, and it's just they didn't work out. And sometimes it's like what the hell's going on with Juan Soto this year? Now I'm sure there's probably are reasons why, but this guy, he's probably not thinking too much about changing anything. It's just sometimes you go in these bad slumps.
It's actually kind of bad luck for the guy.
Right. So
I have him in fantasy, so I know it is bad luck.
Right. So it's just like, you gotta stay the course and just come to work every day and try to. And of course, if strategies stop changing, that's one of the best things about our game is you do have to continuously adjust. So I'm actually a little nervous on what Bullish did, because when it broke and I got $1.70 of slippage on very small shares, like I only had like maybe 5% of what I took on the IPO. If that IPO goes sour, and it prints us and someone markets it down.
My estimation was that the risk was 70 to 100% more than it was on the last IPO.
Yeah, so.
And that's based on what I saw on that 5-second chart. I'm pretty sure like about more than 50% worth whatever you thought you might have lost. Because I always do that sort of calculation. Like I think for myself, like I risk half of what I think I can make in a month in a general sense, but I think I risk more than that today, if I'm being honest about it.
Yeah, so it's a little bit, but again, risk it for the biscuit. I mean, honestly, at some point, we have to sit here, we always talk about more shares, and
biscuits
it's like,
are free.
We all have different, if you go to Popeyes, I realize, all the meals include biscuits. So like when we were traveling down to Boston,
nobody buys a biscuit. You'd never buy a biscuit.
Nor would you risk it for that.
Exactly. It's just a biscuit. You literally can get a biscuit free all over the place.
Adara just dunked on you.
You can't go to a barbecue without.
Adara literally said she just goes to Popeyes and only buys a biscuit.
First of all, Adara, any family cookout has biscuits, but Popeyes biscuits, you think that's good?
No. She's just saying that she goes there to buy them. It's not. I love cornbread.
Go down anywhere in the South and just go to a park on a weekend, meet a nice family and be like, hey,
go this afternoon.
Can I have some of that mac and cheese? Can I have some biscuits? And trust me, and you'll be.
I know you do.
You'll be absolutely chill.
You know, I remember one day when Adara just sort of started here. I mean, it was a couple months in, and we went to get brisket. And she said that she wanted the mac and cheese, so that's how I knew. She knew what she was talking about, getting that from a down south place. But, okay, what are we talking about? BSLK? I don't even know anything about that stock. I'm not going to sit here and lie.
It's Bolt.
It's Bolt? All right, well, why don't you go to Neil then, and I'll call it up. I'm on a different planet right now.
Go to Joe first.
We just did this. See what I'm saying, Neil? Focus. You're supposed to be the one in control here.
Actually,
I'm the one that's aloof. You are supposed to be holding fort, and I just do my stupid stuff.
Okay, so Bolt. What's weird about this one is
that you don't know anything about it.
No, the float is, like, there's some stupid floats. This one, I think, if this is right, the number I see for the float is 1.7 million. That would be one of the biggest turnovers that I've ever seen. I don't think I've seen like a sub or around a 1-2 million float do a $250 million shares trading. So like either that's wrong, that 1.7 million float, or this is ridiculous. That being said, I just wanted to point out that it's breaking a trend line since it made the breakout and the halt up, so be careful. I didn't pay for locate, so I'm not taking this trade. But yeah, Bolt runs into a little trouble at that 17. Anytime you're involved in what seems like it's like a float squeeze, so someone soaked up the float, just meaning you've bought up, someone has amassed a position large enough on a small float that there's not enough shares available, they're not going to lend any out, so you therefore, without a big short float, you're able to get a squeeze situation. That's what happens mechanically with something like this. So even without a big short float, you get a squeeze on these low float names. And understand that squeezes tend to go in both directions, pretty nasty. What's interesting about this is it doesn't seem to have, at least in recent history, like it's done it before, but in recent history, this has not really, yeah, like I don't see any crazy pullbacks. It's actually doing not a mullen, where it's breaking out bag hold levels pretty decently, or at least making some good runs here. But every single time it's done a parabolic move, eventually it's come back. Maybe not right away, but eventually it's come back. So I would suspect that could be true here. Just be careful with it. Like I said, it just broke trend maybe a couple minutes ago. See, it would have been a good trade. That's, yeah, like it's always the ones that you don't take. Not, I couldn't have traded this because we probably don't even have
Google, locates. Apple. People are just chanting that something's going on here. So,
Apple?
Whoa!
Apple.
Okay, yeah, Google tagged.
No.
Big time movement happening here. Adara, attention, Adara.
Is this even on?
I don't know. I'm not hearing anything in my ear about any of this, so I do apologize for it. But there goes Google. Holy shnikes to the downside. Maybe pick up some value there. Apple also with a move down. Has CapEx fallen out of the basement here? No, it's not. Meta's fine right now. Apple, what else could we be looking at here? Apple, Google. Oh, here, I'm going to go over to the trade rate right now to see what's popping here on e-signal. Google, AMD maybe, NVIDIA. Is there something here with chips? No, NVIDIA's fine, AMD's fine, NVIDIA's fine. SPY's going. Apple, Google are the main ones there, with Palantir getting some love. As well. No. Okay, so it's Apple and Google. We'll get that story to you guys momentarily. We're all looking for it. All right, so let's go back over. Oh, the next story is Apple. All right, so let's hear what Joe has to say about Apple, then we'll go find out why these moves are happening.
Hey, maybe it's leading towards this, but I know you touched on this not too long ago, Sean. So Apple plots expansion into robotics, home security, and smart displays. Curious to see what's going on with this one. Let's get back to the boys. Apple, Google, what's going on?
Okay, so here we go. Adara's already on this. She's enjoying her lunch and sending us this. The Google Store bans all cryptocurrency wallets.
What?
In jurisdictions such as the US and EU unless they obtain federal licenses. So let me repeat that. I don't know why this is affecting, just a report right now. Google Store bans all cryptocurrency, all cryptocurrency wallets in jurisdictions. That kind of makes sense, that they're not licensed in. So I think that's fine. To be honest with you, I don't know enough about like Coinbase or what jurisdictions they're in, but I would assume that they're operating in jurisdictions that they're allowed. So I would think that'd be fine, but I don't know why this is affecting Google that much. I would think that this is a buying opportunity for Google.
Maybe he was just pissed off. I don't know, but that doesn't even.
The Google Store bans all cryptocurrency wallets in jurisdictions. That might not be it. Dara's just clarifying that, but that's
there's nothing else.
That's all that she's seeing, and that makes sense because it's Google related. I mean, there's nothing else is really moving on this. BLSH might be because we heard that they're in the Cayman Islands, right? So we heard about that. So maybe something here for Bullish. I don't know. Is it ironic that this news comes out this day potentially? I don't know. We could see if Robinhood is having some moves on this. No. SoFi. Webull, maybe. Again, I'm just throwing out names. I don't really.
Nothing else seems to have dropped.
No. So. Anyways.
And we're almost all the way back here. Alphabet just.
I want people to understand something. Like Google's already been read. But you don't get news like this with volume like this, right? I mean, you can't really see. That's how you know it's like somewhat news related, the biggest volume spike of the day. So we don't want to misreport, but that's what we're hearing, or that's what we're seeing. Okay, I'm not hearing anything, by the way. Have you heard anything?
No, I haven't heard a single thing in my ear.
Maybe that's why I had Andre tell
Well, it was working during the
IPO.
It was working during the IPO because we kept getting the indicated open price in our ear, but since then, nothing. Look, as far as Apple's concerned, I actually think. Okay, I've never been in the Apple ecosystem. My entire family is, with the exception of me, not my parents, my brother, cousins. I mean, everybody loves Apple. I grew up with Apple PCs in the household, all that good stuff. But I've never been with them as an adult. If they get a robot that does everything that Optimus does before Optimus gets out there, let's just say it happens. I'm not saying it will happen, but if it were to happen, that's the kind of thing that could convert me. I'm just being real. Like if something that I really want and is a game changer is only on their because let's be real about this. Like if you get an Apple or whatever they end up calling it, I have no idea if they even get one out there, then you want everything in the ecosystem. You're controlling it with your phone. It's integrated with your home, like all that kind of stuff. So you're going to jump to that ecosystem, and I think that's potentially.
Bullish is tanking.
It puts more pressure on Tesla, which you saw also drop on that headline as well. So unfortunately, it's another sort of dig because a lot of people are looking at as Optimus as another place for Tesla to win, and Apple knows how to make a device. Maybe they can pull this one off. I don't know about that. I'm a little skeptical. I want to see some details, like start to see where the development, show us what you're working on. Give us an idea. Give us a bit of a hint. That's what I'd like to see because I think that's not a crazy idea for them to be getting into. I love the fact that we're bouncing here off that 230 level because you can see on the daily chart, you've done most of the work. The 200's gone. You've broken away. I think Apple's on that. It's on that churn to try to make the run at the all-time high, and the pullback holding 230 is a big one here today. And that news can't hurt. Adara?
I haven't seen anything else on Google, so I can't comment on if there's any other story behind that news. That's the only thing I saw. With Apple, too, it's worth noting, apparently all of these AI, robot, lifelike Siri, and security tech news that we heard about, again, this is just a report as far as I can tell so far. Apparently they're targeting that by 2027, so it still might take a little bit of time to roll out. It's unclear if some elements will come out earlier than that, but as far as I'm seeing from these reports, 2027, that is not really what we're necessarily hoping for from Apple. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, so I think Neil just nailed it anyways. I mean, Apple's been holding some of those levels, and obviously that story was Apple and Google related, because if Google's banning them from their app store, then maybe the next move is Apple. But I don't think Apple should have fallen down on that news, and that's why it got bought right back up, I guess. But if it's a judge that's doing that, then potentially they turn the gun on Apple. But I still like that break right there. Yeah, 233.40s. We're getting close to take it. I think it's worth easing back and maybe not trading these names on that move. But yeah, like, you know, I get excited when I see stuff like that because it gives you an opportunity to make a quick trade one way or the other. Like if you're here and you hear that news almost before anybody else, which is why you guys are here, I hope, because we drop the news all the time, and we'll even hear it sometimes and react too fast to it, and then it happens. But yeah, that would have just given you just an instant moves there, right? I mean, Neil and I, again, when you're trading other people's money, we're on a prop floor. We've talked about that before, real trading, and you know, our buying powers well exceed, you know, our net worth and stuff like that. So we have, well, at least mine does. You know,
can be dangerous.
So that's what I'm saying. So you could take, it's not a huge trade, but you could take 1,000 shares or something like that. And then if you make a quick buck or two, like that's $2,000, right? So I mean, that's good. So that's why we get a little bit excited. Sometimes seeing quick opportunities can really pay off. So yeah, okay, good question here, Salvador. I'm going to go to Adara because she has news, and then I'm going to talk about this particular question. So,
okay, this is confusing.
What's up, Adara?
It looks like the Google news is exactly what we thought it was, but I do have some more details. So again, this is reported by a source called The Rage. I was not familiar with them prior to this, but basically they're reporting that apparently Google is now requiring any wallet app, I guess, via their Google Play Store to have a FinCEN, MSB, and state money transfer license in the U.S. or a MiCA CASP license in the EU. So basically, they're requiring any of these wallet apps on the Google Play Store to have valid licensing in their jurisdictions in the US and EU, and that's across 15 different jurisdictions in both regions. Apparently, there is now no carve-out for non-custodial wallets, which functions like a de facto ban for many. So basically, some of these wallet apps may or may not get effectively banned if they lack this appropriate licensing that Google Play would like them to have in the EU and US. Long story short, as you kind of mentioned, it looks like Google is kind of restricting some of these wallet apps within their Play Store. We're going to have to see how this shapes up. This is just being reported right now by The Rage. Back to you.
Oh, it kind of seems to me like Google's doing what they're supposed to do, but without knowing specifically off the top of your heads, like who specifically is going to get the boot and who would be under pressure for this, it's hard to go past just looking at Alphabet there.
And that's why I was like, I scrolled through. Like, we didn't see any reaction to Coinbase,
nothing that we did.
SoFi, Bullish, all that seemed to be the same. Oh, you're welcome, Mig Raj here. Thank you for the $5, and you're welcome for Bullish. I mean, I think all of us, Sharif was doing a great job on the midday as well. Neil, we all covered that, so thank you for that super chat. All right, what's up, Salvador? We said we talked about this. When you trade on news, you just take a market order or limit order, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you, great question.
Market.
I don't have any market keys even set up. So, but what I do is market on open. Yeah. If a stock is closed, if a stock is halted, then we have market on opens or limit on opens for that. And even then, I use limits, not markets. So no, I would just use a marketable limit order if that makes any sense. So, for example, like right now, if I really wanted to buy this, I would put it in a bid at like 201.20. So I get whatever is here all the way up. It's like swiping. Swipe or no swiping, you swipe the level and it will get you shares. So it takes a couple seconds to put the order out and do that. So I am here to admit that that is the slow part about doing a trade like that, is that you have to set the order up. But then you don't get into, sometimes there's a funnel like a siphon where, if you're part of this move, and you hit a market order, you may get, like, you may want 199, but you may get 198.50, like depending on what that looks like on a level 2. And I'll show you, for example, on Bullish, each one of these numbers on here is 100 shares. So like that's 600 shares there only. That's only 200 shares there, 300. So like they're at 82.50, at least you could say there's 3,000 shares. But if you don't hit that rate now, then it's going to be, see, now it's almost gone already. Now it's only 2,000 and people are already starting to hit it. So if you don't go after it early and you miss that, well, then the next level with size is all the way down here at 81. So right there. So that's $1.50 lower than 82.50, which just broke. So then now there's size at 82. But
just to give you an example,
I mean, I was going to say this example right here on Bullish just before I end it.
Yeah.
This trade, I had the stop order out for 5% of my, so let's just say 100 shares, whatever, and that stop was at 89.99 because the Bullish IPO came at 90. That's 89.99, and the price I got just with this little cursor, I guess, is like 88.35. So I had $1.70 in slippage on 100 shares. So
if you have
1,000,
well, I'll give you the example. Yesterday I keystroked on BMNR, I punched a breakout that failed, and basically, if you don't react, if you don't react in the first few seconds, like if I missed my chance to get out, it's over. Because it was just, what are you going to do? The market and the algos know that you just got punked because they see that order going through and it's too big in the book, and nobody would send that on a lit gateway, which I had done. It's like nobody does that. So instantly you're like, okay, well, if I can't exit this the first few seconds, they're going to just hunt the crap out of you because there's, like you said, there's no liquidity. There are shares available, but once they pull, believe me, it gets nasty. That being said, in these types of markets, everybody, which are volatile markets, there's an exciting thing coming here for Canadian traders that are sophisticated. Beta Pro's Globex Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs. 3x bull, 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. And even better, they're offering a special fee rebate. The management fees being dropped to just 65 basis points until the end of the year. That's December 31st this year. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Ooh, Matt Carnes in the chat. Been long Lockheed Martin since 426. Got a little left for the dream. It's happened. Lockheed Martin has made a low, and it's bouncing. It's actually happening. Every now and then, you can just catch the falling knife. What's good about this, there's something that we've been talking about during earnings, right? Like, it's okay, fine. Like, it's been nasty, it's trending down, all that good stuff. But after you get a bad print on a report, if it shows you double bottom, maybe it does like a multi-day, like a 2 or 3 day succession, like higher lows where and then you hold that higher low, which this didn't do. It just flat out double bottomed after the earnings flush. And that, wasn't paying attention to this one. This is the stock that I was actually looking to catch a bottom in, although I think it was somewhere in the 300s. This is what you're looking for. You don't always have to catch the falling knife. All right, just very quickly, I'm going to go over to NVIDIA to show you guys something, because NVIDIA is trying to make a bit of a run here. Why is this New Zealand? I don't know why New Zealand always comes up.
We tried to solve that problem by saying, like, if it's not something that you're even
entitled to.
Like when is the last time you looked at a New Zealand stock? Like, it's so crazy.
Literally never. Australia, yes, because there was a point that we actually had a night group running on the floor, and they would trade Australia and Hong Kong and stuff, but never New Zealand. So NVIDIA's breaking out above the volume weighted average price. It's about to, knock on wood, don't want to jinx, and give a hold and close over VWAP, which is going to signal an entry for me. This 3-minute candle can close above VWAP. I'm going to jump in either on a little breakout of the local high, but NVIDIA outside of the low today and the first few minutes of the open is starting to look really good here for sure. So I just want to get involved here. Give it a couple of minutes or maybe 1 minute for this bar to close. I think temporarily you just found another bottom at 80 on Bullish. It's holding 80, but that's not saying much at all. Like, that's still looking nasty. There might be a trend reversion trade on this thing, but my eyeballs are going to be on NVIDIA here. It's looking pretty strong. Above VWAP when the market's underneath it, so relative strength here, at least temporarily in NVIDIA.
Okay, I was just looking here at Bullish and thinking, like, okay, maybe we just made a bottom again here at $82. So looking to see if that could possibly hold. I want to see it like one more time, because 80 to me is much more key, because we did wick down there and it's an even dollar level, and it happened right away off of the third halt there for BLSH. So I was thinking about maybe dipping in here around 82. And again, I would be careful with the shares just because of that exact move that we talked about as far as slippage is concerned. But tonight we have just one name, and it used to be a big one, and it still is. It's Cisco. So data security, server side, all that kind of stuff. We'll wait to see what happens with Cisco. I know around here we used to always have, we've had Rob and Mark and all these guys help us in our office set up our Cisco routers back in the day. We used to have these Cisco routers. And now, of course, it's just all by these little cubes and different technology now. So we'll see what Cisco's up to these days. It's been
by a teapot.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't, yeah. Electrical problems are another issue, but right into here, $51 bottom, up to 70. I'm going to say the same thing I always say about stocks like this. And that is that you see here, this is how far away we were from the 50-period moving average. And if I had a ruler that I trusted, which I'll probably use it right here, that was big, and then you came back in. And of course, this is the March, April tariff talk and all that. So that's going to be a problem. But I mean, we are well extended now from the 200-period moving average. So price to perfection, I don't know. But what we're looking for from Cisco, and we're going to go to Adair in just 1 second. I just want to give you the numbers that she's given me. 98 cents EPS. Like, what kind of companies are we talking about here? Estimated revenue, $14.6 billion. Like, it's just the money that a lot of these companies are throwing out here at infrastructure continues to be absolutely huge. So shout out to
money.
Yeah, shout out to everybody.
They're not playing around.
Trading Cisco tonight. So we'll join Neil and Adara, I guess.
I think that was the second stock I ever traded was Cisco.
Things are traded, yeah. I don't.
Yeah, the first. So I remember. You don't forget these kind of things.
Hey, my Bitcoin chart froze.
The four level twos I had up as a trainee was Intel,
AMD running. We got to get over on
Cisco, and Microsoft. Those were the four.
Let's go to it.
Reasonably priced. Are we going to it there?
I don't know, because I don't know if there's news, because like you said, Nvidia's running, AMD's running. Let's go see what Adair has to say.
Yeah, I actually have some news that just came in through. Keep an eye on names like USA Rare Earths, USAR, and MP Materials. I'm just seeing here on X, apparently the U.S. Energy Department is announcing actions to secure American critical minerals and materials supply chain. So MP, USAR are going to be on watch. Also, with regards to Cisco earnings, I just posted this on X at TTV Research. This is our Cisco annual revenue infographic going back 29 years, so from 1996 to 2004, with some fun little tidbits in between. You can check this out on X at TTV Research, and definitely join Neil and myself on that market recap show. Back to you.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a good one. We'll see. You never really know. Like AMD, just quickly here, because AMD bounced before NVIDIA did, and it's worth noting. It got to 185 again and pulled back. It got there earlier when at 130, probably a lot of people were looking at bullish. I don't blame you. Bounced off VWAP and rejecting 185. AMD's up 5 points today and looking really strong. But the other thing to think about is AMD has rejected the top from this July high. Like, it's not the all-time high, but it is arguably a bigger level of resistance here, because this is now the fourth time it's rejected around 185 on the daily, going back to the beginning of last year. So once AMD is able to get through this 85 area and break 90, then it's going to be all systems go for sure. But I just got into NVIDIA as it broke VWAP. Remember, I'm reminding myself of this. Like yesterday, how many times did we talk about it's an afternoon in August? So as bullish was for a minute and it's moving around and all that stuff, it's still an afternoon in August. So tempering some expectations and trying to scalp this first part out as we get close to 182. I don't know how much we're going to move this afternoon. Like, we get to VWAP on the futures and they just do absolutely nothing, and it wouldn't surprise me one bit. So let's see what we can get out of this. I think that, like I said, I think the chips are fine, but temporarily it feels like AMD is, like, I like NVIDIA, but AMD, just generally speaking, has been the better day trading vehicle. I wouldn't buy it up here. I think if this comes down to VWAP and NVIDIA, let's say I'm out of NVIDIA, let's say I am, then I would maybe look for this one off VWAP. But AMD has been an absolute beast. What's crazy is, this was a couple of days ago, and we're like, now AMD's $10, $15 lower than NVIDIA, because we had this joke about who's going to get to 200 first. And now all of a sudden it's favoring AMD again. And that can flip, because NVIDIA, if AMD doesn't get there by the time NVIDIA reports, then it doesn't matter. It's just that simple. Like NVIDIA can get there in one day.
The thing is, AMD could also catch a bid off the report as well.
That's true.
So, anyways, I just came across this here on Bespoke, and it's the Trump trade, basically. So Trump 1.0, of course, his first presidency, and then Trump 2.0 is in the blue or black right here. And these are the performances of the various sectors. So this is what I'm talking about history repeating itself, and we talked about that with IPOs, we talked about that with, I forget, there was another example that we just had about this, but energy, the worst sector by far once Trump's been here. And this is, again, sorry, in the first 200 days. The first 200 days of both his presidency. So we just hit that mark. So right now, energy down 13%. Sorry, Trump 2.0, 9%, down 13% off of it. This is the change, so the relative change. So this was a 3% change. The big one to note, of course, is healthcare. And we had, again, different times now, obviously, but healthcare right there, unfortunately, we had the UNH situation, and then we had his appointment of RFK, which sent some names going one way, some names going the other. But healthcare right now.
Say Moderna.
Moderna, yeah, but I mean, there's other names too, and we've had Novo Nordisk. You talked about sort of that decline. We've seen Eli Lilly decline in the last 200 days. Nothing, in my opinion, to do with Trump at all. It's just those, that's what happens. So that's healthcare downside. I don't know if Trump has made any. Again, it's tough to talk about healthcare because I know it's such a politicizing and such an important thing to so many people in the States, and I wish that healthcare numbers were way higher, but in order for healthcare to make money, its insurance needs to be fixed. I feel like they need to just accept more claims, but that would bring healthcare numbers down. Right? It's a slippery slope. But at the end of the day, technology. That's sort of what I wanted to. Comm services, for some reason, were down 8%, up 13% this time around. But tech is the one that continues to work, right? And so technology. And again, president of the market, he's talked about that. So some of these stocks that continue to work, maybe we all feared different tariffs and whatnot, but they seem to have been taking it out. So I don't know if there's anything in here that impresses you, Neil, but I mean, it's just kind of like real estate not doing much better the first term.
One that stands out is, to me, the one that stands out is the financials, right? Like,
yeah, where are the financials? Oh, right here,
9 last time and then 3
this time. Yeah,
there
that
was
makes sense.
And I was firmly in the camp at the beginning of the year when we did our little Jimmy Carter pick thing. Like I threw in, like GV was a pick because I believed in data centers and I felt like energy like that was going to be good for tech. But I had XLF in there. I thought things would be much better for the traditional financials, and I've kind of accepted the fact that he was just much better for crypto and for fintech than it was for the traditional financial names. There's been an uptick in M&A, but it's not where I don't think it's near what everyone was expecting. The IPOs are starting to come back, but that's because the market's going. It just hasn't been the bounty. I think, and this is with the banks at all-time highs. It's just I was expecting a little bit better. XLF hasn't even broken out yet at all, which is, I'd say, surprising. I thought we were going to have a breakout on that, and big-time disappointment. I would argue that some of that problem has to do with, I said it before, the credit cards have not been as strong as they could be inside the XLF, and maybe you need another ETF because everybody loves fintech. That's why Robinhood's doing what it's doing.
And I mean, that's
like, when was the last time someone? To your point, asking in the chat or putting in the chat, we love the big bank, but when was the last time somebody typed in JP Morgan or Goldman Sachs, yet every single day we get questions about Robinhood and SoFi? Coinbase, right? There's a reason. Changing of the guard.
Yeah, exactly. I want to bring this to everybody's attention here. So this is something that we've created on the show. Shout out to my guy Fabian over there. So right now, Bullish leading the way, AMD, BMNR. So I'm going to reset this right here. So now what you have to do to be part of this is just type Google and SPY, or don't type those names, but whatever you want, right here in the chat. So that won't work, Meta, but that won't work either. That will. So OB will be the first stock that will show up here right now. And of course, there's no symbol. You know what would be kind of cool? No, don't do this. But that would be cool if all of a sudden like a picture of OB showed up right here. But then everybody would do that. So let's not do that. But shout out to OB. We just talked to him. He's over in the back over there right now as we've moved all the traders from this area. Uh-oh. Got the drill going on right there. But okay, so Palantir. So I'll just talk about Palantir and Tesla right now quickly. SoFi, UNH is on. UNH is actually having quite the run today. I believe it was up to 267.
I tried to put Mullen in.
You tried to put Mullen. You love some Mullen, but Mullen doesn't work, right? It's the new name.
It's,
all right, so what did I say we'd look at? What's leading the way there? My bad. What was leading the way? Right here, stock visualizer.
Bollinger Innovation.
Oh, it was PLTR. Okay, so PLTR and UNH. All right, so Palantir. I've been saying that it's getting. Oops, that's like what? Big Bear AI. Nice move. Okay, why is that not showing Palantir chart? Whoa. Okay, nice little move down there, but nothing to be too concerned with. We had traded Palantir today. It was good until it wasn't. We tried to hold that 187, which was the closing price right there. So again, like to lose on a trade like that is fine for me. It makes sense. We got in, we got out, we got in, then we got out once it broke below. So yeah, right now Palantir, I'm I'm a little concerned, obviously, when we look at a PE of over 150 right now for Palantir, that, you know, the only thing that I could see that goes wrong now for stocks like this is that there is somebody releases something about, you know, stocks that are well overvalued. And the number one name on the list is going to be Palantir, and then people get a little jittery and sell some of their shares. So we don't have any negative stories here with PLTR, and in fact, unless we do, but in fact is that Palantir has been pretty frothy for quite a while. It is, and this might not be true anymore, but you know, as of their earnings release, it was the number one stock performance-wise in the S&P 500 from January. So a little bit, you know, from 77 up to 190. It's had a huge run, and I'm just not sure if there's been too much profit taking. So I would be very, very careful with a 180 break there on Palantir, because if that happens, then traders like myself or maybe others would see that level there, similar to Google 160, which turned out to be the bottom. That may give some of those earnings back up. We saw a name like SoFi wind up holding that $20 mark. So we'll see if this holds. Yeah, surprisingly a little bit. I thought SoFi was going to give it up as well. But yeah, right now, I would say you can go long on this. The market's pretty flat on the day. Okay, perfect. Adara does have, thank you for that, Andre. Adara does have news about Palantir.
So apparently, I'm seeing Fox Business is reporting that Citron Research is short Palantir. Now, I did check, this is not on X, but Citron Research did post on X that Andrew Left, who is, of course, the leader of Citron, would be appearing on Fox Business at 3. So this does check out. Again, long story short, apparently Andrew Left of Citron Research just appeared on Fox Business and said he is short Palantir. So that's what's happening here for PLTR. For the record, the Citron Research short report for MSTR set the stock down $100 in one day. So he can sometimes move the market. Right now, a little bit of a drop for PLTR, but already a higher low. Back to you.
I mean,
I thought Citron was
they were going long only.
They're not the ones that went long only.
Because he got cooked a couple times.
I know.
They're like most famous for shorting GameStop as well. And then the guy lost a whole bunch of money, and then everyone was making fun of him, and yeah.
Yeah, we know they're famous for doing that, but there's also maybe it wasn't them. There was another very, very famous short selling firm that a couple of years ago came out publicly saying they were long only, and I thought it was Citron, but maybe it wasn't them.
I'm going to say it is Citron. But isn't that funny? That is exactly. I didn't know that story. I was literally saying the only thing that I could see Palantir going down is somebody comes out and talks about the valuation, and Palantir is the number one name on that list, and then. There it is.
This crazy valuation.
Maybe President Trump should hire one of us to try to help out with some of these.
It's the size of the market cap and the valuation.
Yeah, no,
because there's a bunch of things that have silly valuations. It's just.
Palantir is going to be in people's minds because it is that sort of AI play about, and it's not warmongering or anything like that, but you know, the big beautiful bill there added some more money, obviously, into the space. So we'll have to wait to see if they do catch more government contracts. But I feel like Donald Trump, we just talked about the first 200 days. There's many more days to come, and you know, applying more money into defense and immigration and border security and big data. Like Palantir already has that stamp of approval from the U.S. government, from the Navy, from the Army, that their software is approved. So that's the big hurdle. That's why I was talking about the moats that are around here. But the one thing that could threaten Palantir's not existence, but their valuation is the fact that like Amazon or Google or any of these guys have so much cash, they can just get involved in any business they want. Like Amazon could just completely wreck the pharmaceutical, just by delivering. I remember, I think it was Walgreens or someone like that. When Amazon announced that they deliver prescriptions, some of those stocks got absolutely hammered. Like when Amazon announces that they're in some sort of a Whole Foods, or when they bought out Whole Foods, some of those stocks started to go down to the downside because now it's like, oh God, now Amazon's delivering those.
You can't have Amazon coming at you.
So yeah. Anyways, I'm just using Amazon as an example.
They're a great example.
They're all that. But
they're everywhere. You're saying this morning about how
I got to find a trade.
Most of the Mag 7 are just the conglomerates of different types of businesses, and Amazon. That's why you believe in them. Although they're not having a very good run of it today. I'll grant you that. So
damn it, bad guess.
Computron Net. After Andrew Left this explains it better. This is what we were thinking about. Got squeezed in GME. He said they would not publish short, but most of his longs plays like Baidu never picked up, so they're back to short after MSTR short they did. Okay, so there was something to it, but I guess they flipped back because they were no good at longs, which is fine. You got to know your niche, man. If your edge happens to be shorting, then whatever, man. Maybe you just contrarian. I have no idea.
Wants to get on Fox.
No, but I have absolutely no idea. I'm making the assumption that they've been profitable with their shorts because they did it for a long time. But a lot of people got burned in GME, and there's at the end of the day, there's a place for every single strategy. You just have to make sure that when you're deploying it, it makes sense for you. Like the average person trying to pick tops on Palantir is probably going to get destroyed. Part of what a lot of the hedge funds that are able to short and win on plays like that, it's because of their ability to hold through a lot of pain. And
just broke 184.
Yeah,
like
and there's been a lot of pain for people that have been trying to short those names. It's just different for the big boys. They can hold on longer.
Yeah, and there's going to be winners in all markets. Like you were actually talking about shorting Bullish, and there was great opportunities to do that as well. So it's not
me though.
Yeah, not us, but there was good opportunities to do that. And there is a hold of 184. I was going to say, let's see if it holds it one more time, and then maybe we can grab this long here on Palantir. If you're going to go long on Palantir, you got to give it to that bottom. So I'm willing to do it. I mean, obviously, if the report is now out. Let's, all right, I'm trying to, so see, okay, I'll punch in a little bit. I punched into some 15s there. I actually put a bid at 184.08, so that might come in. I was like, oh, I'm not getting this. Let me take a little bit more there. So I just punched in. So there it is. Okay. Let's see if I get something out of it. Okay, there it is. So that was pretty fast. Okay, Neil, wow, all right. So, I mean, spin it. You could sit here all day, and Neil and I look for 40, 50, 60 cent winners. This is now in 3 seconds, right there, we just taking 65 cents. Don't worry about it, Joe. There it goes, nice move there on Palantir. So I'm actually already out of half. It's funny because I read the chat and people are like, hey man, Sean's not in any trades. And then I get in one, and right there, I punched in. You guys saw me punch in. We punched in there. We got 184.15s. Told you I was doing it. I don't know if you guys saw the level, but it was hit there. We hit it. We punched in. So that's the marketable order that we're talking about, Salvador, there where I actually just pushed up and pushed in. I didn't specify the price. I just pushed it up 20 cents, whatever price I got. But there it goes. Sometimes it's worth removing liquidity and paying that small fee, getting into your shares, and then, as they say, what up to my Uncle Bob, but Bob is your uncle. All right, so let's go over there to Adara and find out more about PLTR. And actually,
probably
Joe's, or whatever. Joe's mentioning Rigetti, so maybe it's about that.
It's actually about PLTR. So I have some more details here in the Citron Research short. Again, in case you guys missed it, Andrew left of Citron Research, appeared on Fox Business and said that he is short Palantir. Apparently, his reasoning is the company is, quote, beyond overvalued. Apparently, he likes Palantir and likes Alex Karp, but called the short obvious because he believes the company is overpriced, or the stock, sorry, is overpriced. The company is overvalued. Back to you.
Now it's overvalued?
Right. It's so obvious he has to go on national TV to say it. Like, these guys are jokers.
Well, because you have to remember at the end of the day, like the entire strategy is solely based upon taking a position and then using the disclosure of that position to get your first alpha, right? Like that's
probably watching Trader TV, and he just covered everything on that move on.
I don't know what's happening in Rigetti. There's no news. Rigetti reported and was an absolute, I don't know, like it was, I don't want to call it a nothing burger because it was down in the aftermarket when you guys were talking about it. And then all of a sudden you come in tomorrow or today and it was right back to where it was and it's just been back and forth. But this is a buy program on Rigetti, clearly. As you can see, buy program. I'm looking reversal. When I see a program like this, it is very obvious. Buy, volume increasing. So a couple of things to look for. Volume to decrease going into the high at some point. The volume's already starting to decrease on some of these bars. And then a fail at the top or break of a trend. So that would be, it's real steep. It's a pretty steep trend line, but it's starting to press away from the trend line, which is good. Like it's pressing away from that program trend line. I'm gonna hit save and hope nothing happens. But I want to make sure I'm going to put this up where I had, I'm not going to be looking at Apple even after that news. But Rigetti, no news that I see, but this could be like delayed reaction. It's like, well, if we're not going down after earnings, then I guess we have to go up. Maybe that's going to be the course. But good trend line potential break, I should say. Like it hasn't broken. Nvidia's holding the volume weighted average price. Still want to scalp in front of 182. We're in a power hour like 15 minutes for sure, but you don't want to sit there and overtrade. And seeing that Rigetti move, that makes a heck of a lot of sense to me because it's still bullish. It's at the top of the list. Anytime I refresh, it's still bullish at the top of the list for what you guys want to talk about. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, bullish, AMD, Nvidia, all the same names. It's worth looking at how weak this has been since the open. Even when it's catching a bid, it just gets slammed right back down. Like it tried to got to 85, slammed back down to 82. Feels like this one wants to break the low of the day, which is exactly $80. To the penny, 80 is the low of the day. It's not looking, it's completely bearish. I don't know if anyone's still in this.
Oh, boy.
I don't know why you'd still be in it, to be honest with you. But if you were still in it, your last line in the sand is being tested rather quickly here.
All right, so there it is, man. We almost make that dollar, but we'll just do this. Shout out to Ozan. I haven't seen him in a minute.
He hasn't been around.
Maybe he got a job or something. But there it goes. Nice move up there for PLTR. We just take out another piece right now. We only have a quarter left of that. A little bit more than a quarter, but nice move there for PLTR. I would just say, man, I've had 6, this is probably not for any doctors, I should maybe ask Perplexity. I've had 6 extra strength Advils today. That might be.
Yeah, you can.
Well, I woke up in the morning and I had a crazy headache, and it was like 6 a.m. and I was like, I'm gonna take some Advil. So I took 2 then.
Yeah, but you can do. Our buddy.
Yeah, I think you can have 8 a day, but you're supposed to alternate though.
Yeah, our buddy who's a doctor.
Oh yeah, I don't want to ask him
in our
anything.
high school pool. No, I'm just saying, like, when I would injure my hamstring, I was like, look, if I want to get back in like a short period of time, it's like what's the most you can do? And yeah, you do want to alter for the pain. You want to alternate, but like for ibuprofen, you don't want to. You make sure you're hydrated, obviously, and don't do it for more than like a day.
Yeah.
But in terms of like,
no, I just hope I'm not coming down with anything. Like I feel fine, and I thought it was the
ceiling,
high ceiling, the low ceiling, but the weather outside is actually
Dara did patient 0 this.
Quite beautiful.
She's soldiering through. I'll say
she's
that.
patient 0.
Dara's been soldiering today, man.
Oh, she's not. You're not feeling well?
You can't even tell.
I have been unwell on and off for like a period of 2 weeks now. It is on the side where it is getting worse. But alas, I do not want to take any sick days. I want to preserve them because I might take one next week.
Thank God.
For a surgery, so all good.
What?
All right. Well, that's what.
You just buried the lead there. Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about someone's private stuff.
No, it's all good. It says.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. Whatever. So thanks to Dara for sharing that. No, but the reason why I asked that is because I actually asked Sharif. I asked Joe if he knew what Sharif was not feeling that well with a couple of days ago. And what is that? Zin? I don't do that shit.
What are you talking? What is it?
Yeah, right.
What did he just
like
show
chewing
you?
Tobacco? Come on, Joe, man. You shouldn't even be doing that, my guy.
No, come on. You don't do that stuff, do you? When I grew up, look, man. When we grew up, a lot of the dudes we played baseball with, they were on the chew. But that stuff's nasty, man. I can't do that. You don't want chewing tobacco.
These guys, Joe living dangerously over there.
Lots of athletes do it, but doesn't mean it's a good thing.
They do? Do lots of athletes do that?
Well, they used to, but no. Nowadays, almost nobody.
I think they do. I think there are
a couple of dudes that were. There was a guy we played with in high school. I won't say his name, but he was flat out addicted. He couldn't stop. It's a bad habit, man. If you can get over that kind of stuff, that's why you do the sunflower seeds. Straight up. Sunflower seeds are not going to hurt anybody. Makes a mess, but you're fine.
I like the sunflower
This
seeds.
Rigetti program is still going. It can't stop. It can't go forever. No news. Post earnings into the high of day, which is at 23. So 17, Michael Jordan. Looks like it's trying to get to that upside. What else we got going on? This is what I'm watching. I got another scalp on bounce off the volume weighted average price of Nvidia, but that's about it. We have a few minutes till the early look imbalances come out. Maybe keep an eye on some of the crypto-related names after some of the headlines we got in the BMNR. That would make some sense. I think it's worth watching Coinbase, although it's doing nothing now going into the close. Not a very good day for them. Let's be real. I'll say it again. IPOs do not come out at random times. You choose when you can come to market. You want to come out in a bullish market, no pun intended. And oftentimes, that can be the perfect excuse for a temporary top. And Maybe not particularly with Coinbase, because Coinbase is down after earnings, but certainly maybe we have a little pullback in crypto. ETH ended up not getting to the all-time high. That was the other thing. Why is this on ETHA? I wanted to show Ethereum. We'll just use Coinbase. It's interesting. Coinbase always comes to the top of the listed trading view.
Yeah.
I wonder how they. I guess maybe they sort it by volume, which would make the most sense. But if we pull up the chart here,
Maybe they pay for it.
well, that's what I was going to say, but I don't actually know. So
I don't know.
maybe they do. I don't know. It would make sense. But I'm always using their price. But we got so close without actually getting to that 48.6 something on ETH. So I was wrong. I thought we'd tag it today. I wasn't sure we'd hold it because of the possibility of selling the news, but we are still going higher. You just couldn't actually get there, unfortunately, for ETH. But look at that trend. Still trending to the upside.
It's a crazy thing.
Yet BMNR is going down. That's what you have to
I wonder if there's like a rumor about BMNR maybe offering or something. Maybe after hours. We got one yesterday from Circle. So.
Somebody always knows.
All right. With this little bit, was that Randy I just saw? It is Randy. You look like a minion. You know those minions that have which one has the one on?
Didn't see you all through lunch.
Forehead.
Where'd you go?
Were you here this morning, Randy? I didn't see you this morning at all.
Oh.
Came in late. Okay, got some splaining to do.
Threw me off.
That's why I was wondering why you're still here.
I wasn't even sure he was.
Hey, let me know if there's any coal in that mine. You know? Iron ore? Oh, man.
It's like that, eh?
Lulu. What about Lulu? All right. Is Lulu, is that ripping
Why, are you
up?
buying Lulu? Is that what's going on here? Did it?
Okay.
Lululemon.
Lululemon. I just want to show this weekend.
The $200.
Yeah, I don't mind Lululemon. This weekend we have, here we go. So this is actually, you can't hear the sound, but this is where we won there in Ottawa here. Here's our coaches. We're like, bang, bang, that's me right here. Here it goes. Hey, the umpires, what's up? Of course, we say what's up to them, but we have our tournament happening this weekend here again, and we're excited for that. So I was just looking over some things. This is the High Park all-girls 11 or 12U. We don't have anybody that's 12. My daughter's only 10, but and then I got Gatorade dumped all over me, which was water, which was really nice. So that was nice and refreshing.
Oh, it was cold.
And it's been hot, but we do that again.
Cold.
Yeah, we have the High Park tournament starting this weekend, and we're going to be at the draft on Saturday. So I'm going to be missing the Saturday evening game, but we have one 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday, semifinals, finals on Sunday. So.
Sure, I'll give it to the chat.
Booked my ticket for the finals.
I'm undecided. It's a dynasty league on our fantasy football, and I've made a bunch of trades. I'm kind of win now, so I only have 2. I'm only picking 2 players, maybe 3 if I drop Hollywood. And I'm deciding at pick. I only pick 13, and then wherever. I don't even know what my other one is. I think 18 or whatever the heck. It doesn't really matter. I'm thinking likely I'm choosing between Luther Burden, or Milroe, just to take a shot on the future quarterback. My quarterbacks are Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, and then my QB3 is like Geno Smith. And we're a 2 QB league. You start 2 QBs.
Well,
so I'm thinking I want to get a young guy like Milroe, but then Burden's upside is too big.
Our boy has you taking Burden. He says, who else is going to be there? Jackson Dart. Is it Scatabo or Scataboo?
I don't know how to pronounce it.
I don't know, but he's there. Cam is there. And then near Jalen Milroe.
My backs are ridiculous. I'm not taking a running back.
And then that Quinshawn Judkins.
I'm not taking a dude who might never play a game. Anyways, there's a rookie who hasn't even signed his contract because he beat up on his girlfriend. I would not draft him with a 10-foot pole, but that's just me.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like you want Tyreek Hill or anything.
Dude might never play. But he might never play. Tyreek Hill is at least playing in the league after doing the nonsense that he did. Stay away from Burden, someone just said. Who said that? Charlie Taff?
Why?
Stay away. Why am I
he's a
staying
Minnesota
away from
guy,
Burden?
Charlie Taff, I'm pretty sure.
Why am I staying away from Burden? I'll listen to you guys. What the heck is happening to Rigetti? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, well, that's right. We've sort of stumbled upon that.
Is there really no news here?
No, you know what it is, man? It's just they had their earnings last night. They were hit in the after hours. Adair and I were talking about that yesterday. Whoopsies, what am I doing zooming in like that? I want to zoom the other way.
This is ridiculous.
There it is. So there's the move down, and it just sort of climbed its way back to the point where we opened today pretty flat. Then we got bumped there. fell back in, found a base basically at yesterday's sort of levels there at around 16 or 17. And I think it's just exuberance from breaking this high. Like that was 16.90. Now you're up another $1 for Rigetti going upside. So we can always check, and this is what you can do. You can just go over into, man, even me talking is giving my head a little bit of a spin. Now, that's why I wanted to ask if anybody was sick, because I was like, am I catching strays here? Because normally I feel great, and I just don't want to be too out of it for this weekend. But anyways, QBTS also starting to go up to the upside. The other one would be IonQ that we could have a quick look at over here as well. That's down 3%, so it's not getting the love. And I just got to say shout out to Martin Shkreli. Great call that these things were going to zero. That was way off. Okay, the other stock that we were going to talk about was Tesla. And again, I just want to look at this again. These are what you guys asked for. Look, you guys asked for Palantir, and I put $1 on that stock, so that was a good one. UNH. Up 3.5%, so it does take out that 266 level there today. So that was a big one. Tesla's flat on the day. We'll have a quick look on the stock. NVTS was up there 7 or 8%. The only thing I was going to ask is maybe this could freeze here. So see how I'm trying to look at this, Fabian? Like if I know it keeps changing every time someone goes there, but maybe it could just change every 10 seconds or something as it updates, maybe if that's possible. Remember I asked him for an update. He said it would take forever, and it took like 10 seconds. But there's Palantir, still down 1%. It's Rigetti, it's Bullish there. Now Bullish says up, oh, wait a second, Bullish is at $80. All right, it is starting to break. So let me go back over. Here, I'll just click on it in my blotter. Yeah, all right, so this is a nice level. Did we just break it there on Bullish or no? No, we did not. Wow, okay, let's hit the sirens up there because that was a great supporting trade again. Like I said, you can make money many different ways. If you're fading this 50-period moving average, look how good that's been since it's been in existence, right? It's been pretty awesome. It will hit it there, downside. And then also that 80 dip buy has happened now twice off of a key level. So that's generally the kind of stuff that I look at is just support and resistance levels. So we'll have to wait to see here what's going on with Bullish. I can barely even keep my eyes going. $80, we're gonna figure that out on a dip buy opportunity there for Bullish. So let's watch out for that. CoreWeave, I don't know what else is happening there, but people talk about CoreWeave, but watch, I may hit this short. Actually, I'm gonna set it up, 79, oops, I just put 799.
The Bullish.
Yeah, I'm gonna go short 79.99 and then see what kind of slippage I get.
That didn't break the high. I tested the slippage earlier on that and was unimpressed with how much.
What? My order did not.
How much it slipped. I just took it for two things that first happened.
I'm going to go short, just to let everybody know.
NVIDIA held VWAP 3 times. The third time, or the fourth time was not a charm. Then I took a shot at Rigetti when I started to see it slow down. If there's no news here, I think it. I feel like it's going to pull back.
Oh, I got it. So it broke, went up, went down. So, there it is.
What the heck happened to my quote?
What the heck? What the helly? Bang, there's $1 just like that on Bullish. So, okay, we'll take it. We're short at 79.80. We just, wow, Neil, what a day your boy is having right now. And we don't have money. Oh boy, I better not take tomorrow off. All right, there it goes, man. 78 to the downside. There's $2. There's $2.50 for you on Bullish. We have the trade. We put it on. We told you we were going to do it, and there it goes, man. You know, I may not be the smartest guy, but we're taking trades. We're talking about the trades that we're taking, and we're putting them on, man. So yeah, trader I am, and hopefully we can keep on doing this. We did punch out of a little bit more Palantir as that was happening, but there it goes to the downside. Hopefully we can continue this downside push here for BLSH, but I don't know. I think that we're on one right now. This is a $3. I mean, this is $3 right there. So let's just take some more out. Good trading on Bullish. There it goes, man. We still have half of this position, which is now $3 in the money. As you guys said, no positions, no problem. There's 2 for you. It's Palantir, it's Bullish. And what we've always done is that salute. So we'll give it back to everybody. Thanks for pointing these stocks out on our board.
That was insanity on Bullish. My level 2 literally broke.
Yeah,
it broke, went to 79, went back to 81. Yeah. Like that basically means it could have been, that was insane. It was back at 81 when it was still, the bid was under 980, but the offer was at 81 on that break. I still took a shot at Rigetti here. I said if there's no news, I'm going to take a shot at the top. It's the first red candle I went short. First red candle, short, but don't let it break out that high. It broke out the high. I don't see that there's any stories here going on. It just seems like it's a little post facto earnings play, I suppose. I didn't see anything else really moving the way that this is in the space. So I think it's just a Rigetti story. And we'll probably find out later that someone with a Cathy order, somebody's going to be a buyer here. Or something's going to hit. I would imagine there's something going on with this bad boy. It's just not nothing. That makes absolutely no sense to me. I know our good friend is going to be, I see that short that you got, and I know our friend likes shorting these IPOs.
Yeah, thanks for that, man. I mean, yeah, we're really pleased with this short, man. And yeah, he may like to do something, but we're actually doing it. So there it goes, 76.50 now to the downside. Shout out to everybody that short this play, right? I mean,
that was it's 81.5.
Yeah, this is kind of what it is right now. All right, so so I'm getting out of Palantir here right now. I only have right now 10% left on this trade. So we got some out. It broke through 50s there. We got it out. I'm just going to take Palantir out right here if I can. Offer some 20s. Oh my God, we missed us. See, that's what I'm saying. I could have just punched out at 17s or 18s right there, right now. Oh boy, Neil. Now it's not 1, not 2, not 3. $4 now on Bullish right there. So yeah, man, we've got it. We got it pretty good. There goes Bullish to the downside. So yeah, it's like there it goes. Yeah, nice move there for BLSH. And again, it just set up, right? We talk about how simple of a trader that I think I am, and that is just play the breaks. We talked about 80 right here. It broke. We got our order set up. Like Neil said, we missed it the first time, and then it just came up, picked us up again, and we got that trade there. I only crossed down 20 cents. That's why I have 79.80. And then boom, right then down there to the bottom right now. We just get out of our Palantir as well. We got our last fill out there at 28s. So that was a good trade. So far here this afternoon, we've definitely started stacking up a little bit. And we just gave you
another one.
So far, so good. I am now out of 75% of this trade because I have no idea where it's going, and I thought Bullish was even going to go higher. But again, we just trade off of the price action. So I'll put another bid here. I'm at bidding at 77.50. If it does come through, then fine. I'm happy though. I'm going to punch out of a little bit more. I just crossed up, hit the 25s right there, and now we'll just wait. So we're getting lighter and lighter on this trade, but again, so far so good here with BLSH.
Yeah, early look just came out. Nothing on BLSH there, but remember, IPOs are very rare that you're going to see an imbalance on them. The only time I ever saw one was on the first week. I believe it was Rivian. Might have been the only one. Nothing crazy. Pfizer's going to be in there. I'm absolutely
Were you in Rigetti? Oh, you were just in Rigetti.
I took the shot. First red candle on a reversion. If you put up a 1 minute chart, fair enough. Like you can make the argument. There you go. On a 1 minute chart, maybe you're in here, but then it's a distinction without a difference. The first red candle on a 3 minute, once it was setting up, that's where I'm taking the shot if there's no news. But this is still going. And now $18 on Rigetti, that's complete insanity. There's no news here. Maybe it gets, someone just said Rigetti's going to 20. 20 would be the high. Like that's 20 and a half, 20.90, something along those lines. 2140 on the daily chart, but that could just be a wick high. That's the beginning of the year. Literally at the beginning of the year, this is where these bad boys were. And on earnings, it was a bit of a disappointment. Steve Canyon, I'm sure there were upgrades on Rigetti, but this move right here wasn't some kind of a midday upgrade. This just started happening. It could be short covering, I don't know, but there's a program buy here in Rigetti looking, okay, looks like it might be back end again. It just kind of lost the 18 level, right back in. I want to see this. I want to see some sellers come back in here to the 18. So they just tried to buy it back up to 18 even and got met at 85 with resistance. I'm going to try and grab these 85s if it's going to give it to me. Stop at 18 is already going to be in, and I like the stop that we can put in before we're in position. Although, if you're trading with real trading, your fastest stop is going to be not the script stop. You want one that sits in Jersey, but you can't use that one while having an order out there and be already covered. So I'm already covered at 18. If I can get the 85s where the seller is, then I'm going to jump into Rigetti here. Someone put a buy rating at 18 on the stock. That could be a coincidence that it turned at that price. Who knows? But to me, that's not what drove this move here. It could have just been short covering, program, whatever it might have been. Doesn't matter. There's no specific news.
All right, I'm just tweeting it out. Just took the 80 break here on
BLSH, go follow me at Trader TV Sean. I put the trades up. I put the sticky note up as well. And this time I'm actually going to show the level 2 on here. So we just tweet that out right now. Go get it, man. We have over 500,000 subscribers. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe button if you're looking for trades like this. Even Neil took the shot on Rigetti, right? This is what happens. Everybody has their different trading style, and sometimes it can work out. And right now, this is now $5 in the money on this 80 break, but there it is. There's the break on that. We actually retweeted that bespoke thing. I thought that was pretty cool too, to see the different sectors and what they've been doing. And there's our sticky note of the day right there with some plays. And then tonight we don't post anything up, but it's going to be Cisco. Join Neil and Adara as they talk Cisco earnings tonight, AH. Okay, so I'm going to put a bid now at 75.15s. You know, why not? So we'll just put it there. We'll see if we get to fill back down. Hopefully there'll be another little bit of a liquidity vacuum that will just eat this thing up. And there it goes. Break yourself. We should probably get it. The momentum is definitely to the downside. I don't know where this is going to close, but just to give everyone an idea, right now I only have about 15% of the shares left right now, and I'm going to stop out if it breaks back above where we're in. So I'm in at 80 right there. If it does break back above, then we'll take that trade. So I'll take it off. But right now, still in 15%, and I'm not willing to give any of it back, and we'll do that. So we're waiting. All right, that's bullish now. The stock is not very bullish, right? I think this could be pretty low by the time we get to this thing. Even tomorrow, I think it's a day 2 short, probably in there as well. The Nasdaq's at 0 right now. So, I mean, we could check out.
ES is up, though.
Is it? Yeah, I was going to look at maybe the banks. CoreWeave today, nasty, to be honest with you. There was really no bounce. I mean, sure, you get the bounce, but you don't get the VWAP. We always want to see VWAP get taken because that way the buyers and the sellers, you know, they come together and they figure out what the volume weighted average price is. But 126 right there seems to have been a nice little top, but the fade out didn't get up to that high, or sort of the rebound higher, and the fade started to happen there around 124 and change. I got to talk less because A, it'll be better for everybody, and then B, it'll be better for my headache right now. So we're going to do that. All right. I don't know if there's any other stocks you're looking at or if we need to do anything right now, but I'm just watching Bullish and CoreWeave. We could talk about Rigetti.
Well, if you look at, and I'm going to show you guys right here on eSignal, one of the features, which I'll get to in a second, but really I can just come to the chart here for eSignal. Remember, I was this is a 5-second chart on eSignal. Remember I said at 85, this is weird because I was just looking at a level 2 when I saw this, and you're seeing it start to come back in. I'm going to look to see what happens at that 85 zone. But remember, this is a 5-second chart that I'm using on eSignal as it buys back into that range. This is where, and then the sellers jumped in the first time through.
Dude, weed stocks are going crazy.
So I literally just executed to get in, move my stop to the 85, because that makes a lot of sense. See how they came right back in the same price? As it was coming down, it started to buy back up. It rejected the 85, and you heard me say that out loud. And then it comes back in and just rejects the same thing. So this is kind of impromptu, but I guess we're putting up eSignal anyways. One of the advantages at eSignal that you can take advantage of free for 1 month is 5-second charts, live level 2s, the imbalance locator, trading through 50+ brokers. You can execute your trades right there on the broker side. You can automate your trades. You can backtest your strategies. You want to see how the volume weighted average, maybe like a moving average works, simple moving average. VWAP is VWAP, it's pretty simple. Maybe you want to use Fibonacci's and test those out for you. Maybe they work on Rigetti. Maybe they work on Bullish. Maybe they're great for IPOs. You don't know if you don't try. And you get to try for free with eSignal, and I think it's a great platform. I'm going to use, I think on parabolic movers, this is getting interesting. On IPOs and parabolic movers, I'm opening the idea that you can see some good things on a 5-second or a lower time frame chart, which, you know, I've never used them really. I started looking at them maybe a couple months ago for the first time, and then this is the longest look I've had at it. But you can literally see, like what I was seeing on the level 2 with guesswork, you were seeing pretty clearly on that 5 minute. You can see it slow down and then it curled. And when it made that curl, you literally had time to punch short. You could see it topping at 80 on a 5-second chart, and you could just get the fill. Like, it's crazy. So the 1 minute chart, I think you can overtrade if you You're way too focused on lower time frame charts. But let's be real, there's a place for everything. And you got to try new things out there. I found it incredibly informative going back over on Bullish on a 5-second chart just to be able to gauge what the risk was on the trade and go back and then be able to size the next one appropriately, which will be, I don't know, what do we think's next? Discord, maybe. Who's coming next? What's the next IPO, everybody? What's the next big IPO that we're expecting to get?
There's probably something in the pipeline because I didn't even heard of Bullish before.
No, not until it was like the release was coming out. I had no idea.
So I have my account open right now, and
Stripe? Is that the next one?
Stripe? Well, Klarna was supposed to come. I'm not excited. I won't even.
Klarna's been trying to come in. Klarna's been a while.
Honestly, Stripe and Klarna and all that, I probably won't even participate.
That's a different story.
I won't do it the same. I won't go
space.
hard like that. I'm looking at my account. Tilray right now up 30%. Tilray now up from 38 cents to 128. So it's up a couple 100% there. I'm looking at my account. I'm still down 89% on my Tilray. Oh, trading. That's, yeah, let's do this, man. Should have been doing less.
Speaking of that, I know I joke around about this a lot.
Oh, by the way, there's 75 on Bullish.
That was an absolute lark, and as a joke, I pulled up the chart of what's happened since Mullen changed their name and reverse split. Any guesses?
What was it, Mullen?
Yeah, guess where it went today? $1.05. It is 1 day away from being a penny stock again. They changed the name, they reverse split, and within 2 weeks, it's going to be a penny stock again. There's got to be some kind of a record for the most disgusting company in the world. They win it. No, but it's who the heck actually buys that thing? That's what I want to know. I'd love to know who actually is a buyer of that stock. It shouldn't be like that. It really shouldn't. But anyways, I have no idea how many times they can reverse split. Someone explain those rules to me because I think there should be rules. The target's 17 here on Rigetti, which should be obvious. Well, it's not obvious. It's obvious to me. 2 reasons. 1, prior high. 2, look where the acceleration came in. It was right here at about 17 to 17.10. It was steady, and then it exploded. So that's the area to look for. But I'm liking what I see here on this. Yeah, it's still on Rigetti. I'm liking what I see on that chart. It's starting to catch a bit at the 20 level, so I'm willing to just punch out when I see that. A 5-second chart, like it shows me the buy, you jump out, and it's trying to catch that bid. So anyways, mean reversion there on Rigetti, but not a good entry point. I actually think I should be using this to enter. If I was using the 5-second, you might have been able to have 18 to 17.20 instead of 17.80 to 17.20. Either way, take a few points out of that bad boy. Yep, you can get it a lot of ways, and bless you, Assassino.
Neil, check out Bullish right now. $7 right now in the money. And going lower, Joseph, right there. I'm just glad to have taken that 80 break. We just covered some more there at 73. It may have just bounced. Again, we only had 15%. Now we'll have 12%. Now we have 10% actually as we go down there and get that cover. So yeah, it's a decent move down there. But you know, we're just a trader, and I'm just going to watch this into the close. I mean, my stop, guys, I told you our stop was 20 cents, right, on this trade, and it has never done anything here except for tank. So I don't know. I mean, we always cover some. We'll cover a lot of it. I have no idea what was going on. When this kept bouncing off of 77 right here, it was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So nothing was really happening there. And then eventually there's the flush. And, you know, we talk about that breaking spot, right? When you get caught in the liquidity volume there, liquidity tunnel, you could see what winds up happening just straight to the downside. So here it comes again. Now we're going to really start to excel. But there's the bullish trade there. I don't know if you guys, we talked about paying for shorts. Well, we just made that money back. But there it goes. Nice move to the downside to sort of cap off what has been quite the day. And we want to thank everybody for joining us. I mean, hit the like, hit the subscribe. I mean, Neil just had that good trade there on Rigetti. And now we have $8 right there on Bullish. So yeah, so far so good on that play. And yeah, it just keeps on going to the bottom. We have 7 minutes now until those imbalances, but I am just like honestly. It's been a good one, and it's just, this is a simple trade, man. We broke that level. So I just want, next time you're here, we were talking about it as well, that you can make money long and short on this. And I was even saying, like, potentially the short was even better than that long, because the long, you take a lot of risk that this is actually what's going to happen and not this. But right now, there it goes, flushing to the downside. Your boy on this side's got it, and we got to go over now to Adara, BTC and ETH apparently, both at highs, 122.3 right now going. But yeah, the trading continues. It's bullish, but bearish at the same time.
Also at high shot are some of these pharma plays, including PFE, actually just breaking out into high of day. I'm hearing here that apparently sources are saying that the U.S. government's announcement on the pharma sector probe and tariffs is unlikely for at least a few weeks. So we're not expected to have this, I guess, announcement here for these pharma tariffs, which Trump have indicated could go above 100% until at least a couple weeks. Again, this is just a report. Back to you.
We've been waiting around for those numbers for a while. Peter Thiel, laughing to the bank, Drago, says, yeah, but they always do. Like, remember, like when you hear Cathie Wood and who else bought this one? Like, you had like some big names that were going to be in here, of course, buying up Bullish. But remember, they got $37, right? Like, they can't sell it right away. And we got questions about this actually on the chat. A lot of people were talking about, well, on Bullish, are there rules? Do you actually see that you can't sell and there's penalties? Like Robinhood had penalties if you sell right away if they give you an allocation. That is normal and then the lockup expiry is going to matter too. That'll be in 180 days. I believe it's CoreWeave comes out in a month and 12 days or something like that for CoreWeave. But they're a double up from 37. You're going to hear other programs talk about how Bullish had a fantastic debut. This is what they're going to say. Fantastic debut, 94% to the upside or whatever it ends up being. But really, it actually was a short for all but about 5 minutes on the chart. 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. So that's what the one thing that I don't like about those programs. They're not really giving you the juice or the goods. I'm going to have eyeballs on this. The buyer that we saw on the 5-second chart ends up respecting on Rigetti. So I thought maybe 17, but the buyers were there on the 5-second chart at 17.20, and that's just the prior high, and it bounces right back through. If this thing is done for the day, then I think it should respect underneath 17.85 where the sellers came before. So I might keep my eyeball on that 5-second chart just to see if it still works up at that 17.85 zone there. So I'm going to leave it on this. It's a new thing that I've been looking at. It already worked twice, timing the trade. So I want to see it get back up to 17.85. We'll need to get rid of these moving averages because they seem to mean absolutely nothing on a time frame this low, but I can just ignore them for sure. 3 minutes till the imbalances. I'll be looking at two names pretty much, and maybe NVIDIA just in case. They had a small one yesterday.
All right. I mean, we're almost in the $10 club there. It just went down to 70.66, so it pretty much was. It was $9, and we didn't take it. So we're going to wait now for $70. All right, so yeah, what else, man? Let's go look over Tesla right here. I'm going to be in tomorrow, not in on Friday, as we just talked about the tournament. So you'll be getting some trades, some great trades again with Obi and Neil. They'll be on there on Friday, so similar to last Friday. Look forward to that. Tesla right there, 340, just kind of like not doing a whole heck of a lot right in there, but yeah, Tesla into the close, not really moving. So we'll have to wait to see if there's any sort of an actionable trade there. Mara, let's have a quick look at Mara. Some of these other names, like blockchain names, you could see what's happening right now with crypto. It is like going, so we could quickly, I use this for the VIX, but I like to use it also for Bitcoin. So we'll just type in here Bitcoin, and we'll just look at it on Coinbase. So yeah, there it goes. This is a daily, so we don't need to do that quickly. Let's just do 45 minutes or 30 minutes. Yeah, so there's the new high break. So I don't know, Joe's now left, Sharif is left as well, but they had some sort of a bet. I don't know which side someone took.
What was the bet?
But just would crypto or would Bitcoin
break through all-time highs this afternoon. It has done that. So there it goes. All-time highs now for Bitcoin. So congratulations on that one. And then Ethereum, we'll want to look at that same way.
Did it?
Let's look at Ethereum there, Coinbase. Yeah, nice move up there for Ethereum. As you can see, this has been really climbing, man. This was just $3,500 basically a week ago, and now you're at 4,700. So yeah, acting like a stock on crack as well. There goes Ethereum, nicely cooking to the upside. The look on Ethereum is looking for an all-time high break, which I'm guessing is, yeah, you looked at it earlier. Yeah, 48.77 or so, something like that for an all-time high. I would say that we're probably going to break that this afternoon or this evening on Ethereum. So yeah, everything right now is blasting to the high side, including my guy. I'm actually most invested in as individual coins in Solana. So right there, Solana against the US dollar, they still have a ways to go to get back to highs as well. But that's a key level that we're at right now on Solana, 206 and change. So if we can break there, then you are probably imminent for all-time highs again, which would be 260, which is another 20% higher. Can we get to that? Probably. I mean, it's up 29% this week is Solana. So yes, we can. And yes, we can, Neil. Hopefully, we'll be able to put on a $10 winner for you guys on Bullish. And again, it's not nothing. I mean, 10 is sure it's a little feather in the cap, but at the end of the day, I'm just trying to see what happens around $70. The dip down, I'm bidding $70.25. The lowest we got was $70.66. But hey, if you're joining us for the first time right now, I had on Palantir, which worked great. We just put that in right there for you. It did break through below, but we were already out of it, so that was a good trade. And then we put on Bullish, which was bearish. So that one hopefully can come back in and get us that fill with only now 15 seconds until imbalances.
Yeah, 15 seconds to go. Apparently, it's close, but not quite that all-time high on Bitcoin. It got really, really close, though, if you zoom it out a bit further. Before we get the imbalances quickly, Google came all the way back on that headline. Pretty much right to where it dropped off and is now starting to fall just a little bit, but so far, imbalances, they're starting to come in there. PAC-B, oh my goodness, that's a $1 stock.
Yeah.
IQ is a $3 million sell, that's a $2 stock. Pacific Biosciences, $2.9 million. Well, maybe Kathy was not that happy because that's one of hers as well. NVIDIA, $1.1 million to the buy side, that's absolutely nothing. NTLA, $1 million, that's also nothing. Nike, $9 million sell. Oh no, Lulu was having a good day. I wonder what Nike was doing. Walmart, no, that's nothing. Snapchat, nothing. Walmart, nothing. So really the big names are a couple of really cheap stocks, IQ and Pacific Biosciences. I had no idea that was a one. Can't believe that could be a penny stock. Hey, maybe it's catching a little bit of a bottom. I don't know much about the genomic names, but this was, oh, it already went underneath the dollar. Never mind. It's already bounced back. PAC-B. Yuck, yuck, yuck. If you zoom this chart even further out, it looks even worse. So no point. Nasty, nasty. Nasty, nasty look. But if it's the future, you never really know. I feel like the genomic play has been around since like the Clinton era, that was supposed to be the next thing. Like, legitimately true. Like it's been from before I was a day trader that it was supposed to be a thing, and that's over 20 years ago, and nothing's really come of it yet. But it might happen. Just not for PAC-B apparently.
Yeah, not for PAC-B right here as. Yeah, that, what was, PAC-B was the...
That's a Cathy Wood genomics play.
Oh, you know what I was thinking about was one of those banks that went under, Pacific, what was that symbol?
No, that was, damn it.
They're gone now, but...
Darn it, I mean.
That's Pacific Biosciences. That was what I was thinking about. So it does look like Tesla just overtook the lead here. These are very, very small imbalances, as Neil had mentioned. So Tesla, like, what is Tesla even doing? Like, this is not much happening over there. Oh, I did want to just check back. This isn't $8, but I put a stop here if we break 74. So that's going to be the high. We have to get out of these trades before the market
Pacific
closes.
West.
Yeah, PAC West.
PAC West.
PAC-W it was, I think, not PAC-B.
And someone said
Pac-Man.
Save man woman. All right, I'm going to put
FRCB,
you on the spot
first.
You heard it here first. It's this save man woman in the chat. It's not genome, it's protein. That's the effect of that mapping. Don't miss protein. Now, first of all, I was pretty good in math, and I'm absolutely terrible in everything related to biology. I was okay in chemistry because I like the math portion of that. And hated labs, so I don't know what you're talking about. That being said, send me something to read. and send a name to look at. Always interested in trying to learn something, but yeah, if PAC-B is not the thing and you have an idea what might be, let us know. Always willing to read up and maybe try to find something new. Clearly these bad boys are nasty. This thing, I just know, I remember during COVID, I won't say any names, I know somebody that really, really liked the stock because Cathie Wood liked it. That's why I happen to know about PAC-B. Don't really know too much else. Other than that.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it either.
No, I leave it at that. I have a friend who got involved in this because it was one of her stocks, and obviously it never ended well. I've never invested in it myself. I'm kind of curious.
I'm the only arc that I'm in is the robotics.
The robotics one.
And I've been in that for years and years, so I don't know. I don't even know what it's doing. I'm not.
And maybe she doesn't even have that much of the stock in it. I have no idea.
Not even in it that.
It was a $50 stock in COVID highs.
What is it? ARKQ.
$1.
Robotics one. Yeah, okay, so this is what it was. Remember, we used to have that guy on here, Raider Trader. Shout out to Raider Trader there. He hasn't been on in a minute. He's doing something in Florida. I don't know what
Miami.
he's doing, but no, it's not ARK. What am I doing? ARKQ is the one I was looking at right here. So this is the robotics ETF, and he had some plays about robots. So give you an idea.
I don't know what names though.
That's the thing. So I remember he was on here, but yeah, this has gone straight up right there. So I am in this name. I will double check it tonight to see where exactly. But yeah, the robotics trade, and this is what I'm saying. Like, it's not, we could throw as much shade on Cathie Wood as anybody wants to, but you know, at the end of the day, there are some ETFs here that make a little bit of sense, and the robotics one definitely for me did. And I remember bringing this to his attention because I was sort of already in before he had mentioned that, and then there was maybe some other ETFs as well. But let me just go back to Tesla here because we do have to talk about one thing, and that is Trade the Pool, of course. They do have a new free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trade strategies. You can scan that QR code right there. To grab that, you'll see exactly the approach to the markets, what kind of trading, and how they manage risk, what setups they rely on, and how you can learn. I mean, Neil and I talk about this every day, learning and showing you strategies such as this one on Bullish. But download it now by scanning that QR code on your screen and or hitting that link in description. I'm going to go home and drink as much water as possible.
Hydration is
to ensure that we are here tomorrow because we cannot miss that trade one more time. And I want to thank everybody for being here today with us. And as I look over here, I have to see, my thing never changes over, and then whenever it does, I have to refresh it. So let me just take a quick look here. We only have 574 likes, which is almost exactly 10% actually, right there. 5,761 watching, 575 likes, guys. Let's see if we can get this up to 1,000. We only have 4 minutes left. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button. I think we've done fantastic here so far. I know Neil had that Rigetti trade. We've got on Bullish right now, which is 850 in the money. I'm actually just going to take a bid here. That's me bidding 38s right now. I don't really know why we're bidding it, but we are. So we're bidding that 38. See, we're holding the level. Hopefully it swipes. There it goes. Swipes down and gives it to us. That's a hot dog cannon all day there. So now I can cancel my 70. Oh, now it's coming in. We'll cancel our 70 bid and see if it flushes down to the downside. But it is. We have these kind of cool things here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, $10 right there in the money. As Warren, I'm already employed, my guy. But here we go. It's a nice move to the downside, trying to break through $70. It's a $10 winner, Mr. Neil there. And we're just going to get ready for the closing trade, but the closing show. But I don't know. I'm just going to hold this. I'll probably get out just a couple minutes after hours. But there it goes, BLSH to the south side.
Great trade there for sure. I tried to answer a question for Disney Land Royalty in the chat. CRE, why is it down? I couldn't find a thing for you. Obviously, I couldn't find anything on this, but something happened obviously last night, and the stock is absolutely tanking. I mean, I wouldn't touch anything without knowing what's going on, but that's nasty. And then I was asked, before I get up to the desk, someone's asked for a second time, CRM bottom. It's starting to look like it. I'm thinking maybe tomorrow, maybe this. Certainly, I'm looking at it this week, by the end of the week for CRM. I've been talking a lot about this one. I've been talking about in the PA. On the weekly chart, here's what I'm seeing on CRM. There's the hold at 230 to 231. It's a 200 period on the weekly, but it's a weekly chart. So in theory, I should be waiting and then putting it on Monday. But I think CRM is at the level now, and you got a bottom wick at the right price. So this is one I want to pull the trigger on anyways.
Me too. And IBM I like.
Well, I like IBM
there's some
too, but
value
this
there.
one, I like this one at the level. Like CRM on the weekly chart, it's just a good setup at the weekly. That way, if it loses, if the next week it's under 220, that's a pretty, you're risking 10% to be able to try to hold it. So we get a lot of questions about it. But really, if I'm listening to myself, that's a weekly chart, needs to hold for Friday, and then buy it on Monday would be the play. So that's probably what I'll do now, speaking out loud to myself. There's only 2 minutes to go. I got to make sure I'm set up at the desk. Is that going to break 70?
That's the plan, my guy.
Well, it's going to break 70. Oh, there's something we learned that I forgot to mention. We'll talk about it tomorrow with the IPOs, just in terms of like liquidity at the open, and certainly making sure you set up your keys and all that stuff. But and using different stop orders. Because I was talking to another trader about the level of slippage between different stops and how much better it was with one versus the other. So that's something we can discuss tomorrow for everyone at Real Trading. You could save yourself a boatload by having a specific type of stop order if you have access to multiple ones.
Right. I'm interested in that too because I only use one. So right now, $70 is looking like it wants to break on BLSH. So it will be a $10 winner here on the short. Look at the size that's there. So again, people are going to need to pay for shorts to hit that. But if you are already long, you could hit it and get out. So there it goes. Watch this thing disappear here. That's 200,000 shares, right? So every single thing that you see on the level 2 is 100 shares. So that little order there was just 200,000 shares. We just saw it sort of absorb that. I wanted to go over CoreWeave again as well. I wish Sharif was still here because I thought that he was talking about an option on this, and if Joe was still here, he would know as well. But CoreWeave ending the day not nice. Fabian, you want to get that bell? We don't have too much longer here. I don't know who wants to do it. I think Dara's coming over, but right now here the countdown is on very, very soon. We're going to watch out. Here's Bullish right now. It is going to take that level down right now at $70 as there it goes, 8,000, 70,000, 60,000, 50,000, and sold to the downside as the countdown is now on. As there it goes, man. Now more than $10 in the money. 5, we're a little bit late there. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you, Adara, for that one. And there it is. This is brought to you by VinFast. The closing bell brought to you by VinFast. For more information, please scan that QR code right there on your screen and find out more about VinFast and what they're doing there in Vietnam. So, yeah, fantastic trading today. I want to thank everybody for hitting that like. And we asked for 1,000. I thought that was getting a little bit greedy, but you guys gave us 853. So thank you so much for all of that. Awesome job. For hitting that like button and, you know, just telling YouTube where your eyeballs are at this afternoon. Thank you. It does mean a lot to us here as we try to, you know, get this show to as many people as possible. It is completely free, the show. We want to thank everybody for all of the super chats that come in. And as you can see, we are putting all of this money into work to give you the best experience possible. And there are lots of things happening behind us right now. The desks are being put into place. We are very, very excited. And today's trading definitely helped out with some of the P&L of that project. So yeah, nice move down here for Bullish. $10, we'll take it. We got to stop ourselves out. I got to get out of here. Anyways, taking my kid to go get his haircut tonight as I don't know if my daughter's back from Wonderland or not, but peace out to everybody. Thank you so much from everybody here at Trader TV Live, including Andre, including Mark, including everybody you've seen on the show today, Sharif, Joseph, Neil and Adara, thank you to them. But you're going to see them in just a minute. Ramin back over there as well, Fabian. Everybody that's sort of made today and every day what it is here at Trader TV Live. All right, I'm Sean. Thank you so much for watching. Go follow us all on socials. Until tomorrow, ciao.
Thank you, Sean. Welcome to the Market Recap, brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex. The earnings name we're going to be waiting for in about 4 minutes or so is going to be Cisco. You never know, could come early. We've seen it happen before, but they are the biggest name. The Four Horsemen back in the day. If you're old enough to remember the Four Horsemen, then yeah, you've been around a minute, but that's old is becoming good again. Cisco is actually near some highs today. Very bullish move for Cisco on the daily chart, but a bit of a bearish tone for what was a successful IPO. It's a weird one because you're going to hear lots of traders say how great Bullish was as a long, but really this one disappointed in terms of price action to the downside. Circle was a gangbuster in a similar space and went up for multiple days in a row. Bullish, you had 2 chances to go long in this thing, directly at the open and then when it held $80. And ever since then, it's just been an absolute short. A bit of a weird day in the market. We had a bunch of we had a bunch of moves in the middle of the day, Adara. When you had that as Apple and maybe getting a robot, and then you had Alphabet flushing on a kind of an odd story that we didn't think would affect it that much. Strange day today.
It was a bizarre day, and I think it started with that bullish IPO. Like, we were talking about this off camera, and I mentioned this in the midday as well. I actually had a limit on open order that weirdly did not fill at the open. It filled several seconds later and $4 higher. So, bit of an interesting story. This was my first ever IPO trade live, and also my first ever Lou order for an IPO. So I learned a lot. I will say as well, the thing I learned as well is just watching this 1 minute chart, that 103 level, I realized that just kind of the way we were breaking down a bit on the 1 minute, I thought maybe this could be a short. I didn't have locates on it. That's my bad. I think next time I will certainly prepare. But I will say, you learn from every trade you take, in this case, the IPO, and you also learn sometimes from the trades you don't take, like this short, because I learned next time, if you see something like that, just get it. Sean says this all the time, you don't just take the trade. I did not take the trade here, though I did actually on the open, of course, but not when I saw these shorts later. It is what it is, and I'm going to learn from it 100%. But yeah, this is certainly, I think, a really good day for reflection for the market as well, because it was super herky-jerky, Neil. Like, things would be, wicking you out, things would be moving all crazy. It seemed like something would be in a pattern, and then it would go wild. CRM had a good day somehow. Eli Lilly had a good day somehow. So yeah, maybe a bit of a change in the tides for the market. And
rotation
saying a lot too right now.
Yeah. Sorry, not to cut you off, but rotation, just to the point that you were making, it sometimes feels like that. Like, a bunch of things make some highs, and really we had some pullback. It wasn't that great of a day when you looked at the morning on something like an NVIDIA. Looking at that trend was not very good, and we've been talking about Lilly catching a bid. UNH has been going for a couple of days. I would venture to say it was actually a strong bounce off the lows for some of the chip names, so not that bad. It ends up only down 1.5% there on NVIDIA in particular, but a rotation seems like it has happened. Cisco should be out in just about 1 minute, but we have some news before that.
I have Lunar Intuitive Machines news, LUNR, apparently planning a $250 million convertible senior note offering due October 1st, 2023. Keep an eye on LUNR. I don't have Cisco earnings yet. It's also worth noting apparently some institutions are starting to drop their 13Fs, so be aware of that.
Everyone's waiting to see what the mystery stock Berkshire was buying. Maybe it was UNH, maybe it's not. We have no idea. We're going to find out. 13F is always an interesting season. I mean, it just tells you what's already happened. Some people like to act on it, but Lunar, LUNR, tanks down 10%, so that'll be a double-digit one for tomorrow. Flushing, and of course, Adara gave you the news. And Cisco, well, that's one less horse than it was before. Now down to 68. Look, it's only down 3% so far after earnings, but the implied move was only 5.5% for Cisco, so that would be a pretty decent move, half that implied, but it is starting to bounce here. What are the numbers, Adara?
Yeah, the numbers are actually a double beat, Neil. I don't have the guidance or anything else yet, so there could be context I'm missing, but I'll give you the numbers. Q4 adjusted earnings of 99 cents per share versus 97 expected. That would be a beat. Sales were also a beat, $14.673 billion versus $14.617 billion expected. Now, it's worth noting both these beats are kind of fairly narrow, like it's pretty close to what the estimates were. But either way, I mean, they did double beat. Let's see how this is interpreted by the market right now. It is not interpreted particularly well.
No, not at all. It's interesting. For the double beat, that seems like a bit of disappointment. Like you said, we don't actually have the guidance, and maybe that's going to be the guidance, but that's not out as far as I'm concerned. Maybe someone knows something that we don't. Looks like Longeveron here as well, I'm seeing. Like Cisco's the biggie. I guess it's the big
I have their
today.
guidance.
Oh, you have the guidance on Cisco?
I do have the guidance
It's got to
on
be bad.
Cisco. It's actually not. So this is where I get confused. This is for the fiscal year, mind you. I don't know what Q1 26 is going to be. I can talk about Longeveron in a second as well. But Cisco, they're seeing adjusted earnings between $4 and $4.06 per share for fiscal 2026. That is well above, Neil, the estimate of $379. Their sales also well above estimates. $59 billion to $60 billion they expect for fiscal 26 compared to estimates of $56.623 billion. Longeveron. Let's talk about it. And we are talking about revenue in the hundreds of thousands here and not the millions, which I'm saying mostly to remind myself so I don't accidentally say millions again like I did last time. Longeveron Q2 revenue of $298,000 versus $420,500 expected. That would be a pretty steep miss. Gross profit of $146,000. Operating expenses, $5.54 million. Big yikes. Operating loss here is $5.4 $5.4 million versus $5.6 million expected, so slightly narrower loss than expected, it looks like. Their net loss was actually also a little bit narrower than expected, so these losses, like the narrower than expected loss seems to be the best thing for Longeveron, but that is a pretty nasty sales miss. I also have Cisco quarterly guidance. As I said, I was thinking this could be maybe what it is. It looks like this might be what it is. Neil, they didn't miss on their quarterly guidance for Cisco, but it's a bit tight. So they guided Q1 adjusted earnings between 97 and 99 cents per share versus 97 cents expected. They guided sales, I'll just move this so you guys can see it. They guided sales between 14.65 billion to 14.85 billion versus 14.62 billion expected. So neither of these are misses, to be clear. They're actually beats, but they're all very the lower end of these ranges is really close to the actual estimate, so it's kind of closer to in line to some extent. I just don't think it's exuberant as the market wanted.
Yeah, it could just, sometimes that's just all it is. You're at the all-time highs. Effectively, Cisco was at its top 2 days ago.
I have more as well.
And then just pull back. So sometimes it's about where you've been and market's getting a little bit of toppy. It's not the first time we've seen good numbers in the space, and then all of a sudden you're to the downside. That said, it's usually represented a bit of a buying opportunity. The prior high here is about $70, and it's holding that right now over there on Cisco as it's trying to climb back. You're looking where you can catch a bid. It makes some sense if it can hold that 70. That would look a little bit better. Now the 50 period on the daily sits at 67.7. So it did tag the 50 period, break it a little bit, and then come back in. So that would be the concern if you lose that 50 period on the daily. I'm always a little bit concerned, but let's be real. Not that bad of a report, but all that really matters is price action. Price does not lie. It can be, it can give you an indication, no questions asked, but you can beat, you can miss. Who knows? We saw Rigetti didn't do anything after their earnings, went down after their earnings, did nothing most of the day, and then went all ham in the afternoon. It doesn't really make a difference. Just make sure you follow that price action. I did see, and I want to note, I saw a few people in the chat mentioning this, and in the vein of looking at what some of the IPOs did, of course, Bullish had a bearish type of day outside of the first couple of minutes. CoreWeave ends the day at the lows at 116, still falling in the aftermarket, down 21%.
That was a sweet short.
CoreWeave.
Yeah.
21%. It lost everything today. It rejected 50 yesterday. It lost the 50 period on the daily. On the lower time frame, it popped and dropped at the open. 130 was then a break. CoreWeave took it on the chin. And that was that's an IPO that went 4.5 times from its open price, and it's still almost a triple up from the lows, despite a 20% pullback. But you seem excited about it. I take it you had a short.
Yeah, I did short CoreWeave. I can show the chart. I did 3 pops at it. One of them was flat. The other 2 worked. Here you are. So basically what happened here was I wanted that 130.5 breakdown because that has been a level of support, not just earlier today. I mean, you talked about this. This is my type of dream chart. You've seen, this is the type of chart I like, just the slope to the downside. People always joke in the chat that I'm more bearish biased. I'm not necessarily, but I think a lot more my playbook setups do tend to slant
I think
to the
you
short
are,
side.
which is fine.
So I think that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just, I will take longs, but I more often take shorts. So I basically ended up break even on this. I should not have moved my stop. I should have kept my stop at that 134 area. That's fine. Regardless, then I get back in when we break this kind of low a day. I added twice and then took the last piece of this out at 120 before getting stopped out. Then I got in one last time and we looked like we were going to break the low again. I basically drew a little bit of a bear flag. So where we broke the bottom part of the uptrend in the bear flag, that's where I got short again. Add. I did not realize it got to 116. I'm sad I got out. It looks like a couple minutes early, but it is what it is.
And still falling after market. Ugh.
That's wild. But yeah, that was the CoreWeave trade. I want to talk here about, good night, Sean. I want to talk a bit about Coherent, if I may. So COHR, the company, people are asking me here about earnings. I will say that we don't have earnings on it yet. They come out at 4:15, but I will talk about the reason they're down because there actually is a catalyst here for COHR. Please don't cover the chart with my face, guys, just because I want to make sure we can see all the words. So Coherent is announcing it's going to be selling its aerospace and defense business to Advent for $400 million. That's why it's down. They have not even released their earnings yet. The earnings are coming out at 4:15. I talked about Longeveron. I do have a couple more details on Cisco, Neil, if I may. So Cisco service revenue was actually a little bit of a miss. So So a bit lower than expected here for service revenue. Adjusted gross profit margin slight beat. Remaining performance obligations was a beat. Q1 revenue guide, we talked about that. In line, but generally higher on the high end. Q1 adjusted gross margin, also in line. We talked about their guidance already for fiscal 2025, pretty strong. But yeah, I think this service revenue miss and this, I guess, Q1 revenue guide maybe being a bit in line, those could maybe be where the issues were. But that is the look there on CSCO, and I will stop talking now.
Yeah, thank you, Adara. And look, the coherent, that's a weird one because usually you sell a portion of your business. You're supposed to get a spike because why you sell the whole idea behind selling a portion of your business is A, to generate cash, B, to focus on other things which are supposed to be positive for you. So either that's like the market telling you that you're making a mistake if you're down, or B, you didn't get enough for it. So yeah, not good for coherent. Then we'll wait for the earnings. That doesn't look good at all. It doesn't sound good. Don't like it. But unfortunately for Cisco, I don't like it. This one's still. I mean, it's catching a bit of a bid. It's back above the 67. Can't seem to battle with that 70 very well. Every time it bounces up, it's rejecting that $70 level here. Oh, we've got more Alphabet news. That's another thing. We got that Alphabet news earlier, which we didn't think would be a big deal. It recovered, and it's right back. It's still at 202, the exact spot when that story hit about. I guess it's a regulation thing with the wallets. Maybe they're just going into compliance, and it's kind of a nothing burger. But with new news for Google here. I'm
not sure this news is going to be huge either, but apparently they're investing an additional $9 billion in Oklahoma within the next 2 years for cloud and AI infrastructure.
Okay.
I want to mention as well, we have more comments coming from Stephen Moran, who is Trump's economic council advisor. He's also being tapped to be the new Fed member, replacing Kugler for a couple months. And he's saying basically the same thing he always says. There's no evidence of tariff-induced inflation. Medium-term inflation expectations are pretty tame. If there's anything else from him, I'll let you know, but it's worth noting he is speaking. A couple seconds away here from coherent earnings. If there's anything else anyone wants, just take me in the chat and ask, and I will look into it. Sometimes there isn't news, sometimes there is. Someone was asking about Snowflake in the chat. I responded it could be potentially sympathy to CoreWeave, but actually looking at it, or sorry, not CoreWeave, Cisco. But looking at the chart, and it's actually not doing anything, so unclear why you asked.
Yeah, it's not moving at all.
Sorry about that, guys.
Well, it could be. Maybe you're just curious about Snowflake in general because it got beaten up the last couple of days.
Fair.
That's entirely
numbers.
possible. But Coherent finally out. I still think that's a little bit weird, the move that Coherent had, but let's see what the numbers are. It's finally picking up in volume a little bit here, but not too much. Still at those lows.
So revenue here is $1.53 billion. That is a beat compared to estimates of $1.51 billion, and it's up 16.4% year over year. Earnings of $1 per share above estimates of 92 cents per share. They actually beat on both EPS and revenue, and apparently their revenue actually hit a record, I'm guessing just on the quarter here, driven by their AI data center communications and industrial demand. Their revenue guide for Q1, this might be the issue, Neil, between $1.46 billion and $1.6 billion versus estimates of $1.55 billion. They're kind of in line here with the midpoint. They're guiding earnings between 93 cents and $1.13 per share versus 102 expected. Also in line revenue. In line EPS. So their guidance for Q1 really in line here, guys. Their gross margin actually nicely grew on a year-over-year basis for the current quarter. Gross margin was 38.1% versus 35.9% last year. So that's the deal there with COHR. Hopefully that was coherent. Again, if anyone has any questions, I will always, if there's any other earnings we missed or anything, hit me up and I will do my best.
Yeah, that's not too bad, but it's still a topping tail. Keep in mind here for Coherent, it is worth noting that this was up 250% plus from the April lows. So this is yet another case in this earnings season where it just doesn't matter if you're at the highs. They'll nitpick it, whatever the problem might be. Oh, we don't like what you're getting for this business sale. We're going to punk you a little bit. But let's not sleep on when you have a reversal like this, and if we close down here, if we open down underneath like a 114, 115 on Coherent, then you're losing the prior high, and that's a big time reversal candle. And we just saw what happens when you have a stock that makes a reversal candle, cough, cough, CoreWeave, because that was pretty nasty. And it's not that it always happens, but like that was a pretty nasty topping tail, and then CoreWeave absolutely fall through. Not that Coherent will. I'm pretty sure most people would say that CoreWeave is a little more overvalued than Coherent. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I kind of believe it. I kind of believe it's a little overvalued. Let's see. The price is certainly telling you that it is. Cisco's still trying to hold. It's battling. Cisco's battling here. Beat top bottom. The guide actually pretty good. The yearly guide was great. The quarterly guide was okay, but the yearly guide was actually great. The full year, $70, still a bit of a pipe dream for Cisco to get back up to the top. I wanted to address here because I see Sizzler Sniper mentioning Rigetti here. I'll read your chat. I'll read what you said here. Rigetti is going to be rug pulled big time if the mag starts selling off, guaranteed. I think this is, whether Rigetti does or not, who knows? But I don't disagree with this sentiment. The market's been driven again by this cluster that's been dragging us higher. And in terms of a risk-off sentiment thing, those start to go, right? There's a couple of spaces I think could be in trouble. With Quantum's like a pipe dream thing, so that could just be a valuation pullback. That could be dangerous for Palantir. That could be dangerous for Quantum. The energy names, the SMRs, the Oklos of the world, the GEV Vernovas, which I own, I think those are going to be in trouble if the Mag 7 start to pull back. So I agree with you on the sentiment. Why Rigetti specifically, who knows? But Rigetti did have that buy program at the end of the day, which eventually reverted. Hey, it held $17. Keep it on that price tomorrow morning, everybody. 17, early top. Buyers came in on that dip. It accelerated through 17. Didn't really matter on the way up, but it certainly was a big price, and it was a nice little prior high area on the daily. So day 2 plays matter. Day 3 plays can matter as well. Rigetti will be technically day 2 post earnings in tomorrow's trade. But the day 2 that I think most people are going to be excited about, Adara, not to get too far away from it, it's bullish. And every time I look at this chart, I just feel like we need to be renaming this thing.
Bearish.
Bearish.
Yeah.
Bearish, bearish, bearish. $68. So you're still up. It was a 37 issue. Opens at 90. Gets to $118. Not bad. And then all the way to 68 in the aftermarket. So the early investors still win. That being said, they probably wish they could sell, not have to deal with a lockup period, which is going to be coming up for CoreWeave, by the way.
Yes.
Remember, mid to late September, I believe.
It's Thursday night, I checked.
CoreWeave?
Someone mentioned it during the midday.
It's not this week.
Oh, I didn't think it would be. Someone mentioned it during the midday. I fact-checked it. It's Thursday evening, which I was not expecting.
This week, CoreWeave? I thought it was next month.
That is correct. I did check it.
Whoa.
It's according to CNBC. And again, I'll check it again, but I did check it. But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to let you know.
No, that's huge. That would easily explain why it was such a great short today.
It does seem early.
I thought it was next month. I was pretty sure it was next month. I do want to get to Roadrunner saying
again Thursday.
Roadrunner saying, why is Microsoft down? We only had one name report earnings today, and that was Cisco. So like in terms of sympathy plays, I don't know that anything is going to be a sympathy play directly. Like Microsoft's not down because of Cisco. I just think we got to the highs and we're looking a little weak off these highs. That's all it is. Microsoft, since gapping to the world off of their earnings and being a program buy going into earnings, it filled in the gap. And since it filled in the gap, lower high, fill the gap, lower high again. So it's on this trend post earnings where we got a bit of a flat bottom right here about 520 and we're just putting in lower highs. So what did it do? Put in another lower high and trended down for the day. This is just how it works. Sometimes you will just get profit taking when you're at the top. You will just get pullbacks. And to be honest, Microsoft had a huge quarter, and if you bought it after earnings, you've done nothing but lose on Microsoft. But that's not the game. The game's to buy quality companies and hold them for the long run. So, judge this thing in a few years. But I think we just got a little bit of a sell-off off those highs and a continuation since earnings over there on Microsoft. If it's Webull, please
Bumble
be good.
tanking.
Oh, Bumble.
BMBL offering shares here $6.33 to $6.54 in a block. This is according to Bloomberg. So Bloomberg reporting, I guess, a Bumble share offering there. Neil, sorry to cut you off.
Dump it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's I don't know. I've always joked that we should do like a pump it or dump it. You guys just throw symbols at us.
Can we
And then we
please?
give our absolute, and you have to answer without actually thinking about it or without actually looking at the chart, because you heard me just immediately say dump it for Bumble. Then I pulled up the chart. I was like, well, that's not so bad. But my first gut reaction was remembering the last time I looked at this chart, and you can probably tell the last time I looked at that chart was not in the last couple of months. So I kind of felt it was probably still in a downward trend. No, this broke the 50 and the 200 period. So my first initial reaction of dump it, might be true. It's back under the 50 and the 200 period. Yeah, this just lost both of them. Dump it as long as it holds underneath 660. That'll be a key price. So yeah, offering, not good. That being said, sometimes an offering, everybody, can be an interesting buying opportunity. Right? Like, and you only want to just watch it the next day if you're really interested in the stock and just check out the tape, especially early in the morning. It's similar to something that dumps on earnings. Sometimes you just see the buying right at 9:30 and you're like, oh, it made a bottom in the aftermarket, it held that bottom in the pre-market after an offering or after earnings, and then they hold that bottom at the open and you just go for long. It's similar to how you're like, oh, you like the CoreWeave short, you saw it pop and try to break the high and it couldn't, and it fades. It's like a stock with bad news. Does the same thing, but in reverse. You're like, oh, it's been trending here, but look at it hold that low. Yeah. Take a shot off the low because it's gapped down. You know, you have to have these plays everywhere. That being said, I don't necessarily love this stock.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think I'm buzzing over there to Bumble, I'll say that. There's something I was going, thank you for that. There's something I was gonna talk about and then it completely slipped, but I don't think it was super important. But yeah, I mean, someone's here asking about an AI conference in Vegas. I looked it up. I had not heard anything about it prior, and it ended today. So to that individual, I will let you know that conference is over, and I did not hear anything about it. I will say PPI, Neil, actually, we're expecting it to be hotter. So this could be a bit of I expect a Truth Social post around 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. And the reason I say that is because PPI year-over-year forecast, 2.5%. PPI month-over-month forecast, 0.2%. Core PPI year-over-year, 3% versus 2.6% previous. Core PPI month-over-month, 0.2% versus 0% previous. Now, we were expecting more or less no change for the CPI. We did get one print that was hotter than expected. All of these, Neil, we're expecting to be hotter than the previous. So I actually do not know how this is going to go. I expect a Truth Social post in our future. And by the way, I'm going to use a moment to plug TTV Research here, if I may. So I'm currently working on an infographic, just kind of tracking all of the times in the last year or so that Trump has mentioned public companies or CEOs of public companies on Truth Social. Yes, that includes the Elon Musk hubbub. So that'll be coming out very soon. I hope by tomorrow or certainly by Friday. Check that out on X at TTV Research. And if you have any ideas for any type of content that you want to see, just tag me in this chat and I will do my very best to see those. I'm constantly working on planning content. I've got a whole pipeline, so I'm always looking to see what the viewers want to see.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And actually, I was just answering Disneyland royalty in the chat saying this is what we're here for. We're here for the viewers. You got questions? If we have the answer, we'll give it to you. If we don't have the answer, we'll try to find it for you. We won't hesitate to feel like, I don't know what's going on here. Let's try to find out. I've never seen anything like this before. Maybe I'll ask someone around. We're just trying to all get better, everybody. That's what this community is all about here. Yeah. We absolutely love all of you. Just to sort of recap, I mean, look, really, we only had Cisco on the earnings play. Like, Cisco was the big name. Reporting time, we had a couple of other small ones there. You saw Coherent, which I'll go, CHR, we'll go to that in a quick little second. 68 still holding here. So not bad, not great, but, it was, yeah, and again, everyone's going to be saying this pun, the bearish pun. Day two on this is going to be very interesting because we've had nothing but pump jobs when it comes to the bigger IPOs. Yeah. And none of them have been, like, it's like they'll go, like CoreWeave went for multi-days and was like a quadruple up, triple up. You're like, yeah, it can't possibly do this. Circle, it can't possibly go a second time. This is distinctly different. This is our first one that's going to be bearish. I don't wonder, and we didn't say this in the show, I don't wonder if this might pump the brakes a little bit. Like, if this loses the bid tomorrow again and we see a 5 print, if I see a 5 handle on this thing tomorrow, somebody that's coming out with the next IPO is reconsidering. They're like, well, that wasn't so good. Yeah. Like, yeah, that was priced well enough that, again, like, there was some exuberance there. But if we see a 5 on this tomorrow, I think there's going to be a lot of scared people about that.
MSTR.
MSTR making moves as well. Remember, everybody, Bitcoin got pretty close to the all-time high today. Very, very close. Very close.
So Strategy announcing here that they hold $77.2 billion worth of Bitcoin, and it's at all-time highs. That's all it is. I want to talk here a little bit, if I may, on the IPO thing. So here's Figma. Neil, I would fully agree that the worst-looking IPO we've had so far is Bullish, but Figma almost gave you a little bit of a soupçon, a little bit of a taste. Did this close at high of day? Absolutely it did. Now, did it continue to make lower highs ever since? Absolutely. Day 2, we open and we tank. Day 3, we tank. Day 4, tankage. Only on day 5 do we get a bit of a relief and we actually close at highs again. So I think Figma almost gave you like a prelude for what we were going to see the following day. This is just my personal assessment. You can take that for what it is. My interpretation is that Figma was almost like, you know, it was the little fig. It was the appetizer before this bullish meal.
Okay, Adara, before we get to the thing that we end things with, you take a second and rewind that. Was that French?
It was French.
Because look, here, I'm Canadian too. I was forced to learn French in school like we all are. I don't know what that meant. So what?
Oh, it's just like a little bit, like a soupçon, like a little bit, like un petit peu. My French is
Why
not
is your
perfect.
French so good?
Well, I'm Quebecois,
so bad.
right? Like my grandfather was from Quebec. My dad, actually, I speak more French than my dad, ironically, because he didn't want to learn French from his dad. So there's like a weird gap there but anyways, that is why I know a little bit of French. And I enjoy the language. I would read it off cereal boxes as a kid. So I taught myself a lot that way, taught myself a lot from watching international films. But yeah, that is, I know my French is okay.
You know what you guys don't know? There was a robot. It's not actually.
Okay, the whole Adara as an AI or a robot joke, it's funny. I do find it funny. I would like to confirm that I am not one, which is what a robot or an AI would say. So I'm gonna.
She's not one. That's exactly what a robot. That's exactly what AI would say. What's going on, huh? I'm just saying. You better believe it's a trap. Get it, Adara, as always. Oh my goodness, what the heck doesn't she do here? And then she does roll call as well. You've got to be kidding me. Look, it's been a wild show. Don't do those for me. None of those. First of all, half of those equations are nonsense. But anyways, that's another story. Look, it's been a wild show. It's going to be even better tomorrow because it always is. We got PPI. Obviously tomorrow, that's going to be a big deal. You saw the run in CPI. We're pretty much at this point guaranteed the rate cut. It's up at like 90. We hit 90. I thought I saw 96% at one point today, which a month out is crazy. Which is crazy because we still have time. It's not even, we're halfway through August. We have a full month to go.
I don't know if we're going to get it because I think the Fed is so divided right now.
This is what's so crazy. As a trader, I love the fact that we have what seems to be a disputed decision.
Much division.
Yet the market's pricing in certainty. That's great for trading. That's not actually good for anybody else.
No.
That's not a good thing. You want the Fed to be predictable. If we're expecting a cut, we get a cut. Not to surprises. That's not what business likes. It's not what the economy likes. But as a trader, it's fantastic. It's even better when the market's like that. But that's just how it is. Thank you, everybody. It's been an absolute wild one. You know what to do here if you've been following along. And if you don't, if it's your first time here with the Market Recap Show, then we're about to have roll call. That means your name's going to get read in the chat, but only if you type something in the chat. Something like, get it, Adara. Adara's an AI. Thank you to Fabian. Thank you to Remain. Team Ram you could throw in there. I don't know, hashtag renovations, whatever you want to do. Make sure you hit subscribe in the chat so that you can put something in. Or shout out to Randy. I didn't know what he just yelled, but Randy just yelled something out pretty cool. Hashtag sawdust, Randy just said. So work's getting done, and it's all for you guys. So let's get some roll call right about now.
I actually just dropped hashtag sawdust in the chat, so shout out to Randy. Thank you to Randy. Thank you to Russell. Thank you to our whole construction team back there. Mark, Rob, Brendan's been running around with that as well. Thank you, Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe. We've got Andre, Ramin, Fabian, and we have everyone in our awesome community. Danny Dollars, Hypercube. We've got Ian Respeto, Bill's Camps. Ian Respeto's asking for you to do the Unity.
Unity.
There we go. We've got Explorer. We've got Belch Melch, Bill's Camp, Damien Tarza, T2, Becky, Ryan O'Day, Tyler Smith, Favs Esp, Big Joel, T Daddy, Shaolin. Oh, I love that name. We've got Smooth 1J. Stevenson Etienne, Heartbroken Biker, Grub, Sadchev, Havana Woody. We've got JST, Zimzimmy, Meyer, Ian Respeto, again, why not? GD Trader, Joshua, Crypt something. Oh, thank you as well to Larry earlier for the kind words. Thank you guys, everyone, for being here so much every single day. I'm so grateful to be here with all of you. And tomorrow, there will be more chaos in this market. There will be more Feds saying legitimately the opposite thing of one another and confusing us all. But you know what? That's what we love here because we're day traders and the volatility is the shizness.
Mic drop from our resident AI, Adara. Thank you so much. It's going to be a wild one tomorrow, but hey, what? It's the ultimate compliment.
It is. I do appreciate that.
It's the ultimate compliment.
I always get complimented too when Sharif does the human algo thing. I think it's a compliment. I just also think it's really funny.
She doesn't forget anything. Trust me, it's insane. But it's so true, and thank you so much. It's been a fun one, everybody. Tomorrow morning, 8:30, we do it live. We do it with PPI. We do it with Bullish Day 2, Cisco post earnings. It's Trader TV Live, brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex. Rest up. See you in the morning.
See ya.